Chapter 401 Don't Get Carried Away. General. Military Advisor. Do you think Su Jingyang can suppress He Laishio? Go Sheng couldn't help but worry. Yu Jia has always been his spiritual support. Now that Yu Jia is ill, how can a young master fight against He Laishio? The Loach? At this time, Chang Hire came over with hot tea. Yu Jia glanced at Chang Hire and said, "Yes. How can the young master not grow up?" She took the hot tea and drank a sip, and the warmth flowed to her limbs and bones. Yu Jia sighed comfortably. The tea brewed by Chang Hire is still delicious. After rolling her eyes at her, Chang Hire was secretly proud. Yu Jia continued, "As long as the children of the noble families do not grow up in the wrong way, they are always good." She understood Su Jingyang's skills. He has a good foundation, but he is a little timid. Maybe it's a common problem in group school. With a little training, unexpected results can be achieved. General, what should we do next? Lu Kuifeng continued. We can't just wait for He Laishio to attack the city. Right? Yu Jia chuckled. The one who knows me is the military advisor. How can I, Lin Erju, be the kind of person who sits and waits for death? In the evening, the Great Zhou vanguard camp and the cavalry camp assembled and attacked the Tatar camp. But He Laishio was not a slow-reacting person. When the soldiers of the Great Zhou came to fight, he would fight them. Yu Jia still adopted the method of crazy probing, which annoyed the Tatars. General, those soldiers of the Great Zhou are still haunting us and are coming again. He Laishio didn't even raise his eyelids. Keep calm. What are you panicking about? If she comes, we will fight her. Since she wants to play, I will accompany her to the end. That night, it was unclear who was the mouse and who was the cat, and the two sides kept running back and forth. Xian Jihao couldn't help but complain to Xiao Shiming. Old Xiao, do you think the Tatars are bored? When we fought like this in the past, the enemy would have been in disarray. Not like them playing with us. Xiao Shiming looked at the orderly deployment of the Tatar soldiers and drew his long sword. Perhaps they saw through our purpose and teased us like this. What? Since they are teasing us, why should we play with them? Xian Jihao was a little anxious and followed Xiao Shiming to draw his sword. Xiao Shiming shook his head. Don't worry. We will listen to the general. Even if the other party has a coping strategy, we can't let them sleep well. One night later, the two sides faced each other under the city wall with dark circles under their eyes. Yu Jia saw that the dark man was in low spirits at the moment. So he laughed. What's the matter? Everyone cheer up for this general. From this point of view, it looks like stealing the people's food at night. What kind of look is that? He Laishio gritted his teeth when he heard Yu Jia scolding the soldiers on the tower. What a despicable and shameless villain. Today, Su Jingyang came to fight again. However, he seemed a little different today. He thought about Yu Jia's words yesterday for a whole night. Yu Jia was right. He could no longer let his face and self-esteem restrain his hands and feet. In this ever-changing battlefield, as long as he can save his life and win, he should do everything he can. This is what the military books say, all is fair in war. Thinking of this, Su Jingyang shouted, Boy, give me your life. Seeing Su Jingyang's momentum, He Laishio also rode over. Boy, today it's either you or me. Clang. The two swords collided, making a terrifying sound, and then separated. Su Jingyang chopped horizontally, slashing at He Laishio from the upper left. He Laishio hurriedly used his knife to block, exposing his weakness on the right to Su Jingyang's eyes. According to the previous moves, Su Jingyang was going to draw his knife and chop at He Laishio's right. In a flash, he remembered Yu Jia's words. Don't play by the rules. Don't let others guess your thoughts. Su Jingyang drew out his knife and chopped at He Laishio's left shoulder. He Laishio was not careful for a moment, so he fell into Su Jingyang's trap. The sound of the long sword rubbing against his armor stimulated his ears. Then, he was attracted by the dull pain. He Laishio hurriedly used his scimitar to pick away Su Jingyang's long sword. Unfortunately, it was too late. The armor on his shoulder had already broken and blood was flowing out. Su Jingyang looked at the blood on the long sword in his hand with pride. It is indeed a good sword that can cut iron like mud. Seeing He Laishio injured, the soldiers of the Great Zhou dynasty cheered loudly. Su Jingyang turned his head to look at the man on the city wall, and the man nodded to him with a smile. Is it successful? Su Jingyang was a little unbelievable. It seems too smooth. Sounding the horn to retreat, Yu Jia patted Su Jingyang's shoulder, looked up at him, and said with a smile, Captain Su, you have made great contributions this time. I will ask His Royal Highness the Crown Prince for a reward. Su Jingyang was unusually shy. I succeeded? Seeing him like this, Yu Jia thought of the first time he made contributions. He felt a little proud. His body was light. His head was light. At that time, there were only cheers from the side. Captain Su, the battle is not yet successful. You still need to work harder. Yu Jia continued, although you are strong. The battlefield requires the right time, right place and right people. You must not be proud and complacent. If it were normal times, Su Jingyang would definitely think that Yu Jia was jealous of him. But at this time, Yu Jia became a beacon on his growth path, and he naturally obeyed her words. I understand. Thank you for your advice. General. So polite? Yu Jia was stunned. Oh, you're welcome. General. I have benefited a lot from your correction. General. You are really a good plan. If there were not a large number of soldiers around him, Yu Jia would have declined long ago. This is a bit too much. It's simply unbelievable. Ha ha ha. Captain Su, you are too polite. Everything is for the country of Dezhou. The two of them are like the superiors and subordinates, who brag about each other in business. Lu Kuifeng glanced at Su Jingyang, then at Yu Jia, and shook his head. Is this what Chang Haier often calls love brain? Su Jingyang wanted to establish Yu Jia's authority, but he actually went to such an extent. He is really obedient and willing to put down his face. The Jizhou military camp has become more united these days because of He Laishio. Su Jingyang played a role in this. Yu Jia is still a little worried. Su Jingyang has been suppressed by his family for a long time. Once he gains power, he is afraid that he will lose his direction and lose himself. Military advisor. You should warn Su Jingyang in private. If he gets too excited, it will be a small matter to be arrogant. Yu Jia sighed repeatedly. I am afraid that he will lose his life on the battlefield if he is careless. Lu Kuifeng stroked his beard and laughed happily. General. Don't worry. I believe in Su Jingyang's character. Chapter 402 Elimination. There is a war at the border of Jizhou. And there is a war at the Nantung military camp. Li Guoli looked at the memorial submitted by the Ministry of Revenue, and his scalp tingled. He rubbed his temple with his fingers and sighed softly. Your Majesty, you must take care of yourself. Hong Deshun bowed and said, You should take a rest for a while. Li Guoli turned over and looked at the memorial in front of him, and his chest was choked with depression. Xiao Shunzi. Do you think people are weird? He focused his eyes on the word military pay on the memorial and sighed again. When I was a child, I lived in the cold palace with my mother, and had little clothes to wear. The only thought I had was to eat the imperial concubine's drunken duck once. I finally got out of the cold palace. My mother died of illness, and my sister and I depended on each other for survival. I want more. Thinking of those difficult years, Hong Deshun always felt a lot of emotion. Your Majesty, everything is over. Yes, everything is over. I have everything, but I have more troubles. Li Guoli picked up the memorial and threw it on the table. Hong Deshun hurriedly supported the shaky memorial. Your Majesty, calm down. Li Guoli turned a deaf ear to him. One or two of them make me worry. Seeing that Li Guoli was really upset, Hong Deshun said carefully, Your Majesty, why don't you? The two who grew up together naturally knew each other's thoughts. Forget it. Go and call her over. Bing Fei was a little surprised when she got the news. In the past, she racked her brains to find reasons to go to the imperial study. So why was she suddenly summoned today? Excuse me, eunuch. How is the emperor feeling today? Hong Deshun shook his head. I don't know. I'm just following orders. Seeing Hong Deshun's official look, concubine Bing gestured to the maid beside her. Eunuch Hong. The weather has turned cold recently. Please be careful. The maid stuffed the object in her hand to Hong Deshun. Hong Deshun, who was used to seeing high-quality objects, raised his eyebrows as soon as he touched the object. It was silky and cold to the touch. It was the best mutton fat jade. Jade nourishes the body and the heart. The emperor has been worried about the border recently, and concubine Bing can help him relieve it. The ice concubine raised her lips. Then I'll have to trouble you to lead the way. The group walked to the imperial study, and Hongda led the group back. As they walked, Hongda asked the ice concubine's maid next to him, How old is our queen? The maid was a little terrified when asked. My queen is 20 years old this year. Hong Deshun waved his whisk, his eyes far away. It's a pity to be 20 years old. The maid didn't know what he meant, but she didn't dare to ask. The Ai's concubine bowed with the soup in her hand. Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you. When she raised her eyes, she was full of affection. My beloved concubine, please get up. The Ai's concubine held the tray in her hand steadily and walked towards Li Guoli. Your Majesty is very busy. Please take a break. Li Guoli stared at Bing Fei as she put the soup on the table, and then pulled her into his arms. Bing Fei exclaimed and scolded. Your Majesty, you scared me. Li Guoli laughed heartily. With a beauty in his arms, who would think about those useless silver and military pay? Clatter. The porcelain was broken all over the floor. That bitch went to the imperial study again? The queen's face was hideous, and her carefully maintained nails almost sank into the chair. The eunuch on the side hurriedly persuaded her. Your Majesty, calm down. You can't argue with that person. The queen was so angry that she turned her head and glared. Don't argue with her. She has taken the emperor's soul away. Shung'er has just been restored to favor. We can't let her divert attention. What does the queen want? The chief eunuch signaled the maids in the room to leave. Does the queen want to touch her? She is in favor now. I'm afraid it will cause trouble. The queen's eyes were fierce. How can I be afraid of a thing that uses her beauty to please others? The chief eunuch hurriedly comforted her. We are certainly not afraid of such a thing. It's just that we have to think about His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. In troubled times, it's better to be cautious. The queen slammed the table. Just introduce this bitch for a while. By then, I will make her wish she was dead. After the tenderness, the imperial study was filled with an unusual atmosphere. The Ai's concubine nestled in Li Guoli's arms, breathing. Your Majesty, you are so powerful. I can't bear it anymore. Li Guoli chuckled. You are the sweetest. The Ai's concubine smiled complacently, thinking of Hong Deshun's words. She opened her red lips. Your Majesty, is there anything you are worried about today? Li Guoli took her out of his arms without leaving a trace. My beloved concubine is really smart. The Ai's concubine stood up and rubbed Li Guoli's shoulders. She could sense the impatience in Li Guoli's tone, but she made up her mind when she thought of Hong Deshun's advice. Your Majesty, please talk to me. Li Guoli motioned her to stop. Do you know that the harem is not allowed to interfere in politics? A chill swept through her body, and Bing Fei immediately knelt down. Your Majesty, please forgive me. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I know I was wrong. Li Guoli looked at the table with his hand. People should know when to advance and retreat. Today, Li Guoli asked Bing Fei to come to the imperial study to comfort her, not to make her feel uncomfortable. Bing Fei's body fell to the ground, and the cold touch swept through her body from her knees. Compared with the coldness in her heart, it was nothing. Your Majesty, I will never dare to do it again. Silence. Deathly silence. Li Guoli stopped knocking on the table, and he sighed. Bing Fei, I like you. Intelligent, clever, and lively. However, compared with his great Zhou, these are not comparable. Come here. Concubine Bing has violated her rules in front of the battlefield. Drag her out and put her in the cold palace. Concubine Bing was horrified. She said nothing. Your Majesty, please spare me. The eunuchs outside the imperial study filed in and dragged the struggling concubine Bing out. Hong Deshun looked at the farce in front of him and slowly walked towards concubine Bing. Concubine Bing saw Hong Deshun as if she had seen a life-saving straw. Eunuch, please save me. Hong Deshun was indifferent, just looking at her. I still have a lot of mutton fat, Jade. Hong Deshun fanned the wind in disgust. Where did this crazy woman come from? Why don't you drag her away quickly? Eunuch, you can't just stand by and watch her die. Hong Deshun looked at the eunuch rudely stuffing the rag into the mouth of the Ai's concubine and snorted coldly. What kind of thing is this? You dare to get involved with our family? He turned his head and looked at the imperial study. Although the spies of the virtuous king had been eliminated, there was one less beauty around the emperor. Hong Deshun looked at the busy palace servants and chuckled twice. The most abundant thing in the great Zhou is beauties. Hong Deshun came to Li Guoli carefully. He was still reading the memorials of the Ministry of Revenue, and it seemed that what happened just now had no effect on him. Your Majesty, I'm going to the harem? Li Guoli shook his head. Forget it. I want to be quiet. Hong Deshan understood and stopped talking. By the way, the weather is getting colder. You go to the virtuous king's mansion to deliver some winter supplies. By the way, tell Lao Wu not to spend so much time on me. Hong Deshan was shocked. Did the emperor always know that the ice concubine was the virtuous king's person? Chapter 403 can't hold it back? It's true that the saying is true. A time of trouble. Li Yanqing stayed in the palace and didn't move around. Yesterday, Li Guoli ordered Hong Deshan to bring a piece of news. The ice concubine was banished to the coal palace. A few days ago, Ishihara Mamuro was beheaded for favoritism and fraud. The imperial examination is invalid and must be repeated. This also means that the chess piece has been invalidated this time. Now, the spy of the ice concubine in the palace has been eliminated. And Li Guoli has warned him. Li Yanqing can't move an inch. Prince, what should we do next? The staff didn't dare to breathe. Recently, Li Yanqing has been a little moody. And the maids and servants in the palace have been replaced almost once. What should we do? Li Yanqing suddenly burst into laughter. The staff trembled all over and started again. Li Yanqing's eyes were red. And he pulled the staff's shoulders. Are you asking me what to do? If I knew, would I still be sitting here? He exerted force with his hands. And a piercing pain came from his shoulder. The staff endured the severe pain. Your Highness, how about we ask His Royal Highness the Prince of Qi? The pain on his shoulder suddenly disappeared. And Li Yanqing withdrew his hand. My brother? There was confusion in his eyes. Ask my brother? If Li Yanxiao was concerned about this matter, why would he be so hard? But it seemed that things had not made any progress. Well, let me ask my brother what to do. Li Yanxiao was fighting with Mu Zhaoling in full swing. Since Yu Jia and Lin Gongxuan left, he seemed to have not been so happy for a long time. Prince, we don't have enough money. Du Davin hesitated. He didn't want to speak until he was at his wit's end. Sure enough, Li Yanxiao frowned. Didn't the emperor just approve some food and cotton clothes a while ago? Food and cotton clothes have come. But those weapons cost money? The weapons of the infantry battalion should be replaced. And the horses of the cavalry battalion have too many casualties. So they need to be replaced. Seeing that Li Yanxiao's face was getting uglier and uglier, Du Davin didn't dare to say anything more. There are also supplies for other military camps that need to be replenished. You hold the soldiers steady. I will find a way. At this time, Li Chong brought a letter. Prince, a letter from the capital. Li Yanxiao took the letter and read it. And his face became more and more solemn. Li Chong saw his appearance and knew that the situation was not optimistic. However, it was not to the point of desperation. Li Yanxiao knew that Li Yanqing had a backhand. So he was no longer polite. At the beginning, it was not easy for Li Yanqing to take out the weapons he forged privately. So Li Yanxiao made a harsh statement. If he did not agree, Li Yanxiao would not recognize him as his brother. Li Yanqing really couldn't beat him. So he transported all the weapons to the Nantung military camp. The southern barbarians of the Great Zhou dynasty were fighting fiercely. And Mu Zhaoling was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. He looked at the yard in front of him. Clenched and unclenched his fists. Unclenched and clenched again. After several clenching and unclenching, he made up his mind. At this time, Mu Yanjin's belly was bulging high. And no one could believe that she was only 5 months pregnant. Seeing Mu Zhaoling coming over, Mu Yanjin said with a smile, Ling, you are here. Do you know that the child kicked my belly just now? Mu Zhaoling followed with a smile. Really? The child is really naughty. Mu Yanjin was very satisfied with Mu Zhaoling's appearance. This man could only follow his own rhythm. Knowing that he was anxious about the war, Mu Yanjin still chatted with him. He had already tasted the sweetness in the early stage. It was time to face the reality. Ling, how is the recent war situation? This was the first time Mu Yanjin mentioned the war. Mu Zhaoling was embarrassed. It's not optimistic. The treasury of the Great Zhou was in deficit some time ago. And yesterday a large number of weapons were transported from somewhere. If it weren't for this batch of weapons, Mu Zhaoling would have to fight Li Yanxiao to the death. Really? This Li Yanxiao is really tough. Mu Zhaoling sighed softly. This battle was really hard. He touched Mu Yanjin's belly. If it continues like this, I'm afraid our child won't be able to see me when he is born. Mu Yanjin hurriedly covered Mu Zhaoling's mouth. Ling, I don't allow you to say such depressing words. If you have any difficulties, tell me, and I'll see if I can help you. Mu Zhaoling was delighted. Jinjin, are you serious? Ah! Mu Yinjin held her abdomen fiercely, her face in pain. Jinjin, what's wrong with you? Mu Xiaoling nervously helped Mu Yinjin sit down. Call the doctor. Mu Yinjin stopped him, full of shyness. You look anxious. It's the child who kicked me. He may have heard you talking and wanted to say hello to you. Mu Xiaoling pulled the corner of his lips with difficulty. Really? After finally getting to the point. The topic was interrupted by Mu Yinjin. Mu Xiaoling was really unwilling. So he continued. Jinjin, you just said you want to help. But is that true? Mu Yinjin said innocently, of course. You and I are husband and wife. I should help you. Mu Xiaoling looked happy. Jinjin, I need you now. You also know that without your order, the Chamber of Commerce will not take any action. Now that the Nanman has achieved a crucial victory, we must seize the opportunity to pursue the victory. How to seize the opportunity to pursue the victory? Mu Yinjin seemed to understand. As long as I take the money, it will be fine. Mu Xiaoling held Mu Yinjin's hand. Of course. You take the money. I work hard. And we will definitely be invincible in the Nanman. What an invincible one. Mu Yinjin's mind was slightly moved. Wait for me to discuss with the president of the Chamber of Commerce before I reply to you. You also know that I haven't summoned him for a while. Mu Yinjin cried aggrievedly. Mu Xiaoling has been confiding Mu Yinjin these days. And she didn't tell him clearly. Jinjin, I'm sorry for wronging you during this period. Tomorrow. No. Tonight, I will notify the president of the Chamber of Commerce to come and see you. Okay. The sooner the better. The war can't wait. Mu Yinjin agreed happily. After Mu Xiaoling left, Mu Yinjin murmured. Invincible. What an invincible one. In the evening, Mu Xiaoling really sent the president of the Chamber of Commerce. The three of them sat down. Dao, how are you these days? The president of the Chamber of Commerce looked at Mu Xiaoling. A little worried. Mu Yinjin smiled. I'm fine. Sorry to have worried you. By the way, how are the brothers in the Chamber of Commerce? The president looked at Mu Xiaoling again, but didn't say anything. Mu Yinjin didn't seem to notice his strange look, and continued to ask. Nothing happened recently? Because Mu Xiaoling was beside him. The president shook his head. He didn't mention the suppression he had suffered from Mu Xiaoling in recent days. Mu Yinjin nodded. That's good. Mu Xiaoling looked impatient. He didn't come to listen to the two reminiscing about the past. Really? Mu Yinjin sneered in his heart. Can't you hold it back? Chapter 404 Solution. Mu Yinjin seemed to have realized. Oh! By the way, the war has been fierce recently. Have you made any tribute to the king? The president shook his head. Without your order? We dare not act rashly. Mu Xiaoling's fierce eyes must be revealed. The president of the Chamber of Commerce actually described the ordinary matter of making tribute to the king as acting rashly. That's right. After all, it's still a little uneasy to make tribute under such circumstances. Obviously, Mu Yinjin put all the faults on the king. She looked embarrassed. Ling. Actually, there are still some difficulties in the middle. Why? Mu Xiaoling thought for a while and blurted out. Are you bothered by what happened in the palace last time? Yes. Mu Yinjin did not hide it. You also saw the attitude of the king towards me last time. If I just take out the money, it will be difficult to explain to the merchants later. Dao is right. We are all holding our breath. The president was a little angry. The king must give us an explanation. Mu Xiaoling suddenly felt hot all over. He wanted to chop people. He closed his eyes and suppressed the anger from his dantian. When he opened his eyes again, there was no emotion in his eyes. You are right. Jinjin, leave this matter to me. I will let the king give you an explanation. Perhaps because the war was tense, Mu Xiaoling moved very quickly. Early the next morning, he brought Mu Yinjin to the palace. But this time, it was completely different. The king gave Mu Yinjin a seat with a sincere look. Dao, judging from your complexion, you have been very comfortable these days. I can't say I'm comfortable, but it's just an ordinary life. Mu Yinjin straightened her clothes with a faint expression and touched her abdomen. The king was frustrated, and he looked at Mu Xiaoling helplessly. Jinjin, it's my fault for not making you happy. I am ashamed of my mother's request. When Mu Xiaoling mentioned Ian, Mu Yinjin suddenly looked up. Do you think my mother's death has anything to do with you? There was no emotion in her eyes. You say it. I will believe you as long as you say it. Does it matter? The king looked at the couple nervously, and cold sweat ran down his back. It seemed as if he had returned to the Shura battlefield of that day. Mu Xiaoling and Mu Yanjun looked at each other and said seriously, "My mother's death has nothing to do with me." Suddenly, Mu Yanjun breathed a sigh of relief. "I knew it. You spoke in a panic that day. Just to irritate me. I knew that a Ling would never do anything to my mother. But what?" The king's heart, which had just relaxed, was pulled up again. Mu Yanjun sighed. "King, you also saw the conflict that day. Most of those guards are my mother's subordinates. And they have some grudges in their hearts. What should we do?" The king stood up. "I summoned them to explain the reason. It would be best if they can resolve their grudges. If they still have grudges against me, then let's get over this war first. After that," he asked Mu Yanjun, "Dao, do you think it's okay? What a good let's get over it first. When it's needed, it's the Nam and Dao. And when it's not needed, it's the selfish businessman. No, they were already heartbroken last time. If we just let it go like this, it won't work." Mu Yanjun turned and looked at Mu Xiaoling. "A Ling, what do you think?" Mu Xiaoling said with tenderness in his eyes. "I'll do whatever you say, General. I can't ask me to apologize to them. Right?" The king looked anxious. "I'm the king. They're just first-class merchants." Mu Yanjun smiled. According to what the king said, Mu Yanjun is also a first-class merchant. The merchants of the South Barbarians are not as lowly as those of other countries. We speak based on our ability. And now the king has something to ask of us. Right? Mu Yanjun's tone was stiff and her attitude was firm. This was the first time Mu Xiaoling saw her like this. Gradually, the face in front of him gradually overlapped with the memory of the decisive and serious A Yen. "Jinjin, calm down." Mu Xiaoling raised his hand to salute the king. "King, Jinjin is pregnant and has a bad temper. Please forgive me." The king waved his hand. When would he care about these empty formalities? Besides, even if he cared, people would not give him this face. "General, please persuade the great Ao. Is there any best of both worlds way to get us through this hurdle?" Mu Yanjun's emotion flashed through his mind without a trace. Suddenly, the eunuch's voice came from outside the palace gate. "Your Majesty, the prince is here to see you. Mu Liali is here. Quickly let the prince in." Mu Liali was a little surprised to see Mu Yanjun and the others, and then saluted the king. "I pay my respects to the king." The king seemed to have found a life-saving straw. "Oh, you came just in time. Jinjin is upset. You try to persuade her." The king pulled Mu Liali, as if he had seen a brother. Although Mu Liali's relationship with Ayana has reached a freezing point in recent days, Mu Yanjun is his daughter after all. Mu Liali looked embarrassed. What happened? The king then told him what happened that day, and repeatedly stated that he did not mean it. Besides, he also took muzzling out. Mu Liali stroked his beard. "This matter is a bit difficult. And what Jinjin said is not without reason. If we lose the support of the people, I am afraid it will be difficult to achieve great things. Lord, Jinjin is still young. She still needs the support of these people." "Father!" Mu Yanjun's eyes were red. Tears filled her eyelashes, and she looked so pitiful. Things were at a stalemate, and Mu Liali saw that the Lord was really in trouble. So he said, "It's not that there is no solution to the problem." As soon as he said this, the other three looked at him. Mu Liali said slowly, "What they want is an explanation. They must be concerned about Ayana's death. Another thing is that Jinjin's face was damaged that day. As long as these two things are resolved, there will be no problem." Having said that, how could Mu Xiaoling and the Lord not think of it? The difficult part is the solution. The cause of Ayana's death is easy to explain. But Mu Yanjun's face is a real problem. You can't really ask the king to apologize to Mu Yanjun in public. Right? Seeing the two in a dilemma, Mu Liali coughed twice. The first one is easy to solve. After all, Ayana's death was an accident. The second one, the king was a little anxious. How to deal with the second one? The second one can't let the king apologize to Jinjin in front of everyone. If Jinjin wants to do this, I, as a father, will not agree. I'll think of a win-win solution. It all depends on how the king decides." The king motioned Mu Liali to continue. The king can appoint Jinjin as the Grand Marshal to lead the army of the Southern Barbarians. As soon as this was said, Mu Xiaoling immediately opposed it. Chapter 405. Give a strong man. "Absolutely not," Mu Xiaoling said anxiously. The Grand Marshal is the highest commander of the Nanman generals. How can a woman like Jinjin take on this important task? Mu Yinjin also echoed. Father, this is not appropriate. Mu Liali felt that his proposal was a bit abrupt. So he felt a little uncomfortable. Maybe my proposal is a bit radical. It depends on how the king decides. The king fell into deep thought. And he looked at Mu Zhaoling again. Why did the prince propose this? Mu Liali talked freely. Jinjin is the Grand Marshal. First, she can calm the anger of a Yan's subordinates. And second, she can legitimately fund the army. As soon as these words came out, the king's eyes lit up. Great. Doesn't this solve the big problem? What he cares about is not who is in power, but who pays. Anyway, the army has always been controlled by Mu Zhaoling. Now Mu Yinjin is his wife. What's the difference? Besides, Mu Yinjin is just a woman. It's okay for her to make money. But what can she know in the army? General, what do you think? Mu Zhaoling looked at Mu Yinjin, who was panicking, and his heart was filled with emotion. He thought that Mu Zhaoling had been a soldier all his life. But in the end, he still had to succumb to a woman. How could he swallow this breath? But there was no other way. Forget it. A real man can bend and stretch. Win the war first. As for what will happen to Mu Yinjin in the future, isn't it him who has the final say? That's great. The king is really wise. A Ling. How can I be the Grand Marshal? I don't know anything. Mu Yinjin shook Mu Zhaoling's hand. I'm about to give birth to a child. I don't know what to do. She begged Mu Zhaoling. I'm scared. Mu Zhaoling held her in his arms. Don't be afraid. Jinjin. I'm here. At an angle that Mu Zhaoling couldn't see. Mu Yinjin nodded to Mu Liali. Mu Liali smiled knowingly, and then concealed his expression. The ceremony of conferring an official title was held in the afternoon. In front of all the civil and military officials, the king gave the token of the Nanman army to Mu Yinjin. Mu Yinjin was a little at a loss, and wanted to give it to Mu Zhaoling. There was a commotion among the officials, and Mu Yinjin took the token back awkwardly. A Ling. I have to take this token first. Mu Zhaoling glanced at the token and suppressed his impulse. You take it? He had fought for the Nanman for many years, but was not appointed as the Grand Marshal. This is great. The king turned around and gave it to a pregnant woman who was powerless. After the ceremony of conferring an official title, Mu Yinjin handed the silver money to Mu Zhaoling. A Ling. You fight well. I will take care of everything. Since then, the Nanman was truly controlled by the couple. Li Yinzhao suffered a series of defeats. He didn't understand why Mu Zhaoling's strength had been greatly improved in such a short period of time. Don't worry, Your Majesty. There will always be a way out. Seeing that Li Yinzhao was really upset, I uncomforted him. Li Yinzhao didn't listen. I walked all the way myself. I punched the cotton. But she didn't look annoyed, but laughed instead. Your Majesty is the most capable. Our emperor should send more supplies to the Nantung military camp. Li Yinzhao frowned. He didn't feel so irritable recently, but he felt something inexplicable. It seemed that there was an invisible hand controlling everything behind the scenes. Li Yinzhao has suffered a series of defeats? Yu Jia was a little surprised when she got the news. Jiezi City was lost? This Jiezi City was taken down by her. Yu Jia sighed repeatedly. Li Yinzhao shouldn't be so useless. Could it be that the contradictions within Nanman were resolved? This also means that Mu Yinjin is no longer in danger. Yu Jia felt mixed emotions. She hoped that Mu Yinjin would be fine. But if she was fine, Nanman would be fine. Even the strength of Nanman's army would increase. What should be done to prevent Mu Yinjin from being hurt, and to frustrate the strength of Nanman's army? The answer is no solution. Yu Jia now finally realized that different positions naturally lead to different interests. Besides, she was a general of the Great Zhou. Recalling the past, a lot of thoughts came to mind. How free was it when I was still a small fry? If she wanted financial support, a yen would not give it to her immediately. But what about now? Let alone financial support. If she said that the Nanman would withdraw their troops, others would think she was daydreaming. Ahem. Yu Jia covered her mouth with a handkerchief in a familiar manner. And indeed, she coughed up blood again. The color of the blood was getting darker and darker. This also meant that her condition was getting worse and worse. Where should I hide this handkerchief? If Chang Haier and Go Sheng saw it, they would definitely be nervous. Hey! Yu Jia stuffed the handkerchief into her arms. Once a person is sick, he is at his most vulnerable. This is the time when he misses his family. Modern life is a dream for Yu Jia. Parents. Boxing gym. Students. These are getting farther and farther away from her. Yu Jia suddenly missed Lin Gongxuan very much. And she didn't know when she could see him again. The battle situation in the Jizhou military camp is now tragic. And she must not leave. Lin Gongxuan is even less likely to leave under Li Guoli's nose. However, she was wrong this time. When she looked up and saw Lin Gongxuan, she felt like she was dreaming. Yu Jia rubbed her eyes. What is this called? Thinking about it and dreaming about it? Just when I thought of the bad guy. The bad guy came? Then I wonder if he can achieve it with 10 or 8 strong men. Yu Jia, if you are not afraid of death, give it a try. The person in front of him suddenly spoke. Yu Jia rubbed her eyes, and found that Lin Gongxuan did not disappear. She couldn't stand up. And when Lin Gongxuan approached, she twisted Lin Gongxuan's face. Yu Jia, what are you doing? Lin Gongxuan panted in a bad voice, but did not stop him. It's true, bastard. You came to see me? Yu Jia cried with joy, tears falling non-stop. Lin Gongxuan's heart softened into a puddle of mud. Why are you crying again? Are you in pain? Yu Jia shook her head and hugged Lin Gongxuan. You bastard. I thought I would never see you again in this life. Lin Gongxuan hugged Yu Jia in his arms. You have read too many storybooks. How come you can't see me? Yu Jia cried her heart out. And Lin Gongxuan let her go. You were so badly injured. Why didn't you tell me? Yu Jia knew without a second thought that it was Chang Haier who told Lin Gongxuan about her injury. Oh, I'm not that fragile. But you are? Why did you come to the Jizhou military camp? Yu Jia was a little worried. Does the emperor know that you are here? Unexpectedly, Lin Gongxuan nodded. The emperor knows that I came back to Beijing this time because he summoned me. I will report to him after I finish my business and come to see you. So, the emperor already knows about our relationship? Yu Jia glared. You quick talker. You delayed the emperor from giving me a strong man. Chapter 406, Confession. Give a strong man? Lin Gongxuan exuded an unusual aura. And Yu Jia shuddered with fear. Well, you don't need a strong man that much. I'm not strong. Do you need another strong man? Lin Gongxuan sat down next to Yu Jia and turned her body. The two looked at each other. And Yu Jia couldn't help laughing. Strong. 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 You are strong. She remembered Lin Gongxuan's thin body when he was a child. Lin Gongxuan saw Yu Jia laughing, and didn't understand why. Seeing her so excited, Lin Gongxuan became happy. In fact, Li Guoli didn't agree to him coming to the military camp at first. Gongxuan, you are a battalion commander. Why are you so obsessed with love? This sentence again. Lin Gongxuan has become immune to this sentence. Chang Haier told him in private that Yu Jia's health condition is not optimistic. This time, he must go. Your Majesty, it is precisely because of love that we are willing to dedicate ourselves to the Great Zhou. We are of the same mind, and work hard for the prosperity of the Great Zhou. It can only be said that this love is the driving force that supports us to move forward. I beg your Majesty to understand. Lin Gongxuan did not say that Yu Jia was ill. If he had said it, it would probably cause a commotion. Well, I was young once. And I understand the feelings of you young people. Lin Gongxuan rode his horse at full speed and finally arrived here. You are not in good health. So let Lu Kuifeng handle other matters. Yu Jia shook her head when she heard this. Now is a critical period. The Tatars are coming fiercely. How can I be idle? Lin Gongxuan stopped dissuading her. He knew Yu Jia's temper. Letting her be idle at this time would undoubtedly be a death sentence for her. What is the current situation of the war? Yu Jia then explained the situation of the Tatars. It was indeed not optimistic. Now there is only Su Jingyan left in the Jizhou military camp, who can fight with it. Yu Jia nodded. Really helpless. If she had not been injured, she might still be able to fight with it. It shows how weak the officers of Jizhou military camp are. Yu Jia was a little annoyed. If she had known this, she should have been ruthless to these officers and soldiers. How can this be blamed on you? Lin Gongxuan held Yu Jia's hand distressfully, which was a little painful. The Jizhou military camp has been in chaos for such a long time. It can't be improved overnight. You have done very well. He rubbed Yu Jia's hand gently. If you are ruthless again, I am afraid I will never see you again. Yu Jia knew what Lin Gongxuan meant. The doctor said that she was worrying too much. Aren't the worries about trivial matters in the military camp? The atmosphere between the two was a little dull. And Yu Jia didn't want to be so depressed. Hey, what nonsense are you talking about? When I first came to the Jizhou military camp, I gained a lot of weight. I finally lost weight. Do you think I look good? After saying that, she winked playfully. On her thin face, there were only a pair of bright eyes, which made Lin Gongxuan feel even more distressed. Jia, don't lose weight. I want you to be fat. Do you remember that when we were young, we always stole the hemp leaves made by our mother? They only found out about it when I was almost unable to walk. Lin Gongxuan chuckled as he recalled the funny things in his childhood. After Lu Nian left her, she could no longer see her previous memories. How could she know about this? Ha! Yes, the hemp leaves made by mother are delicious. Lin Gongxuan's smile stopped on his face, and he turned to look at Yu Jia. Jia, because you ate too much hemp leaves at this time. You will never touch this thing again in the future. Don't even let me mention the word hemp leaves in front of you. Yu Jia's heart skipped a beat, and she laughed. Oh, really? After coming to the military camp, everything looks delicious. Lin Gongxuan fell silent, and Yu Jia didn't know what to say. I'll ask Chang Haier to make some food for you later. His cooking skills are very good now. Jia. Who are you? The tight breath hit Yu Jia's throat, and the fishy and sweet smell rushed up again. Gongxuan. Yu Jia lowered her head, not knowing what to say. Okay. I won't ask anymore. Tell me when you want to. Lin Gongxuan shook her hand. Let Chang Haier make some food later. I'm starving. Yu Jia raised her face with a bright smile, but the smile looked bitter. I can say it now. She was afraid that she would never have the chance to say it again. Jia. Don't force yourself. Lin Gongxuan took Yu Jia's hand and kissed her lips. No matter who you are, I accept you. But where is Lu Nian? Yu Jia rolled her eyes. This is the normal way of thinking. I'll tell you from the beginning. Do you know about borrowing a corpse to revive? Lin Gongxuan got goosebumps all over his body. Isn't this what the storybook says? You borrowed Lu Nian's corpse to revive? He looked incredulous. This is too unbelievable. Lin Gongxuan said this, but he was actually convinced of this, since he knew that Yu Jia was Lu Nian. Lin Gongxuan didn't believe it at all. He didn't believe that 5 years could turn a delicate little girl into such a rough man. You are worthy of being a cavalry general. Your mind is so delicate. Yu Jia smiled and pecked Lin Gongxuan on the face. Yes, I am resurrected by borrowing Lu Nian's body. Yu Jia told Lin Gongxuan the scene she had just come across. When I first came here, it was quite chaotic. Lu Nian suffered all the hardships, and I got a great bargain. It turns out that Lu Nian is gone. Lin Gongxuan was filled with emotion, and was somewhat moved when he recalled his childhood. Why? Do you think it's a pity? Yu Jia pulled her hand back in annoyance and hugged her chest. Huh? Why do I smell a sour smell in the room? Whose vinegar jar is overturned? Lin Gongxuan poked Yu Jia's shoulder with a smile, and Yu Jia snorted coldly. Okay, don't be angry. Lin Gongxuan continued. Lu Nian has been my playmate since childhood, and we have been like siblings for a long time. As for my saying that I want to marry her, it was a joke from the adults. Lu Nian was treated as Lin Gongxuan's child bride since she was a child, so he accepted it. Later, after meeting Yu Jia, he knew that he only treated Lu Nian as a sister. In this life, Lin Juan, only like Yu Jia. Who? Yu Jia looked surprised. Lin Juan? Suddenly, Yu Jia reacted. Wasn't she confused by this name when she first came? This is the name that Jin Peng'an changed for me when I was named General of the Cavalry. He said that this name only means Hongyuan, and it is naturally incomparable to Gongxuan. Yu Jia thought about it, and it was indeed the case. Gongxuan is too one-sided and short-sighted, while Juan is more grand. Then should I call you Juan in the future? You can do whatever you want. I like you to call me Brother Nathan the most. Chapter 407. Don't play by the rules. Yu Jia grinned. He has this habit. Jia. What is your hometown like? Is there war there? Hearing Lin Gongxuan ask this, Yu Jia became proud. Where is there war? Other countries are prone to war. But our leaders, the emperor is wise and powerful, and no one dares to invade. Moreover, women in our country have a high status. Oh, are there generals like you? Lin Gongxuan found it incredible. He had never thought that men and women could be equal. Of course, there are not only female generals, but also female teachers, female businesswomen, and female diplomats. Yu Jia was full of pride. They are all excellent. I understand. Lin Gongxuan pinched Yu Jia's face, and the smooth touch made him feel unsatisfied. Stop pinching. I will beat you if you pinch again. Yu Jia rescued her face from Lin Gongxuan and gently rubbed it. What do you understand? Lin Gongxuan realized it later. I understand why you rescued those women and gave them a way to survive. You went to Luying. Yu Jia was very excited and proud. How is it? She looked for praise, and Lin Gongxuan was not stingy. You did a good job, and they all have hope to survive. I also met Wu Dazhuang's wife and daughter. Wu Anil is now in a private school. Yu Jia laughed. I don't just want them to live. I want them to live well. In the future. Not only Anil. I also want other girls to go to private schools. In this way, they won't be easily deceived. Humph. Deceived by those cheap men. Lin Gongxuan couldn't agree with this view. After all, he was a man. Oh, by the way, you also met your parents. Elder brother and second brother. How are they now? Lin Gongxuan paused. They are all fine. Lu Hongmei is seriously ill. I don't know what's going on now. The two mentioned Lu Hongmei in their letters. But they had neglected this person because so many things happened recently. Well, Lu Ying wrote to me and said she had died of illness. Yu Jia felt annoyed when she mentioned this woman. She brought this upon herself. Lin Gongxuan did not comment, but felt sorry for Huan Gur, who had lost his mother at such a young age. You can visit them again when you go back. I'm afraid that my brother will be heartbroken. The two had the same idea. So Lin Gongxuan agreed. The two of them were talking quietly about family matters in the room. This should be the most relaxing and comfortable time for Yu Jia. After a while of silence, Chang Hai ran over in a panic. General, the enemy is coming. Then, the drums of war sounded. Yu Jia stood up with a bang. Great. Here we go again. I'm going to fight this little bastard myself. Because she exerted too much force. She felt dizzy and her body was swaying. Lin Gongxuan quickly supported her. Why are you in a hurry? I'm here. The opponent was changed this time. Su Jingyang was dressed neatly, looking at the back in front of him with a depressed face. Is this the cavalry general you are talking about? Xiao Shiming's tone was full of excitement. That's him. He became famous at a young age and is brave and good at fighting. It's a great honor to see his heroic figure today. Su Jingyang rolled his eyes at him unhappily. Come on. Stop yelling. He watched Yu Jia tidy up Lin Gongxuan's armor. And he was furious. Who knows if this guy is just a show-off? Lin Gongxuan rode his horse to the tower without saying a word. He Laishio looked closely and saw that it was not Su Jingyang from yesterday. So he laughed. Is the great Zhou afraid, or has no one left? He looked up and down at Lin Gongxuan. And a chill rose in his heart. People who have been on the battlefield for many years exude pressure all over their bodies. He Laishio knew at a glance that this person was unusual. But he couldn't show his cowardice. It was a necessary procedure to make harsh words before challenging the enemy. And he absolutely couldn't lose in this process. You are just a yellow-haired boy. Do you need other people to come forward? Lin Gongxuan sneered. You are not enough to fill my teeth. So there is no need to trouble others. You? He Laishio was furious. You? He looked at the man in front of him and didn't look like a pretty boy. So he didn't know how to describe him. Lin Gongxuan lost his patience at this time and started to attack directly. He Laishio calmed down and raised his scimitar to fight. At this sight, everyone saw the difference. Su Jingyang's moves have always followed He Laishio's ideas. Although he can deal with it, it is reluctant. Lin Gongxuan is different. He is in a dominant position in the battle between the two. Every move was teasing He Laishio. Lin Gongxuan raised his hand, and He Laishio used his knife to block it. Who knew that Lin Gongxuan's real intention was to attack He Laishio, who had no chance to defend himself. However, in the blink of an eye, Lin Gongxuan had arrived in front of He Laishio with the sound of wind and thunder. The latter was unable to dodge, and felt the string in his brain suddenly tightened, causing the tendons in his body to twitch. The dull pain in his abdomen stimulated his nerves all over his body. This was the second time that He Laishio lost in front of the Jizhou military camp after Yu Jia. A good man will not suffer a loss in front of him. And He Laishio knew this truth no matter how unwilling he was. He hurriedly led his troops to retreat. It was not until the Tatars were far away that the soldiers of the Jizhou military camp reacted. Did we win? This victory undoubtedly swept away the haze of the previous days. And everyone was excited. General. We won. Yu Jia stared at the man in front of the city gate, his face full of pride. This is the man she loves. Lin Gongxuan seemed to have sensed it. He turned his horse, and saw Yu Jia on the city wall. There seemed to be an invisible line in the sight of the two, intertwined with love, stretching endlessly. General. It's time to withdraw the troops. Yu Jia looked at the person who came with a bad temper. Did he have any eyes? Su Jingyang's eyes were filled with anger, and his face was full of impatience. Yu Jia hissed. I am not impatient. So why are you impatient? Sound the horn and call off the troops. Back in the yard, Yu Jia and Lin Gongxuan sat at the stone table. There was a pot on the stone table, and the mutton was bubbling in the pot. Bad boy. Today is so refreshing. The Jizhou military camp hasn't been so proud for a long time. Lin Gongxuan picked up a piece of mutton for Yu Jia. You have to be careful of this guy. You also saw that? Yu Jia paused, then picked up the mutton and started eating. Well, this guy is not simple. He Lai is not a big family in Beima. He can get to this point. So he must have some skills. Lin Gongxuan nodded in agreement. You can't play by the rules when fighting him. Yu Jia knew it. But her body didn't allow her to do so now. He Laishio suffered a loss this time. I'm afraid the next step will not be to challenge, but to attack the city directly. Chapter 408. A handsome man and a beautiful woman. No matter how reluctant he was, Lin Gongxuan still had to go back to the Pingyuan military camp. Yu Jia pulled Lin Gongxuan and cried. Everyone thought that Yu Jia was reluctant to let Lin Gongxuan go. And Fang Dashan laughed at her. You are so old and still crying. People will laugh at you if they see you. Yu Jia didn't care. I don't want you to leave. Chang Haier pulled Fang Dashan and others to make room for the two of them. Yu Jia couldn't stop crying. And even Lin Gongxuan thought that Yu Jia was reluctant to let him go. I will find time to come later. Don't cry. Dashan is right. You are a general now. People will laugh at you if they see you. Yu Jia knew very well that the time they had together was running out. To be exact, her time was running out. Now, Yu Jia cherished the time they spent together. The less we met, the more we met. Bastard. Come to my place more often in the future. You don't fight there. So you can come often. You can also come secretly. Just by yourself. Without Dashan. What nonsense! Lin Gongxuan touched Yu Jia's head. I will find a chance to come often. But I can't come secretly. Yu Jia knew that if she delayed any further, she would only be more reluctant to leave. She pushed Lin Gongxuan out of the courtyard. You go! After saying that, he actually closed the courtyard door. Lin Gongxuan smiled bitterly. Then I'm leaving. You are not allowed to cry anymore. Yu Jia leaned against the door, crying uncontrollably. Lin Gongxuan left anyway, and Yu Jia was a little depressed. General, you should eat something. How can you live without food? Go Sheng persuaded Yu Jia gently, and Yu Jia shook her head gently. Put it there first. I have no appetite. Yu Jia looked at the map carefully, and she thought of a perfect battle plan. Since Lin Gongxuan said that the person was not simple, he was naturally not an ordinary person. The battle plan must be taken seriously, at least to annihilate the enemy in one fell swoop. Go Sheng reluctantly took the already cold food away. Lu Kuifeng was a little worried. General, how can you go on like this? Yu Jia turned a deaf ear to him. Military advisor, how about we put the battlefield in Lanjiagu? She pointed to Lanjiagu on the map. The crops are now ripe. As long as they are harvested in time, we can take action. Lu Kuifeng was a little embarrassed. This needs to be discussed with the Jizhou City Guard. If the crops are harvested now, the yield will definitely decrease. It depends on whether the Jizhou City Guard can make a choice. If we don't plan ahead, when the war breaks out, the crops will be destroyed even more. Military advisor, this matter is left to you, and you must do the work of the Jizhou City Guard. Yu Jia has already made up his mind about this matter, and the war must be brought forward. Now He Laishio is injured, and I believe that those who are thoughtful in their camp will definitely become active. This is a good opportunity to attack. Yu Jia's guess was right. The Tatar camp was in chaos. What are you doing? The general is recovering from his injuries. Do you want to rebel? He Laishio's adjutant blocked the camp officer who came to comfort him, and he was a little embarrassed. If you want to rebel, pray that you can succeed. Otherwise, the general is not a vegetarian. Tuoba Anya sneered repeatedly. It is enough for Eliseo, a civilian boy, to climb to this position today. What? He still wants to go down in history? That depends on how tough his life is. The adjutant drew his sword and pointed it at him. If you take another step forward, don't blame me for being blind. What are you yelling about? Eliseo lifted the curtain and walked out. And Tuoba Anya and the others looked at each other. Didn't they say that if you were injured in a vital part, you would die soon? Looking at Eliseo, he was in high spirits, but his face was a little pale, and he didn't look like he would die soon. Did you hear that this general is terminally ill, and there is no way to save him? Do you believe the things that disturb the morale of the army? Eliseo said lazily and carelessly. Don't worry. This general's life is tough. How can this knife end it? Tuoba Anya and his men retreated in fear. But it was too late. Are you scared? Didn't you want to see what happened to this general? Are you disappointed to see this general alive and well? Tuoba Anya shook his head repeatedly. No. No. A madman can't explain himself to the soldiers. Eliseo was too lazy to talk nonsense with them. Come here. Tuoba Anya wants to rebel. Drag him out and behead him immediately. Tuoba Anya was horrified. Eliseo, you dare. If you kill me, the Tuoba family will not let you go. Eliseo waved his hand. Drag him away. He was too lazy to argue with those old scholars. Now Bama is in need of people. So what's the harm even if I kill 2 people? As for the reckoning later, we have to see if they have the ability to do it. After the others were taken away, Eliseo covered his wound. His injury was really serious. The doctor said that if it was 2 inches higher, there would be no way to save him. Soon, Lukuafing replied to Yujia. The governor of Jizhou ordered the crops near Lanjiagu to be harvested overnight. Good job. The military advisor is really capable. Lukuafing bowed. It's the general who has a good plan. And the governor of Jizhou has a pattern. Oh, the pattern is all in place. You have learned a lot of new words from Changhair recently. Right? Yujia burst into laughter. Lukuafing's old face immediately turned red. Hey, you are all young people. I can't fall behind. The people of Jizhou City acted quickly. They were very active when they heard that they needed to vacate the battlefield to fight the Tartars. Seeing this situation, they wanted to go to the battlefield to kill the Tartars themselves. Within 2 days, the crops around Lanjiagu had been harvested. Yu Jia ordered Xiao Shiming and Xian Jihao to attack together. This time, the large army gathered and pressed towards the Tartar camp. Changhair notified Su Jingyang to meet near the Tartar camp. If the Tartars don't come out this time, they will set fire. Su Jingyang looked at the torch in his hand and was very depressed. He said he was going to set a fire, and he actually prepared a torch. This time, Yu Jia wanted to make sure that nothing could go wrong. Seeing Su Jingyang was a little awkward. Chang Haier patted his shoulder. Did you see General Lin's brave figure and be overwhelmed by him? Su Jingyang pulled Chang Haier's hand away. What nonsense are you talking about? Chang Haier naturally despised Su Jingyang's hypocrisy. Of course, he also knew that Su Jingyang was a little jealous of Yu Jia and Lin Gongxuan. Hey, General Lin became famous at a young age, and his skills were extraordinary. So he was naturally admired. Our general is not bad either. They are a perfect match. After saying this, Chang Haier almost bit off his tongue. Ha ha ha. For example, he didn't know what kind of waves this sentence would stir up in Su Jingyang's heart. Su Jingyang had been feeling sick for some time, and he actually had feelings for a man. Chapter 409, Arson. It's not that he didn't suspect Lin Erju. Through his careful observation, Lin Erju's habits are no different from those of women. It's because he and Su Liangbi have been together since childhood and understand women better. But every time he was sure that Lin Erju was a woman, he overturned it himself. How could a woman go to the battlefield to kill the enemy? How could a woman be a general? Besides, she, Lin Erju, was a general without roots appointed by the emperor himself. If she was really a woman, could she deceive the emperor? But this time, he heard Chang Haier's words in person. What did you say? Talented man and beautiful woman? The general is a woman? Chang Haier's panic could not escape Su Jingyang's eyes. Oh, look at me. I'm talking like this. I'm wrong. I'm wrong. Isn't my mouth bald? Chang Haier put on a mysterious expression. Don't you think our general is too effeminate? Hey, after being injured there, he became more and more effeminate. Chang Hai's words seemed to Su Jingyang to be a cover-up. He must find an opportunity to confirm what he thought. In the evening, Yu Jia asked Su Jingyang to discuss the battle. And the opportunity came. The vanguard camp and the cavalry camp did not lead the Tatars out of the barracks. And it's up to you next. Yu Jia did not hear Su Jingyang's response. She looked away from the map and saw Su Jingyang staring at her motionlessly. She looked at herself. She was dressed neatly today, and there was nothing wrong with her. Captain Su, what's wrong with you? Su Jingyang retracted his gaze. I obey your orders. General, there is something I don't understand. Please help me solve it. Yu Jia didn't care. She rubbed her aching waist and sat down. You can talk about it. Su Jingyang looked far away and pursed his lips. General, have you ever heard of talented women? Yu Jia was puzzled. What kind of talented women do you mean? The great lord of the Nanman should be a talented woman. Su Jingyang shook his head. The status of Nanman women has always been high. Women can freely find jobs to survive. I also heard that their superiors want to build a women's team. This is true. Yu Jia also heard it. Mu Yinjin was appointed as the Grand Sima of the Nanman. And the first thing she did was to recruit female soldiers. Well, you have strategy. Su Jingyang's eyes jumped. General, do you think women can join the army? Why not? Women can hold up half the sky. Yu Jia didn't care. It might rain in the next 2 days. And her old wound hurt a little. She rubbed the wound and said slowly, what's the difference between men and women if we can kill the enemy? Su Jingyang took 2 steps forward, looked at Yu Jia's fair face and smooth throat, and swallowed his saliva. General, do you think women can also make achievements? Of course. Yu Jia felt something was wrong at this time. She raised her eyes to look at Su Jingyang, found that the latter was looking at her neck with burning eyes. Why are you looking at me like that? Yu Jia retracted her hand that was rubbing the wound and touched her neck to cover up. Ouch. My throat hurts these 2 days. Cough cough. General, take care of yourself. You are so weak. Even I suspect you are a woman. Ha ha ha. Yu Jia laughed exaggeratedly. Su Jingyang, you have learned to tell jokes to this general. It's okay if others say I'm a woman. But if you say it again, this general will be angry. Su Jingyang's doubts were finally resolved. And he laughed. This laugh from the heart blinded Yu Jia's dog eyes. What a handsome young man. General, you are right. How can you be a woman? Su Jingyang turned and walked out. And Yu Jia looked puzzled. Why are you leaving? I haven't seen enough. When Chang Hai came in, he saw Yu Jia with a confused face. What's wrong with the general? Yu Jia shook his head. Su Jingyang is a little abnormal today. Chang Hai's heart suddenly beat. And he asked hesitantly, why, what's wrong? When has he ever been normal? Today he actually asked me if women can enter the military camp. Clang. The teapot in Chang Hai's hand fell to the ground and broke. He looked at Yu Jia with horror. He really asked that? What's wrong with you? Su Jingyang is not normal. And you are not normal today? Yu Jia was a little surprised. Is there something strange between the two? Chang Hai picked up the fragments on the ground in a panic. No. Nothing. I just asked casually. How should he tell Yu Jia that he let the cat out of the bag today? How to explain that Su Jingyang has already doubted Yu Jia's identity? Yu Jia was already worried enough. And Chang Hai didn't want to make him worry anymore. Since the trouble started from him, he should end it. When Chang Hai came to find Su Jingyang, he was not surprised at all. Are you here because the general is here to see me? Su Jingyang looked at Chang Hai with a smile, which made Chang Hai uneasy. Captain Su, what did you say to the general today? Su Jingyang still remembered what Chang Hai said 2 days ago. Oh, I asked the general today if there was a man who liked her. You said that our general is so charming that he can attract both men and women. Hearing this, Chang Hai has concluded that Su Jingyang knows that Yu Jia is a woman. Seeing Su Jingyang sitting lazily on the chair, Chang Hai was furious. Captain Su, it's no big deal whether our general likes men or women. The important thing is that she is now the general of the Jizhou military camp. The war is urgent now. I hope the general can put the overall situation first. Oh, what do you mean by that? Can this captain ask the general whether he likes men or women? Su Jingyang slowly picked up the teacup and drank the tea. The more anxious Chang Hai was, the calmer he was. What does it have to do with this captain if she likes men or women? Su Jingyang put the teacup heavily on the table. Let's talk about it after the war is over. Chang Hai gritted his teeth and said word by word, okay. Let's talk about it after the war is over. Since the vanguard camp and the cavalry camp did not achieve combat effectiveness, Su Jingyang had to go out. The other 2 battalion officers had already diverted their attention, and he was doing things very smoothly. This time the fire did not burn the Tatar camp, but a big fire broke out not far from the camp. General, a big fire broke out 2 miles away from the camp. Should we move the camp? He Laishio sat up. This matter is a fraud. Let's carefully identify it first. But the adjutant was a little anxious. But this fire may soon burn the camp. Send someone to put out the fire. He Laishio was a little upset. He knew that the soldiers of the great Zhou dynasty were cheating, but he could do nothing about it. Soon, someone came to report that the fire was too strong, and they could not intervene at all. Knowing that there was a trick, He Laishio had to order the camp to move. There were people disturbing the front again. And for a while, the Tatar camp was still in chaos. Chapter 410 Fall. Gun smoke filled the air. Shouts and cries shook the sky, and the 2 sides of the battlefield clashed fiercely. Su Jingyang thought of the majestic figure in front of the city gate, and he sped up his hands. The long sword collided with the armor, making a harsh sound, and the long sword was drawn out, and the hot blood spurted out and splashed on his face. According to the battle plan previously formulated by Yu Jia and Lu Kuifeng, the soldiers of the infantry battalion fought and retreated to lead the Tatars to the direction of Lanjiagu. He Laishio walked out of the tent under the protection of his personal guards. It didn't take a moment for him to find the clue. Wait! The personal guards didn't understand. General, let's leave the tent quickly. He Laishio raised his hand to interrupt him. Inform the soldiers of the vanguard camp not to fight and retreat to the north. The guards looked at the soldiers rushing to the south, and then looked at the north. General, if we change direction at this time, there may be a stampede. What nonsense! Hurry up and pass the order. He Laishio's face was gloomy, and his wound was torn again. The guards had no choice but to pass the order quickly. Su Jingyang gradually found something wrong. It was obviously going smoothly at the beginning. Why did they suddenly change direction? At this time, he saw He Laishio, who was surrounded in the middle. He Laishio also found Su Jingyang. The old rivals were particularly jealous when they met. Su Jingyang ordered his guards to lead the Tatar soldiers in the predetermined direction, and he went to kill He Laishio. The guard shouted, Captain! Su Jingyang could no longer see anyone else, and all he could think about was Yu Jia. If he tried harder, would he be able to catch that person's eye? He wanted to stand in front of her with dignity. He Laishio saw that Su Jingyang was coming with bad intentions, so he quickly drew his sword and jumped up. However, he did not attack Su Jingyang on the horse, but cut off the horse's leg. Su Jingyang did not expect him to do this, and he fell off the horse in a panic. He barely managed to stand firm, and the scimitar came through the air. Dang! The 2 men's swords collided. You are a defeated general, and you dare to provoke me? Su Jingyang did not say anything back. He kept Yu Jia's instructions in mind. He must not be led astray by this man. He calmed his mind and made careful moves. He Laishio saw that Su Jingyang was unmoved, so he used his strength and changed his moves. While dealing with He Laishio, Su Jingyang paid attention to the direction of the soldier's escape. With a swish, he was hit on the arm. It's not a good time to be distracted now. He Laishio laughed loudly, and Su Jingyang was furious. He tried his best to get it back. The more anxious he was, the more flustered his men's movements became. He Laishio smiled and swung his sword into Su Jingyang's body. Su Jingyang looked down at the long sword that had sunk into his abdomen, gritted his teeth, and swung his sword into He Laishio's heart. Blood gushed out from Su Jingyang's lips, and he laughed triumphantly. Kill one and get one free. It's worth it. He Laishio was a little shocked. When did this pedantic kid become so smart? You did it on purpose? Deliberately revealing a flaw. Deliberately luring him to attack. Su Jingyang laughed like He Laishio did just now. This is called deception in war. He Laishio was angry and said, What kind of deception is this? You're hurting yourself by 1,000 and hurting the enemy by 800. Su Jingyang didn't care whether he was 800 or 1,000. He turned his head and looked at the soldiers who were gradually going up the route, and heaved a sigh of relief. Killing He Laishio and completing the mission. This trip was worth it. Gradually, his vision became blurred. It must be a dream. Otherwise, he wouldn't have seen Lin Erju coming. Not to mention, Lin Erju's anxious look looked more moving. I'm so tired. Even more tired than being forced to run when I first came to the military camp. Then take a break. Yu Jia hurriedly dismounted, chopped at the guards beside He Laishio, and supported Su Jingyang, who was about to fall. Su Jingyang. She was anxious, touching the long knife in his belly. At a loss. He Laishio had been escorted away by his guards. Yu Jia held back her tears and helped Su Jingyang lie on the ground. Su Jingyang's eyes gradually became clear, and he tried to open his eyes wide. Am I dreaming? Yu Jia didn't know what he meant. Don't talk. Don't close your eyes. Let's go back to find the doctor. Your brother-in-law is the prince. If they dare not save you, the prince will let them be buried with you. Her words were urgent and fast, like pearls falling into a jade plate. It's so damn nice. Su Jingyang chuckled. Lin Erju, I've fallen into your hands in this life. He raised his hand and covered Yu Jia's hand. I should have known it earlier. I should have tried harder earlier. Yu Jia signaled him not to talk anymore, and she asked Chang Haier beside her to take Su Jingyang back to the Jizhou military camp. Chang Haier looked at the long knife on Su Jingyang and didn't know where to start. General. This? Su Jingyang interrupted them. Lin Erju. Today I killed He Laishio and led the soldiers into Lanjiagu. Do you think I did a good job? As soon as he opened his mouth, blood gushed out again. Yu Jia's tears burst out, and she couldn't hold back anymore. Good. You did a good job. You can kill such a powerful person. You are really amazing. Su Jingyang laughed. And just laughed twice before he started coughing violently. Yu Jia looked at the long knife on his abdomen and knew that his lungs were injured. Save your energy. We'll go back to Jizhou military camp. Su Jingyang's men grabbed Yu Jia's hand. Lin Erju. Do you know what I mean? How could Yu Jia not know? The passionate young man used the most passionate emotions to complete her plan. How could she not be moved? Su Jingyang. I know. Don't say anything more. You have to live well, so that you have the opportunity to meet a better woman than me. Su Jingyang's strength gradually disappeared, and he couldn't even hold Yu Jia's hand. Maybe there is no chance. He no longer had the strength to speak. Yu Jia shouted. Chang Haier. Hurry up. Send him back to Jizhou military camp. Su Jingyang was a big man. How could Chang Haier move him? Helplessly, he could only send Gosheng and Chang Haier to escort him back. General, what are you going to do? Gosheng was a little reluctant. How could Su Jingyang be compared with Yu Jia? Yu Jia stood up and drew his long knife. I have to send them all to Lanjiagu. The people of Jizhou made such a great sacrifice. How could they fail? Yu Jia mounted his horse and galloped towards the enemy at the northern fork. The Tatar soldiers in front had already reached Lanjiagu, and more than half of them were killed or wounded in this easy-to-defend and difficult-to-attack terrain. Yu Jia saw that the remaining Tatar soldiers were increasing, and there was no absolute chance of winning to destroy the enemy with the people she brought. Even if there was a chance of winning, the casualty rate would definitely increase. And she shouted with a thought in her mind. Your commander He Laishio has died, and you have become scattered soldiers. Why don't you surrender quickly? Chapter 411 Promotion? The Tatar soldiers were a little flustered, and some of them were brave enough to speak out in rebuttal. Let's not listen to her. And don't disturb the morale of the army. Yu Jia stretched out his left hand to aim at the soldier, and pulled the mechanism with his right hand, and the arrow shot out from the crossbow. The soldier fell to the ground in response, and Yu Jia shouted again. Those who surrender will not be killed. Otherwise they will be killed without mercy. The Tatar soldiers looked at each other. They gradually believed Yu Jia's words. Some people saw that He Laishio was injured. And even if he was not injured, he was no longer on the battlefield at this time. Voila! 1, 2, 3. The remaining Tatar soldiers surrendered. Yu Jia rubbed his aching chest with his hands. Now it depends on how Lu Kuifeng ends up. Most of the Tatar soldiers were killed after entering the Wild Wolf Valley. This battle became the battle with the most enemy troops in the history of the Great Zhou dynasty. The Great Zhou diary says, on a day in the winter month, General Wu Gan went into battle despite being ill to save Jingyang. And it became a good story to kill the enemy and capture prisoners. When Yu Jia saw the Great Zhou diary later, she fell to the ground in anger. This is what those literati and scholars dreamed of. I went to investigate because I saw that they were late. Who went there to save Su Jingyang? You are really slandering me. Lin Gongxuan sneered. Going into battle despite being ill? I feel very tired today. Please trouble General Wugan to cook while he is ill. The weather is very good today. Can General Wugan go to the fields to do laundry while he is ill? The sun is shining today. Why don't General Wugan go to the fields to plant vegetables while he is ill? Yu Jia. With illness. It once became Lin Gongxuan's motto, which annoyed Yu Jia. A few words of understatement could not describe the thousands of tragic scenes on the battlefield. Old Xia. How is Su Jingyang? Yu Jia looked at Old Xia's expression. Old Xia gently closed the medicine box and shook his head. Why? Is there no way to save him? Yu Jia stood up and trembled all over. How can this be? Old Xia picked up the medicine box and stepped forward. What does my shaking head mean? Captain Su's condition is not optimistic. Yu Jia was delighted. Did the knife miss the vital part by 2 inches? Su Jingyang will definitely turn danger into safety. She read the storybooks where the protagonist was seriously injured and turned danger into safety. Lao Xia actually nodded. Yu Jia's heart had just been put at ease. But what Lao Xia said next made Yu Jia fall to the bottom again. Whether he can wake up depends on Captain Su's luck. Yu Jia didn't ask any more questions, as someone came from the palace. Su Jingyang is the younger brother of the Crown Prince's consort, so the Crown Prince will naturally send someone to comfort him. Among them are experienced imperial doctors. Sir, how is the situation? The answer given by the imperial doctor was the same as Lao Xia's. Yu Jia looked at Su Jingyang lying lifeless on the bed, and she was filled with emotion. When she first entered the Jizhou military camp, this person caused her the most trouble. But now, he has helped her the most. You must survive. You must survive. Su Jingyang was still between life and death, and his promotion edict had been conveyed. This is the second wave of people from the capital. If the situation permits, Dr. Su and his family may also come. Fortunately, the military camp is now under strict control, so they did not take any other actions. Yu Jia knelt on the ground to receive the edict for Su Jingyang. By the will of heaven, the emperor decrees. Su Jingyang is brave and good at fighting. Brave and fierce. And defeated the Tatars to defend the territory. Specially conferred the title of a brave general to show the emperor's grace. The eunuch put away the imperial edict and handed it to Yu Jia. General Lin. The emperor sympathized with General Su's serious injury and specifically asked him to recover before returning to Beijing to take up his post. Yu Jia looked at the imperial edict in her hand, with mixed feelings. Thank you, eunuch. After she ordered Chang Hire to reward the eunuch, she returned to Su Jingyang's bedside. What do you think the emperor's title of general is for? Don't we have to wait until you wake up? Yu Jia unfolded the imperial edict and read the font on it word by word. There were not many words, and Yu Jia read it over and over again. If you wake up, you can return to Beijing to take up your post. Isn't this what you have always dreamed of? It's bitter cold at the border. How can it be as comfortable as the prosperous place of the capital? Unfortunately, Su Jingyang on the bed remained indifferent. Yu Jia sighed and put away the imperial edict. Su Jingyang, you should get well soon. The news of Su Jingyang's promotion spread throughout the Jizhou military camp. The people in the military camp started to talk again. This prince's brother-in-law is really extraordinary. He was promoted to a general. Our generals were promoted step by step. Really incomparable. Another person sneered. Haven't you heard that it's easy to be an official if someone is in the court? He has a background. If you have the ability, you will be stabbed by the enemy. Yu Jia joined the conversation calmly. Seeing Yu Jia coming, several people wanted to scatter. Go Sheng stopped them from behind. Yu Jia sneered and continued. If you have the guts, you will also be stabbed and lie on the bed with your life or death uncertain. Even when the enemy challenges you, you are not so capable. Several people were anxious and knelt on the ground. I said something without thinking. I know I was wrong. Know what I said? Yu Jia stood up. You apologized because you were afraid of the authority of this general. And you didn't realize that there was anything wrong with what you said. Su Jingyang was born well and has a background. This is his fate. She thought of Su Jingyang's pale face, and the anger in her heart could no longer be stopped. Besides, he has a good family background. But he is actually capable. Unlike you, who have no good family background. No background. No ability. But have time to gossip here. The people this general despises the most in his life are people like you. Come here. These few people are talking about the superiors in private, and they will be beaten with 10 military sticks. If they do it again, they will be kicked out of the camp. Several people cried out in pain and begged for mercy one after another. If I had known this, why did I do it in the first place? This is the prince's fiefdom. The prince's territory. Su Jingyang is the prince's man. How dare they talk about others here? Apart from this point, what Yu Jia can't stand the most is to say bad things about people with military merits. Even after beating up these people, Yu Jia still felt gloomy. She came to Su Jingyang's bed again. Hey, Su Jingyang. I just beat up a few people who said bad things about you. Maybe no one will dare to say you came in through the back door in the future. When you wake up, remember to thank me. Hey! Yu Jia crossed her arms. Su Jingyang. Why did you use such extreme means for no reason? You don't know how ridiculous it was when I saw you and He Laishio stabbing each other. Two stubborn guys. Still stubborn after being stabbed. Yu Jia blinked her eyes and held back the sourness in her nose. Su Jingyang. You must be well. I still want to drink the wine you bought in the future. Chapter 412, Breakup. The battle between De Zhou and Bai Mo was in full swing. And Jin Feng could not sit still. In the past, when Li Yansheng was deposed, Li Yansheng might succeed him. And he could get some benefits because of Li Yuanyuan. Now, he can't get any benefits at all. And he has a trouble. Li Yuanyuan hooked up with a guard from nowhere. And now she is pregnant. If he dealt with her like this, it would be impossible. But he could only keep this news in the palace. How could he announce it to the outside world? Isn't this a slap in his face? Li Yuanyuan must have known this for sure. So she was so unscrupulous. But if he was asked to be a cuckold, how could he swallow this breath? Li Yuanyuan looked at the medicine in Jin Feng's hand and sneered. Jin Feng, do you think I will drink this abortion medicine? Jin Feng put the medicine bowl on the table and waved his hand slowly to let the palace servants leave. Li Yuanyuan, do you think I will let you give birth to this child? Humph! The uncontrollable anger swept towards Li Yuanyuan with a biting coldness. Even if you give birth to the child, then what? Don't think I can't do anything to you. Li Yuanyuan laughed loudly when she heard it. And the sharp laughter filled the empty palace. Jin Feng frowned and laughed. Damn it. I don't know what's wrong with her, or she thinks she's okay again. That's right. The belly is big. Isn't it okay? Jin Feng. Jin Feng. If you have a way to touch me, you won't keep me until now. Right? Li Yuanyuan saw Jin Feng's panic. She said word by word. I am the princess of De Zhou. How dare you touch me? Princess of De Zhou? Jin Feng gritted her teeth and said. See if De Zhou has the heart to control you. De Zhou is at war with Baimao in the north and Nanman in the south. Tell me, if I make any more moves, what will De Zhou do? Li Yuanyuan looked up coldly. What are you going to do? Do you also want to take advantage of the chaos to send troops? Jin Feng did not deny it. Why? I can't. Li Yuanyuan put her skinny hand on her belly. You can't. You are in marriage with the Great Zhou. And the Great Zhou is not in alliance with you now. And you still want to get a share of the pie? Seeing that Li Yuanyuan's rhythm was disrupted by him, Jin Feng was very pleased. What? Are you scared? The original purpose of the marriage was to work together. But I have changed my mind now. Jin Feng stood up and looked down at Li Yuanyuan. Li Yuanyuan, I advise you to be honest. In this palace, since you want to have a child, I will fulfill your wish. But if you want to be honored by your son, I advise you not to daydream. Jin Feng left with a wave of his sleeves. And Li Yuanyuan slowly calmed down. His intention was to make Li Yuanyuan give birth to the child. And as long as she gave birth to the child, she would find ways to let De Zhou know. Only in this way, Jin Feng would not touch the mother and the child. Thinking of the news revealed to her by the guard, Li Yuanyuan laughed. Since the Nanman can produce a Mu Yinjin, then the Uyghurs can also produce a Li Yuanyuan. When did you find out that something was wrong? Mu Zhaoling carefully recalled what had happened during this period of time. It seemed that Mu Yinjin changed his mind since returning from the palace. She was willing to be imprisoned by him in the general's mansion just to make him careless. Mu Zhaoling suddenly realized and regretted it. General, you don't have to blame yourself. The war was tense at that time. And none of us thought that the lady would have such thoughts. Now, no one can mobilize the army without Mu Yinjin's token. Mu Zhaoling has suffered several defeats. Has there been any news from the great Alfu? The adjutant shook his head. No. In the past few days, Mu Zhaoling has been rejected for submitting letters one after another. How can we fight this war if the soldiers cannot be mobilized? King, let's go to the Great Show to negotiate peace. The king was shocked when he heard this. What? A Ling? Are you kidding me? The king was panicked and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, the eunuch beside him stabilized his body. Otherwise, he might be the first king in the history of the southern barbarians to fall to death. Are you helpless even this time? Muscling snorted coldly. What else can I do? If the king hadn't appointed Mu Yinjin as the Grand Marshal, how could the military power fall into her hands? The king pushed the eunuch away and staggered to Musling. I thought you were husband and wife. And giving her the military power would be the same as giving it to you. Besides, you saw that the situation was urgent that day. If you don't do this, it will be difficult to save face. That being said, Musling disagreed. You also know that Mu Yinjin is financially strong. And giving her the military power would be the same as handing over the entire Nanman to her? Then why didn't you stop me at that time? The king was so angry that he trembled all over. If you had said something, I wouldn't have been so careless. Mu Xiaoling paused. Maybe he had the same idea as the king at that time. He still thought Mu Yinjin was that innocent little girl. And he could just coax her. Unfortunately, things are different now. The Great Ao. The king has sent people to negotiate peace with the Great Zhou. The weather was getting colder. And Mu Yinjin's body was getting heavier and heavier. And she became more and more lazy. She nestled in the silk quilt, feeling so comfortable. Negotiation? Since they acted so quickly. It's not my fault. When the news of the peace talks between the Nanman and the Nanman reached the capital, the court was in an uproar. Li Guoli's face was flushed. Well, the third brother has the style I had back then. Ordered Liang Shuqi, the assistant minister of the Ministry of War, as the imperial envoy to immediately go to Bashu to negotiate peace with the Nanman. Things went very smoothly, and Li Yinshao took the opportunity to take back the mustard seed city. The Nanman ceded land and asked for compensation, which naturally came from the Nanman treasury. What is this? The king was furious. It's really an insult to our ancestors. Mu Xiaoling was suspended from his post and left at home. At this time, Mu Yinjin came to the general's mansion. How dare you come? Mu Xiaoling wanted to pull out Mu Yinjin's tendons and bones to relieve his hatred. Why can't I come? I'm still the general's wife now. Mu Yinjin dressed up and was content. Mu Xiaoling looked at Mu Yinjin seriously, with jewels and precious stones. And she looked intimidating without anger. How could she look like the young girl she was back then? Mu Yinjin, have you achieved your goal? Mu Yinjin shook her head. This is just the beginning? It's just that I didn't expect you to surrender so quickly. After all, in my impression, you are the extraordinary general. Mu Xiaoling felt as if a knife was cutting his heart. And the blood was horrible. The battlefield he used to be proud of has now become a dagger that hurts him. Isn't it all your fault? You refuse to pay. Refuse to send troops. And without people and money, how could I fight this war? Is it my fault? Mu Yinjin suppressed her expression. The money was earned by my mother. It's a favor to give it to you. And it's my duty not to give it to you. Why do you take it for granted? My mother didn't pay. So you killed her cruelly. Chapter 413, Dead. Mu Xiaoling, what's the difference between you and a bandit? Faced with Mu Yinjin's hoarse questioning, Mu Xiaoling did not give in at all. Without Nanman, what would Nanman Dao be? It's just that each party takes what it needs. Your mother makes money. But it's only with the blessing of Nanman that she can do so smoothly. If she leaves Nanman, will she become Nanman Dao? My mother didn't pay? Mu Yinjin wanted to tear the ugly face of the man in front of him to pieces. In the past, my mother made up for the lack of military pay. My mother made up for the lack of salaries for civil and military officials. Even the money for the king to choose a concubine was paid by my mother. Even if the king is here, he wouldn't dare to say that. Thinking of a Yan's contribution to Nanman, Mu Yinjin's eyes quickly turned red. My mother did so much. Just because she didn't want to start another war and be silenced by you. May I ask, is there any place in the world where reason can be used? Mu Xiaoling was speechless. And Mu Yinjin touched her belly to stabilize her emotions. Mu Xiaoling, this is just the beginning. Mu Xiaoling became uneasy. What do you want to do? Mu Yinjin naturally ignored him, and turned around, and left the general's mansion. The weather was clear and cloudless. And it was time for Nanman to change. The economic lifeline and military strength of Nanman were in Mu Yinjin's hands. And she was like a fish in water now. When the women's army entered the palace, the king was not surprised at all. Oh! You are here? Mu Yinjin did not come out in person. and let him sign the abdication edict. During Mugwitia's reign, he fought wars year after year, and the people suffered, and the people were living in misery, thinking of his crimes and regretting it. I hereby abdicate at the instruction of the moon goddess. The edict was issued very hastily, and the civil and military officials were confused. The next day, Mu Yinjin ascended the throne. Seeing the ministers talking about it, Mu Yinjin did not stop it. This, Mu Yinjin, how can you be so bold? Mu Yinjin naturally ignored it. If she ignored it, naturally someone would come forward. Why is she so bold? Mu Lili fought fiercely. Since ancient times, the capable and the idle have been promoted to the throne in the Nanman. Didn't Mu Gutai abdicate because of his inaction? Mu Yinjin is now in charge of the Nanman's military and financial resources. Why can't she ascend the throne? Even so, someone still whispered, she is a woman. How can a woman be the head of a country? Since ancient times, there has been no precedent of a woman being the head of a country in the Nanman. Then I will be the first one. Mu Yinjin's voice was loud, and the huge palace fell silent. What's wrong with women than you men? You are men. Who is richer than me? Who is more powerful than me? The answer she got was silence. Mu Liali was the first to kneel down and salute. Your subject greets the king. Your subject greets the king. Gradually, some people knelt down and echoed. Mu Yinjin was very satisfied with the kneeling ministers. Of course, there were also those stubborn people who would never kneel. The female official next to her whispered in her ear, these are the subjects of Mu Xiaoling and Mu Shurha. In this case, it is not her fault. Early in the morning, the news of the bloodstained palace reached Mu Xiaoling and Mu Shurha. What? Mu Yinjin ascended the throne? Mu Shurha felt incredible. Did I hear it wrong? When did the Nanman change? His ears and eyes were blocked. So the news came slowly. Sir, Mu Yinjin ascended the throne today, Aben said softly. He was a little worried. Sir, should we leave this place? Mu Shurha and Mu Yinjin didn't have much contact, and the contact was related to Changhai. He thought there was no feud between the two. But this is what he thought. Mu Yinjin once heard Yu Jia tell a story, which roughly meant that the previous dynasty was destroyed, and the current dynasty let the former prince go because of softness. Who knew that the prince would raise the flag to restore the country and annihilate the current dynasty in one fell swoop? This kind of thing must not happen to her. When the women's army came to Mu Shurha's residence, he was at a loss. In recent days, the women's army has become Mu Yinjin's executioner to eliminate dissidents. The king has ordered Mu Shurha to rush to the palace and set off immediately. Abin stood in front of Mu Shurha. May I ask what reason the king has for ordering my master to go to the palace? The leader of the women's army answered expressionlessly. There is no reason. The king's order is an order. It doesn't make sense at all. One wants to take people away, and the other wants to stop them. As soon as they disagreed, they started fighting. These women soldiers were carefully selected by Mu Yinjin, and they are all good fighters. No matter how strong Abin's martial arts are, 2 fists can't beat 4 hands, and he was at a disadvantage in a short while. Stop, Mu Shurha said calmly. I will go with you and release Abin. Sir! Abin was pressed to the ground by several people, looking very embarrassed. No. Let's report to the general first. Mu Shurha shook his head. Mu Xiaoling might not be able to protect himself. When the women's army arrived at the general's mansion, the door was closed, and no one was seen. It took them a lot of effort to enter the mansion. After entering the mansion, they found that Mu Xiaoling had made a perfect plan. Looking at the soldiers ready to go, the women's army was not afraid. The king has ordered Mu Xiaoling to report to the palace. Mu Xiaoling was unmoved. Just you? The two sides were about to fight. Mu Xiaoling's men had been to the battlefield and had been through the gates of hell. How could the women's army be able to defeat them? No one was spared. Mu Yinjin was furious when she heard the news. Mu Xiaoling did not obey the king's orders, which was a rebellion. Come here. Order the General Yin Wu to arrest the rebel Mu Xiaoling and bring him to the palace. Unfortunately, Mu Xiaoling had already escaped. Mu Yinjin was annoyed. Why didn't she take action earlier? In the dungeon, Mu Yinjin carefully avoided the filth on the ground and came to Mu Shurha's cell. Mu Shurha leaned against the wall, raised his eyelids, and glanced at Mu Yinjin. Be careful. My lord. This is not a place for a woman like you to come. Mu Yinjin stopped and covered her mouth and nose with a handkerchief in disgust. After a long while, she spoke. What's wrong with a woman? A woman still put you in jail, and made you a prisoner. And Mu Xiaoling became a stray dog. Mu Shurha closed his eyes after hearing this. What's wrong? Are you stopping? This is not a good habit. Mu Shurha changed his posture, and made the chain rustle. The king should forgive others when he can. You are the king of a country now. How can you be so narrow-minded? Mu Yinjin laughed. Yes. You are all right. I am stingy if I don't send troops. And I am selfish if I don't pay. My mother was killed by Mu Xiaoling. And it is narrow-minded to avenge her. You have said all the good things. So I can't live. Chapter 414, did he know something? Mu Shurha was so speechless that he had to surrender. The king is right. You have the final say. This sentence successfully pleased Mu Yinjin. She laughed out loud. Lin Erju was right. The farts of the people standing at the top are fragrant. Mu Yinjin ignored the sarcasm in Mu Shurha's tone and continued. Mu Shurha. Mu Shurha. Mu Xiaoling is very close to you. He ran away like a stray dog. Why didn't he take you with him? Did he think you were worthless? Look. Mu Xiaoling is such a powerful person. Mu Shurha smiled bitterly and shook his head. He has given me a new life. No matter what you say, I don't blame him. Mu Yinjin snorted coldly. You are loyal to him. What a pity. Since you have fought for Namman, I will give you a chance. In your opinion, where can Mu Xiaoling go? Faced with Mu Yinjin's temptation, Mu Shurha was unmoved. I don't know. Mu Yinjin's eyes were red with anger. You don't know? Then I will wait until you know. Mu Shurha didn't care about his life or death. But he ignored the cruelty of women. In a moment, Aben was thrown in front of him by the jailer. Seeing Aben, who was no longer in human form, Mu Shurha crawled in front of him. Aben, how are you? Aben was tortured to the point that he had no strength to shout. But he still responded to Mu Shurha. My lord. I'm fine. Mu Shurha's heart was broken. How could he be fine? Aben's clothes were tattered. And scars and blood were everywhere. Aben. Is your leg? Aben forced a smile with difficulty. I'm fine. It's just a broken leg. It's not a big deal. The less he cared, the more heartbroken Mu Shurha was. However, he had to delay as much as possible. Mu Yinjin asked the jailer to execute the sentence in front of Mu Shurha. If Mu Shurha turned his head away, the jailer would force him to watch the execution. When the jailer was about to stab the sharp long knife into Aben's other leg, Mu Shurha could no longer bear it. Enough. I want to see the king. Sir. No. Mu Shurha shook his head at Aben. I want to see the king. When Mu Yinjin arrived, the mess on the ground had been cleaned up. What? Have you figured it out? Mu Yinjin smiled. Do you find that the person in front of you is the most important now? Mu Shurha closed his eyes. Uyghur. The smile on Mu Yinjin's face froze. What did you say? I hope you keep your promise and let us go. Mu Shurha closed his eyes after he finished speaking. I'm sorry, General. I hope you have arrived in Uyghur by now. All the blood in his body rushed to his head. And Mu Yinjin felt that he couldn't think. Mu Shurha, do you think I'm easy to fool? Mu Yinjin didn't want to believe him. We are mortal enemies with the Great Zhou. And the Uyghurs are relatives of the Great Zhou. How could they take in Mu Xiaoling? Mu Shurha didn't want to reveal more about Mu Xiaoling. Mu Yinjin quickly assembled the army and stood ready at the border between the Namman and the Uyghurs. At this time, the Uyghurs were holding a wedding. The bride and groom at the wedding were a little unbelievable. You crude barbarian. Don't think I will commit myself to you, Li Yuanyuan shouted. Mu Xiaoling pulled off the silk flowers on his body expressionlessly. Same here. Same here. The combination of the two was incredible. And what was even more incredible was that the Great Zhou had no objection to it. Since muzzling came to the Uyghurs, Jin Feng quickly reached an agreement with him to help him attack the Namman. As for the benefits, 1/3 of the cities of the Namman would be ceded to Jin Feng. The two hit it off and quickly formed an alliance. However, since it was an alliance, muzzling had to show sincerity. Jin Feng wrote to the Great Zhou on the grounds of the traditional customs of the Uyghurs, asking to give Li Yuanyuan to his younger brother. Yes, Muzzling's identity was Jin Feng's half-brother. Even though Muzzling was older than Jin Feng, Li Guoli was immersed in the joy of winning both the North-South War. So how could he care about Li Yuanyuan? He didn't even read the letter from the Uyghurs clearly before he annotated it approved. The two of them were on edge. You, a coward, were tricked by your own wife. You are like a stray dog. How can you be worthy of me? Li Yuanyuan spoke sarcastically, venting her anger, shame and helplessness. Museling paused and stopped taking off his clothes. Thank you. Thank you. Do you still think you are the high and mighty princess of the great show? You are just a shameless woman who had an affair with the guards to save her life and got pregnant with a bastard. Li Yuanyuan laughed. You are right. I am not the princess of the great show now. It's the bastard woman that you, muzzling, had to marry and was pregnant with a bastard. Muzzling threw the coat in his hand to the ground, grabbed Li Yuanyuan's collar and threw her to the ground. While Li Yuanyuan hadn't reacted yet, he kicked her like raindrops. Ah! Li Yuanyuan didn't react until she was kicked by Muzzling 10 times. Muzzling, you dare to hit me? Muzzling felt that the anger and grievance in his heart finally had an outlet at this moment. The king said that I should marry you. But he didn't say that I shouldn't hit you. You bitch. Liang Shuqi completed his mission and was going back to the capital. He came here to negotiate peace, which was a small matter, and the main purpose was to check the strength of the Nantung military camp. When leaving the capital, Li Yanqing had already told him to warn Li Yanxiao not to have any second thoughts. Your Highness, Prince of Qi, please stay. Let's say goodbye now. He bowed to Li Yanxiao. Li Yanxiao nodded. This time when I return to the capital, I will greet the prince. Liang Shuqi agreed. Your Highness, the prince misses the prince. And when he came, he told me about the interesting things you brothers did when you were young. Li Yanxiao's eyes moved slightly. Really? This made Liang Shuqi stunned for a moment. He was just being polite. Of course. Your Highness is full of emotion every time he mentions it. Now you brothers are far apart. It's difficult to have a drink together. His Royal Highness also said that he will wait for you in the capital until you are drunk. Li Yanxiao lowered his head, wondering what he was thinking. After a pause, Liang Shuqi continued. Your Highness, it's getting late. I have to hurry. Goodbye. After Liang Shuqi left, Li Yanxiao returned to the tent. This time, he won a great victory in the war against the Nanman. Li Guoli ordered him to choose a reward. Then let's go back to the capital. Unexpectedly, Li Yanxiao brought Ian with him this time. Your Highness, why do you want to bring Ian back to the capital? Li Chong really couldn't think of any reason. Li Yanxiao meant something. Only if you are with me can I feel at ease. Click. With a sound. Li Chong was shocked. Did the prince know something? Chapter 415 The Imperial Concubine Died. Li Chong and a Yin followed Li Yanxiao back to the capital trembling with fear. The capital had long since changed its appearance. At least that was how Li Yanxiao saw it. His years of military service had made him more alert than ordinary people. It was not until he actually met Li Yansheng that he realized where this vague danger came from. Oh! Third brother. We meet so soon! Li Yansheng's inexpressible smile fell into Li Yanxiao's eyes. The two hugged and laughed, looking like brothers with deep affection. Li Yansheng let go of Li Yanxiao and put his hand on his shoulder. Third brother. You have made a great contribution this time. We must celebrate today. Li Yanxiao looked very terrified. Your Highness, you are too kind. I heard that Jizhou won an overwhelming victory in the battle with Beima. Li Yansheng was overjoyed. Yes. Seeing him like this, Li Yanxiao knew that he was right. I heard that the emperor promoted the generals who made military achievements this time. The promoted person is Liangdi's brother from her mother's family. He is really a talent. Li Yansheng pulled Li Yanxiao to sit down in the room, and the servant quickly placed the brazier filled with charcoal next to them. Li Yanxiao stretched out his hand and placed it on top of the brazier. My brother knows how to enjoy it. Li Yansheng's eyes were stern, and he blurted it out. So what if he got promoted? Whether he came back alive or not is another matter. Li Yanxiao took back his hand, looking surprised. What happened? Seeing Li Yanxiao's expression, Li Yansheng felt a little regretful. Why did he blurt out this matter? Only Li Guoli and Li Yansheng knew that Su Jingyang was injured, and the news had been concealed. Li Yansheng did not respond. Humph. The Tartars' commander is not much better. I heard that he is still unconscious. Li Yanxiao understood that it turned out that both sides were injured in the fight. Third brother. What did the emperor say to you when you came back this time? Li Yansheng looked at him, and Li Yanxiao was surprised again. The emperor only asked me about the border, and did not mention other things. Li Yansheng breathed a sigh of relief. Third brother. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Come. Let's drink. Li Yanxiao's arrival seemed to break a certain balance, and various forces began to stir. Third brother. You are finally here. Li Yanqing was extremely excited. Do you know how many of us the prince has lost? He followed Li Yanxiao into the inner room. Seeing Li Yanxiao sit down calmly without any waves, Li Yanqing was very anxious. He stood beside Li Yanxiao. Third brother. Say something. Li Yanxiao picked up the teacup on the table, drank a sip slowly, and put the teacup on the table again. What do you want me to say? Say that we rise up to resist? He looked at Li Yanqing's anxious face and sighed. Yanqing, we are all sons of our father, and princes of the great Zhou. Why do we have to kill each other like this? Li Yanqing's chest rose and fell violently, and he looked at the person in front of him with some strangeness. Third brother. If that man is allowed to ascend the throne, we will surely die. I just want us to live. Li Yanxiao slapped the table. If the king wants his subjects to die, the subjects must die. The two parted unhappily, and Li Yanxiao came to the palace of the imperial concubine. Mother, how are you these days? The imperial concubine touched the cat in her arms. It's okay. Since your sister went to the Uyghurs, half of your heart has gone with her. The other half is in your hands. I don't know when you can let your mother hold a grandson. When the imperial concubine mentioned this matter in the past, Li Yanxiao would refute that it was too early. Now he said nothing. The imperial concubine noticed his abnormality and handed the cat in her hand to the nanny. Mother, I heard that you brought a woman back to Beijing this time? This is the first time you bring a woman back to Beijing. Li Yanxiao was a little surprised. Yes, it's the woman my son took in at the border. Is her family clean? Li Yanxiao shook his head. It's just a bed warmer anyway. The imperial concubine was disappointed. She was still thinking about picking a day to meet this woman. It seems that there is no need. Did the prince make things difficult for you when you returned to Beijing this time? The imperial concubine asked. She was a little worried. The palace has been uneasy recently, and she knew it was the queen's work. No. Li Yanxiao didn't think otherwise. However, he soon stopped thinking so. The next morning, someone in the palace sent a letter saying that the imperial concubine had passed away. Li Yanxiao didn't know how he got to the palace, and he didn't know how he got to the imperial concubine's palace. He only knew that the person who was talking to him yesterday was now lying on the bed motionless. What's going on? What's going on? The imperial physician had come to visit, and there was nothing unusual. It seemed that the imperial concubine had died of old age. Li Yanxiao was in a daze, keeping vigil for the imperial concubine and carrying the coffin for her. When everything was over, he sat slumped in the imperial concubine's palace and recalled the interesting things in his childhood. The imperial concubine had a prominent family background, and Li Yanxiao was not given to the queen to raise after he was born as usual. He grew up under the care of the imperial concubine. In his eyes, the imperial concubine was his solid backing. Now, this backing has also been disintegrated. How can he not be sad? Who is sneaking around there? The guards pulled out a person behind the screen, and Li Yanxiao looked closely and found that it was the maid next to the imperial concubine. Mammy, didn't you leave the palace? According to palace rules, the maids in the imperial concubine's palace were assigned to other palaces before the age limit. The elderly nanny can return to her hometown. The nanny's face was covered with tears, and she knelt on the ground. She seemed to be suppressing something in her crying. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, the death of the imperial concubine was not accidental. Li Yanxiao grabbed the nanny. What did you say? The nanny felt pain, but did not dodge. She raised her head and looked at Li Yanxiao. During the days when you were not back, the queen always gave the imperial concubine some soup. When the imperial concubine was a little reluctant, she would blame the prince. Although the imperial concubine asked the imperial physician to check these soups and found no problem. But the fact that there was no problem was the biggest problem. Your Majesty, the death of our imperial concubine must be related to the queen. Li Yanxiao let go of the nanny. Do you know what you mean by saying these words? The nanny kowtowed repeatedly. I guarantee with my life that the death of the imperial concubine must be related to the queen. Li Yanxiao narrowed his eyes and sent someone to come. He thought of the imperial concubine's hesitation yesterday, and his heart ached. If the problem had been discovered earlier, would it have been possible to prevent the tragedy from happening? Clang! You idiots! Knowing that the third brother has returned to the capital, why did you continue to do it? The queen was still not satisfied, and threw the colorful glass bottle in her hand over again. Fortunately, This palace is alert and has arranged for the imperial doctor. If there is any flaw, according to the temper of the third brother, he will definitely not let it go. Chapter 416 Nonsense. Nanny's one-sided statement alone doesn't prove anything. Li Yanxiao has been maneuvering around various forces in the palace, but has never gained anything. Grandpa, what do you think about this? The imperial master stroked his beard and nodded his shoulder. Li Yanxiao stood up and came behind the imperial master to press his shoulders. Since the crown prince was restored to the throne, he has been suppressing your and my followers like crazy. Your mother's death is of course related to him. Suddenly, the imperial master noticed that Li Yanxiao's fingers were exerting force. He patted Li Yanxiao's hand. Be patient. You don't need to bother to investigate this matter. Even if they find out something, how can they admit it? Zhao, Grandpa knows your character, but they are bullying you too much. Li Yanxiao turned around quickly and knelt down to the imperial teacher. Grandpa, it's my fault. If I had realized it earlier, my mother wouldn't have died. The imperial teacher burst into tears and helped Li Yanxiao up. It's not too late. It's not too late. As long as the prince hasn't ascended the throne, it's not too late for us. Li Guoli was a student taught by the imperial teacher, and he knew his temper very well. Zhao, you have to remember, fighting is not fighting. Not fighting is fighting. The emperor's stomach can't accommodate so many people doing things. Grandpa said this. Do you understand? Li Yanxiao wiped the tears for the imperial teacher. Grandpa, are you saying that the old man, the emperor, doesn't want to give up power? The imperial teacher did not say anything, wiping the tears from his face. Zhao, as long as you do practical things for the people, you will be favored by the emperor. This time, Li Yanxiao did not plan to return to the Nantung military camp when he returned to the capital. He wanted to mourn for the imperial concubine in the capital. Prince's mansion. Third brother. Sit down. Li Yanxiang asked Li Yanxiao to sit down. After Li Yanxiao sat down, he looked at the visitor. The prince invited his followers to a banquet, but he didn't know why he invited Li Yanxiao. Originally, he had already refused. How could the imperial concubine attend the banquet during the mourning period? The prince called him over without any explanation. Li Yanxiao had made all preparations for this banquet. This damn prince is really a traitor. He knew that our prince was in mourning period. So how could he invite him to the banquet? Wang Long huddled in the corner of the prince's mansion, with a look of resentment on his face. Wang Xiaobo snorted coldly. He will not stop until he forces our prince to rebel. Xiaobo, be careful with your words. Huang Long slapped Wang Xiaobo. We can't say this word. The two shut their mouths and continued to huddle in the corner waiting for news. Your Highness, the prince is considerate of me. I am very grateful. I offer you a glass of wine. Everyone toasted. Only Li Yanxiao was unhappy. After Li Yanxiang finished drinking and sat down, he motioned for his subjects to sit down. He glanced at Li Yanxiao and laughed out loud. Don't worry, third brother. If you keep immersing yourself in sadness, how sad will the concubine be in the underworld? The dead are gone, but the living have to keep living. Right? Third brother. Come here. I, as your elder brother, offer you a glass of wine. Li Yanxiao was unmoved. Your Highness, I'm sorry that I can't obey your order. How bold. Your Highness, the Prince of Qi is rejecting our prince? Li Yanxiao glanced at the person who spoke. The commander of the Ministry of War, Yang Chawei. This man has always looked down on people with backgrounds. And Li Yanxiao has repeatedly fought and won great victories. So he sneered. You are bold? How dare a small commander of the Ministry of War speak to His Highness the Prince of Qi like this? Li Chang immediately drew his sword. During the period of mourning, you put pressure on our prince in the name of the Prince of Qi, and want to frame our prince for being unfilial. What is your intention? You? Yang Chawei pointed at Li Chang furiously. Li Chang did not give him the chance and continued. You are the one who forced our prince to drink. But those who do not know the truth may think that it was the crown prince who forced our prince to drink. If this gets out, people will criticize the crown prince for not getting along with the prince and for forcing him? Li Chang argued with reason, leaving Yang Changwei speechless. Ha ha! The crown prince laughed. Third brother, you are a good talker as a guard. He waved his hand. Forget it. I wanted you to relieve your boredom, but it seems that there is no chance. Li Chang was still confronting Yang Changwei, and the two of them wanted to fight at the banquet right now. Li Chang, Li Yanxiao shouted. And Li Chong reluctantly put the knife back. When had Yang Chongwei ever been so wronged? He returned to his seat angrily. Just as Li Yinxiao was about to get up and leave, the Crown Princess led Li Lingyun over. The Crown Princess was gentle and quiet, and she stayed out of the matter, so Li Yinxiao respected her very much. Sister-in-law. Li Yinxiao hurriedly saluted. The Crown Princess stopped him. We are a family. No need to be polite. Third uncle. Li Lingyun jumped up, and Li Yinxiao quickly hugged him. Oh, good boy. You are heavier again. Li Lingyun smiled and hugged him. Third uncle has been back to the capital for so long. Why did you come to the mansion just now? He has liked this brave and powerful uncle since he was a child. And the relationship between the uncle and nephew has always been very good. When these words came out, the Crown Princess's face changed. Look at you. You are so old. And you still need your uncle to hold you? Come down. Li Lingyun reluctantly got off Li Yinxiao and stood behind the Crown Princess. Uncle, come and walk around more often when you return to Beijing this time. Our Lingyun has been talking about it for a long time. The Crown Princess and Li Yinxiao were talking about family matters, and Li Yinqing's face became more and more ugly. What do women know? Li Lingyun trembled with fear and hid behind the Crown Princess. Li Yinqing stood up. My third brother is in mourning, so he must mourn for the concubine. How can he walk around at will? The Crown Princess looked grim. I know I was wrong. Suddenly, the Crown Princess spat out a mouthful of blood, which frightened everyone. Li Lingyun screamed, Mother! Li Yinxiang quickly picked up the Crown Princess and shouted to call the doctor. But it was too late. The Crown Princess still passed away. Since then, the ominous person of Li Yinxiao has spread. Li Lingyun cried and nestled in Lu Zhongwan's arms. Teacher, how can you blame my third uncle? If my father didn't ask my mother to go to the banquet, she wouldn't have had contact with my third uncle. Did your father ask your mother to go to the banquet? Lu Zhongwan quickly grasped the key point. What did your mother do before that? Li Lingyun was still sobbing. I didn't do anything. It's nothing more than watching me practice calligraphy and reading. There's nothing wrong with it. The problem lies in this inappropriateness. Li Yinxiang would not let the Crown Princess go to the banquet for no reason. However, Lu Zhongwan couldn't say too much to Li Lingyun. The grudges between adults should not be interfered with by children. Bullshit! Li Chong was so angry that he almost jumped up. You said that our prince is unlucky? He killed his mother and sister-in-law. This is simply nonsense. Chapter 417, Eating in Vain. Alright. Li Yinxiao stopped Li Chong. If you want to accuse someone, there will be no end to the trouble. Then he stood up and walked out. You don't have to follow. Li Chong stopped. Li Yinxiao came to the Imperial Master's house. Grandpa, have you heard about my story? The Imperial Master nodded. This Li Yinxiang is really cruel and ruthless. I think the Crown Princess's family is also cruel. And they actually used their daughter's life to set a trap. Li Yinxiao also didn't expect that the Crown Princess, such a lively person, would die inexplicably. Grandpa, what on earth does he want to do? The Imperial Master snorted coldly. Of course. I will ruin your reputation and kick you out. He is a jinx to his mother and sister-in-law. Anyone who sees him will stay away from him. What a pity. What a pity. The Emperor hates these ghosts and gods the most. The Imperial Master stroked his beard. The Emperor grew up in the Cold Palace. What dirty tricks has he not seen? Zhao, you don't have to worry. The Emperor will make his own decision on this matter. Li Yinzhou's heart was at peace. Then what about my nephew? You don't have to do anything. Doing too much will only backfire. What? The Imperial concubine passed away. And the Crown Princess also passed away? When Yu Jia heard the news, he coughed up blood again. Gosheng was so scared that he wanted to call Lao Xiu immediately. Yu Jia wiped the blood in a hurry. It's okay. I'm used to it. Tell me, what's going on? Gosheng told Yu Jia the news one by one. And Yu Jia began to think. Well, it's a big game. A big network. She sighed. Fortunately, we were not born in an imperial family. Fortunately, we are poor. However, when she said this, she thought of Lu Hongmei again. No matter rich or poor, those cunning people will never be at peace wherever they go. Who said it's not? Li Yinzha's reputation is ruined now. Ruined? It means no chance of the throne. Although Li Yinzhao is loyal, he is not someone who will sit and wait for death. Wait. The battle is about to begin. General, General. Chang Hai hurried over. General. Su Jingyang is moving. What? Yu Jia stood up and ran out. When he arrived at Su Jingyang's tent, there were many people outside. Seeing Yu Jia coming, they all saluted. Yu Jia waved his hand. What's going on? Wake up. Wake up. Our captain. No. Our general is awake. Yu Jia lifted the curtain and walked in. Old Xia was taking Su Jingyang's pulse. Old Xia. How is Su Jingyang? Old Xia took his hand back and stood up. General. General Su just woke up. But he fainted again. Yu Jia breathed a sigh of relief. That is to say, he is out of danger. Seeing Old Xia's serious expression, Yu Jia's heart fell into the ice cellar. Old Xia. Tell me the truth. What happened? Old Xia sighed. General. Please talk to me for a moment. Yu Jia understood. And the two of them left the tent. Chang Hai was still organizing discipline outside the tent. And Yu Jia led Old Xia to the back of the tent. Today was cold and windy. And Yu Jia tightened his cloak. Old Xia. Tell me about Su Jingyang's situation. Seeing Lao Xia's worried face, Yu Jia shook his head. I can bear it. General Su's lungs were injured this time. Even if he wakes up, he won't live past the age of 25. What? This word is what Yu Jia said the most. How could it be so? 25 years old is the time of life. How can he be defeated at this time? Everyone says that the heart is the most important thing. But it's not true. Lao Xia carefully observed Yu Jia's face and continued. The lungs control the breathing of the whole body. General Su can survive. But he will suffer from this disease until his death. Yu Jia understood. That is, the sequelae. Thinking of such a wanton young man, who would not live long and would suffer from illness. Yu Jia's heart was crushed. Is there any other way to relieve the pain? Old Xia shook his head. General Su is lucky to wake up. In other words, this result is the best result. Ahem. Yu Jia coughed twice. And Old Xia panicked. General, you must take care of yourself. Yu Jia realized that he was also a dying man. Thinking of this, Yu Jia laughed. She was still pitying others. He had a deadline. And he died at the age of 25. What about her? She could die at any time. So, He Laishio won't die? Old Xia shook his head. He didn't know He Laishio's situation. In fact, He Laishio had already woken up. And he was preparing to start a war. How could he let it go after suffering such a big loss in the Jizhou military camp this time? General, you should take a rest. He Laishio shook his head holding the map. He was studying the terrain. The last defeat was due to the terrain. The insidious and cunning Lin Erju actually led the Tatar soldiers into such a dangerous place. This time, he wanted to eliminate this possibility. Yu Jia had a bad premonition in his heart. The news of He Laishio had never been heard. She had been focusing on Su Jingyang these days, and had not paid attention to the situation in Beima. Changhae, you should immediately send someone to find out the news about He Laishio. Be careful. Changhae took the order and went out. General, there is news from the Uyghurs that Musling went to the Uyghurs. Yu Jia was surprised. Why would he go to the Uyghurs? Ji Feng had not told her about this. In other words, he might have formed an alliance with Musling in private. What a Ji Feng. Knowing that my great Zhou and the southern barbarians are reconcilable, he actually colluded with the wanted criminal of the southern barbarians. She immediately wrote a memorial to the court. Li Guoli read Yu Jia's memorial, and then remembered the letter submitted by the Uyghurs a few days ago. What does Ji Feng want to do? He took in Musling privately, and married my daughter to his brother. He didn't know that Li Yuanyuan was married to Musling. Li Guoli always felt that something was wrong. So he asked the Jinui to investigate. This investigation almost made him die of anger. What a Ji Feng. Eating from the bowl and looking at the pot. How dare he waste my precious daughter like this? Come on. Send someone to send a letter to Ji Feng. I want a reasonable explanation. Li Yanchao got the information about Li Yuanyuan. He gritted his teeth in hatred and immediately wanted to return to Nantung to send troops to the Uyghurs. The imperial teacher stopped him. A little intolerance will ruin a big plan. Yuanyuan is already in such a situation. And how could that girl be manipulated by others? Let's wait and see. In fact, Li Yuanyuan is not living well. She touched her belly with her hand and whispered, "You are so lucky." Even though she suffered inhuman abuse from Musling for days, the child still did not fall out. Chapter 418. Suppress the rumors. My child, Just stay alive first. There is hope if you stay alive. After Musling encountered setbacks everywhere in the Uyghurs, he decided to set his sights on Li Yuanyuan. Mr. Liu, you must not know the benefits of pregnant women. Zailing privately flattered the founding hero. She is the princess of the Great Zhou. The taste is indescribable. Mr. Liu's eyes lit up. Is it really so? Zailing chuckled twice. Won't you know if you try it? Mr. Liu? To his surprise, Li Yuanyuan did not object, but cooperated quite well. Do you, a princess of a country, still have a sense of shame? Li Yuanyuan laughed, and seemed to be mocking herself. Princess? Since I left the Great Zhou, I am no longer a princess. Besides, you didn't pimp me. Why do you blame me? Musling thought he had found an ally, and he gradually treated Li Yuanyuan better. Little did he know that this woman was a ruthless character. Gradually, Musling gained a firm foothold. At this time, he proposed to Ji Feng to go to war with the Nanman. Ji Feng was disturbed by the news of the Great Zhou and really had no intention of going to war. The king, please leave the war against the Nanman to me, and I will not let you down. Ji Feng looked at Musling with a burning gaze. Musling, I advise you to put away your little thoughts. Do you think I don't know the little tricks you've been doing in private? Bribing the elders? What are you thinking? Musling knelt down with a thump. My lord, please calm down. I am also thinking about the Uyghurs. Oh, what's your idea? Ji Feng said slowly. Tell me. Musling continued. Now the Great Zhou is at war with the northern desert and has reached an agreement with the southern barbarians. If we can provoke a conflict between the Nantung military camp and the southern barbarians, it will be easy for us to attack the southern barbarians. This is the logic. But how to implement it is the most important. Now that Li Yanxiao is in mourning in the capital, how can we provoke a war between him and the southern barbarians? I have a plan to deal with it. So please wait and see. The wind was stern, but Musling still had this idea. However, he changed his mind and felt relieved. Didn't he take Musling in because he was smart? The rumors in the capital were getting more and more intense, even to the point where they couldn't be stopped. Your Majesty, we can't stay in the capital anymore. Let's go back to Bashu. Li Chong was so angry that he would be thrown rotten eggs when he went out for a walk. What are you panicking about? This is just the beginning. Li Yanxiao was not panicking. He wanted to see what Li Yansheng was going to do. Seeing that Li Yanxiao was indifferent, Li Yansheng was a little anxious. If this person colluded with officials in the capital, his status would definitely be affected. However, strangely, Li Yanxiao really calmed down. However, his attention was all on Li Yanxiao. But he ignored one person. That was Li Yanqing. What Li Yanxiao could not do conveniently, he could do. Seeing that Li Yanqing's methods were becoming more and more tricky, Li Yanxiao and others finally realized that this matter was not simple. Grandpa, why does the prince want me to leave the capital? If he was just afraid that I would make friends with officials, there would be no need to mobilize so many troops. Right? Could it be that the prince has other ideas? Li Yanqing took over the conversation. Recently, the Uyghurs are preparing to fight with the Nanman. Does he want my third brother to return to Nantung to take charge? Li Yanqing did not continue. It did not matter. Did it? Yanqing is right. The imperial master took a sip of tea and continued. I am afraid that the prince has reached an agreement with the Uyghurs. How could that be? Li Yanxiao shook his head. What does the agreement between the prince and the Uyghurs have to do with my war with the Nanman? The imperial master shook his head. Yanxiao, you are still too young. He reached an agreement with the Uyghurs to let you distract the Nanman. Wouldn't it be easier for the Uyghurs to attack the Nanman? When the Uyghurs occupied the Nanman, they would come back to support him to take the throne. Isn't this in line with public opinion? Li Yanxiao suddenly realized that when the Uyghur Ji Feng took the throne, the Great Zhou was the first to recognize his identity. If he gets support from other countries, Li Yansheng will have a chance to ascend the throne. If that's the case, the prince's mind is too vicious. How can fighting be a joke? How can he bet on the lives of soldiers and civilians? Seeing Li Yanxiao so sad, Li Yanqing said, Third brother, do you see the prince's character now? Thinking of all these years, he supported such a thing. Li Yanxiao regretted it and wanted to hit the wall. Grandpa, fifth brother, don't worry. I will never be fooled by the prince this time. Li Yanqing's methods were useless, so he was a little anxious. Isn't this third brother very brave on weekdays? Why are you so cowardly now? I'm afraid someone has given you advice. The staff continued. Your Highness, why don't we do something ruthless? The prince stopped. What ruthless? That night, Li Yinxiao received news about Li Yuanyuan. Li Yinxiao tore the secret letter to pieces. How can this be possible? How dare Musling do this? The letter said that Musling colluded with the ruler of the Nanman Kingdom and went to the Uyghurs to sow discord between the kingdom and the Great Zhou. At the behest of the ruler of the Nanman Kingdom, Musling humiliated the princess of the Great Zhou and attempted to provoke a war between the two countries. If Li Yinxiao had not received advice from the imperial teacher in advance, he might have rushed to the Nantung military camp that night to fight the Nanman to the death. Gradually, Li Yinxiao calmed down. The more such a time, the more you can't panic. It depends on who can keep calm. Seeing that Li Yinxiao didn't move, Li Yinsheng panicked. What's wrong with his third brother? I slapped him in the face. Why didn't he move? These little movements could not be hidden from Li Guoli's eyes. After the morning court ended, Li Yinsheng was led into the imperial study. Has anything happened to you recently? Li Yinsheng shuddered and knelt down. He cowed out fiercely. The crown princess died suddenly. And I am sad. I have been in the mansion recently, and nothing has happened. Li Guoli paused, and the ink dripped onto the paper from the tip of the pen. Hong Deshun, who was standing by, quickly replaced the paper with a new one. Li Guoli was no longer interested, so he simply dropped his pen and came to Li Yinsheng. Nothing happened? Then I'll find you something to do. Li Yinsheng raised his head. Father, just say it. Li Guoli suddenly squatted down and looked at Li Yinsheng. He saw the fear and panic in Li Yinsheng's eyes. This look made him very satisfied. Li Guoli said word by word, Go and suppress the rumor that the third brother is an ominous person. What? Li Yinsheng suddenly felt incredible. You mean you want me to suppress the rumor? Father, you also know that the more you suppress the rumor, the more it will spread. If you ignore it, it will disappear over time. Li Guoli interrupted him impatiently. I said suppress it. You can do it. Chapter 419 Nothing. A cold light flashed in Li Guoli's eyes, making Li Yinsheng feel like he was falling into an ice cave. Father, Sheng, do you still not understand what I said? Li Guoli stared at Li Yinsheng. If you still don't understand, you've been in the cold palace for nothing. Li Yinsheng immediately kowtowed. I understand. I obey your order. Li Guoli stood up. Leave. Li Yinsheng didn't wake up until he left the imperial study. It was a cold winter day, and his back was already wet with sweat. The ice on the ground was a bit slippery, and he had already fallen several times when he walked from the imperial study to the hallway. Ouch. Prince, you have to be careful. Li Yinsheng stood up in a panic and looked behind him. Hong Deshun came over anxiously with a cloak in his hand. It's cold, and the road is slippery. The emperor ordered me to give the prince a cloak. Li Yinsheng took the cloak slowly, lowered his head, and didn't say anything. Hong Deshun knew what he was thinking. So he said softly, Your Highness is really too impatient this time. Please wait a little longer. Wait. 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 How long do I have to wait? Li Yinsheng's eyes were red. Eunuch Hong, when do you think this will end? Hong Deshun couldn't say too much. You just wait until the sun rises and spring returns to the earth. Have a safe journey. My prince. Li Yinsheng felt annoyed and came to the queen's bedroom. Mother, do you think my father is tired of me? Is he going to abolish me again? The queen was terrified. What nonsense are you talking about? Just listen to Hong Deshun. Wait a little longer. There is no rush. The throne is yours anyway. No one can take it away. Even if it was that woman. Didn't she die in her hands? Hong Deshun returned to the imperial study and saw Li Guoli in a daze, wondering what he was thinking. He cleared the coldness from his body and slowly walked to Li Guoli. Your Majesty, do you want to serve dinner? Li Guoli shook his head. Xiao Shunzi, why is it so difficult to be a father? Hong Deshun remained silent. Li Guoli grew up in the cold palace and was used to the warmth and coldness of human nature. He and his brothers were always at odds with each other. He always believed that the late emperor was biased in his treatment of his children. Since he succeeded to the throne and became a father, he treated everyone equally. Li Yinsheng was the eldest son, so it was legitimate for him to be made the crown prince. Li Yinxiao was used to freedom since he was a child, and he could handle some troubles. Needless to say, Li Yuanyuan was afraid of melting in his mouth and falling in his palm. But in the end, He still ended up with a quarrel between brothers. Xiao Shunzi, do you think this position is really so good? After he finished speaking, he laughed. He fought with many princes for the throne, just to win the throne. But after he came to power, he no longer wanted power. He could never make up for his debt to the princess and the queen. By the way, Xiao Shunzi, has Qiu Qingze been hanging around the princess's mansion these days? Your Majesty. It is true, Hong Deshun said respectfully. Your Majesty, do you have any instructions? Li Guoli thought again and again. Forget it. Let them go. He couldn't control it. Princess, Mr. Qiu is here again. Seeing that Li Wanchen looked impatient, the nanny stopped talking. I told him that I am not feeling well and don't want to see him. The nanny hesitated. Princess, Li Wanchen put down the book in her hand. Are you trying to persuade me to let go of the past again? How can I let go of the past? Qiu Qingze is so good. How can I be worthy of him? Oh, my princess, you must not belittle yourself. The nanny fell to her knees with a thump. You are a princess, and it is a blessing from his ancestors that you like him. Princess, it has been so many years since the incident. You should let go of the past and move on. Move on. How can you move on? The princes died one by one, and only Li Guoli and Li Wanchen were left. They were about to have their cake and eat it too. Who knew that the eldest prince's followers would suddenly kidnap her? That night was the most miserable night in her life. When Li Guoli led his men to find her the next day, she felt that she only had half her life left. Li Guoli burst into tears. Sister, everything will pass. Everyone advised her to let go of the past. It has been so long since the incident. Maybe it is time to let go of the past? Li Wanchen stood up. Change clothes for this princess. The nanny was so surprised that she almost fell when she stood up from the ground. Hey, I am here to change clothes for the princess. Qiu Qingze looked at the bright and charming Li Wanchen, and she gradually overlapped with the lively woman riding a horse in his memory. What? Can't you recognize me? Li Wanchen was a little uncomfortable. I told you not to pick such gorgeous clothes for me. No. The princess is beautiful. No matter what she wears. She is beautiful. The maids and servants beside her laughed, and Li Wanchen scolded them unhappily. What are you laughing at? Everyone knew that Li Wanchen was awkward, so they suppressed their laughter. Although it was the cold winter weather, Li Wanchen felt that he smelled the scent of spring. Su Jingyang finally woke up, but his body was very weak. Yu Jia was very relieved. General Su, you finally woke up. When you recover, you can return to Beijing to take office. Seeing Yu Jia's smiling face, Su Jingyang wanted to force a smile. Suddenly he remembered the words he said when he was dying, and he was so embarrassed. What's the matter? Why is your face red? Seeing Su Jingyang's face flushed, Yu Jia wanted to call the doctor. Wait! Ahem. Su Jingyang was a little anxious and started coughing. Yu Jia remembered what Lao Xia said, and went forward to comfort Su Jingyang. Don't worry. I won't go. Gradually, Su Jingyang calmed down. Do you want me to return to Beijing to take up my post? Yu Jia was confused. You got promoted, and you returned to the capital from such a bitter and cold place. Aren't you happy? Besides, returning to the capital is like returning to a comfort zone. Your family and friends are there. How great is that? Su Jingyang's eyes gradually darkened. It seems that you want me to return to the capital. Ah? Yu Jia scratched his head. You are really weird. This matter would be a great joy for others, but you are not so good. You are reluctant. Su Jingyang knew that Yu Jia was playing dumb with him, but he had no position to make it clear. Forget it. I won't ask. He coughed twice again. When I return to the capital, you will become the boss in the Jizhou military camp. Of course, I am not the boss here. After the two of them joked around, Yu Jia left the tent. How could she forget what Su Jingyang said before his death? Bah! Nothing. Whose good man is dying, and still so long-winded? You can only deceive my tears. Chapter 420. What do you want to do? Snowflakes were floating down, and the sky was gray, like an upside-down bowl. Yu Jia put her hand on the charcoal basin and shivered. She was wearing a blanket and a quilt on her legs, but she still felt very light. She felt so light that she couldn't feel any weight. It's really cold today. Go Sheng put the chestnuts that Chang Haier had gotten from somewhere next to the charcoal fire. General, go lie down on the bed. Yu Jia rubbed her hands and shook her head. As a general of a battalion, How can you lie down on the bed in this little snow? Yujia was stunned when she heard this. Then, she shook her head and laughed. What's wrong? Gosheng asked casually. Fiddling with the chestnuts. Oh, you said I was such a free and easy person before. Yujia changed her posture and continued. I always loved whoever I loved. And I would do whatever I didn't like. Why are you so timid now? Thinking of the happy days in the military camp in Yunnan. I really miss them. The fragrance of chestnuts emanated. Yujia closed her eyes, sniffed hard, and smelled the sweet fragrance. General, maybe this is called growing up? Yujia opened her eyes suddenly. Growing up? She seemed to be only 17 years old. From the time she traveled to now. It seemed like a century had passed. Maybe. By the way, Gosheng, what do you want to do if you leave the barracks? The system of the Great Zhou law to control soldiers is that if a soldier has been in the barracks for a certain number of years, he can apply to leave the barracks. It is usually divided into 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, and 15 years. Of course, the corresponding resettlement funds will also be different. Generally speaking, there are more soldiers who return to their hometowns after serving in the barracks for 5 years. For example, those who have served for 10 years and 15 years are generally promoted. Who would be willing to go home? Gosheng picked out the chestnuts, put them in the prepared ceramic bowl, handed it to Yujia, and then thought about this problem seriously. Well, I don't have anything I want to do. Yujia touched the hot chestnuts and grinned. How can I have nothing I want to do? Next year, your 5-year term will be up. Wouldn't it be wonderful to return to your hometown with the resettlement money to buy land first, and then get married and have children? The chestnuts were particularly sweet and sticky. Yujia chewed them carefully with his teeth and enjoyed them slowly. I haven't thought about returning to my hometown. Gosheng lowered his head and continued to stir the charcoal fire in the pot. What? You want to stay in the military camp for the rest of your life? Yujia handed the bowl to Gosheng, who shook his head. My biggest wish in this life is to avenge my sister and to stay by your side for the rest of my life. Urge I have no other thoughts. Yujia's heart suddenly surged with great sorrow. And this sorrow instantly shattered her rationality. Gosheng only had these 2 wishes. In other words, if his wishes were fulfilled, he would have no hope of living. His life was full of despair. And now he was a walking corpse. Yujia shook her head painfully. How could she think so? Gosheng, look at what you said. She sniffed and continued. Look, how white is the snow outside. When the snow gets heavy, we can make snowmen and have snowball fights. If you don't want to go out, just roast a fire in the house like now. And put some sweet potatoes, chestnuts and the like in the charcoal pot. How sweet. Next spring, we can go up the mountain to see what mountain products there are and enjoy a feast. In summer, we can eat sweet and juicy watermelons. How wonderful. The more Yujia spoke, the more sad she felt. Looking at Gosheng's lifeless appearance, she could no longer say the words she had prepared. Gosheng, I just want to tell you how wonderful life is. Look at you. You don't know how to appreciate your blessings. Gosheng raised his head and looked at Yujia. What kind of blessings can I have? Why not? Yujia was so excited that the blanket on her body fell off. And she pulled the blanket up and put it on her legs. Take me for example. Lao Xia said I won't live much longer. Gosheng's eyes changed, as if he was blaming her, but also a little distressed. Yujia knew that this touched him. So, Yujia continued to work hard. But I still have a lot of things to do. I have been in the military camp since I grew up. And I haven't seen what the outside world is like. I feel regretful in my heart. I haven't seen this colorful world yet. How can I have no time? You are talking nonsense. How can you have no time? Gosheng became excited. Don't listen to Lao Xia's alarmist words. You will be fine. Yujia was happy. Not bad. Not bad. Gosheng, you have learned to use idioms now. Much better than me. Gosheng ignored Yujia. You will be fine. Yujia shook his head and sighed. I know my body well. I tell you this to let you know that the world is beautiful, and you still have a lot to do. Gosheng, if I die, you live for me. Go see the spring in Jizhou, the summer in Xinjiang, the autumn in Pingyuan, and the winter in Bashu. Okay? Yujia was begging Gosheng. And at some point, Gosheng's tears fell. Okay. At some point, sadness filled the room. And Yujia didn't like this feeling. What's wrong? You're crying while talking. Wipe them quickly, or Chong Hire will laugh at you when he comes back. Who are you laughing at? Chong Hire came in with a skinned rabbit. Go Shun stood up and took the rabbit, asking in surprise, "Where did you get this rabbit?" Chong Hire swept the snow off his boots with a small broom. "Oh, the one in the kitchen is offering to the general." Yu Jia and Go Shun looked at each other and disagreed. It's probably that Chong Hire snatched it with brute force again. By the way, who were you laughing at just now? Chong Hire sat down by the charcoal fire, stretched out his hand and placed it on the charcoal basin, sighing comfortably. "No, nothing." Yu Jia stammered and changed the subject. "What are our plans after leaving the military camp? You must be going home to inherit the family business, right?" Chong Hire's eyes flashed with emotion. He took back his hand and pursed his lips. "It's hard to say. I have a younger brother now, so I don't need him anymore." Thinking of the complicated situation in Chong Hire's family, Yu Jia stopped talking. She looked at the heavy snow outside and murmured, "Auspicious snow means a good harvest. So it must be a good harvest." The shouting and killing in the Pingyuan military camp was deafening, and the soldiers were running in the snow. "Hurry up. Don't let the snow affect your speed." Lin Gongqiuan ran and shouted, "We Lin's army can't be like turtles." Suddenly, he remembered Yu Jia's words and laughed. The soldiers looked at the general grinning, and they looked at each other. Some of them were brave enough to ask Lin Gongqiuan why he was laughing. A scene appeared in Lin Gongqiuan's mind. Yu Jia raised his fist above his head. "Be brave. Don't be afraid of difficulties." Chapter 421. I'm here. The Uyghurs won the first battle and achieved a good record. Now, Muzzling was proud of himself and got rid of the humiliation he had been suffering. He knew the battle plan of the Nanman army very well, so he made a battle plan in advance. "Humph. So what if you have money? You still lost to me. You ignorant woman." Li Yuan snorted coldly. "Why? Do you think Mu Yan is really incompetent now? When you humbly begged me for money? You didn't look like this." Muzzling was too lazy to pay attention to her. "Did you get the Minister of Revenue?" Li Yuan lazily touched her inconspicuous belly. "Of course. Not like you. A loser. You?" Mu Zhaoling looked at Li Yuan's smug look and wanted to tear her face off. "That's good." After saying this, he stood up and left. Li Yuan glared at him with contempt. A useless man. Mu Yinjin threw the letter aside in anger. "My lord, take care of yourself." Nanny picked up the letter. Mu Yinjin touched her belly. "What a bunch of rubbish." Seeing that Mu Yinjin was in great trouble, Nanny hesitated. "Madam, you can say whatever you want." "My lord, we are now living in peace with the Great Zhou. Why don't we ask for help from the Great Zhou?" Mu Yinjin looked up at the Nani. "What do you mean?" The Nani put the letter on the table and said seriously, "My lord, think about it. Didn't we get any advantage when we fought against the Great Zhou in the past?" Mu Yinjin thought about it seriously and nodded. The Nani continued, "The reason why this battle failed is that Mu Zhaoling is too familiar with the fighting habits of the Nanman army. If we ask for help from the Great Zhou, wouldn't it be like adding wings to a tiger?" Mu Yinjin instantly understood what the Nanny meant. Now she is the lord, and she has everything she wants. Money and soldiers are not a problem at all. If we can get help from the Great Zhou, we will be able to repel the Uyghurs in one fell swoop. However, since Jin Feng came to power, the Uyghurs have surrendered to the Great Zhou. Will the Great Zhou agree to help the Nanman? Mammy, this is indeed difficult to implement. Mammy smiled knowingly. The king doesn't know that the princess of the Great Zhou is in a very difficult situation now. If we start from this, the Great Zhou and the Uyghurs will definitely break up. Mu Yinjin frowned slightly. Mammy, how do you know this news? Mammy's face was full of love. This news is closely related to the king. How can I not know it? Mu Yinjin's heart swelled slightly. She took the Nani's hand. Fortunately, you are here. At first, the news that Li Yuan was humiliated by the Uyghurs spread all over the border of the Nanman, and soon reached the capital. Your Majesty, the Uyghurs are humiliating our Great Zhou in this way, which is really too much. Your Majesty, I would like to ask for permission to send troops to attack the Uyghurs. Your Majesty, I am willing to do so too. Okay. Li Guoli was annoyed. Who leaked the news? Father, I think this is a rumor spread by someone with ulterior motives. Please check it out before discussing it. Li Yinxing stepped out. He did not want the Great Zhou to send troops to the Uyghurs. Li Guoli looked at Li Yansheng thoughtfully and asked Li Yanxiao, "What does the king of Qi think?" Li Yanxiao tried his best to be patient, replying to your father. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is right. This may also be a rumor, since the Crown Prince and the King of Qi said so. The others dared not speak again. The court was in deep thought. And after a moment, Li Guoli said, "Since you suspect the rumors spread by someone with ulterior motives, you must verify the authenticity of the rumors. I want someone to go to the Uyghurs to see what the princess's situation is like. Who is willing to go?" The ministers in the court were discussing. This is not an easy job. And if you are not careful, you may lose your life. Father, I want to recommend someone. Li Yansheng continued. This trip to the Uyghurs is to check the princess's situation, and to find out the situation of the Uyghurs. Then we need to send a military general with both moral integrity and talent. Li Yanxiao had a bad feeling. And sure enough, Li Yansheng blurted it out. I think Lin Erju is the most suitable. Li Guoli pondered for a moment. Then let's do as the prince said. Appoint Lin Erju as the imperial envoy, and go to the Uyghurs immediately. Father, I also want to recommend someone, Li Yanxiao said hurriedly. If Lin Erju went to the Uyghurs, would Li Yuanyuan have a good life? He couldn't stop her, so he had to send someone to check her. However, there was no one around him. Who? Li Yanxiao had to bite the bullet and said, Lin Juan. Lin Gongxuan was reliable, and Li Yanxiao had done him a favor. So he could only pin his hopes on Lin Gongxuan. I hope he can stop Lin Erju from attacking Li Yuanyuan. Yes. Ahem. Yu Jia was very excited. The emperor wants to send me to the Uyghurs? And he wants to send Lin Gongxuan? The eunuch who delivered the decree replied happily. Yes. It is the emperor's decree. Even so, Yu Jia still didn't believe it. Lin Gongxuan didn't care. There was no war on the left and right plains. But Jizhou is a border. If she left, what if Eliseo called? General, don't worry. We will protect Jizhou when you are not in the barracks. Lu Kuifeng continued, you must be careful when you go to the Uyghurs, especially the Muslim mausoleum. Yu Jia nodded. The imperial decree had been issued, so it could only be like this. This time, she brought Changhair and Goshing with her. It was because she was afraid that she would not be able to make it to the Uyghur territory. In fact, she understood Li Yansheng's intention. Such an important task could not fall into Li Yanzhou's hands. Besides, she had a close relationship with Jin Feng, so she had found the right person. Fortunately, Lin Gongxuan also went to the Uyghurs, so she was relieved. Yu Jia received a secret letter from Lin Gongxuan, and the two sides met at the border between the Great Zhou and the Uyghurs. She slept soundly in the carriage, and she didn't know what was going on. General? General? Yu Jia woke up slowly. What's wrong? Have we arrived? Goshing shook his head. It's still a long way to go. General, do you want to eat something? Yu Jia waved her hands, looking bored. I'm not hungry. You guys eat? General, how can you not eat? Gosheng took the snow chicken sago porridge in his hand. You should at least eat something. In order not to worry Gosheng, Yu Jia took the bowl and started eating. When can we reach the border? Yu Jia drank a few sips and handed the bowl to Gosheng. Almost. There are still 30 miles to go. Gosheng took the bowl and said, Hurry up. After saying that, Yu Jia lay down again. She couldn't wait to see Lin Gongxuan. No. It should be called Lin Juan now. After an unknown amount of time, Yu Jia heard someone calling her name in a daze. However, her eyelids seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, and she couldn't open her eyes at all. Jia Jia. It's me. I'm here. Chapter 422. What's the point of keeping him? Since meeting up with Lin Gongxuan, Yu Jia has not been sleepy on the road. Bastard. What do you want to do after leaving the barracks? Chang Haier outside the carriage curled his lips. What's wrong with him? He kept asking others what they did after leaving the barracks. Catch cats, walk dogs, and raise crickets. Lin Gongxuan said it right away. Yu Jia looked disappointed. Hey, a loser is useless. What about you? What do you want to do? Lin Gongxuan asked back. Yu Jia scratched his head and leaned on the backrest with his head tilted. Well, probably planting flowers and grass and writing storybooks. You? Write storybooks? Lin Gongxuan was a little bit unbelievable. You could only write a storybook with your 2 tails of ink? Why can't I write a storybook? Yu Jia was so angry that she raised her hand to hit Lin Gongxuan. My current knowledge is too good. Lin Gongxuan grabbed Yu Jia's hand and took her into his arms. Yu Jia just nestled in Lin Gongxuan's arms and closed her eyes comfortably. I can recite those poems at will. Who can compare with me? Lin Gongxuan couldn't help laughing when he thought of Yu Jia's the moonlight in the window. Oh! Then General Lin. Can you write 2 poems to open Lin's eyes? Yu Jia laughed twice and recited the poem. 2 orioles sing in the green willows, and a line of egrets fly in the blue sky. I don't know who cut out the fine leaves. The spring breeze in February is like a pair of scissors. Oh! Not bad. Lin Gongxuan shouted exaggeratedly. It seems that General Lin's knowledge has really improved by leaps and bounds. I admire you. Yu Jia was complacent. That's right. Don't you see who I am? Chang Hai grinned. It seems that when Yu Jia is with Lin Gongxuan, she is truly herself. She is no longer the silent, calm, and composed General Lin Erju. She is the playful, lively, and somewhat childish Lin Erju. If your notebook is not well written, go to Luying to work as a handyman. Lin Gongxuan's next words made Yu Jia sit up. What? You look down on me. Who am I? I am the reincarnation of the contemporary Wenkuxing. I am extremely talented and brilliant in writing. Once my storybook is on the market, it will cause a sensation. Don't pour cold water on me here. Yes. Yes. You are brilliant in writing. You are extremely talented. Lin Gongxuan was obedient and humbled himself, holding Yu Jia and nestling in his arms again. Hey, if there weren't so many things to do, I could write storybooks in the barracks. Yu Jia murmured. It's all because of that Elisio. Aren't you afraid that your soldiers will say you are not doing your job properly? Lin Gongxuan brushed the broken hair on Yu Jia's forehead behind her ears. What are you afraid of? Yu Jia continued to talk while twirling his fingers. If you don't want me here, I'll find another place to stay. If you don't want me anywhere, I'll be a self-employed person. With the 2 people's jokes, the team quickly entered the territory of the Uyghurs. Jin Feng had made preparations early in the morning, and he didn't intend to hide the 2 people this time. Besides, it was impossible to hide it. Oh! What wind brought you 2 here? My humble home is really glorious. Yu Jia bowed with a fake smile. Your Majesty is polite. Lin Erju is here to show his courtesy. Lin Gongxuan looked at the harmonious appearance of the 2 people, touched his nose, and quietly followed them. As soon as Jin Feng withdrew the palace maids and guards around him, Yu Jia pulled up Jin Feng's collar. Jin Feng, what did you promise me? Didn't I tell you to deal with Li Yuanyuan early? Why is she still alive? It's fine if she's alive. But why is she still making trouble? Jin Feng was strangled by Yu Jia. My benefactor. Please let go first. Lin Gongxuan couldn't bear it, so he pulled Yu Jia to let go. Forget it. Listen to the king's explanation slowly. Maybe he has some handle in Li Yuanyuan's hands. Jin Feng was just gasping for breath after Yu Jia opened his collar, and Lin Gongxuan stabbed his heart again. What are you talking about? My benefactor. Please listen to me. Jin Feng told Yu Jia everything that happened. Yu Jia sneered. To sum it up, you want to take advantage. Jin Feng agreed with a smile, and did not deny it. Lord, this time we too came to Huihu with a mission. Lin Gongxuan spoke at the right time, and Jin Feng understood. I know that. He sighed. The situation is tense now. If you explain it to the Emperor of the Great Zhou, then my Huihu will be in danger. Are you afraid now? Yu Jia sarcastically said. What were you doing when you wanted someone's city? Jin Feng. People's hearts are not like snakes swallowing elephants. You should take what you should take and not what you shouldn't take. I know that. But I have to shoot the arrow now. Jin Feng sighed repeatedly. My benefactor. What do you think I should do? Yu Jia glanced at Lin Gongxuan, who also looked calm. We have come from afar, and instead of welcoming us, you threw these difficult problems to us. Do you think you are being decent? Yu Jia looked at the magnificent palace. You are so rich. Why are you still so stingy? Jin Feng laughed loudly, raised his hands and clapped twice. And then a man who looked like a eunuch came in and said respectfully, My lord, everything is ready. Please move. Let's go. My benefactor. Let's go eat. Yu Jia and Lin Gongxuan followed Jin Feng out of the palace. The architecture of the Uyghurs is obviously different from that of the Great Zhou. Yu Jia searched for the memories of his previous life in his mind, and it was very similar to the architecture of Xinjiang. Soon, a group of people came to the side hall. What came into view was a long dining table. But this dining table was too exaggerated. If you sit opposite, you have to shout to talk. This, Ji Feng. Do you have to use a loudspeaker to eat? Ji Feng didn't understand. He was about to sit down. And now, he couldn't sit or stand. Lin Gongxuan glanced at the embarrassed Ji Feng and hurriedly explained. The king doesn't know that if we sit down according to the rules, it will be difficult to talk. Ji Feng turned his head to look at the distance between the few people, and then moved his body to the two of them. That solved. The three of them sat down side by side, and the maids beside them served them food attentively. Unfortunately, Yu Jia couldn't eat much. She put down her chopsticks after taking a few bites, and Ji Feng looked at her in surprise. Why don't you eat? Benefactor? This is the special Uyghur food I asked the imperial chef to make. Yu Jia shook her head. I can't eat much. You eat? Ji Feng put down her chopsticks. Come on. Take the imperial chef out and chop him up. Huh? What do you want to chop the imperial chef up for? Yu Jia turned around and watched the eunuch turn and disappear. It's his fault that he couldn't satisfy the benefactor. What's the point of keeping someone who has committed such a heinous crime? Chapter 423. Things have changed. Oh! Please calm down. Yu Jia looked annoyed. If you had dealt with Li Yuanyuan earlier, why would we come here? Ji Feng put down his chopsticks and shook his head. My benefactor. To be fair, if I had dealt with Li Yuanyuan earlier, would the Uyghurs still exist now? What the king said is that if the princess of the Great Zhou was killed in the Uyghurs, the emperor would definitely send troops. Lin Gongxuan took over the conversation and picked up a piece of assorted vegetables for Yu Jia. This situation is not something we can control. Yu Jia fiddled with the assorted vegetables with chopsticks and felt bored. It's fine to keep this scourge, but you let her marry your so-called brother. Isn't this a slap in the face of the Great Zhou? Ji Feng chuckled. My benefactor. I feel aggrieved to keep Li Yuanyuan. This will make her unhappy. Yu Jia and Lin Gongxuan looked at Ji Feng together. What's the matter? Yu Jia asked impatiently. Tell me quickly. My brother is Mu Zhaoling. Suddenly hearing this name, Yu Jia stood up with a swoosh. Ji Feng. You are confused. You are letting a wolf into the house. Lin Gongxuan grabbed Yu Jia's hand and motioned her to calm down. Helpfully, Yu Jia couldn't calm down at all. Ji Feng. Do you know how ambitious Mu Zhaoling is? He can even kill his own wife and children. Which shows how vicious his heart is. Ji Feng's face became more and more ugly. So Yu Jia sat down and slowed down his tone. Ji Feng. You have never dealt with muzzling. Juan and I know this man very well. He is ruthless and has no moral constraints. Even if he is willing to submit to you now, it is just a show. The victory of the Uyghurs against the Nanman a few days ago was also the work of muzzling. Right? Ji Feng nodded. You have handed over the military power to muzzling now. Ji Feng nodded again. Yu Jia's anger rose again. Ji Feng. What can I say about you? You have gone through so much hardship and finally ascended the throne. How can you be so foolish? Ji Feng turned his head, with some impatience in his expression. My benefactor. How could I not know this truth? But those who achieve great things do not care about trivial matters. Although muzzling is ruthless, he is still under my control now. Good words cannot persuade the damned. Yu Jia sighed and said no more. The welcoming banquet ended anticlimactically, and the two parties left unhappily. Back at the inn, Yu Jia and Lin Gongxuan came to the room. Bastard. We have to take action. Lin Gongxuan understood. If we can solve one by one, it's better to solve all of them. Li Yuanyuan's matter still has to be ranked behind muzzling. In the evening, Ji Feng sent a message that a banquet would be held. Yu Jia asked Lin Gongxuan to be ready, and she would bring Changhair and Goshen. Listen. You too. We are always ready. When you see muzzling, take action. The two said in unison, General. Don't worry. When the two arrived at the banquet, Yu Jia saw muzzling sitting below Ji Feng at a glance. Muzzling looked proud and stood up to salute the two. General Lin. How are you? Yu Jia raised her hand. How are you? Defeated General. In an instant, the atmosphere of the banquet became solemn. Yu Jia seemed not to notice the atmosphere, and led Lin Gongxuan to the designated place and sat down. General Lin. You are joking. You are still as fierce as ever. We are taking advantage of this General Lin, who is like a little wife next door. After saying that, he seemed to feel that he had said something wrong, and raised the wine glass in his hand. Mu is just a rough man. Please don't be offended, General. Lin Gongxuan sat down and chuckled a few times. It doesn't matter whether I am a little wife or not. As long as I can beat you. Mu Xiaoling was choked and couldn't breathe. Jin Feng hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Ha ha ha. It's really a game of acquaintances. No need to estimate when talking. We are all family. Li Yuanyuan, who was beside muzzling, snorted coldly, attracting the attention of several people. Yu Jia saw that Li Yuanyuan was in high spirits. Not like Jin Feng said that she was tortured. So she was furious. The humble minister Lin Erju greets Her Royal Highness the Princess. The humble minister Lin Juan greets Her Royal Highness the Princess. No one of the two did not salute Li Yuanyuan in time. It was really that muzzling was too eye-catching. Before Li Yuanyuan could speak, the two sat down hand in hand. Li Yuanyuan's hands clasped the table fiercely, and her eyes were full of sharp thorns. Lin Erju, is my father well? Yu Jia pulled her lips. Reply to the princess. The emperor does not know your situation. He sent the two of us here this time to find out about your situation. It's just. Yu Jia blinked. The princess is like a fish in water here, and she is living a good life. Now I can report the truth to the emperor. You? Li Yuanyuan growled in exasperation. Hey, madam, don't be angry. It will be bad if you get pregnant. Museling touched Li Yuanyuan's belly with a loving face. Yu Jia and Lin Gongxuan looked at each other. My dear mother. So fast? Ahem. Jin Feng coughed twice. Come on. Bring wine. Today I will not go home until I am drunk with the envoy of the great Zhou. At the banquet, although the atmosphere was not very good, everyone was still respectful. If you want to fight, you can only do it after the banquet. Yu Jia and her partner came back from the banquet, and they were ambushed on the way. She was not feeling well, so Lin Gongxuan let her rest in the carriage. When Lin Gongxuan got out of the carriage, he saw Mu Xiaoling standing in the middle of the street with his hands behind his back. General Mu, do you know that we are envoys of the great Zhou now? It is said that when two countries go to war, they will not kill the ministers who come to visit. You don't even understand this principle. Do you? Ha ha. Mu Xiaoling laughed out loud as if he heard a joke. General Lin, you have been on the battlefield for many years. Why are you still so naive? The journey from the Great Zhou to the Uyghurs is long, and you and General Lin are not used to the climate. So it is not uncommon for you to contract a serious disease on the way. The Great Zhou can't attack the Uyghurs just for the two of you. Right? As far as I know. The Northern Desert is watching you. Really? Lin Gongxuan made a gesture to Fang Dashan, who immediately understood. He continued, I don't know whether the Northern Desert is watching us or not, but the Southern barbarians are watching you closely. General Mu. Am I right? Mu Xiaoling exuded murderous aura. You are looking for death. He jumped towards Lin Gongxuan, and Lin Gongxuan took the sword handed by Fang Dashan and fought with him. Yu Jia listened to the movement outside and thought calmly. Jin Feng must have known that Mu Xiaoling could come to kill the two so blatantly. She closed her eyes and thought about the things in the Black Wind Village. After all, things have changed. Chapter 424 Report the Truth. The rest of the people rushed towards Yu Jia's carriage. Chang Haier and Go Sheng joined the fight. Listening to the fighting outside, Yu Jia felt infinite sadness in her heart. She thought she was now an iron wall. But who knew she was still so impulsive? Forget it. Since Jin Feng is no longer the Jin Feng of the past, she doesn't need to be polite. Yu Jia got off the carriage with the long knife at hand. Lin Gongxuan was panicked when he saw Yu Jia getting off the carriage. Mu Xiaoling took the opportunity to approach him. General Lin, you can't be distracted at this time. The scimitar slashed at Lin Gongxuan with a sharp blade wind. Lin Gongxuan easily resolved it with a neat sword flower. Whether you are distracted or not, you will not get any advantage. As he said, he changed his pace and attacked Muzzling's lower body. Muzzling was not careful for a moment and was hit on the knee. While he was in a daze, he felt a chill coming from behind him. Muzzling twisted his body instantly and faced Yu Jia's long knife. Lin Erju, you want to attack by surprise? Yu Jia's men kept moving. You old shameless man. You are only interested in assassination. Not us? The two of them joined forces to force Muzzling. Muzzling was defeated again and was about to be defeated. At this time, A large number of troops emerged. He looked and laughed. Lin Erju. Lin Gongxuan. My reinforcements have arrived. Why don't you surrender? Yu Jia secretly cried out that it was not good. And stopped. Stop it! Chang Haier and Go Sheng stopped and ran behind Yu Jia. And Fang Dashan followed. Muzzling. You are not really going to break up with the great Zhou. Are you? Yu Jia observed the situation around him. They were all Muzzling's people. And it was not optimistic. So what if we break up? Yu Jia and Lin Gongxuan looked at each other. And they saw shock in each other's eyes. Muzzling's influence in the Uyghurs was so great. Muzzling. Have you ever thought about what the great Zhou would do if the two of us died in the Uyghurs? Lin Gongxuan continued calmly. If we die in the Uyghurs, where will the face of the great Zhou emperor be? If the two countries go to war, won't the southern barbarians benefit? Thinking of Mu Yinzhen's smug look, Mu Xiaoling was furious. Besides, our emperor has already grasped the general situation of the Uyghurs and sent us here to verify the truth. If we die here again, the emperor will form an alliance with the southern barbarians. By then, you Uyghurs will be attacked from all sides. Will you have a good harvest? General, don't listen to his nonsense. Kill them first. Muzzling raised his hand to stop the adjutant. Lin Gongxuan, you are lucky. You go. Lin Gongxuan pulled Yu Jia up and returned to the carriage. General, how can you let the tiger go back to the mountain? Muzzling looked at the carriage going away and sneered. It's not that easy to run away. But they will die in the great show. Back in the inn, Yu Jia's clothes were already wet with sweat. Lin Gongxuan was not much better, with sweat all over his forehead. We escaped a disaster. Lin Gongxuan shook his head. It's just the beginning. We can't avoid the war with the Uyghurs. Why do you think so? Yu Jia hesitated. Lin Gongxuan then told him the news that Fang Dashan had found out. Yu Jia was so shocked that she could fit a goose egg in her mouth. This Muzzling is not only cuckolded, but also likes to be a father. He is really patient. This Li Yuanyuan is really up to something. Jia. Should we tell Jin Feng about this? Yu Jia shook her head. I'm not a saint. Since Jin Feng is no longer the same Jin Feng as before. Or has he always been the same Jin Feng? The path he is going to take has nothing to do with us. The most important thing now is to return to Dezhou as soon as possible and report the truth to the emperor. Damn. I have an idea. Lin Gongxuan put his ear close to him. The next day, the king wanted to invite the Dezhou envoys to the palace for a conversation. So he sent someone to the post house to invite them. However, after the people from the palace came, they found that there was no trace of the delegation in the post house. What's going on? Ji Feng was so angry that he could easily lose the person with his heavy troops. The guards looked confused. They didn't know what happened either. They just took a nap at the door, and the people disappeared. Send someone to stop them immediately. If you see the envoys, stop them immediately. Ji Feng hesitated for a long time and finally made up his mind. No matter if they live or die. But it was too late. Yu Jia and others had already crossed the border of Dezhou. Yu Jia suddenly relaxed and spit out a mouthful of blood. After making the decision yesterday, they set off in batches. They rode wildly all night and finally crossed the border before Ji Feng could react. Jia. What happened to you? The crowd realized that Yu Jia was a patient with poor health. Yu Jia wiped the blood on her mouth with her sleeve and shook her head. I'm fine. She looked at Lin Gongxuan's weak face. Coward. Take people to the palace to report the situation to the emperor first. I'll come later. It was an emergency. So it had to be this way. The two separated, and Lin Gongxuan galloped on his horse. When he arrived in the capital, Lin Gongxuan didn't bother to wash up, and went to the palace first. Your Majesty, Jin Feng is so bold that he dared to kidnap the princess and do such a treasonous thing. We arrived in the Uyghur territory, and he still wanted to assassinate us. It's clear that he doesn't take the emperor seriously. Your Majesty, Li Guoli had never seen Lin Gongxuan so anxious. My dear, please sit down quickly. I know about this matter. Lin Gongxuan sat on the stool and paused. He looked up and saw Li Yincheng's smug look. The emperor didn't make a decision. So why was the prince happy? Could it be that he and Ji Feng had some secrets that could not be revealed? Father, I think we should send troops now and take down Ji Feng, who is ignorant of the world. Li Yinshao was anxious when he thought of Li Yuanyuan's situation. No hurry. Let me summon the ministers of various ministries to discuss it. Your Majesty, I have an idea, but I don't know whether I should say it or not. Lin Gongxuan stood up and saluted. He could feel the eyes of Li Yansheng and Li Yanxiao. Oh! What does Juan think? Lin Gongxuan continued. Why don't we form an alliance with the Nan Man? Are you crazy? Li Yansheng stopped him abruptly. The Nan Man was defeated by us. How could they form an alliance with us? Your Highness, you don't know. Lin Gongxuan glanced at Li Yanxiao and continued calmly. The so-called brother of the Uyghur king is Musling, the former general of the Nan Man. As soon as this was said, the others were all surprised. Are you saying that the person Yuan married was Musling? Li Yanxiao couldn't believe it. How is it possible? Didn't he disappear? Did he go to the Uyghurs? Your Highness, the Prince of Qi is right. Musling did join the Uyghurs. Chapter 425 Forced to Abdicate. Moreover, he suddenly became a general of the Uyghurs. In the last battle with the southern barbarians, it was he who led the Uyghurs to victory. Seeing that Li Guoli was still hesitating, Lin Gongxuan knelt down. Your Majesty, I have something to report. Li Guoli raised his hand to signal him to stand up. My dear, there is no need to be polite. Just stand up and speak. Lin Gongxuan seemed to have something to hide, and he looked at Li Yanxiao beside him. What's the matter? General Lin, what do you have to say that we two brothers cannot listen to? Li Yanxiao became impatient. You are hesitant like a woman. He almost blurted out what he had learned from Lin Erzhu, and stopped at the critical moment. He realized that Lin Erzhu was his subordinate. Lin Gongxuan didn't care about the sarcasm in Li Yansheng's tone. Your Highness, this matter is too painful. You better be prepared. Don't keep me in suspense. Just tell me. Lin Gongxuan didn't have anything to worry about. So he sighed. This Musling is buying people's hearts everywhere in the Uyghurs, from the Shangshu to the 6th rank officials. His way of buying people is very special. That is. He paused and continued. It is to let the princess commit herself to this bunch of bastards. What? Li Guoli almost fell off his chair. And Li Yanxiao was even more furious. Musling is such a beast. Father, if you ask me to fight the Uyghurs, I will definitely cut Musling into pieces. Wait a minute. My third brother. Li Yansheng comforted Li Yanxiao and looked at Lin Gongxuan. Lin Juan, is what you said true? Lin Gongxuan said respectfully. Absolutely true. After I and General Lin got the news, we were intercepted and killed by Musling. We finally escaped from the Uyghurs, and General Lin was seriously injured. In order to let the Emperor know the princess's situation, she asked me to come back and report to the Emperor first. How unreasonable. Li Guoli was furious. Musling is really a villain. He clearly doesn't take Dezhou seriously, and doesn't take me seriously. Lin Juan, I order you to be the General Sima, and go to the border to attack the Uyghurs immediately. I want to let the Uyghurs know that I am still alive. Ahem. Hong Deshun shouted loudly, call the doctor. Lin Gongxuan knelt on the ground. I obey your order. After the matter was completed, Lin Gongxuan began to contact the Nan Man. What? Lin Gongxuan wants to see me? Mu Yen was really surprised. Is it about the alliance? The king is wise, the minister said slowly. A few days ago, the envoy of Dezhou went to the Uyghurs and saw the miserable situation of the princess of Dezhou. Moreover, the envoy was assassinated. The emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty has ordered an attack on the Uyghurs. Mu Yanjin understood. No matter what, this is a good thing. Of course, I want to meet the general of the Great Zhou dynasty. Yu Jia did not expect that her meeting with Mu Yanjin would be like this. Sister? Mu Yanjin walked towards Yu Jia quickly, and Yu Jia was frightened when she saw Mu Yanjin. Oh, Jinjin, you should slow down. Mu Yanjin grabbed Yu Jia's hand, tears streaming down her face. Sister, do you know that my mother was killed by Mu Xiaoling? I am now the ruler of the southern barbarians. Yu Jia freed her hands to wipe Mu Yanjin's tears. I know everything. Jinjin is amazing now. Mu Yanjin's emotions suddenly collapsed after a long time, and she hugged Yu Jia and cried without saying anything. Lin Gongxuan turned his eyes away. You all leave. The envoys looked at each other, but they obediently left. Only Yu Jia, Lin Gongxuan, and Mu Yanjin were left in the hall. With great difficulty, Mu Yanjin calmed down, and Yu Jia pulled her to sit down. Jinjin, you have done very well. Under such circumstances, you can still take back everything your mother has won, which is already very amazing. Besides, You have become the ruler of the Nanman Kingdom now. Which makes me dare not even think about it. Yu Jia's exaggerated tone amused Mu Yanjun. She wiped her tears and laughed. Sister, you don't know how hard it was for me. Yu Jia pinched her face. But you made it through. If it were me, I wouldn't necessarily be so strong. The two seemed to have returned to the past. And Mu Yanjun seemed to be the carefree little girl. You are going to be a mother now. It's amazing. Mu Yanjun was embarrassed by Yu Jia's praise. Sister. Mu Yanjun looked up and saw Lin Gongxuan behind Yu Jia. And then she remembered that there was something important to discuss today. Sister, what do you want me to do? Suddenly, Mu Yanjun became the king who had the final say. This made Yu Jia unable to react for a while. Lord, please invite the generals of the southern barbarians to come, and we will discuss the details. Lin Gongxuan's quick response made Yu Jia feel that he was really here to negotiate. Come here. Call Ashina. Hearing the name, Yu Jia remembered that this person must be a member of Iona's tribe. A burly man came from outside and saluted Mu Yanjun. Lord. Mu Yanjun responded indifferently. Sit down. Lin Gongxuan stopped talking nonsense and discussed the war with Ashina. Mu Yanjun pulled Yu Jia. Sister, don't worry. Don't worry about the funds. Yu Jia twitched the corners of her lips speechlessly. It turned out that the poverty of the Great Zhou was a fact known to everyone. Uyghur Palace. King, you are still busy. Ji Feng was reviewing memorials. And when he looked up, he saw Li Yuanyuan. Li Yuanyuan? How did you get in? Ji Feng realized that something was wrong. Someone. King, don't worry. Li Yuanyuan laughed. They won't come again. Ji Feng stood up and drew the long sword behind him. What did you do? Hey! Li Yuanyuan shook her head and laughed. You are capable. You have endured for many years to get to the top. You are incompetent. Like a blind man. Don't you know that everyone in the palace is my people now? Ji Feng couldn't believe it. He pointed his long sword at Li Yuanyuan. What did you say? Li Yuanyuan was not afraid. It is undeniable that you are a diligent king. But you did two things wrong. One is that you let me live until now. The other is that you took in Mu Xiaoling. Ji Feng only realized at this time that the two had been in cahoots with each other for a long time. However, how could they be in collusion with each other when there was such a big hatred between them? Your Great Zhou has always been at odds with the Nanman. Mu Xiaoling has fought with your brother for so many years. And you actually forced him to abdicate with him? Li Yuanyuan walked towards Ji Feng, forcing him to retreat again and again. So what? As long as I can survive and succeed. Why not? Suddenly, Li Yuanyuan's face was full of ruthlessness. It's you? You made me end up like this. What do you think I should do to you? Chapter 426. I don't want anyone to get hurt. How can you treat me? Don't you know if you have the ability to do it? Ji Feng calmed down and thought about a way out. Don't waste time. The door opened from the outside, and Muslin came over. He glared at Li Yuanyuan. I asked you to do something so slowly. Li Yuanyuan was not to be outdone. Isn't it waiting for you? How could a woman who was powerless like her take Ji Feng down? Muslin, you repay kindness with enmity. Ji Feng put down his sword. If Li Yuanyuan was here alone, he would still have some chance of winning. Now it seems that he is completely lost. The king is wrong. Muslin glanced at Ji Feng. You have been living under someone else's roof since you were a child. Don't you know what it means to be a hidden dragon in the abyss? I came to you for help. Do you really think I am a weak person? Give the king some respect. Are you drinking or wearing white silk? It is clearly humiliating him. Ji Feng regretted it. Why didn't I listen to Lin Erzhu's words? It was also his own stubbornness, thinking that everything was under his control. When did you buy the people? Ji Feng was unwilling. When did it happen? Muslin lifted his robe and sat down. Then I will let the king die with a clear conscience. We should thank our princess of the Great Zhou for this. Ji Feng looked at Li Yuanyuan, who sneered. Same here. Bitch. I should have killed you long ago. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in the world. Muslin had lost his patience and approached Ji Feng. Lord, don't choose. Hurry up and get on the road. As he spoke, he suddenly punched and hit Ji Feng in the heart. Ji Feng took 2 steps back, covering his heart, and blood spurted out of his mouth. At this moment, his mind was full of Yu Jia's words. Ji Feng, when you get to the Uyghurs, you must make Li Yuanyuan disappear. Remember. Unfortunately, Everything was too late. He watched Musling's figure getting closer and closer, and finally shed tears. Yu Jia had just returned to the capital when Li Yanqing summoned her to the prince's mansion. Lin Erju, how can you be so reckless? Li Yanqing was angry and walked around anxiously. Do you know that once the Great Zhou and the Uyghurs fight, the consequences will be disastrous? Yu Jia was a little surprised. So she said calmly, Your Highness, you haven't seen the appearance of our princess. It's really horrible. Our emperor values his face the most. The Uyghurs dared to treat the princess like this. Isn't this a slap in his face? Li Yanqing didn't care what Li Yuanyuan looked like. He didn't care whether Li Guli's face was damaged. Why do you care about him? Now that the two countries are starting a war, what do you think we should do? What should we do? Why should we, the Great Zhou dynasty, be afraid of a tiny country like him? Even if the Uyghurs have Musling. So what? In terms of national strength, they have Yu Jia and Lin Gongxuan in charge. In terms of financial strength, they have Mu Yanjin's strong support. What else is there to be afraid of? Unless there is something else hidden. Yu Jia glanced at Li Yanqing, who was still anxious, and asked tentatively, Your Highness, do you think that if the Uyghurs and the Nanmen fight, we can sit back and reap the benefits? Li Yanqing didn't even raise his eyelids. I don't care whether they fight or not. Wrong guess. If the king of Qi returns to Nantung and fights the Nanman, the Uyghurs will be able to sit back and reap the benefits. Li Yanqing paused, and Yu Jia knew that she had guessed right. Li Yanqing must have reached some kind of agreement with Mu Zhaoling. This is also easy to guess. It is nothing more than transferring Li Yanzhao away from the capital to fight against the southern barbarians. Mu Zhaoling took advantage of the opportunity and supported Li Yanqing to take the throne. He made a good calculation, but ignored the people of the Great Zhou. Lin Erju, you have time to guess blindly here. You might as well stop this war. Yu Jia looked at his nose and looked at his heart. War is the order of the emperor. How can this humble minister stop it? You? Li Yanqing gritted his teeth and waved his hands. Get out. Useless thing. Yu Jia walked out of the prince's mansion and said, Pooh. You are so useful. So useful that the people suffer. Yu Jia returned to the general's mansion and saw Lin Gongxuan chopping cabbages. These cabbages were planted by the housekeeper. Bad boy. Do you want to eat cabbages? Lin Gongxuan did not even raise his head and continued his movements. One by one, the knife fell, and each knife was fatal. Yu Jia applauded. Bad boy. Good skills. Lin Gongxuan raised his head only after chopping a row of cabbages. It's cold. If these cabbages are not harvested, they will freeze. Yu Jia nodded, but did not take the cabbages to heart. Chang He, Gosheng, and Fang Dashan led the servants in the mansion into the house to carry the cabbages, and Yu Jia sat down on the ridge of the field. Lin Gongxuan grabbed Yu Jia and said, The ground is cold. He slid Yu Jia onto the chair without saying anything. Yu Jia's face turned red all the way to her neck. Oh! It's so embarrassing if someone sees it. Lin Gongxuan was speechless. You still feel embarrassed now? Yu Jia glared at him unhappily. Today I went to the prince's mansion and got a lot of gains. Lin Gongxuan washed his hands with a towel and motioned Yu Jia to continue. The prince may be in collusion with Musling. When we lead the troops, we must be careful that he will stab us. Lin Gongxuan sat down next to Yu Jia. Is this true? Yu Jia nodded. It couldn't be more true. It seems that Zhonghuan is right. Lin Gongxuan remembered Lu Zhonghuan's reminder. Yu Jia did not ask any more questions. Lin Gongxuan had a reason for saying so. You bastard. If the Great Zhou is handed over to such a person, how much suffering will the people suffer? She looked at the foggy sky. This damn weather. It may snow. Lin Gongxuan followed Yu Jia's line of sight and looked up at the sky. Yes. It's time to snow. Juan. Erju. How can you still have the leisure to look at the sky? The two looked at the door together. It was Lu Zhonghuan, followed by Li Lingyan. Yu Jia and Lin Gongxuan saluted hurriedly. Meet His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Li Lingyan glanced at Lu Zhonghuan, who nodded at him, and he turned around and whispered, You two stand up and answer. Thank you. Your Highness. Li Lingyan was a little timid. He looked up at Lu Zhonghuan at a loss. Don't be nervous. These two are the backbone of the Great Zhou. Yu Jia smiled what she thought was a kind smile. Your Highness. Don't be polite. Just like at home. Lin Gongxuan rolled his eyes at her and asked Li Lingyun to sit down. What does the grandson think of this battle? After Lin Gongxuan asked. He looked at Lu Zhonghwan. Li Lingyun sighed, and his little adult appearance made Yu Jia laugh. Grandson, don't worry. I and General Lin will definitely win the battle. I'm not worried about that. Li Lingyun looked down at his shoes and shook his feet. Fighting means casualties. I really don't want anyone to get hurt. Chapter 427 with external aid. General Lin, don't you think it's good for everyone to live in harmony? Yu Jia laughed. Your Highness the Crown Prince is still so young and still knows how to live in harmony. The imperial family is the most ruthless. And this little Crown Prince seems to have richer emotions. Li Lingyun's cheeks flushed. He touched his head and straightened his body. This is what Liang Di often said to me. Looking at Li Lingyun, who was sitting upright like a little adult, Yu Jia felt sorry for him. He just lost his mother. Oh! Liang Di? Which Liang Di? Lin Gongxuan and Lu Zhonghwan sat down. It's Su Liang Di. She taught me a lot. Li Lingyun tilted his head and counted on his fingers. If you don't eat dumplings on the winter solstice, your ears will freeze off. If you don't eat dumplings on the new year, you won't grow up. If you don't eat dumplings on the Lantern Festival, you will wet the bed. Yu Jia smiled. It seems that this Su Liangdi likes to eat dumplings very much. Children's attention is not so focused. Yu Jia and Lin Gongxuan asked questions for a while, and Li Lingyun became very interested in the radishes in the yard. Teacher, can I go over there and take a look? Lu Zhonghwan glanced at Chang Haier and others who were busy and nodded. Li Lingyun cheered and ran towards the radishes. Yu Jia and the other two looked at Li Lingyun's cheerful back and sighed together. Zhonghwan, the prince is not a wise ruler. Yu Jia spoke first. The other two did not deny it. I have a piece of news. Don't get excited after hearing it. Don't worry. Jia and I have been on the battlefield for a long time. We have seen all kinds of scenes. Lu Zhonghwan looked at Yu Jia meaningfully, and then slowly spoke. As far as I know, the prince secretly bribed the palace guards. I am afraid there will be big moves. Fortunately, Lu Zhonghwan gave a warning in advance. Otherwise Yu Jia would really jump up from the chair. What's the matter? What does he want to do? Force the emperor to abdicate? Yu Jia was puzzled. He is already the prince. Isn't it good enough if he can just wait until the emperor abdicates? Why do we need to do this? Yu Jia asked a series of questions, and Lu Zhonghwan shook his head. Urju, you have been away from home for many years, and you don't know much about the situation in the capital. You only know one thing, but not the other. Lu Zhonghwan's eyes were on Li Lingyun, who was trying hard to pull radishes. Li Yinshao has already made up his mind. He has bought people's hearts in private. If the court re-elects the crown prince now, he will definitely be on the list. Besides, he did a lot of practical work during his mourning period. Lin Gongxuan nodded. I have heard of this. He glanced at the confused Yu Jia. He recovered the debts owed by officials in Liangjiang and went to the northwest to provide disaster relief. Even if Yu Jia didn't understand government affairs, she knew that these two things were tough. These two things are definitely not easy to do. If he succeeds, it will be like gaining favor with the emperor. Urju is right, Lu Zhonghwan said softly. Yu Jia suddenly thought of Li Daxuan. Although Weijiang didn't belong to Liangjiang, the neighboring areas were so rich. So how could Liangjiang owe money? She expressed her doubts. At this time, Lu Zhonghwan solved her doubts. Since ancient times, it has been normal for officials to owe money to the court. Except Liangjiang. Even officials above the 4th rank in Beijing are everywhere. There are only 3 types of such people. Lu Zhonghwan took a sip of tea and frowned slightly. Yu Jia was a little surprised. Well, I don't have many people visiting me, and I haven't had time to buy tea yet. So you just have to make do with it. Lu Zhonghwan put down the teacup and didn't say anything, picking up the previous topic and continuing to talk. The first type is people who work for the court. They don't have so much money on hand, so they can only borrow money from the court. Yu Jia understood. That is, advanced travel expenses or advance payment for goods. The second type is people who follow the trend. When they see others borrowing money to work for the court, they also find an excuse to borrow money to show their merits. Yu Jia curled his lips. In fact, he did nothing serious. What about the third type of people? The third type of people are the most hateful people. They borrow money from the court when they see an advantage to be gained. They spend all the borrowed money on wine and women. The court officials owed money so casually. not to mention the local officials. Liangjiang is a wealthy place, and it should be easier for Li Yanxiao to recover the debts. No, since the former Liangjiang governor Chao Jinyu was confiscated, those who took office are all tough guys. Although the Liangjiang governor is a lucrative job, you should enjoy it while you are alive. This time, the Liangjiang governor has some shady ways. Dark ways? Yu Jia was puzzled. He just has some underworld background. Lin Gongxuan whispered softly. Yu Jia understood. This Li Yanxiao is really capable of taking over Liangjiang. Lu Zhonghuan agreed. Since the debts in Liangjiang have been recovered, the debts in other places will also be recovered one after another. So, the emperor has now issued an order for Gongxuan to prepare for the war against the Uyghurs. Yu Jia raised his eyes and looked at Lin Gongxuan. In other words, if you have money, you will have confidence. This Li Yanxiao has solved the problem that has been weighing on Li Guoli's mind for many years. Not only does he have a high prestige in the hearts of the ministers, but also in Li Guoli's heart. No wonder the prince wants to take risks. No! Yu Jia stood up, clenching his fists. What's wrong? Lin Gongxuan stood up as well, looking at Yu Jia with a worried look on his face. Yu Jia's eyes were full of sharp frost. Coward. Think about it carefully. The Uyghurs are now at war with the southern barbarians. How can they have the energy to go to war with the Great Zhou? According to the intelligence in the past few days, the Uyghur soldiers have been slowly mobilized to the border between the two countries. What do you think? Lin Gongxuan continued to ask. The Uyghurs must have the confidence to do this. Just like we have money and confidence. There are only two kinds of confidence. One is that the Uyghurs suddenly increase their strength, which is basically impossible. The second is to have foreign aid. Lin Gongxuan took over the conversation, and he turned to look at Lu Zhonghuan. Zhonghuan, what do you think? Lu Zhonghuan stood up. Yes, this foreign aid must also be the mortal enemy of Dezhou. Dezhou's mortal enemy. There is no second choice except Beima. Yu Jia shouted. Changhair, prepare your luggage. Changhair, who was pulling radishes with Li Lingyan, was shocked. General, what's wrong? Yu Jia glanced at Lin Gongxuan, and then at Lu Zhonghuan. Prepare to go to war with Beima. Yu Jia hurried to the Jizhou military camp with his men. Su Jingyang had already gone to Beijing to report, and just passed by Yu Jia. During the time she was gone, Xian Zhihao managed the camp in good order. General, the latest news is that He Laishu is not dead. Yu Jia threw down the bandage in her hand. Good people don't live long, but evil people last for thousands of years. Zhihao, pass the order down. The Vanguard camp will take 3 shifts every day to find out the news of Beima. Chapter 428. Will we win? Xian Zhihao was a little puzzled. General, why do you have to inquire so frequently? Yu Jia snorted coldly. The war is about to start. All members of the Jizhou military camp were on alert, and Yu Jia and Lu Kuifeng were looking at the map at night. Kuifeng, if the Tatars attack, where do you think they will pass? The strategy of Lan Jiagu has been used last time, and Beima will definitely not use such a routine this time. General, I think the best route is Lan Jiagu. Yu Jia raised his eyes, very puzzled. Are you saying that the Tatars want to imitate us? But we won't be fooled. Right? Aren't they wasting their time? Lu Kuifeng shook his head. Anything can happen. Don't be so absolute. Yu Jia scratched his head and asked again. But Lu Kuifeng kept silent. At night, Yu Jia tossed and turned in bed and couldn't sleep. What does this sentence mean? The next day, Yu Jia went to the new recruit camp. Lao Dou and Xiao Qi strictly required the new recruits to train with high standards, and the combat capability of the new recruit camp has been significantly improved. Lao Dou, you did a good job, and the soldiers you sent to each camp are very capable. Lao Dou was very proud. This is all the general's cultivation. The 3 of them walked into the tent. General, what about me? I am also very hardworking. Xiao Qi smiled and pulled Yu Jia's arm. Yu Jia was helpless. You are also great. Go away. You are disrespectful. The old man slapped Xiao Qi on the head. This is a general. It will be embarrassing if others see it. Xiao Qi touched his head and said aggrievedly. I know. Knowing that Xiao Qi is a child, Yu Jia naturally doesn't care about him. Just for the sake of dignity. She agreed with what the old man said. I am the general, and you are the soldier in front of others. In private, we can naturally relax a little. Xiao Qi glanced at the old man and shook his head. I dare not. That's right. Hurry up and pour tea for the general. The old man asked Yu-Jia to sit down and picked up a blanket and put it on Yu-Jia's legs. Yu-Jia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Dad? I'm not that fragile. Dad, however, was tidying up the blanket without saying a word, and only raised his head after a long while. It's freezing cold. General, you should take care of yourself. As he spoke, his eyes turned red. Oh, it's not that serious. Sit down quickly. Dad then sat down next to Yu-Jia. Xiaoqi, go see if there is any food. I'm hungry. Xiaoqi stood up. General, please wait a moment. When Xiaoqi left the tent, Do shook his head. It's still too reckless. Don't worry. You can slowly train him. Yu-Jia comforted him softly. By the way, Dad, I want you to see the weather these days. Lao Do didn't ask any more questions. I will report the results to the general in the evening. Okay. By the way, Lao Do, if we go to war with the Tatars, will we win? General, when did you believe this? Lao Do looked surprised. In his impression, Yu-Jia was a person who would fight against everything and everything. So how could she believe in ghosts and gods? Since the last wind direction incident, Yu-Jia had to believe in God's will. Or, her own origins were full of strangeness. What else could she not believe in? I just want to take a look. In case it can be used as a reference? What do you want to know? Lao Do took out a small package from under the pillow and slowly opened it. Just to see if we can win? Yu-Jia saw the tortoiseshells in the package, and she looked at them curiously. Just look at this result. Wait a moment. General. Lao Do took the 3 tortoiseshells in his hands, put his hands together, and muttered something. Open! With a crash, the 3 tortoiseshells fell on the table. Lao Do looked at them seriously. Yu-Jia stretched her neck and looked at them too. But she couldn't understand them at all. She didn't recognize the words on the tortoiseshells. Seeing Lao Do's frown, her heart was in turmoil. After about half an instant's stick of time, Lao Do finally raised his head. He slowly put away the tortoiseshells and looked up at Yu-Jia. Click. Yu-Jia had a bad feeling in her heart. Dad? What's going on? Will we win? Speak up. What's going on? Dad stared at Yu-Jia without saying a word. And Yu-Jia became anxious. Just tell me. I can bear it. Dad sniffed and wrapped the tortoiseshell with black cloth. We will win. Yu-Jia breathed a sigh of relief. Dad, you really scared me to death. It's just a miserable victory. This sentence almost knocked Yu-Jia, who was about to drink tea, off balance. After many years of leading troops in battle, she knew the weight of these words. War is cruel, and no one would start a war unless they had no other choice. Passively responding to the enemy is just to protect the homeland from being destroyed and the people from being harmed. I know. At this time, Xiaoqi walked into the tent with food. General, this is the braised pork just made by the kitchen. Please try it. Yu-Jia looked at the braised pork with thick oil and red sauce lying in the bowl, and she pulled the corners of her lips with difficulty. Braised pork is similar to braised pork, fat but not greasy, both of which she likes to eat. However, now her body is no longer blessed with it. You bastard. How can you be so ignorant? As soon as Xiaoqi put the plate on the table, his father pulled up his collar. He felt very wronged. Tears swish. It fell down with a bang. What's wrong with me? Doesn't the general like to eat these things? I watched them for a long time before I brought them to the general. You keep crying. Crying like a woman. What's wrong with you? The old man was about to raise his hand, but Yu-Jia stopped him. Stop it. You two are both battalion officers. Why are you fighting so hard? Aren't you afraid that others will laugh at you? The old man let go of Xiaoqi angrily, and he was furious when he saw him lowering his head to wipe his tears and looking aggrieved. General, look at how sissy he is. Okay. Let me try the meat that Xiaoqi brought for me and see if it tastes good. Yu-Jia picked up the chopsticks and started to pick up the pork. General. No. The old man hurriedly stopped her. But it was too late. Yu-Jia quickly put a small piece of meat in her mouth. She actually wanted to taste the long-lost glutinous fragrance. Well, delicious. Xiaoqi laughed. It's good as long as it tastes good. He glared at the old man. Did you hear that? The general said it tastes good? The hot meat slid down her throat, and Yu-Jia closed her eyes and savored it carefully. Suddenly, she felt her stomach churning and vomited with her hands on her chest. General, General. This time, she vomited not only the meat she had just eaten, but also large clumps of blood. Chapter 429 Meeting an Old Friend. Yu Jia felt that all the pressure in her body was rushing to her chest, and the continuous vomiting made her dizzy. She felt that liquid was flowing out of her nose. She looked up and saw the anxious faces of Lao Dou and Xiao Qi, and Yu Jia comforted them. It's okay. It's okay. Just a little uncomfortable in the stomach. Send me back. Yu Jia was sent back to the yard, and she felt at ease lying on the bed. Lao Xia felt her pulse and nagged again. General, I'm not saying anything bad about you. Why don't you take care of your body? You must not touch such greasy things. After speaking, he raised his eyes and glared at Yu Jia. Can greed be more important than life? Yu Jia endured it one by one. Oh, I didn't know it was so strong. I'll be careful next time. Outside the door, Chang Hai scolded Lao Dou and Xiao Qi with a face full of resentment. Lao Dou, Xiao Qi is ignorant. And you are also ignorant? You should know the general's health very well. Why are you fooling around? If anything happens to our general, I will be the first to chop you. Lao Dou regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. Blame me. Blame me. His voice trembled, and he had not recovered from the shock just now. Seeing him like this, Chang Hai couldn't bear to blame him anymore. Xiao Qi on the side had already burst into tears. Woo, brother Chang Hai. It's all my fault. I thought the general liked this kind of meat, so I asked someone to make it for her. I really didn't know the general couldn't eat meat. From now on, I'll never let the general eat meat again. Even if you kill me. Chang Hai waved his hands in annoyance. He couldn't bear to see Xiao Qi crying bitterly. He wiped Xiao Qi's tears with his sleeves. Do you know now? Just be more careful in the future. Our general is now glass. Very fragile. You must be careful in the future. And don't let others know about our general's physical condition. Do you two understand? The two nodded in unison. Gousheng walked up to the two with the medicine, glared at them fiercely, and walked into the house. General, take the medicine. Lao Xia stood up and packed the medicine box. Gousheng, be careful next time. Yu Jia curled his lips. I know. You can't eat greasy food. Your mood can't be up and down. And you can't do strenuous exercise. Lao Xia and Gousheng looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. Yu Jia was also very depressed. He was not allowed to eat anything or do anything. He felt like a waste. Gousheng handed the medicine bowl to Yu Jia. General Lin has sent a letter. Yu Jia was about to put down the medicine bowl when he was stopped by Gousheng. You can only give it to you after you drink the medicine. Hey Gousheng, you can't learn from them. Yu Jia was furious. The old man wants to nag me. Do you want to nag me too? Lao Xia pulled the corner of his lips. General, I'm not far away yet. Gousheng was unmoved. General, I can only give you the secret letter after you drink the medicine. Yu Jia rolled her eyes and sighed at the dark medicine in the bowl. My life is more bitter than this medicine. Gudong. Yu Jia drank the medicine in the bowl in one breath, and she turned the bowl down. Did you see it? It's all gone. Lao Xia nodded and walked out of the room with the medicine box on his back. Yu Jia looked at Gousheng unhappily. Take out the letter? As soon as Gousheng took the letter out of his chest, Yu Jia couldn't wait to snatch it away. Lin Gongxuan sent a letter saying that he had led his troops to Mancheng, the border between Dazhou and Uyghur. The two sides had already fought once, but they only challenged each other in front of the city gate and did not fight. Yu Jia slowly put away the letter, and Gousheng took it and put it in the brazier. Since Lin Gongxuan had already fought with the Uyghurs, she was not far away. Lin Gongxuan had already made a response plan with Eshina. The two forces were going to fight the Uyghurs at the same time. In this way, the Uyghurs would be attacked from both sides. Li Yanxiao was always paying attention to the battle between Dazhou and Uyghurs. He looked at the secret letter handed over by his subordinates and read it carefully. Ian put the soup on the table. Your Majesty, it's getting late. It's time to rest. Previously, Li Yanxiao went to Liangjiang to collect the debts, but he did not bring Ian with him. Recently, she received important news from Li Daxuan. The massacre of the whole family was not the work of Li Yanxing. When Ian heard the news, she felt a chill down her spine. At that time, who else would attack their family except Li Yanxing? Li Yanxiao was in the military camp at that time, so there was only one possibility left. Only Li Guoli was left. Unexpectedly, after all the twists and turns, she could not escape the palm of Li Guli's hand. Thinking of her father's hard work and diligent work, she ended up like this, and she was filled with emotion. With her ability, she naturally could not take revenge on Li Guli. Let's create some trouble for him. Li Yinxiao turned a deaf ear and continued to look at the letter in his hand. Your Highness, I have met a sister in the years I have been traveling in the martial arts world. She came to the capital recently. Can I go to see her? Oh! Li Yinxiao put down the letter and picked up the soup on the table. Why haven't I heard you talk about it before? Ian sighed softly. I also met this sister on the road. She was already married at that time. We have been in contact for these years. I learned that her husband had passed away after I came to the capital. She had no children and was kicked out by her in-laws. Now I can only make a living by doing odd jobs in the capital. Li Yinxiao responded indistinctly while drinking soup. Seeing that Li Yinxiao had not yet agreed, she continued. Prince, can I go see her? Li Yinxiao put down the soup. Let Li Chan accompany you. Ian was overjoyed. Thank you, Prince. The next morning, Ian led Li Chong out of the palace. Ian led Li Chong through many turns into a small alley. They looked around and then entered the yard. This is a 2-entry yard. Not big, but very warm. Li Nyang. Ian shouted into the house, and saw Li Nyang come out of the room and stand at the door gracefully. Is this the young master? Li Chong glanced at Li Yin, a little nervous. Are you Aunt Li? Li Nyang's eyes were filled with tears, and she nodded slightly. It's me. She slowly walked towards the two of them, carefully looking at Li Chong. Grown up? Really grown up. Now the spirits of the master and the mistress can finally rest in peace. Tears rolled down Li Nyang's eyes, like jade beads in a jade plate. Li Nyang, don't cry. Let's go into the house and talk. A Yin helped Li Nyang into the house. The house was a little cold, and Li Chong looked around. Why is there no charcoal basin? No maids or servants? He turned around. Sister, how can you wrong Aunt like this? Li Nyang waved her hand. It doesn't matter. I am a helpless widow now. How can I have such a big show? Chapter 430. Public Revenge for Private Revenge. Aren't you wronged? Li Nyang shook her head. As long as I can avenge the master and the lady. What does this grievance mean? Now that the murder case has been found out, the old emperor is here to do it. So we don't have to worry too much. Her beautiful face was distorted. If I don't take revenge, Li Nyang will not be a human being. The siblings looked at each other, and the room was silent for a while. And a Yin spoke. Li Nyang, the spirits of our parents in heaven may also want us to live well. What? Do you regret it? A trace of viciousness flashed across Li Nyang's eyes. A Yin, do you want to give up? Have you forgotten the miserable state of the master and the mistress at that time? Ian shook her head. I can't forget it. But if I have to watch you die, I will definitely not do it. After all, I have died once. I know how difficult it is to live. She looked up at Li Nyang. Li Nyang, I came here this time just to persuade you that it is good to live. No. Li Nyang stood up. Ian, how can you say this in front of Azzy? He is the hope of our Chao family. You must not pour cold water on him. Li Chong touched his nose. I listened to my sister? You? Li Nyang's face was full of anger. How can a man be so cowardly? Your parents were killed for no apparent reason. How can you be so indifferent? As she spoke, Li Nyang started to cough violently. Ian hurriedly patted her back, but was pushed away by Li Nyang. Forget it. I don't count on you. In an instant, Li Nyang looked depressed. You were young when the accident happened, so it's normal that you didn't feel much. You finally escaped death, so you should live well. Leave the rest to me and Li Dashuan. The few people parted unhappily, and Ian and Li Chong walked out of the alley. The two strolled on the noisy street, and Li Chong looked at Ian from time to time. Azzy, do you also think I am heartless? Li Chong lowered his head in embarrassment. Sister, that's not true. Ian sighed. I also want to avenge my parents. But people must know their own limitations. How can we compete with that person? All we can do is create trouble for him. She stroked her belly with her hand. Since she had a child, she became less courageous. Yes, sister, it's good for us to live well. I don't want to experience life and death again. When the siblings returned to the palace, Li Yinxiao went out. In recent days, he has been very busy. since the debts owed by officials in Liangjiang were recovered. The debts owed by most other regions have been recovered. However, many officials in Beijing did not make any move. If these difficult tasks can be completed, it will definitely be a great achievement. Li Yansheng also knew this truth, so he competed with Li Yanxiao for this task. Prince, what do you think about this matter? Li Guoli summoned Li Yansheng and Li Yanxiao to the imperial study to discuss matters. Li Yansheng pondered for a moment and blurted out, I think we should convince people with reason. Ministers are the foundation of the country. If they offend the public, they may cause chaos. Third brother, what do you think? To answer the emperor, I think the national law is the national law. Ministers should act according to the law and never tolerate it. Li Guoli nodded without any expression. Father, we should use thundering means to recover the debts. Ha ha! Li Guoli laughed. Yes, the third brother has a good idea. If you really come from the army, the thundering means cannot be resisted. Then I'll leave this matter to you. Li Yansheng looked at Li Yanxiao angrily, but he could do nothing about it. After the two came out, Li Yansheng couldn't bear it anymore. Third brother, you are really good at it. Li Yanxiao bowed his hands. No. I'm just doing things for father. Humph. Li Yansheng snorted coldly. Then I wish you all the best. Back to the prince's mansion. Li Yansheng was very angry. Even Li Lingyun and Lu Zhonghuan in the study heard it. Pay attention. When Li Lingyun heard Lu Zhonghuan's words, he picked up the pen and continued writing. But Li Yansheng's movements were too loud, and Li Lingyun couldn't concentrate. Forget it. You take a break? Li Lingyun happily put the brush in his hand on the pen holder and stood up. Teacher, why is father so angry? Lu Zhonghuan glanced in the direction of the prince's study. I guess he was angry. Li Lingyun choked immediately. And he must be angry because of anger. He just wanted to know the reason why Li Yansheng was angry. Is it related to the current popular collection of officials' debts? Lu Zhonghuan did not deny it. He picked up the teacup on the table and wanted to drink tea, but found that the teacup was empty. He was a little bored, so he put down the teacup. Yes. How do you think this matter can be handled? Li Lingyun scratched his head. They owe the treasury money, and they should pay it back to the treasury. It is said that it is natural to pay back debts. How can you refuse to pay? Having said that, these officials have lost their conscience and are determined to default on the debts. What means do you think should be used? Lu Zhonghuan continued to ask. Just go to their homes and ask for it. Lu Zhonghuan laughed. Even a 10-year-old child understands this principle. So how can Li Yansheng not understand it? This time, he must have lost his temper when he returned home. According to Li Yanxiao's style of doing things, he should take thunderous measures. Now the war is tight, and military pay and food are in short supply. The emperor wants the result. Who cares about the process? Li Yansheng wants to buy the hearts of those officials at this time, which can be said to be flattering the horse's buttocks. Aren't you afraid that they will stab you in the back? Li Lingyun patted his chest and vowed. What are you afraid of? I am working for the great Zhou, and I follow the national law. No matter how unwilling they are, they have violated the national law. If they stab me, it's their fault. Besides, as long as you can work for the great Zhou, what's the big deal about being stabbed in the back? Lu Zhonghuan laughed. The boy is teachable. He glanced at the prince's study again and shook his head. What a pity. Li Yansheng just couldn't see through it. After receiving the imperial edict, Li Yanxiao immediately took action. First, it started with Liang Shuqi, the assistant minister of the Ministry of War. Li Yanxiao first came to the assistant minister's mansion. Assistant Liang, the emperor has issued an order, and I will act in accordance with the order. You are required to pay back the debt within 3 days. Otherwise your property will be confiscated. Today has passed the 3-day deadline. And if you haven't paid back the debt, don't blame me for being rude. Liang Shuqi smiled fearlessly. Oh? Does the prince really want to do this? I am not the only official in the capital who owes money. Why are you staring at me? Could it be that our iron-faced and impartial Prince Qi wants to use public power for personal gain and take revenge? Chapter 431. How many people can stand up to the public? I have always been upright in my work. If you have not done anything wrong, how could you have the chance to fall into my hands? Li Yanxiao waved to the official behind him. Come on. Move all the valuables away. Liang Shuqi led the guards forward. Let's see who dares to move. Liang Shuqi. Dare you disobey my order? Li Yanxiao drew out the long sword in his hand. Catch him! Liang Shuqi did not expect Li Yanxiao to attack him. He was a military scholar in the 15th year of the first year of the Great Zhou dynasty, and was in charge of the Ministry of War for several years. But he was quickly defeated by the real Li Yanxiao. After the two fought for a while, Liang Shuqi was kicked to the ground by Li Yanxiao. Minister Liang, I once said in Bashu that we would meet again. When we meet again today, our identities are completely different. One is the high and mighty Prince Qi, and the other is a prisoner. Prince Qi, do you dare to kill me? Liang Shuqi was escorted by the officials, his eyes wide open. I am the Minister of War. I am a subordinate of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, and my son is the companion of His Royal Highness the grandson. How dare you touch me? Li Yanxiao paused in his action of retracting his sword, and sneered at Liang Shuqi, who was still struggling. Liang Shuqi, what do you see in my hand? Liang Shuqi raised his head in embarrassment, and he looked at the sword in Li Yanxiao's hand. That is the imperial sword. It can kill treacherous ministers and rebels. But he is neither a treacherous minister nor a rebel. He owes money to the court, and there are many officials in the capital who owe money. One more or one less is not much. Of course, I recognize him. But do you dare to attack me? Liang Shuqi said word by word. His words roared from the outside, and lifted up Li Yanxiao's inside. Li Yanxiao only felt his skin stinging, and blood rushed to his forehead. It's good that you recognize him. Li Yanxiao raised the sword again, and with a swish, Liang Shuqi's head fell. At first, the yard was dead silent. Everyone was stunned, including Li Chong and others. Prince, he murmured. He didn't react until the shrill cry sounded. Master! Daddy! Liang Guodong cried like a tearful man, dragging his round body to struggle in the direction of Liang Shuqi. Take the people away, and continue to move things. Li Yanxiao was annoyed. He was used to seeing blood on the battlefield, but he was a little uncomfortable at this time. What happened in the Minister of War's mansion was reported to the court. The court was in an uproar, and the memorials impeaching Li Yanxiao flew into the imperial study like snowflakes. Li Yanxiao couldn't help crying. Father, you have to make a decision for Liang Shuqi. Although he did something wrong, it's not a crime that will kill him. The rest of the prince's party's staff knelt on the ground and cried bitterly. Li Guoli stopped them in an unusual way. I know what you think. But what do you want the court to do? He owes the court money and doesn't pay it back. And he still speaks nonsense. Where is the dignity of the court? If the court has no money, what will Manchester City do when it goes to war with Jizhou City? He asked 3 questions in a row, leaving Li Yanxiao speechless. So far, no one brought up Li Guoli's case again. Seeing Li Guoli's attitude, others paid back the money. The ministers in the court, who had been honest for so many years, were eager to sell their property. All of a sudden, pawnshops and jewelry stores were crowded. When Yu Jia got the news, he asked Go Sheng to send a pigeon to Luing immediately, asking her to buy more things. General, they want to exchange money. Why do you still want to buy their things? Not only Go Sheng didn't understand, Chong Haier didn't understand either. Yu Jia said happily, Oh, what do you know? Don't think they want cash now. After passing this level, who doesn't want some rare treasures? The price is so low now. You only need to spend 30% of the usual money to get it. After this period of time, I can sell it to them at a multiple of the price. Won't I make a lot of money? Gosheng was counting on his fingers, and Chang Haier shouted, Great! The general is really good at making money. Within 10 days, 90% of the officials in the capital city paid back their debts, and the remaining 10% had their homes confiscated. Unexpectedly, the person who replaced Liang Shuqi as the new Minister of War was Liang Qifan, the former governor of Bashu Prefecture. As a branch of the Liang family, he took office, and the Liang family in the capital naturally had no objection. After Liang Qifan took office, he assisted Li Yanxiao in managing the public security of the capital city in an orderly manner. Your Majesty, I never thought that I could come back to the capital city in this life. Liang Qifan looked up at the moon on the roof, feeling deeply moved. Yuzhou, what nonsense are you talking about? Li Yanxiao poured Liang Qifan a glass of wine and continued. As long as there is a chance, I will transfer you back. Liang Qifan laughed, but then looked at Li Yanxiao with some worry. Yanxiao, are you being too high profile this time? Li Yanxiao invited him to raise his glass. What are you afraid of? If we follow the methods of the emperor in the past, when can we recover the debt? Not to mention the empty treasury. This border can't bear it. Lin Gongxuan and Lin Erzhu need tens of thousands of taels of silver for a day's food and wages. Can the treasury alone take it out? Liang Qifan took a sip of wine. What about Liang Jiang? Li Yinchao naturally knew that Liang Qifan was asking him about the candidate for the governor of Liangjiang. It has not been decided yet. This place is a lucrative job. If he wants to arrange someone, he has to wait until the arrears are collected, and he has made contributions before he can submit a memorial to the emperor. Liang Qifan thought about it, and it made sense. Yin Zhao. Tell me, what do you want me to do? Li Yinchao chuckled. You just need to manage the security of the capital and control it in your hands. Father has not been in the mood to take care of these things recently. Liang Qifan was puzzled. Why? This is a major event after I took office. Why doesn't he have the heart to take care of it? Recently, a useless concubine came to the palace, and father was fascinated by her. Of course, he has no heart to take care of security matters. Li Yinchao snorted coldly. Not a good guy either. I don't know what kind of magic potion I gave my father, but I actually became a concubine right after I arrived. The affairs of the royal family are not something that a minister can discuss. Liang Qifan naturally stopped talking. But this time, they all calculated wrong. Li Yinchao arranged his own people for the governor of Liangjiang. And Li Guoli also agreed. Li Yinchao was so angry that he returned to the palace and smashed a lot of things. Yinchao, calm down. Liang Qifan comforted him gently. Liangjiang is not our people. And we arrange people in other places the same way. We won't give up any of these lucrative positions in the capital. The capital? Li Yinchao became even angrier when he mentioned this. How many officials in the capital can be supported? Either eating, drinking and having fun, or gambling and having sex. How many of them can be presentable? Chapter 432, Victory in the First Battle. Lin Gongxuan didn't expect muzzling to be so powerful. Or maybe he was just going all out. This time, muzzling went beyond the city gate and attacked Manchester directly. Report. The scout ran to the tent and stumbled to his knees. General, the Uyghur army is approaching. About 100,000 people. What? Several deputy generals were incredulous. Can you find out why there are so many people? The scout panted. No more. No less. Another breath inhaled. Lin Gongxuan waved his hand to let the scout go out. General, the Uyghurs are coming fiercely this time. What should we do? Lin Gongxuan walked to the left and pointed to the location on the map. The battlefield is here. Several people looked at the map. Bin. General, how can it be possible? Everyone knows that the Uyghurs are good at water? Another bearded man shouted in a hoarse voice. Does the general want to use fire attack? When they attack us, they will connect the ships together. Or our soldiers will connect their ships together. Then use fire to destroy them in one fell swoop? Lin Gongxuan pulled the corner of his lip. Any trick that can be easily thought of. Do you think the Uyghurs have no countermeasures? Several people looked at each other, not knowing how to answer. General, what do you say we should do? The bearded man couldn't help it. We'll do whatever you say. This time, we must let the Uyghur soldiers see how powerful we are. Lin Gongxuan pointed to the riverside. Look, there are cliffs all around the riverside. Here, we can only take risks to have a chance of winning. Now the strength of the two sides is so different that they can't fight head-on. Have you ever heard this saying? Those who drown are those who can swim. This time, let them die because of their arrogance. Museling personally led the soldiers to attack Dazhou, and encountered resistance when they reached the riverside. He understood that this was the battlefield that Lin Gongxuan had chosen by default. Lord, we don't need to worry about this problem. The deputy general beside him was full of pride. We Uyghur men are born to swim. We will make a pair of Dazhou soldiers if they come one by one. Museling shook his head. You don't know Lin Gongxuan. Years of experience in confrontation told him that things were not that simple. Come on. Send someone to find out what the Dazhou soldiers have been doing in recent days. He wanted to see how Lin Gongxuan wanted to defeat the enemy this time. The terrain around Bind was dangerous, which made it easy for Uyghur soldiers to find out what Dazhou was doing. After blocking the Uyghur soldiers east of Bind, the Dazhou soldiers frequently went into the water. It was just that they were not familiar with the water, or the water in the cold winter was too piercing. So they got up quickly after sinking into the river. Some even turned back in a hurry without even walking far from the river. The Uyghur soldiers laughed and cursed the soldiers of the Great Zhou as cowards. Muzzling felt that something was wrong after hearing this, and he decided to go and investigate it himself. As the vanguard soldier said, the soldiers of the Great Joe first went into the water, and got up and returned to the shore after a short while. It seemed that there was nothing unusual. However, Muzzling was still uneasy, and he decided to speed up the pace of the battle. Muzzling ordered the soldiers to set out from the Uyghur shore, and when they reached the river, they were blocked by the soldiers of the Great Joe. The weapons they used were bows and arrows. Of course, this was the best choice. It did stop the pace of the Uyghur soldiers to a certain extent, but this degree could not dispel the Uyghurs' idea of attacking. How is the progress? Muzzling stared at the movement on the water's surface calmly. Report to the general. There are still some unfinished. This won't do. Send troops to stop them again. Archers from the Great Joe slowly arrived, and dense arrows whistled away from the shore. Seeing the Great Joe's formation, Muzzling understood. Mobilize reinforcements. We must go ashore today. The shouts and screams were deafening, awakening the beasts that had not hibernated. The soldiers of the Great Joe dynasty could not stop them at all. General, it's no good. They are about to land. Lin Gongxuan turned and shouted. Dashan, what's going on? General, only 8 or 9 out of 10. Fong Dashan replied anxiously. It was too late. Let them land. The drums of war sounded, and suddenly the archers of the Great Joe dynasty withdrew. This made the Uyghur soldiers look at each other in bewilderment, and the alarm bells of the Museling rang loudly. All troops on alert. He didn't know what Lin Gongxuan was doing, but his intuition told him that something must have happened. It seemed like a lifetime from the river to the other side. The Great Joe dynasty did not take any action in the middle, just waiting for the Uyghur soldiers to land. This made Muzzling look like fish on the chopping board. Seeing that they were getting closer and closer to the shore, Muzzling gave an order. Go ashore. The Uyghur soldiers went into the water like dumplings. But soon someone approached the shore. Bang. The sound was not very loud, but it made the Uyghur soldiers, who were on edge, shudder. What's going on? Several people fell down at the sound. More and more sounds were heard, and Muzzling realized that something was wrong. There's something in the water. The brave ones floated to the bottom of the river and saw many spherical objects. They didn't know what it was, so they approached slowly. No matter how careful he was, he still triggered the surrounding mechanisms. Bang. With a sound, his flesh and blood were shattered. This mechanism is not something special. It is a cotton thread as thin as a hair. If you don't pay attention for a moment, you will be caught. Muzzling didn't care so much, since there was still a sound. It meant that there were a certain number of these things. He ordered the soldiers to continue to go ashore. Time was urgent. Dezhou was not well prepared, and the Uyghur soldiers still went ashore. Humph. Just a trifle. No wonder I saw Dezhou's soldiers tinkering with things on the river bank before. No wonder they didn't take off their clothes when they went into the water. It turned out that they were installing these things. However, although there were not many of these things, they were very lethal. Muzzling was very interested in this thing. The losses in this attack were somewhat heavy. Only a small number of people landed on the shore, and were annihilated by the soldiers of the Great Zhou dynasty. Retreat! Muzzling ordered the Uyghur soldiers to return to the shore. Suddenly, the shore of the Great Zhou dynasty cheered loudly, and the first battle was a victory. Lin Gongxuan and Muzzling looked at each other across the river. If eyes could kill, the two would definitely fight for hundreds of rounds. In the tent, Lin Gongxuan led the officers of each camp to review the situation. General, although this thing is good, the Uyghurs took some back. What if the secrets they discovered are used on us? Lin Gongxuan fell silent. The method of making this simple torpedo was given to him by Yu Jia. No need to ask. It must be from her world. Yu Jia told him that it must not be used unless it is absolutely necessary. He agreed, but also broke his promise. Chapter 433. Take action as a last resort. Lin Gongxuan unfolded the paper, holding a pen in his hand, but not knowing where to start. How should he tell Yu Jia about this? Bastard. Remember? Don't use this brocade bag unless it is a life or death moment. Yu Jia stuffed the brocade bag into Lin Gongxuan's hand solemnly. Before we part, you must listen to me. Lin Gongxuan took Yu Jia's hand and said, Don't worry about me. Thinking of this, he opened the brocade bag again, unfolded the note, and saw Yu Jia's sloppy handwriting. This is the secret recipe of the lieutenant of the equipment camp to make explosives. It can only be used when you are at the end of your rope. Although Yu Jia said so, Lin Gongxuan still felt that this was a product of Yu Jia's world. He repeatedly experimented, and this kind of explosive had no disadvantages on land. But in the water, it lost its effectiveness instantly. These days, he was doing experiments while guarding against Musling's sudden attack on the city. In the end, he used clay soil, added ash soil and glutinous rice porridge to mix, and put the explosives in the middle. And there is another point about using such thick waterproof materials, which must have a fuse. This is also the reason why Lin Gongxuan chose close combat. Jia. I used that bluffing thing. When Yu Jia saw this sentence, his heart clicked. For a while. Finally, it came to this step. She knew Lin Gongxuan's character very well. Besides, he had given her many instructions, so he would not use this method unless it was absolutely necessary. Ah, Yu Jia sighed. She didn't know what explosives meant to the military in this era. Heavy casualties? She could only think of this word. War is cruel, and everyone wants to live a stable life. But she was born in a chaotic world, and this method is only for self-protection. I don't blame you. The news of supporting Li Yanxiao to ascend the throne became more and more intense, and Li Yansheng quickly summoned his staff to the prince's mansion to discuss countermeasures. Your Highness, the city defense and the capital are all the people of the King of Qi. We must think of countermeasures as soon as possible. Dr. Su spoke first. His son Su Jingyang is now the commander of the palace guards, and is in charge of the entire imperial guards. His daughter is a concubine, the highest official in the prince's harem. At this time, his back was straight. As soon as he finished speaking, the others echoed him. Dr. Su is right. We must think of a countermeasure as soon as possible. Li Yansheng shook his sleeves. How could he not know this truth? The key is how to think of a countermeasure. According to your words, what is the countermeasure? Everyone looked at each other. Li Yansheng was furious. Why? You don't talk when it comes to business? I think you should take the initiative. Dr. Su spoke again. He carefully observed Li Yansheng's expression, and found that he was not angry. Now Li Yanzhao's people are all over the capital, and we only have Commander Su. I'm afraid we don't have much chance of winning. Qian Shan, who succeeded Ishihara Mori as the Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, took over the conversation. What if Lin Erju from the border is allowed to return to the capital? No. Dr. Su stopped him. The border is in chaos now. If Lin Erju returns to the capital, won't it be a mess? Dr. Su, you can't do this or that. How can you take the lead? Qian Shan raised his voice. We don't have a chance of winning if we rely on Commander Su alone. At this time, Li Yansheng looked around. Where are the people from Jingyang? Dr. Su didn't know how to answer. Today he asked Su Jingyang to come to the prince's mansion, but he refused. Go to the prince's mansion? Su Jingyang rolled his eyes. Why go there? Dad, don't tell me you're forming a clique for personal gain. What nonsense are you talking about? Dr. Su was furious. The prince is your brother-in-law. Even if you don't choose a side, others have already assigned you to the prince's team. Why do you need to talk about forming a clique for personal gain? Su Jingyang looked nonchalant. Dad, don't forget that I was appointed as a general by the emperor. I was also appointed as a commander by the emperor. I, Su Jingyang, am only loyal to the emperor. She said that she would only be loyal to the great Zhou in this life. Then he would be loyal to the emperor, no matter who was the emperor. Dr. Su was furious. He could neither beat him nor talk him out of it, so he could only give up. Seeing Dr. Su silent, Li Yansheng was very impatient. Dr. Su, where is Jingyang? Dr. Su had to say, Your Highness, he went to the Imperial Guards to check the situation. What is there to check about the Imperial Guards? Dr. Su looked up and saw Qian Shun again. Qian Shun said maliciously, Could it be that Commander Su has changed sides? What are you talking about? Dr. Su stood up. Master Qian, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. You are a son of a bitch, but others are not. Qian Shun kicked down the low table in front of him. Su Tsuehua, I will tear your mouth apart. Dr. Su hated it most when people called his name, so he rolled up his sleeves and was ready to fight Qian Shun. The rest of the people hurriedly stood up to stop the fight, and some even watched the joke, making it a mess. Dr. Su and Qian Shun had always been at odds. He worked in the Hanlin Academy and did some work on the imperial examinations. Qian Shun wanted to bring people in through the imperial examinations, and he wanted to go through Dr. Su's way. But he was repeatedly blocked. The two of them had a grudge against each other. Another reason was that Qian Shun's daughter was taken in as a concubine by Li Yansheng. She also didn't get along with Su Liangdi, which led to a complete fight between Dr. Su and Qian Shun. "Stop it!" Dr. Su stopped his hands angrily, tidied his clothes, and glared at Qian Shun. Qian Shun was furious again. "Why are you glaring? If you don't agree, let's fight." Dr. Su was not willing to be outdone. "Come on. Who's afraid of who? I'll knock your dog teeth out." "You?" Qian Shun pointed at Dr. Su. "Vulgar. Really vulgar. How can you, a doctor, speak so vulgarly? Your daughter with a sharp tongue is just like you." Su Liangdi sneezed twice in a row. "Who misses me?" Dr. Su sneered. "In terms of eloquence, you are defeated by me. In terms of eloquence, your daughter is defeated by my daughter. In terms of eloquence, your son is defeated by my son." After these words, Qian Shun threw his fist at Dr. Su without caring about anything. Of course, Qian Shun did not get the upper hand. The meeting at the prince's mansion ended in chaos. When he returned home, the doctor was applying medicine to Dr. Su. Su Jingyang had just come back from his shift when he saw Dr. Su grinning. "Hey, what's wrong? How come you got injured after a trip to the prince's mansion?" Dr. Su hissed and cursed the doctor. "What's wrong? Your subordinates don't know how to take things seriously. Your father won a great victory today. He is very proud and feels good all over." Su Jingyang handed the helmet to his attendant, put his fist against his mouth, coughed twice, and sat next to Dr. Su. "Fighting with Qian Shun again?" Dr. Su said nothing. Su Jingyang understood. "Dad, what did you fight with that guy for? Every time I fight, I win. What sense of accomplishment do you have?" Chapter 434, Dusk and Morning Review. "What do you know?" Dr. Su rolled his eyes at him. "If I don't fight with Qian Shun, how can I gain the prince's trust? He can only make the prince let down his guard by being a person who focuses on surface efforts. If I gain the prince's trust, your sister will be better off." When Su Jingyang mentioned Su Liangdi, he remained silent. "Jingyang, your father has to consider the family." Another sentence that Su Jingyang had heard since he was a child. "Dad, when can you let go of these two words?" Su Jingyang stood up and walked to the backyard. Ling Yun greets Liangdi. Su Liangdi was so frightened watching Ling Yun kneeling on the ground to pay respect. It was only after the maid beside her reminded her that she reacted. "Hey, Your Highness, why do you need such a big ceremony?" Li Lingyun was helped up by Su Liangdi and said respectfully, "My father asked me to pay my respects to you every day." Su Liangdi almost couldn't stand. "Well, it's not necessary, right? Although Su Liangdi is the highest ranking person in the prince's mansion, it's not necessary to put her on the grill." Li Lingyun looked up at Su Liangdi. "Ling Yun will naturally follow my father's order. Besides, this matter has also been nodded by Lu Zhonghuan." "Oh, what should I do?" Su Liangdi clenched her hands and frowned. "How about you talk to your father again?" In fact, she didn't want to take the lead. Li Lingyun shook his head. Father's words. Lingyun never disobeys. Su Liangdi pulled the corner of her lips. "You are really your father's good son. Then forget it." The two fell silent, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. Lingyun, have you eaten?" After thinking about it, Su Liangdi came up with this topic. Li Lingyun shook his head. Evening and dawn. Lingyun came to see Liangdi after getting up early in the morning. "Ah?" Su Liangdi touched her chest. "And she still had to pay for the meal? Then eat here?" Li Lingyun nodded solemnly. Su Liangdi had no choice but to ask the maid to serve the meal. Fortunately, Li Lingyun had learned the rules very well. Not talking while eating or sleeping. Su Liangdi carefully watched his movements. In the morning light, a wisp of gauze was applied to Li Lingyun's face. Reflecting his face, he drank the porridge with dignity and elegance. And Su Liangdi was stunned for a moment. Ahem. The nani beside him coughed. And Su Liangdi came to her senses. "Lingyun, don't just drink the porridge. Eat the vegetables." Ahem. The nani coughed again. And Su Liangdi became impatient. "Mammy, if you catch a cold, call the imperial physician. Don't cough here to infect many people." Mammy blushed and knelt down. "I know I was wrong." Su Liangdi put down the cake in her hand and said, "Hey, Mammy. What's wrong with you? You kneel down at every turn. As if I abused you? Mammy knelt on the ground with her head down, and didn't say anything. Su Liangdi glanced at Li Lingyun, and found that he had stopped drinking porridge at some point, which made her even more angry. Mammy. If you want to kneel, go kneel in the garden. Mammy paused, then stood up and walked towards the garden. Wait a minute. Li Lingyun stopped her. Liangdi. Mammy didn't do anything wrong. Just forgive her. The naughty was a little happy. Thank you, His Royal Highness. Wait. You are a servant in my courtyard. So you must listen to me. I told you to kneel. So you kneel? Su Liangdi's tone became stiff, and Li Lingyun felt very embarrassed. Seeing Su Liangdi getting angry, the naughty didn't dare to delay for a moment, and turned around and walked towards the garden. The naughty's figure was getting farther and farther away, and Su Liangdi took the bowl in front of Li Lingyun and added porridge for him. Lingyun, the servants are servants. If you can't use kindness and power at the same time, sooner or later they will climb over your head. Li Lingyun was very puzzled. How is it possible? They are born to be servants, and they must be obedient. Su Liangdi put the bowl of porridge back in front of Li Lingyun and shook her head. How did others treat you during the time when your father was deposed? Li Lingyun thought for a moment. Nothing wrong. Su Liangdi raised her eyebrows. Did they not treat you badly? How is that possible? Servants are used to flattering the powerful and bullying the weak. Even Li Yanxing is no exception. How could Li Lingyun not be treated badly? My father was deposed, and my teacher asked the emperor to take me to his home, with Lu Zhonghuan protecting me. It's no wonder that I haven't seen the evil of human hearts. Lingyun, think about it. If Master Lu hadn't taken you away, what would you have experienced in the palace? Li Lingyun shook his head. He had not experienced it, so he could not speak rashly. You will be trampled on by them and insulted. It is not uncommon for eunuchs to abuse children. Su Liangdi did not dare to tell him so thoroughly, but she wanted him to understand the dangers of the world. She was so anxious that she scratched her ears and cheeks, not knowing how to express it. Lingyun understands Liangdi's good intentions. Don't worry. Lingyun will pay attention in the future. Ah? No. What do you understand? This confused Su Liangdi. She hadn't said anything yet. Liangdi, what you mean is to keep your word and establish your authority among the servants. Right? Su Liangdi clapped her hands. What a smart and capable child. Li Lingyun was a little shocked by the praise, and he picked up the porridge bowl to cover it up. Liangdi, don't talk when you eat, and don't talk when you sleep. Never mind. Just remember this simple truth. Li Lingyun is still a child, so there is no need to rush. Lingyun, did you go to Su Liangdi's place to pay your respects today? Li Yanxing asked Li Lingyun. Li Lingyun looked mature. I went, and Su Liangdi invited me to have dinner. Yeah. Li Yanxing nodded with satisfaction. Is there anything wrong with her? I'm afraid that she will say something else because of her impetuous temper. No. Su Liangdi is very patient and gentle, and taught Lingyun a lot of things. Puff. The pre-rain tea that Li Yanxing had just put into his mouth was sprayed out. He didn't expect that one day someone would actually comment on Su Liangdi like this. I still remember that the first time they met was at the racecourse. Su Liangdi was very dashing in a red dress riding a horse. Of course, what she said was also incredible. I must make these blind guys open their eyes and see who is in charge of this field. He had never seen a woman do such an extraordinary thing. So he looked at her twice more, and Dr. Su mistakenly thought that he was interested in her. When Su Liangdi was sent to the East Palace, he was still surprised, but he didn't dislike it. Whatever. There are already so many women in the East Palace. One more mouth to feed is not a big deal. After she came, she started to quarrel with Qian Shun's daughter Qian Lianyuan. The two quarreled every 3 days, and made a big fuss every 2 days. In the end, Li Yanxing was too lazy to care. In the end, it was just a matter of who was more favored by him. If Su Liangdi knew what he was thinking, she would tear his black heart apart. Chapter 435 Bait. Lin Gongxuan and Mu Zhaoling were fighting fiercely, and Mu Yanjun was not idle here either. Although the Uyghurs sent people to attack the Nanman, their ability was far inferior to Mu Zhaoling's. However, the military power of the Nanman was always in the hands of the Mu tribe, and the other people's ability to fight was also delayed. Lord, I have thought of someone who can take on this great task. Nanny thought thoughtfully. But this will risk the world's disapproval. Mu Yinjin nodded. We may be thinking of one person. The two smiled knowingly. Mu Yinjin came to the prison, and the pungent smell penetrated her nose. Ahem. Mu Shurha turned around when he heard the noise, and the iron chain on his body clanged. The king shouldn't come to such a dirty place. Mu Yinjin tried to calm the churning in her stomach, and the guards behind her prepared a chair for her in time. After sitting down, the churning subsided. Mu Shurha, if it weren't for the accident at Mu Zhaoling, you would still be a brave minister of the Nan Man. Mu Shurha said sarcastically. King, Mu Shurha is now a broken body. How can he still be considered a brave minister? If I say you are? You are? Mu Shurha glanced at Mu Yinjin and found that she didn't mean to make fun of him. Why do you think so? Mu Yinjin felt the chill piercing her bones after sitting for a while, and she gave an order behind her. It's so cold in the prison. Why didn't you prepare charcoal for General Mu? Hearing the word general, Mu Shurha was shocked, but he didn't show it on his face. After the jailer brought the charcoal basin, Mu Yinjin continued, Mu Shurha, you didn't do anything wrong. I wanted to let you go a long time ago. But? She sighed in embarrassment. You also know that I just took the throne and my foundation is not stable. Many people are staring at my mistakes, and I really have no power to do anything. In the interval between speaking, Mu Yinjin secretly looked at Mu Shurha, and found that he was thinking about something. So she continued to work hard. Fortunately, I finally eliminated the dissidents recently, so I can come to this prison. She stood up, holding her belly with her hand, and walked towards Mu Shurha. Lord. The guards behind her hurriedly stepped forward. Mu Yinjin pushed him away. What are you panicking about? General Mu is the pillar of my Nan Man. I am afraid that he will attack me. She approached Mu Shurha and said slowly, General Mu, do you want to work for my Nan Man again? Mu Shurha pulled the chain with his hand. The sound of clatter fell into the hearts of everyone present. Lord, look at me in this state. Can I still work for Nan Man? Mu Yinjin laughed, his face full of joy. Since the great Zhou can have General Wugen, how can my Nan Man not have General Wugui? Wugui means Wugui. Mu Shurha laughed. Then I would like to thank the king. The dazzling sunlight hit him all over, and Mu Shurha covered his eyes with his hands. You have been in the dark for a long time. Be careful of your eyes when you see the sun. Mu Shurha opened his eyes suddenly, and saw Avin with tears in his eyes. Good Avin. Follow me to fight on the battlefield again. The news of Mu Shurha's return reached Yu Jia. Yu Jia did not understand Mu Yinjin's behavior. His general talent should not be underestimated. But the king of the Uyghurs is Mu Zhaoling. Mu Yinjin is not afraid that Mu Shurha will betray and collude with Mu Zhaoling? Yu Jia quickly wrote to Mu Yinjin, reminding her to be careful. Seeing Mu Yinjin's reply, Yu Jia was speechless. She quickly threw the letter into the brazier, and this abnormal action alarmed Go Sheng. General, what did you see? Nothing. Looking at Yu Jia's guilty conscience, Go Sheng didn't believe her lies. Really nothing? Seeing Go Sheng digging so deeply, Yu Jia chose to escape. Nothing. She walked quickly out of the yard and stopped panting at the door. What are you asking? Go Sheng. What did Go Sheng ask? The sound behind him startled Yu Jia. Hey, Chang Hire. Why are you walking without making any sound? Chang Hire was holding the dried meat that he had just taken from the kitchen, with a puzzled look on his face. It was you who was mumbling here, asking all kinds of questions that aroused my curiosity. So, what did Go Sheng ask? Go Sheng is not someone who is interested in everything. He must have discovered something extraordinary if he could ask. Yu Jia held her forehead with her hand. She had a headache. Today, she had always met people who broke the casserole. What's wrong? Are you dizzy? Chang Hire quickly put the dried meat on the ground and supported Yu Jia. I won't ask any more. I'll help you go back to the yard to rest. When Yu Jia heard the word yard, he really had a headache and his head was buzzing. No. I'm going out to get some fresh air. Don't follow me. I'll stay alone for a while. Chang Hire was skeptical. Really? Yu Jia put his hands together. It couldn't be more true. I'm going now. After finally arriving at the equipment camp, Zheng Chuanqi asked Yu Jia when he saw him. General, when can we use our secret weapon? Yu Jia had an even bigger headache. This secret weapon must not be used unless it is absolutely necessary. But, I heard that General Lin has already used it. There was a subtle grievance in his voice. Ah? Yu Jia looked at the man in front of him, feeling a little guilty. General, don't get me wrong. I'm not blaming you, Zheng Chuanqi explained hurriedly. I just think that with this weapon, it will be easy for us to take over Beima? Yu Jia pondered for a moment and said solemnly, Old Zheng, don't you know what kind of disaster this thing will bring? Zheng Chuanqi was puzzled. How can this be a disaster? Such a handy weapon has only advantages. How can there be any disadvantages? Besides, didn't General Lin use it? Yu Jia shook his head. Hey, old Zheng. General Lin must have encountered big trouble when he used it. If we can fight He Laishio, we can't use explosives easily. Thinking of this, Yu Jia regretted it a little. Regret letting the explosives ask questions. At the beginning, she only remembered the formula of this explosive roughly. Later, she took the time to experiment with Zheng Chuanqi repeatedly. And this version of simple explosives had such an effect. However, this formula is not a secret. Since they can use it, it is only a matter of time for the enemy to get the secret recipe. She really doesn't know what the war between several countries will look like. Old Zheng, the war is still under my control. If you can bear it, don't use it again. Although Zheng Chuanqi was unwilling, he still suppressed the impulse in his heart. Yu Jia used the excuse of checking the weapons in the warehouse to say goodbye to Zheng Chuanqi. As soon as she entered the warehouse, she saw Chang Hai's thin figure rushing towards her. She was probably worried about Yu Jia. And Yu Jia remembered Mu Yinjin's secret letter. Sister, I let Mu Shura go out this time. And I used Chang Hai as bait. Don't be angry. Chapter 436 Is progress a disaster? Boom. It's done. My lord. It's done. Museling was very happy looking at the collapsed mountaintop. Since Lin Gongxuan can use such a powerful weapon, why can't he use it? It can be used in water. And it is even more invincible on land. Come on. Order the equipment camp to make a large number of them. He must let De Zhou taste the power of Lin Gongxuan's weapon making. What a steal. The two armies faced each other across the river again. Lin Gongxuan saw the object in the hands of the leading soldier at a glance. These objects are all black, with hemp ropes at the other end, which looked like the stone throwing made by Yu Jia. He knew how powerful this object was. Pass the order? Be careful. Before he finished speaking, the soldiers of the Uyghur army on the opposite side rushed out. The way they used explosives was no different from throwing stones. However, some of these explosives exploded when they were thrown into the air. Some exploded in the center of the river. What's more, some exploded when they were in the hands of the soldiers. The soldiers of the Great Zhou became proud. But Lin Gongxuan was very solemn. The Uyghur soldiers in front made way and pushed catapults one by one. Lin Gongxuan narrowed his eyes. As if there was a trick, the Uyghur soldiers put the explosives on the catapults and threw them one by one to the Great Zhou on the opposite bank. Retreat! The drums were sounded. But the battle was not going well. Lin Gongxuan called the battalion officers to discuss countermeasures. I thought that the explosives would give us more power. But who knew that we would give our opponents more power? Who said it wasn't? How come the Uyghurs made weapons so quickly? I'm afraid that the Uyghur soldiers against the Nanmen have already used such weapons. Lin Gongxuan quickly summoned Fang Dashan. Dashan, go to Nanmen and tell them the news. The Nanmen had already won a great victory. They were immersed in the victory. And Lin Gongxuan's letter undoubtedly poured cold water on them. General, is Lin Gongxuan exaggerating? Aben was a little suspicious when he saw Mu Shura was ready for battle. No, Lin Gongxuan never jokes about battlefield matters. Since the Uyghurs have already used explosives and invented such advanced ones, don't blame them for being rude. The battle between the Great Zhou and the Uyghurs was stalemate, and Yu Jia was also preparing intensively. General, it's done. Zheng Chuanqi handed the iron rod in his hand to Yu Jia. And Yu Jia felt a lot of emotion when touching the heavy iron. She called this iron warehouse. And its shape was almost the same as the wooden warehouse in later generations. What about the explosives? Is it ready? She asked Zheng Chengong to divide the explosives into small particles and wrap them with iron shells. This is to prevent the explosives from suddenly exploding when they collide. General, everything is ready. Yu Jia asked Go Sheng to quickly deliver the iron warehouse and bullets to Lin Gongxuan and Nanman. I hope it can help them out of their urgent need. The iron warehouse was first used by the vanguard camp, with only one military rule. That is, if people are in the iron warehouse, the iron warehouse will be destroyed. And if people die, the iron warehouse will be destroyed. Even if these things are destroyed, they must not fall into the hands of the enemy. After doing all this, Yu Jia returned to the yard. The grief in her heart was really uncontrollable. And Yu Jia spit out another mouthful of blood. She looked at the increasingly dark blood and shook her head helplessly. Walking to the wall, she knelt down toward the east. Lord Buddha, please forgive my sins. The appearance of the iron warehouse is likely to become a catastrophe in the world. Lin Gongxiu had received the iron warehouse and chariot drawings sent by Jizhou, and soon put the equipment battalion into production. The Uyghurs provoked him many times, but he just let the soldiers resist and did not take the initiative to attack. Something is wrong. Send someone to find out what Lin Gongxiu is doing. The Uyghurs had already made stone-throwing explosives, and Muzzling was immersed in the joy of war. But if Lin Gongxiu was tinkering with other things, it would be a bit of a loss. Send the order down. We must cross the river today. The adjutant hesitated. My lord, our soldiers haven't eaten for 3 days. What? Muzzling couldn't believe it. What nonsense are you talking about? The adjutant was a little disappointed when he saw Muzzling's look. After all, he was not a Uyghur, so he didn't know how to feel sorry for the Uyghur soldiers. My lord, our food and grass ran out 3 days ago. Paw. With a sound, Muzzling hit the adjutant in the face. Why didn't you say it earlier? The adjutant covered his face and felt very aggrieved. My lord, you were so focused on feeding explosives a few days ago that you didn't care about anything else. We saw that the Lord was so interested in the Uyghurs, so we didn't have the heart to disturb you. He said this hesitantly. In fact, how could it be a question of whether or not to be willing to bear it? Since Muzzling came to power, he has changed his policy of appeasement. He adopted the form of military orders in national law, and anyone who disobeyed the imperial order would be killed regardless of right or wrong. In the early stage, many officials opposed the alliance with Baima and the war with Dazhou. But Muzzling was determined to win. He killed many Uyghur officials. Anyone who opposed was immediately executed on the spot. The Uyghur officials were frightened by Muzzling's iron-blooded methods. Even if they did not agree to fight Dazhou, they had to do it. What did you do earlier? Muzzling's eyes were red with anger. You are delaying military information. Drag him out and chop him up. 2 soldiers immediately pulled the adjutant out of the tent. My lord, spare my life. My lord, spare my life. The battalion officer in the tent did not dare to plead for him, fearing that he would be implicated. How much money is left in the treasury? On second thought, the officials of the Ministry of Revenue were not in the tent. Forget it. Let the people around us quickly deliver food and grass. No mistakes. Another adjutant quickly took the order and left. The people around us complained bitterly, but they had to obey orders. Muzzling had a hard time on the battlefield, but Li Yuan enjoyed it to the extreme. It was icy and snowy outside, and there was a charcoal fire burning in the house. She was only wearing a thin shirt, and the scenery on her chest was looming. Li Yuan leaned on the chaise longue, listening to the songs and appreciating the dance. However, these traditional programs were a little untraditional. The singing and dancing troupe, which was usually composed of young women, was now replaced by young boys. These young men were also dressed in gauze, trying hard to attract Li Yuan's attention. Ever since Muzzling came to power, the two have lived a life of superficial harmony. They live their own lives and play their own games. Who in the Uyghurs doesn't know this? Li Yuan kept hundreds of male lovers in the harem for her entertainment. Even when Muzzling went out to fight, she still didn't stop. She stroked her bulging belly. If the fetus in her belly had not been 6 months old, she would be more rampant than this time. Good. Very good. Li Yuan clapped her hands. You dance well, and you will all be rewarded. The young men rushed forward. Thank you. Queen. Queen. You are so good to me. Li Yuan laughed heartily. She was so happy with people on both sides. Queen. The Ministry of Revenue has come, saying that he wants to go to the border to collect food and wages. Li Yuan's face changed drastically. Who dares to touch the money in the treasury without my order? Chapter 437. How could she find a man like you? All this money is hers. The image of that handsome young man emerged in her mind. Since Jin Feng took the throne, he has been diligent in governing the country, and the treasury has gradually become richer. What a pity! Now that he is dead, all this money will be left to Li Yuan. Li Yuan spent it with confidence, and she felt unsatisfied. How can this money make up for the humiliation she suffered in the Uyghurs? Thinking of Jin Feng's unwilling eyes before his death, Li Yuanyuan was even more proud. No one knows who the winner is until the last moment. So what if she is accused of treason? So what if she is said to be infamous? Isn't she living a good life? But there was still one person. And she had to do it herself. That was Lin Erju. Seeing Li Yuanyuan's gloomy expression, the young men around her hesitated. Although Li Yuanyuan was very generous when she was in a good mood. When she was in a bad mood, she would kill people. Queen, we don't want to worry about such things. Let's have fun in time. Li Yuanyuan came back to her senses. Looking at the smooth face in front of her, her mind moved slightly. Then have fun. The minister of the Ministry of Revenue saw this unbearable scene and left in a huff. He kept muttering, "Heaven wants to destroy my Uyghurs." The equipment battalion quickly built a chariot according to the chariot drawings provided by Yu Jia. The chariot is in the shape of a hexagon. A mobile iron house. There are 6 small openings on the iron house. These small openings can hold an iron warehouse and a space for soldiers to observe the enemy's situation. The lower shaft of the iron house is 4 small wheels that can move. Lin Gongxuan let the soldiers enter the iron house. And the effect was very significant. In this way, it can be put into production in large quantities. Come on. Lure the enemy. The Uyghur soldiers had just eaten a big meal when they heard the sound of drums on the other side of the river. They fought quickly under the guidance of Muzzling. This time, the Great Zhou fought and retreated, allowing the Uyghur soldiers to go ashore. After going ashore, Muzzling raised his hand and stopped. This time it was too smooth. Divide the troops into 3 groups and form a siege. The Uyghur soldiers divided into 3 groups and slowly surrounded the Great Zhou soldiers. When Lin Gongxuan saw that the Uyghur troops were scattered, he pushed out the chariot. The Uyghur soldiers looked at it and wondered what it was. It was all black and airtight. Soon, they knew what it was. A steady stream of explosives was fired from the iron house, and a large number of Uyghur soldiers fell quickly. After Muzzling killed the soldiers in front of him, he carefully observed the iron house. Come on. Attack. This iron sheet is inconvenient to move. This is the disadvantage of the iron house. Although it is indestructible, it is inconvenient to move. However, it is precisely because of the inconvenience of movement that Yu Jia designed a weapon that can shoot and kill the enemy in 6 directions. In her words, it is a hexagonal warrior. Indestructible. The Uyghur stone throwing did not work on the soldiers of the Great Zhou. When Yu Jia first invented the stone throwing, he had already developed a method to resist the stone throwing. It's no other reason. The tricks you can use on the battlefield can also be used by others. As long as you can defeat the enemy, there is no limit to any trick. The stone throwing needs distance to work. The Great Zhou soldiers came fiercely, and they chose close combat. As a result, these stone throwings lost their effect before they were even used. What's more, when the Uyghur soldiers saw the enemy coming, they accidentally touched the stone throwing in a panic, causing the stone throwing to explode. The soldiers in the distance were killed by the soldiers on the chariot before they could make a move. Muzzling saw that things were not going well, so he ordered his men to retreat in a hurry. However, it was too late. The retreat behind them had been blocked by the soldiers of the Great Zhou. Lord, we have been surrounded by them. Muzzling, since you are here, why are you in a hurry to leave? Lin Gongxuan was wearing silver armor, his cloak fluttering in the wind, and he exuded the aura of Yama. Muzzling snorted coldly. Lin Gongxuan, you are used to using these despicable means. Ha ha ha. Lin Gongxuan laughed. I used a despicable trick? Then do you think that the stone throwing was stolen from our Great Zhou? Then tell me whether your stone throwing explosives were stolen from our formula. You? Muzzling was shaking with anger. He held a long knife in his hand and quickly chopped at the soldier beside him. Poor soldier. He was killed by his own king with a knife and died in the northwest. The other Uyghur soldiers saw this scene and dared not speak. Muzzling. What's going on? You got angry in our Great Zhou, and you want to vent your anger on your own people? What a pity. Lin Gongxuan shook his head and said tsk. Speak out. It's a pity that after your Uyghur king was killed by this villain, you have entered this place of no return. At this time, the faces of the Uyghur soldiers changed all at once, and they remembered Jin Feng. Don't try to sow discord here. Muzzling stepped forward. They are Uyghur soldiers. Their mission is to charge into battle and work hard for the Uyghurs. To die on the battlefield is their ultimate fate. Lin Gongxuan, it's useless for you to say anything more. Yo! Lin Gongxuan blew a whistle happily. And Fang Dashan behind him laughed secretly. Who can escape Lin Gongxuan's poisonous tongue? Did you all hear it? I, Lin Gongxuan, have fought on the battlefield for many years. And my only belief is to bring the soldiers back safely from the battlefield. Whether we win or lose, as long as the people are safe. It's fine. As long as there are people, there is infinite hope. So, we often win battles. On the other hand, what about you? Lin Gongxuan paused tactically, and continued to speak when he saw Mu Xiaoling's angry face. If your king doesn't take your lives seriously, what's the point of you working so hard? Even if you die on the battlefield, no one will remember you. It's better to go home and have a warm bed with your wife and children. Shut up. Mu Xiaoling rushed forward with a quick step. His confidants behind him started fighting with him. Lin Gongxuan pulled his lips and smiled, and quickly went to fight. He guessed right this time. Mu Xiaoling's position in the Uyghurs was not so stable. As long as he did something to the Uyghurs, the Uyghur people's trust in Mu Xiaoling would quickly collapse. If the Uyghurs' rear collapsed, how long would Mu Xiaoling have to jump around? The two of them fought back and forth, and were very familiar with each other's every move. Mu Xiaoling, do you miss me? Looking at Lin Gongxuan's smiling face, Mu Xiaoling's men exerted force. I miss your grandmother's legs. Lin Gongxuan, you are a grown man. Aren't you disgusting? Lin Gongxuan retreated, turned around, and continued to swing his sword. What's disgusting? Isn't this the tradition of you southern barbarians? Don't you southern barbarians eat both meat and vegetables? And both men and women? Mu Xiaoling quickly swung his sword to block, and the two swords collided and faced each other. Besides, even if I look for a man, can I look for a man like you? Chapter 438 Pretending to be sick. You wish. Even if you want to. I don't want to. Lin Gongxuan said Pooh, withdrew his sword, and turned to attack Mu Xiaoling's lower body. Mu Xiaoling, let's fight to the death today. Mu Xiaoling's blood quickly burst out, and he has become a turtle in a jar. Originally, he had a great chance of winning. Why did it come to this? Lin Gongxuan, you shameless villain. With a swish, the armor on Mu Xiaoling's left leg cracked. My villain? Let's talk about who is the shameless villain. Lin Gongxuan stopped, and was very satisfied to see the blood on Mu Xiaoling's leg. First, you stole our army's explosives, and went back to tinker with them. Right? Second, you made explosives, and made them into stone-throwing stones. Right? Then do you know who made these stone-throwing stones? Lin Erju. Lin Gongxuan shouted. So, are you Mu Xiaoling a complete thief? Mu Xiaoling propped himself up with his long knife, and he had no way to defend himself against Lin Gongxuan's accusation. Oh, right, Lin Gongxuan said jokingly. You can steal if you want. Who doesn't use some dirty tricks on the battlefield? But you don't know how to make progress. He laughed. How long ago were these stone-throwing stones? Since we can use it, there must be a countermeasure. General Mu, this is your mistake. Right? Mu Xiaoling was furious and swung his sword at Lin Gongxuan. Stop talking. Who wouldn't be ashamed of stealing like a thief? Seeing that Mu Xiaoling's moves were getting more and more chaotic, Lin Gongxuan stabbed his sword at his heart. General, be careful. With a bang, Lin Gongxuan felt the resistance from his men. The sword in his hand deviated, but fortunately, it pierced Mu Xiaoling's shoulder. Due to the intervention of Mu Xiaoling's adjutant, Lin Gongxuan did not pull out the long sword on Mu Xiaoling's shoulder. He quickly hooked a long knife from the ground with his foot and attacked Mu Xiaoling again. But he missed the best opportunity, and Lin Gongxuan could no longer get close to Mu Xiaoling. Seeing Mu Xiaoling retreating further and further, Lin Gongxuan was so angry that he jumped up and down. The dumplings that had been wrapped just jumped out of the pot. This time, the Great Zhou won a great victory, captured all the Uyghur soldiers, and seized nearly 100 kilograms of supplies. Report to the general. Mu Xiaoling was not found among the prisoners. Mu Xiaoling was not found among the corpses. Lin Gongxuan slapped the table, and the camp officers knelt down in fear. Look for it again. Even if you have to peel off the skin of the border guards, you must find Mu Xiaoling. Remember, you must see him alive or dead. The Nammen border also received good news. Mu Shirha led the Nammen soldiers with an unstoppable force, and had already captured 3 Uyghur cities. Good job. Yu Jia shouted. Lin Gongxuan won. Mu Shirha won. Now the only thing left is Beimo. However, Beimo has not made any move, and no one knows what big move it is holding back. Go Sheng. Notify the scouts to take turns to get information. And don't delay the military situation. Chang Hire. Notify all camps to prepare. We are going to go to war with Beima. General. Are we going to take the initiative to go to war with Beima? Chang Hire rubbed his hands. Very happy. Yu Jiao laughed. Look at you. You are not noble. It's time to let Beima see how powerful the Zhou is. Crash. The sound of porcelain breaking rang out again in the prince's mansion. Your Highness. Calm down. The most urgent task is to take the initiative in our own hands. Li Yansheng didn't know this truth? Now, the defeat of the Uyghurs means the failure of the Allies. Li Yanzhao is buying people's hearts everywhere in the country. It won't be long before the crown prince, is deposed again. This time, he can't sit and wait for death. How many people do we have in the palace? Dr. Su is sick at home today and did not attend the meeting. Your Highness, the old fox Su Tsuehua must have expected us to take action and pretended to be sick at home. Xian Shun did not miss any opportunity to ridicule Dr. Su. Li Yansheng's eyes became sharp when he heard this. And his eyes were full of murderous intent. Oh! Dr. Su is sick? As his son-in-law, I have to go to the doctor's house to see him. Li Yansheng came to the doctor's house, pushed the servant in front of the door open, and walked straight into the house. Hurry up and report to the master. Li Yansheng stopped and hit the servant on the chest. Poor servant was hit and died instantly. The others dared not say anything and watched Li Yansheng walk into the yard in panic. Dr. Su? He came to Dr. Su's house. Not hearing any movement, he kicked the door open. The people in the house turned around in panic. And it turned out that there was a room full of people here, except Su Jingyang, who was on duty in the palace. All the other Su family members were here. Su Liangdi whimpered and rushed to hug Li Yansheng. Your Highness, my father is dying. Li Yansheng comforted Su Liangdi in his arms and looked at Dr. Su on the bed. What's the matter? Su Liangdi raised her head, her face full of tears. My father has been in a coma for a few days. The doctor said that he was overworked and worried. I'm afraid he won't have much time left. Have you called the imperial physician? Li Yansheng pulled Su Liangdi to the bedside. I saw that Dr. Su's face was thin and sallow, and he really looked like he was terminally ill. No, my father's rank is not yet at the level where he can invite an imperial physician. Your Highness, can you help my father invite an imperial physician? Su Liangdi said carefully, and Li Yansheng just looked at her, as if he wanted to distinguish the truth from a false. Your Highness. Seeing Li Yansheng standing there motionless, Su Liangdi pinched his sleeve and shook it back and forth. Please, Your Highness. We are family, so don't talk about different things. Come on. Call the imperial physician. After the imperial physician felt the pulse, he shook his head. The Su family immediately started crying again. Li Yansheng's head started to hurt. Don't cry. Frightened, Su Liangdi hiccuped and looked at him shudderingly. Realizing his own gaffe, Li Yansheng took a deep breath. You stay here and take good care of Dr. Su. If you need anything, just tell me. Where's Jingyang? Mrs. Su quickly wiped her tears and replied. To the prince, Jingyang is on duty in the palace and hasn't been back for several days. Li Yansheng clenched his hands, which meant that no one in the Su family could be relied on. Xian Shun followed him out of the doctor's house. Your Highness, could it be that this old man Su Tsuehua didn't want to work for you, so she came up with this dirty trick? Oh, you try it too. Li Yansheng glanced at Xian Shun. You try to make the imperial physician unable to see the problem. Xian Shun quickly knelt down. I dare not. Oh, I'm so tired. Su Liangdi stretched. Don't cry. That person is gone. She saluted the imperial physician. Thank you. Imperial physician Zhang. Imperial physician Zhang quickly returned the salute. No. No. Liangdi is too polite. Commander Su saved my life. This little thing is not worth mentioning. Chapter 439, Granted Marriage. After Dr. Zhang left, Su Liangdi said to Madame Su, Mother, let's not go out these days. To prevent the news from leaking out. The longer the night, the more dreams there are. Did the emperor vomit blood again? Li Yansheng came to the palace and found that the doctor frequently went in and out of the emperor's bedroom. He began to think. The emperor fell ill, and the prince was the regent. This is a great opportunity. God really helped me. During the period of Li Yansheng's regent period, he vigorously suppressed Li Yanzhou's power and promoted his own people. Third brother. Is the prince confused? Why is he acting so high profile? Li Yanqing couldn't figure out Li Yanqing's thoughts. He just felt incredible. It seems that the prince is going to take action. Action? How? Li Yanqing lowered his voice. That old thing is still alive. He won't try to usurp the throne. Right? Li Yanzhao frowned when he heard old thing, but didn't say anything else. It's not peaceful recently. Let your people be careful. Third brother. Are we still afraid of him? Li Yanqing was unwilling. What can that good-for-nothing do? With a slap, Li Yanzhao hit Li Yanqing's hand. Don't forget. He is the Orthodox prince. As if he remembered something, he continued. Did you arrange the concubine Li who is in great favor in the palace? Li Yanqing raised his eyebrows and thought for a while. No. Not someone you arranged. Li Yanzhao felt incredible. What's wrong? What's wrong with this concubine Li? Li Yanzhao shook his head. Maybe he was wrong. Ahem. Concubine Li slowly stroked Li Guoli's chest with her hand and said angrily, Your Majesty, please take care of your body. The soft and gentle words kept drilling into Li Guoli's bones. He felt very useful. Don't worry, my beloved concubine. I'm not old yet. Li Guoli grabbed concubine Li's hand and comforted him. Of course, Your Majesty is strong and healthy. And I know it. Concubine Li lowered her head shyly. And Li Guoli was very happy. He laughed twice and then started coughing again. Concubine Li stood up and rubbed his back. Suddenly, Li Guoli spit out a mouthful of blood. Concubine Li immediately called the palace maid. Hurry up and clean up this filthy thing. She picked up the medicine on the table and blew it with her red lips. Your Majesty, drink the medicine. Li Guoli took Concubine Li's hand and drank the medicine slowly. He didn't stop until the medicine was finished. Your Majesty, how do you feel? Concubine Li gently wiped his lips with a handkerchief. But after a moment, Li Guoli responded. My beloved concubine. He grabbed Concubine Li's hand. Concubine Li understood and chuckled. Your Majesty, I know. She pried Li Guoli's hand apart, and saw Li Guoli looking at her eagerly, with a hint of sarcasm on her lips. Your Majesty, are you ready? Li Guoli was restless. My beloved, come quickly. Concubine Li took off her clothes one by one. I'm coming right now. Princess, please stay. The emperor is busy now. Hong Deshan at the door looked embarrassed. He turned his head and looked at the tightly closed door. Li Wanchen was a little suspicious. Didn't you say that the emperor was unwell? I can't even go to see him? She walked forward, and Hong Deshan had to stop her. Oh, Princess, please don't make things difficult for Xiao Shunzi. Li Wanchen stopped. Xiao Shunzi, tell me the truth. What is the emperor doing? Hong Deshan raised his hand and slapped his face. It's all my fault. Okay. Who are you acting for? Li Wanchen grabbed Hong Deshan's hand. Just tell me. What is the emperor doing? Is he really sick? Hong Deshan took back his hand and said embarrassedly. The emperor is really sick. And he is? Oh. Concubine Li is accompanying the emperor. Nonsense. Li Wanchen pushed Hong Deshan away. How old are you? You don't know how to restrain yourself. With a bang, Li Wanchen pushed open the palace door. Only a scream was heard. And through the thin bed curtains, the movements of the two people were clearly seen. Get out! Li Guoli's shout came from the bed curtain. Li Wanchen took a breath and said slowly, Ollie. It's me! There was a rustling sound from the bed curtain. And Sue? Concubine Li got off the bed in dishevel. Your concubine greets the princess. Hong Deshan quickly went to pull up the bed curtain. And Li Guoli sat up with a flushed face. Li Wanchen didn't even look at Concubine Li, and ordered the eunuch outside the door. Come here. Take Concubine Li out and beat her with 20 sticks. Concubine Li grabbed her clothes with her hands, looking at a loss. Why did the princess beat me? What did I do wrong? The eunuchs came to pull Concubine Li, and Concubine Li was unwilling to give up. So she crawled on the ground and pulled Li Guoli's sleeve. Your Majesty, please save me. Stop it. Li Guoli coughed twice. Everyone go out. Concubine Li was as if she had been pardoned, and she staggered out of the room, holding her clothes. Ollie, you are really making trouble. Li Wanchen was furious when she saw Concubine Li running away in a panic. Sister, I'm old. Be happy every day. Li Wanchen stared at him unhappily. You are not well now. It's not too late to get better. Li Guoli shook his head. Sister, I know my own health. I don't have much time left. Pooh. 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 Li Wanqin's eyes were filled with mist. Don't talk nonsense. I'm still waiting for you to grant me a marriage. Li Guoli looked up at her and understood instantly. It was Qiu Qingze. Thinking of this person, Li Guoli's eyes became complicated, and then returned to normal in an instant. Sister, don't worry. I will definitely do this for you gloriously. Li Wanqin couldn't hold back her tears anymore. Just be fine. The news of the eldest princess's marriage spread throughout the capital. The mansion was filled with joy everywhere. Our princess has finally figured it out. A short and fat middle-aged woman hung a lantern and laughed. Yes. Our princess has finally gotten what she deserved. Another woman with drooping eyes took over the conversation. Hey, do you think that Mr. Qiu will dislike our princess? Who doesn't know what happened back then? The fat woman shook her head. Even if he knows, what does it matter? Our princess is the eldest princess of the great Zhou. If he marries the princess, he will enjoy endless wealth and glory for the rest of his life. No, it's a great honor. But now Mr. Qiu is also a high-ranking official. Which man doesn't mind that? The woman with drooping eyes stopped what she was doing. Hush. Get to work. After the fat woman hung up the lantern, she turned around and shuddered. Chapter 440. There is hope. Princess, don't be angry. The two women have been beaten to death. The Nani looked at Li Wanqin lovingly. Don't be angry. We won't be angry. Even if Qiu Qingze knew about this, would he dare to point it out? Li Wanqin supported his head with his hands, expressionless. If he dares to say no, I will ask the emperor to kill him. Li Wanqin stood up. You keep talking about beating and killing all day long. How old are you? The Nani was a little shocked, so she didn't dare to say anything. What those two said is right. Every man cares about this matter. The Nani raised her head. Princess, what do you want to do? Go and call Qiu Qingze to come to the mansion. In the evening, the wind was cold and the moon was gentle, which was not the weather suitable for drinking. But Qiu Qingze came happily, like a young boy who had just tasted love for the first time. I have something to tell you. I have something to tell you. Then, the two laughed again. Li Wanqin picked up the wine pot and filled Qiu Qingze with wine. Qiu Qingze was flattered. Thank you, Princess. There is no need to thank you between you and me. Li Wanqin put down the wine pot. What do you want to tell me? Princess, go first. Qiu Qingze picked up a piece of shredded chicken for Li Wanqin. Li Wanqin no longer refused. Qingze, you should have heard about what happened that year. There was a subtle nervousness in her voice. Her throat was tight. Her hands and feet were weak. Even though so many years had passed, she still felt the same pain when she mentioned it. She looked up at Qiu Qingze in panic. Qiu Qingze was even more nervous than her. Li Wanqin was very surprised to see the sweat on his forehead. Qingze, what's wrong with you? Qiu Qingze realized his own gaffe. So he picked up the wine glass and drank it all. Princess, I'm risking it. I know about this. I know it better than anyone else. What? Li Wanqin trembled all over. Why do you say that? Li Wanqin was terrified. This incident happened in a side hall of the palace. How did the man in front of him know? Could it be that he saw it? Princess, this is exactly what I want to confess to you. Qiu Qingze's eyes were red, and he took the wine pot and poured another glass of wine. The person back then was me. Clang. With a sound, Li Wanqin's sleeves knocked over a large number of plates and bowls. What do you mean? Li Wanqin stood up angrily. You said that the beast back then was you? You forced me? Qiu Qingze stood up, his face showing guilt, regret, and deep love. But these expressions seemed to Li Wanqin to be hypocritical. It made her feel nauseous. Qiu Qingze, go away. Don't show up in front of me again. Li Wanqin closed her eyes in pain, her heart full of despair. She thought Qiu Qingze was the one who saved her, but she didn't expect that he was the one who made her fall into the swamp and get muddy. Princess. Qiu Qingze knelt down. I have been suffering for these years, and I can't sleep at night when I think of this. It's all my fault. Punish me, but don't ignore me. Don't drive me away. Can't sleep at night? Li Wanqin's heart was bleeding. You deserve to be unable to sleep at night. You deserve to be tortured by this. But you are the perpetrator. How can you be tortured? Suddenly, Li Wanqin's mind flashed. Based on her understanding of Qiu Qingze, this person's character should not be so bad. Why did he do such a beastly thing to her back then? Her skills are beyond the reach of ordinary people. If she hadn't been forced, she wouldn't have surrendered. This is where things got weird. Why did Xiao force her? Even if he had a crush on her at the time, he shouldn't have used such a despicable means to get her. You were instructed by someone? As soon as this sentence came out of her mouth, Li Wanchen regretted it. At that time, she and Li Guoli had already won. No one could be their enemy anymore. Who wanted to harm her? Li Wanchen pulled up Qiao Qing's collar. Tell me, is someone instructing you? Qiao Qing's looked directly at Li Wanchen, his pupils full of pain. He did not deny it, which meant that Li Wanchen's guess was right. Who is it? Qiao Qing's shook his head. I can't say. The words I can't say pushed Li Wanchen to the bottom again. She let go of Qiao Qing's, and her body swayed a few times. Princess. Qiao Qing's was about to help her. Stop. Li Wanchen supported her dizzy head and had a guess in her heart. Qiao Qing's. Tell me. Is it him? Qiao Qing's closed his eyes and sighed. Ha ha ha. Li Wanchen laughed. She looked at the foggy weather outside the house and felt very sad. Why? Why on earth? Why did he do this? Li Wanchen thought she was sincere to him. Why did she end up like this? Princess. Qiao Qing's burst into tears. This matter has tortured Li Wanchen for half her life. And it is also torture for him. He has been suffering from insomnia for the past few days, and finally made up his mind to tell the truth. This result is what he expected. Princess. I deserve to die. Li Wanchen wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. You really deserve to die. Qiao Qing's paused. I know. The next day, Li Wanchen received news that Qiao Qing's committed suicide at home. Princess. What happened? The nanny was extremely anxious. The princess finally found a home. How could she commit suicide? Li Wanchen closed her eyes. Nanny. Go and get the court dress that the emperor gave me when he ascended the throne. Nanny looked up at Li Wanchen. Li Wanchen had not worn this court dress for many years. Fortunately, the embroiderers in the palace were skilled, and there was nothing wrong with the court dress. Li Wanchen put on the court dress, asked the maid to put on her makeup, and then took out the momentum of suppressing the rebellion in the past. Enter the palace. Li Guoli was surprised why Li Wanchen entered the palace at this time. Sister, do you have anything to do? He remembered Qiao Qing's matter. Yes. It's a pity. Li Wanchen sneered. Everyone else. Leave. Hong Deshan shuddered. He hadn't seen Li Wanchen get angry for a long time. Xiao Shunzi. You stay? Hong Deshan stopped. Yes. Sister, what do you want to tell me? Li Guoli became impatient. Concubine Li was still waiting for him to drink the medicine. I am wasting the emperor's time. She sat down on the stool and then shook her sleeves. Slowly, she reappeared in the image of the powerful princess. Ollie, do you still remember the days when we fought together? At that time, we only had one idea. If we don't succeed, we will die. I was thinking, it's better to have a good time than to live a hard life for a lifetime. At least there is hope for the next life. Chapter 441 hesitated. So, I tried my best to support you to ascend the throne. As she spoke, Li Wanchen's tone softened. Yes, I can't forget that time. Li Wanchen's words evoked Li Guoli's memories. Forget it. Let's not talk about it. By the way, sister, you came to the palace today not just to tell me about the past. Right? Li Wanchen seemed to be lost in memories, and did not respond to Li Guoli's words. I still remember that when Prince Duan's small group of forces counterattacked before their death, I led Xiao Shunzi to strangle them. Xiao Shunzi. How many people did we lead at that time? Hong Deshan wiped his tears. Princess, we only have 12 people. At that time, Li Wanchen and Hong Deshan led these 12 people to fight their way out of the siege and pacify the forces of Prince Duan. This laid the foundation for Li Guoli's enthronement. None of the 12 survived, and Li Wanchen and Hong Deshan were seriously injured. They were still pulled out from the pile of dead bodies. Xiao Shunzi. We agreed that if we survived, we would get drunk. What a pity. Until now, we haven't had a good drink. Hong Deshan was very respectful. How dare I drink with the princess? Sister, you are not here to reminisce today. Right? Li Guoli interrupted them impatiently. These days were a shame for him. They reminded him all the time that he was from the cold palace. His mother was a lowly maid. He didn't want to talk about the past. Sister, why don't you just say it? Li Wanshan's heart finally cooled down, and she stood up slowly. She stumbled and wanted to fall down. Ouch! Princess. Be careful. Hong Deshun quickly supported her. Li Wanshan slowly walked towards Li Guoli's bed, just like when she sent Li Guoli to the throne. Ollie, is this position really so important? After listening to this, Li Guoli frowned and did not speak. Is it so important that you would resort to some ruthless means to hurt me? Li Wanshan could clearly feel Hong Deshun's hand trembling. She turned her head and looked at Hong Deshun, who lowered his head in panic, and sneered. Xiao Shunzi, you also know about this? Hong Deshun let go of Li Wanshan and knelt on the ground. Princess. He could no longer face Li Wanshan. Ollie, let me ask you. Why? It seems that Qiu Qing's death is related to that incident. Since Li Wanshan already knew, Li Guoli had no reason to hide it from her. Why? He coughed twice and continued. Your prestige is higher than mine. Li Guoli roared fiercely. I ask you, did you hear about the Empress at that time? After the 2-1 the palace riot, rumors spread. It was even made into a jingle. The Great Zhou is strong. The Great Zhou is prosperous. And the Great Zhou has a female emperor. The female emperor, quelling the civil strife, led the Great Zhou to become stronger. Stronger? Li Guoli pointed his finger at Li Wanshan. Listen. Listen. If I don't do anything, will you really become a female emperor? So you designed Qiu Qing's to insult me? Did you also reveal this to the people? Originally, there was a high voice for Li Wanshan to become the female emperor. But after the incident, no news was heard. Yes. It's me. Li Guoli trembled all over. Sister, I also chose Qiu Qing's who likes you. How good I am to you. Li Wanshan closed her eyes. Her heart was numb. I never thought about being a female emperor. I never thought about competing with you. At that time, I only had one thought. I wanted you to be the emperor. She slowly opened her eyes, and there was no light in her eyes. If you become the emperor, Xiao Shunzi, and I can live a prosperous life. If I knew it was you who did it, I would have hit my head and died in the Golden Palace. Ollie, I am your elder sister. We are brothers from the same mother. Why are you so cruel? Why do you treat me like this? A series of words made Li Guoli speechless. However, he was unwilling to give up. Sister, blame you for being too capable. Why should a woman be so capable? Why? Li Wanshan laughed, and tears flowed down her face. You ask me why? She still regrets it, regretting that she didn't see Li Guoli's true face clearly. If she knew he was so cruel, she should have followed the will of the people and become the empress. Maybe she just wanted my mother to rest in peace. She could no longer find any other reasons to convince herself. For a time, rumors spread in the capital. The emperor was seriously ill. The eldest princess was seriously ill, and officials claimed to be ill. This was a punishment from the heavens. And the Great Zhou Kingdom had angered the heavens. The Imperial Astronomical Bureau decided to hold a sacrifice. Your Highness, this sacrifice is a great opportunity. Should we take action? Qian Shun made another suggestion. But Su Jingyang has always refused to see me. When he was asked to see him, he either went to the palace to take up his duties or disappeared. He was clearly avoiding him. Forget about him. Without the Su family, Your Highness can't succeed? Qian Shun's eyes were full of brilliance. It would be best if the Su family didn't get involved. When the prince ascends the throne, he will have the merit of following the dragon. When his daughter is the queen, he will be the uncle of the emperor. This is a position below one person and above 10,000 people. We'll see who dares to look down on him. Li Yanxing hesitated a little. This is too aggressive. Let's see the situation. Qian Shun wanted to say something else, but was sent away by Li Yanxing. Sir Qian, is the prince afraid? The official on the side was a little depressed. When will the fear end? It's not up to him. Qian Shun's eyes were fierce. If he doesn't move, we will push him to move. During the sacrificial period, the capital was under strict control. Su Jingyang hadn't been home for several days. Is everything okay at home? The guard bowed. Everything is fine. The master told the young master not to worry. Go back and tell the master not to interfere in the prince's affairs. If something happens, let alone the prosperity of the family. Even whether it can survive is another matter. Su Jingyang was still worried and continued to instruct him. The guard nodded repeatedly. The old man has listened to what the young master said to the old master last time. Look, he even pretended to be sick. Su Jingyong knew about this. Well done. Be careful in everything. Don't let people see the flaws. The guard took the order and left. Su Jingyong coughed twice, turned his head, and looked at the silent city walls and pavilions. Do you know that the capital should change? What is it? Sacrifice? Yu Jia curled his lips. This old emperor is really confused. He messed with others while he was sick, did nothing himself, and blamed the sky? Gosheng laughed. General, Ian has a letter. Yu Jia quickly opened the letter and read it. Ian wanted to take advantage of this sacrifice to escape. Chapter 442 escaped. The emperor was ill. The crown prince was the regent, and he was in charge of the sacrifice. All the officials followed Li Yansheng to kneel down and worship the heaven and earth, praying for God to bless the great Zhou with good weather and good harvests, and for the people to live and work in peace and contentment. 1 Kowtow. Thank God for thinking of the people. As the chanting began, everyone knelt down. 2 Kowtows. Thank God for blessing the great Zhou. 3 Kowtows. Thank. With a click, the furnace on the altar actually cracked. Seeing this scene, everyone was so scared that they dared not breathe. With 2 clicks, 2 more cracks appeared. The whole altar was silent. Li Yansheng's face was as dark as water, and his eyes were fixed on the furnace. Why are there 3 cracks? Is it a hint? At this time, a sudden voice came from some corner. Does it mean that the destiny of the great Zhou will be the third prince in the future? Boom. With a sound, the furnace cracked. All the officials knelt on the ground. Li Yansheng retracted his feet, turned around and looked at the officials in front of him, gritting his teeth. If anyone dares to spread what happened today, I will make you lose your heads. Yes. Qi Wangfu. Yanqing, did your people arrange for someone to do it? Li Yanxiao touched the sweat on his forehead and sat down on the chair in a hurry. How could it be? Li Yanqing was also very puzzled. Today's event was not arranged by you. Li Yanxiao stopped and looked at Li Yanqing. It really wasn't you. Third brother. Can I still lie to you? The two looked at each other, as if they were in a furnace in the cold winter. The prince is back? Ian stood up. Why did he come back early? Li Chong was very anxious. I don't know why. The furnace tripod broke, and the prince cancelled the sacrifice in anger. Not good. Ian looked at the token in her hand. We are not ready yet. The people outside the city will not arrive until 3:15. Now that the prince is back, it is difficult for us to leave the house. Li Chong was supposed to go with Li Yanxiao to worship today, but before he left, he used the excuse of being unwell and did not go. Sister, we must go today. We can't wait any longer. If we miss this opportunity, we may never have another chance. It is the time of worship in the capital, and the situation is unstable. They can take advantage of the chaos to leave the capital. Let's go. We must go. Yen made up her mind. According to the original plan, we must go. She touched her belly. It was cold now, so she could wear thicker clothes to cover it up. Fortunately, Li Yanxiao was busy these days and didn't want to come to her. If Li Yanxiao was in the mood one day, she would not be able to hide it anymore. She was in a state of panic all day, fearing that this would bring her death. Let's go separately. I'll go out of the city gate first and wait for you in a tea house 3 miles away from the city gate. Ian pulled Li Chong. Azzy, you have to come later. Be very careful. Don't worry. Sister. Li Chong held Ian's hand. If it's past noon and I haven't arrived yet, you go first. Ian was about to shake her head, but Li Chong stopped her. Sister, you go find Erju first. I'll come later. I'm a grown man. It will definitely be easier for me to get away. Ian disagreed. As Li Yanzhou's personal bodyguard, he had to be by Li Yanzhou's side all the time. This made it even harder to get away. Sister, don't waste time. The mood of parting suddenly surrounded the two of them, and Ian's eyes were misty. Azzy, you must come. Azzy will never leave until she sees you. When Ian left the palace, she took nothing with her. She led the maid to the noisy street. The people around her were still discussing what happened during the sacrifice today. All this would have nothing to do with her soon. After leaving the noisy capital, she could live the life she wanted with Azzy and the child in her belly. Girl, do you want to go shopping in the clothing store? Ian turned around and saw the maid's pretending to be strong smiling face. But she had tears in her eyes and looked a little ferocious. Huar. You? Huar sniffed. Go to the clothing store. When you go in, you are the prince's concubine. And when you come out, you are yourself. It turns out that she knows everything. I was knocked unconscious. And I don't know anything. Ian stuffed the bracelet on her wrist into Huar's hand. Then wait for me outside. Huar wanted to refuse. But Ian shook her head to stop her. She lowered her voice. Someone is here. The two of them were under surveillance when they went out. So naturally they wouldn't be delayed for long. Don't worry. Girl. You go. Leave everything to me. Ian took a look at the simple and honest little girl. And she made up her mind to go to the clothing store as planned. After a long time, the guard saw that Ian had not come out. So he went into the clothing store. When he entered the door, he saw Huar lying on the table. Huar. Huar. Wake up. After calling several times, Huar woke up slowly. No. No. She stood up suddenly. And suddenly, she was about to fall to the ground with her head in her arms. The guard quickly pulled her up. What's going on? Where is the girl? Huar touched her head and cried anxiously. The girl and I just entered the store. And I was knocked unconscious. There must be a gangster who kidnapped the girl. You go and save the girl. The two guards looked at each other and walked out with Huar. As soon as they reached the door, a guard whistled and several people came quickly. The girl is missing. Hurry up and chase her. Huar was brought to Li Yanzhao. She knelt down with a thump. My lord. It's all my fault for not taking good care of the girl. Li Yanzhao glanced at her and instantly pinned Huar to the ground. Tell me, which direction did she go? Huar nodded quickly. I was knocked unconscious and didn't know. Enough. Li Yanzhao stood up. Do you all think I'm a fool? Come here. Sell this bastard made out. Did Li Chang go out too? Wang Xiaobo hesitated, but finally nodded. Out. The two must have agreed on a meeting place. Search for me. Li Yanzhao pinched his eyebrows. Are they all going to betray him? Your Highness, today's sacrifice just happened. We should be cautious. Besides, the two should have left the city now. Let's chase them separately, Wang Xiaobo said cautiously, fearing that he would get into trouble. Li Yanzhao shook his head, really worried and confused. The most basic approach was ignored. Xiaobo, you and Huang Long take people to chase them separately. Remember? I want to see the person alive. And the body dead? Wang Xiaobo shuddered. Yes, sir. Seeing Li Chang riding his horse closer and closer, Ian finally let go of her worries. Li Chang threw the reins to the store owner and went to grab Ian. Sister, we have to act quickly. Ian nodded. And the two of them went into the store to dress up. Chapter 443, Caught. Arrived at the agreed location. The contact person was waiting for them. Li Chang had followed Li Yanzhao for 10 years, and was definitely familiar with his style of doing things. The two of them hid, and came to Xiangqing. The next stop was Jizhou City. The two came to a roadside restaurant to replenish their dry food. Sister, you sit here. I'll go buy steamed buns. After sleeping in the open all the way, Ian felt that her body was about to fall apart. If it weren't for the belief in her heart that supported her, her body would have been unable to bear it long ago. My child, wait a little longer. Ian touched her belly. We will be home soon. Home? Where is your home? Hearing this familiar yet strange voice, Yan's scalp tingled instantly. She sat on the stool and dared not move, and shouted, Azzy, run! Li Yanzhao came in front of her and sneered. Run? No one can escape. The people in the restaurant saw this scene and ran out one after another. Bang! With a sound, Li Chang's body flew out of the restaurant and fell to the ground. A yin stood up to help him, but Li Chang was already seriously injured. Sister, you are okay. A yin shed tears and shook her head. Nothing. Li Chang wiped the blood stains from the corner of his lips and looked at the people around him. These guys are all his brothers who grew up with him. And Li Yanzhao. Li Chang didn't expect Li Yanzhao to chase him in person. Your Majesty, please forgive me. He gritted his teeth and knelt straight. Ian followed Li Chang and knelt down. Your Majesty, please forgive us and let us go. Li Yanzhao sat down on the greasy stool. Let you go? Did you get my consent when you left? He looked at the two people kneeling on the ground in a mess, and was furious. I didn't give you a chance. But what about you? You challenged my patience again and again. Ian was shocked. Did Li Yanzhao know their plan long ago? What's wrong? Are you mute? Li Yinzhao stood up and looked down at Ian. Ian, where are you going with my child? He really knew. Your Majesty, Ian just wants to survive. The rules of the Great Zhou dynasty are that no concubine can give birth to a child before the wife gives birth. The first child must be the eldest son or daughter. If a concubine is found to have given birth secretly, she will die. You can't survive with me? I feed you with good food and drink. What about you? You either want to run away, or you want to run away. Do you still take me seriously? Your Majesty, I also want my child to survive. Ian wiped her tears. I want to give birth to a child. She touched her already bulging belly. He is a little life. There was no emotion in Li Yinzhao's eyes, which made Ian's heart sink completely. You will have it. But you are too impatient. After my wife gives birth to a child, you can give birth at will. It is true. Ian closed her eyes, and was extremely glad that she had fought. My lord, please let my sister go. I will go back with you. Li Chong kowtowed hard on the ground. You don't say anything, and I forget about you. You are a traitor. Li Yinzhao kicked Li Chong fiercely, and Li Chong lost his balance and fell to the ground. I raised you up, and you actually took my woman and child away? Don't think I don't know what you did in private. Li Yinzhao's face was a little ferocious, and he spoke word by word. Why did I bring you to the capital? I wanted you to reflect on yourself. You are so good. You are even worse. Did you know that we recognized each other as siblings when you were in Bashu? Ian helped Li Chong kneel on the ground. Li Yinzhao did not deny it. Ian continued, Are you deliberately watching us anxious to leave the house? Li Yinzhao did not deny it either. Ian giggled, making Li Yinzhao impatient. What are you laughing at? I'm laughing at the prince's scheming. But in the end, he was deserted by his friends and relatives. What did you say? Li Yinzhao grabbed Ian's collar. His eyes were red with anger. Li Chong stood up and tried to grab Li Yinzhao's hand, but was kicked to the ground by him. How dare you talk to me like that? Ian looked at him, with a fierce flame burning in her pupils. Am I wrong? The force on her neck tightened, and Ian did not flinch at all. From the beginning, you couldn't tolerate Lin Erju. You were afraid that she would be more powerful than you. So you wanted to kill her. But you didn't want to dirty your own hands and let the world poke your spine. So you handed it over to Lin Gongxuan to deal with. It's just that Lin Gongxuan is not as cold-hearted as you. Lin Gongxuan handed Yu Jiaying over to Lin Erju, but it made her successful. You are so angry that you just slaughtered Yu Jiaying and cut off Lin Erju's path. Ian's face became redder and redder. And Li Chong, who was crawling on the ground, said desperately, Sister, stop talking. I want to say it. Why don't I say it? Ahem. Ian continued to speak under pressure. You think that after driving Lin Erju away, you have the final say in Bashu. What a pity. There is a loophole. And Lin Gongxuan sees your true character. He made military achievements. And the first thing he did was to get away from you, because he knows that following you is a dead end. Li Yinzhao, what reason do we have to stay with you? Shut up. You bitch. Li Yinzhao used all his strength to flip Ian to the ground. Fortunately, Li Chong on the ground was quick to cushion Ian's body. Otherwise it would be unimaginable. Ian, Li Chong. Wang Xiaobo hurried to check on the two. Ian was thrown and had stars in her eyes. After finally recovering, she saw Li Yinzhao's livid face. She felt very happy in her heart. Ha ha ha. Ian leaned in Li Chang's arms and laughed. Li Yinzhao, do you know what your biggest weakness is? You have evil thoughts of thieves and prostitutes in your heart. But you act so sanctimonious. Shut up. Li Yinzhao gritted his teeth. If he was not afraid of being criticized by the people around him for killing a woman, he would have cut the woman into pieces long ago. Come on. Take the two back to the capital. Ian glanced at Li Chong, who was full of despair, and whispered to him, Wait and leave while the chaos is going on. Before Li Chong understood, Ian rushed towards Li Yinzhao. Sister. Li Yinzhao did not expect Ian to attack him, and did not react for a while. Go to hell. The overwhelming hatred and anger rushed out of Ian's heart, and the tragic death of her parents flashed before her eyes. Li Yinzhao, you go to bury my parents. It is only natural that the son should pay the father's debt. Stop. Chapter 444. Start. Suddenly, a sharp shout resounded through the mountains. A yin stopped her attack and turned to look. Yu Jiao was wearing armor, and sitting leisurely on a white warhorse. Xiao Bai's snort expressed his dissatisfaction. On the appointed day, Yu Jia waited and waited, but no one showed up. So she came to meet him in person. After meeting him, she saw the scene. She got off the horse and bowed. Lin urge you. Greet His Royal Highness the King of Qi. Then, she stood up. I haven't seen you for a long time. I hope Your Highness the King of Qi is well. Lin urge you. What are you doing here? Moreover, she was the only one. After saying this, Li Yanxiao regretted it a little. This place is close to Jizhou, so she can come naturally. But how could it be such a coincidence? He grabbed Ian's arm. Are you here to see her? Ian stubbornly stopped looking at him. Your Highness the Prince of Qi is wise. We are sisters with Ian. What's wrong with sisters meeting each other? The people in the restaurant looked at Yu Jia, who had red lips and white teeth, and nodded. Why is it wrong? What's right? This is the god of war, General Wugen. The eyes of the people looking at Yu Jia changed again. There was respect, admiration, and some contempt. Yu Jia didn't care about these. She stepped forward and continued. Your Highness, why don't we have a drink together? Suddenly, there was a tremor of the earth and the sound of horses neighing, and Chang Haier arrived with his soldiers. Yu Jia's heart settled down. She ran fast, and finally caught up with him. Now that the reinforcements had arrived, she naturally felt relieved. General Lin, you don't have to be polite. I'm here to chase the traitorous slaves. I'm sorry I can't accompany you. Hey, Yu Jia stopped Li Yanxiao. Your Highness, it's really unacceptable that Lin Erju didn't fulfill his hospitality when you came here this time. Besides, we are colleagues. You won't even give this face. Right? What if I don't give you this face? Li Yanxiao threw a yen to Wang Xiaobo. I didn't come here to pick a fight with you. Oh, the King of Qi is just as ruthless as this little girl said. Li Yanxiao. Yu Jia smiled. She covered her mouth with her hand and whispered. Look, the people have seen it. Don't be anxious if you want to save face. How about we have a drink? Lin urge you. Don't be rude. Li Yanxiao actually attacked Yu Jia. Yu Jia was caught off guard and was knocked to the ground by him. It was an emergency. Li Yanxiao didn't expect Yu Jia to be so weak. Lin urge you. Why are you pretending? Are you trying to win sympathy? Sure enough, the people attacked. Li Yanxiao again. Ahem. Yu Jia fell to the ground, coughing up blood. Brother urge you. Chang Haier slipped off the horse, staggered towards her, and hugged Yu Jia. Brother urge you. How are you? Yu Jia covered her chest and glanced at Li Yanxiao. I'm fine. Urge you. Li Chang was held and unable to move. He shouted. How are you? Ian saw Yu Jia's appearance and knew that her body was already weak. Urge you. Are you okay? Yu Jia waved her hand and stood up with the help of Chang Haier. The prince is really good at body movement, and his majesty is still as great as before. Ahem. Since the prince does not want to drink with me, I have nothing to say. She glanced at the guards behind Li Yanxiao. There were 5 of them, including Li Yanxiao. Although there were not many people, they were all top-notch fighters, and their strength should not be underestimated. She brought a team of people today, and together with Chang Haier, there were about 50 people in total. He could be pestered for a while. Prince, I'll say it one last time. Yu Jia had already had the intention to kill, and she exuded a murderous aura. Chang Haier naturally understood what she meant, so he waved his hand and called the soldiers forward. I want to meet with a yen, and I hope that the prince can help me. Li Yanxiao looked at the actions of Yu Jia and others calmly, and became disdainful. Lin urge you. Do you want to rebel? Yu Jia laughed. Your Highness, this is the fief of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. How can there be a traitor? Besides, it was Your Highness who took the initiative to cause trouble, and Lin Erju didn't say anything. Oh! Yu Jia pretended to be suddenly enlightened. There is a traitor. Come here. This man pretends to be His Royal Highness the Prince of Qi. Come and capture him. You dare. Li Yanxiao was on guard. He knew this situation very well. Do you dare me? Yu Jia didn't want to talk nonsense with him anymore, so he called the soldiers forward. However, the difference can be seen at the first sight. These soldiers were not good enough in front of Li Yanxiao's guards. However, he could still be tied up. Yu Jia deflected Wang Xiaobo's sword. Brother Xiaobo, please help me. Wang Xiaobo hesitated, and Yu Jia took advantage of his momentary pause, and she protected Ian behind her. Ian, follow my people first, and Li Chang and I will go back later. I knew that she was also holding Yu Jia back. So she nodded. You have to be careful. Chang Hai escorted Ian away with a few soldiers. Stop! Li Yanqiao pulled out a long sword from the soldier in anger. Seeing that Ian ignored him and galloped on horseback, he took out a bow and arrow from behind the soldier. Yu Jia was shocked when she saw his action. Your Highness, what are you going to do? That's Ian. Li Yanqiao's men used force. I shot her. I'll fight you. Li Chong dragged his body and rushed towards Li Yanqiao. And the arrow flew past Ian's cheek with a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Seeing that Ian was fine, Li Chong hugged Li Yanqiao's thigh and refused to let go. Your Highness, why did you kill Ajay? She is pregnant with your child. Yu Jia looked at Ian, who was no longer visible. Ian didn't tell her about the pregnancy. But it doesn't matter whether she tells him or not. Maybe it was this incident that made Ian determined to give up revenge and leave Li Yanqiao. Let go of me. Li Yanqiao turned his sword and hit Li Chang's head with the hilt. Li Chang shook his head and hugged him tightly, until blood flowed from his head and flowed onto his face, and his facial features could not be seen. Shua! Yu Jia swung his knife at Li Yanqiao. Stop! You executioner! Because Li Chang was holding Li Yanqiao's thigh. Li Yanqiao had no strength to fight back and fell to the ground with a stumble. Yu Jia pulled Li Chang up. Hurry up and get on the horse. Li Chang wiped his eyes twice and nodded. Seeing that the other soldiers were still entangled with several guards, Yu Jia shouted, Retreat and get on the horse. Everyone retreated and rode away. The people hiding in the restaurant quietly poked their heads out. My God! What big thing did I just see? You are not mistaken. And neither am I. General Wugan is actually fighting with His Royal Highness the Prince of Qi. Does this mean that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and His Royal Highness the Prince of Qi are fighting? Chapter 445 Stay to help you. The people are right. The conflict between Yu Jia and Li Yanqiao indicates that the party struggle between the Prince's party and the King of Qi party has been brought to the surface. It's absurd. This old man is really too much. Li Yanqiao was furious and paced back and forth with his hands behind his back. Qian Shun lowered his eyebrows and cursed in his heart. He did so much. But it's better for others to have a big conflict. In any case, the goal was finally achieved. Your Highness, this King of Qi is really lawless. Qian Shun continued. It's okay that he usually opposes you. But he also blatantly ran to Jizhou to provoke you. It's obvious that he doesn't take you. Your Highness. Seriously? Qian Shun's words undoubtedly added fuel to the fire. Li Yanqiao felt that the fire in his chest immediately burned his reason. This time, I will definitely teach the third brother a lesson. Although he usually makes trouble for Li Yanqiao. It is all in secret. Now, the emperor is seriously ill, and the prince is the regent. Which means that he has the final say in the great Zhou. Your Highness, what do you want to do? Qian Shun was overjoyed. But he carefully suppressed his expression. First, dismissed the officials on the third brother's side one by one. The other staff members were shocked. Not appropriate. Your Highness the Prince cannot act rashly. If the officials are dismissed, who will do the government affairs? Why do I care so much about him? Li Yanqiao was so angry that he shook his sleeves. As long as I can make the third brother unhappy, I can do anything. The staff looked at each other, not knowing how to answer. Your Highness, you can take it slow. We can start with the left and right arms of the King of Qi. Qian Shun stood up. First cut off the arms of the King of Qi and make him a lonely man. In this way, even if he wants to move forward, he will be blind. Left and right arms? Li Yanqiao was suspicious. The fifth brother? Humph! Li Yanqiao snorted coldly, his face full of disdain. Just him? Left and right arms? You really think too highly of him. No! Qian Shun shook his head. The virtuous king did a lot for the King of Qi. Hiding soldiers, forging weapons, and amassing wealth were all done by him. What? Li Yanqiao's eyes were full of disbelief. The fifth brother did so many things? Well, the third brother looks innocent. But he is really seeking fame. The fifth brother did all the work. But he is still pretending to be noble. Then let the fifth brother start. The prince gave an order, and the staff knew the direction. Back to the Jizhou military camp. Chang Hai quickly called Lao Xia. As soon as he saw Yu Jia, he was about to curse again. Don't listen. Just don't listen to me. What are you doing now? Yu Jia shook his head helplessly at Yin, and only heard old Xia continue to mutter. Can't you just be quiet for a while? Is there anything that requires a general like you to take action? Do you think your life is not long enough? Old Xia said, as he pulled Yujia's arm and took his pulse. Oh, my ancestors? He shook his head and sighed. Yujia smiled embarrassedly. Old Xia, don't worry. I'm fine. Seeing that Old Xia was about to talk back, Yujia pointed at a yin who was standing aside. I'm going to pick someone up today. Please take a look at a yin. Old Xia. Old Xia took back his hand and looked at a yin. A yin saluted hurriedly. Old Xia. I'm a yin. Old Xia nodded. Are you going to pick her up today? Hee hee. Yujia was happy. Still happy. Old Xia glared at her. Child. Sit down. I'll take a look at you. Ayan sat down obediently and stretched out her arm to put it on the pulse pillow. As soon as Old Xia put his hand on her arm, he looked up at Ayan. Not bad. The bumpy ride from the capital to Jizhou must have affected a pregnant woman. Ayan persuaded her that she was fine. But Yujia was worried. Since Old Xia said that she was fine, Yujia was relieved. Just take good care of yourself and walk more, and you will be fine in the future. Old Xia stood up and looked at Yujia. You can't. You must rest. Yujia was somewhat shocked. Now that they were preparing to attack the northern desert, how could they rest? However, fearing that Old Xia would nag, Yujia still agreed. Okay. You'll be in trouble. After seeing Old Xia off, Yujia pulled a yin to sit down. What exactly happened? A yin then told her what happened in the Nantung military camp after Yujia left. Yujia also knew some of the things, but not in detail. That means Li Yinxiao will definitely not want this child. And you have to run away with the child? A yin nodded. And it can be summarized this way. Isn't this the classic drama of the domineering president falling in love with me and running away with the baby after getting pregnant? Yujia touched his chin, with an unfathomable look on his face. It's just that this domineering president is too cruel, and he wants to take you back to knock this ball off. Ayan had also heard the words domineering president from her mother. You can say that? This Li Yinxiao is simply unworthy of being a father. Yujia turned his palm into a fist and pounded the table, with a look of resentment on his face. Ayan, you stay in Jizhou City for now, and I will ask Go Sheng to arrange a place for you to stay. Don't worry. This is the prince's fiefdom. He dare not mess around. Ayan lowered her head. Erju, how is your health? She could hear from Lao Xia's tone that Yujia's health was not good. Before Yujia could speak, she looked up at Yujia. Is it? Tears fell from her eyes, and a yin felt like the sky was falling. What should I do? Yujia was at a loss. Oh, a yin. Don't cry. Let Li Chong see me and think I'm bullying you. How dare you bully my sister? Li Chong stepped over the threshold and walked towards the two of them. Yujia saw him puff, laughing. Li Chong felt embarrassed. He touched the bandage on his head. What are you laughing at? I told the doctor not to wrap me so much, but he insisted on wrapping me. Like a mummy. Ha ha. Yujia laughed. In an instant, the sad and miserable mood in the room was swept away. Ayan wiped her tears and laughed. Li Chong saw that both of them laughed, so he also smiled. Great. We are together again. He remembered how happy they were in the military camp in Yunnan. Yujia, Li Chong and Huang Xiaobo sneaked out from time to time, either drinking or making jokes. It's a pity that there will never be such a relaxing time in the future. Yujia slowly put away her expression. You two siblings will stay in Jizhou City first. When the situation stabilizes, I will send you to Shenzhen. My parents and brothers are all there, so you can take care of them. I won't leave. I want to help you here. Li Chong glanced at Ayan and said hurriedly. Yes. Let A Chang help you here. Ayan didn't allow any explanation. I'm fine. I can take care of myself. Chapter 446, expecting a secret letter. I won't go to Shenzhen either. I'll stay in Jizhou City. No. Yujia flatly refused. Ayan, you can't stay in Jizhou City for a long time. Now that we are about to go to war with Beima, Jizhou City is not safe. You and Li Chong have just met, so go and live a peaceful life. The brother and sister looked at each other again and shook their heads again. Erju, if you hadn't saved us, we would have died long ago. Li Chong continued. You can't be so ungrateful. Speaking of ungratefulness, Li Chong lowered his head. He thought of Li Yinxiao. Seeing Li Chang's lonely expression, Yu Jia knew what he was thinking. Li Chong. Li Yanchao saved you and raised you. And he has given you a second life. Now I am under the command of the prince. If you help me, won't you be an enemy of Li Yanchao? You'd better cut off your relationship with me. No. Li Chang's eyes were bright and frightening. You are now fighting against Beima, not against the prince. If I help you, it means I am helping De Zhou. As for the prince and the prince, I will not get involved in the future. Yu Jia chuckled. It seems that Li Yanchao has raised you well, and can distinguish between national hatred and family hatred. It's a pity that Li Yansheng, as the crown prince, did not have such an idea. Li Chong was a little embarrassed after being praised. He wanted to scratch his scalp, and found that his head was wrapped. Ouch! This bandage is really troublesome. A yin touched his head lovingly. You stay with Zhu. I'll go to the city for a while. Yu Jia was a man, so it was inconvenient for a yin to stay in the yard. Go Sheng replied that the accommodation in the city had been arranged. There was no time to delay. So Yu Jia asked Go Sheng to send a yin out. The moon was bright, and the stars were sparse. Yu Jia sat in the yard and looked up at the sky. What are you thinking about again? Li Chong put a black fox fur coat on her. Yu Jia pulled the cloak and shook her head. Nothing. I'm in a daze. Li Chong curled his lips and sat down beside her. I don't believe it. Are you missing General Lin? Yu Jia's old face turned red. What nonsense. Li Chong smiled evilly. I guess I was right. I met General Lin in the capital a few days ago, and he praised me for growing taller. This time he won a great victory in the attack on the Uyghurs, and he will probably be rewarded after returning to the capital. Yu Jia shook her head. Not necessarily. Why? Li Chong was a little surprised. Isn't it normal to be rewarded for winning a battle? The emperor is seriously ill now, and the prince is the regent, and the prince doesn't like cowards very much. Why? Li Chong spoke again. In theory, everyone in the know knows that Lin Erzhu and Lin Gongxuan are a couple. Lin Erzhu is now the prince's man, so Lin Gongxuan is naturally the prince's man. Why does the prince still dislike Lin Gongxuan? Li Chong wanted to scratch his head again, but suddenly remembered the bandage on his head. So he gave up, because the coward refused to accept the olive branch thrown by the prince. Not only did Lin Gongxuan refuse, she didn't accept it either. If Li Yansheng ordered her to lead troops to Beijing now, she would definitely not agree. Ah? Li Chong felt that with his IQ, he couldn't figure out the connection at all. They, including Li Yanzhao, thought that Yu Jia was the prince's man now. Huang Long and Wang Xiaobo cursed Yu Jia as a traitor all day long. Did they curse him wrongly? Ah Chong, remember this. I, Lin Erzhu, am a subject of the Great Zhou, and a ruthless general of the Great Zhou. Whenever the enemy army invades, I will definitely wear a scarf and lead the army to their hometown. But if you want me to participate in party struggles, I will never do it. Li Chong tried hard to think. So you came to the prince's territory just to fight? This is too unbelievable. Yu Jia smiled. There are many more unbelievable things. Just read more. Li Chong shook his head, still unable to understand. Erzhu, what do you want to do if you are not in the barracks? Yu Jia was stunned. She had always asked others questions, but she never thought that someone would ask her this question one day. What do you want to do? Let's find a quiet place and grow flowers and plants. Li Chong nodded. How wonderful. You are a girl, and you have had a hard life. After leaving the military camp, take a good rest. Ha ha ha. Then wait for peace in the world. Yu Jia looked up at the sky again, hoping that peace will come soon. There was no news about muzzling anywhere, and Lin Gongxuan was very upset. Explore again. Dig 3 feet deep to find this guy. If muzzling is not found now, there will be endless troubles. The soldiers of the Great Zhou dynasty were searching the border, and muzzling had already returned to the Uyghurs. Bitch. Muzzling kicked Li Yuanyuan to the ground. I escaped death at the border. You are living a life of drunkenness and debauchery here. Li Yuanyuan stood up with difficulty. She touched her stomach and laughed out loud. What? Do you still think I am chanting sutras and praying for you, hoping that you will return triumphantly soon? Muzzling. What are you thinking? Muzzling slapped Li Yuanyuan, and she fell to the ground again. Come here. The queen is immoral, and she is under house arrest from now on. Li Yuanyuan shouted, but no one paid attention to her. General, 7 or 8 cities in the south have been conquered by Mushi. Do you think you should give Mashik a secret letter? The adjutant thought. He won't be so ungrateful. Will he? Humph. Grace? Muslin glared at him viciously. If he knew how to be polite, he wouldn't have attacked the Uyghurs. Mashik. Mashik. I have raised an ungrateful wolf after all. Aubin. Is there a secret letter from the king? Mashik called Aubin, looking hopeful. Aubin didn't know how to answer. Checking the king's secret letter had become an important thing for him to do every day. Not yet. Mashik frowned. How could it be? He had already captured 7 cities of the Uyghurs, which was a great victory. Were all the promises Mu Yinjin made to him just to deceive him? General. Did the king break his promise? Aubin raised his head cautiously and looked at Mu Shurha. How could it be? Mu Shurha retorted impatiently. How could the king of a country break his promise? He was still wrong. Mu Yinjin was about to give birth in the next few days, and she was having a headache at the moment. Mu Shurha's secret letters came from time to time. What should she do? King, are you worrying about Mu Shurha again? Nanny put away the memorial in front of her and brought her a cup of hot tea. He came to ask me about my promise again. It's easy to say it, but how to implement it? When she wrote to Yu Jia, although Yu Jia didn't explicitly reject her, her attitude said it all. Chapter 447. Changhair is leaving. Yu Jia didn't want Mu Yin to use Changhair as bait to let Mu Shurha attack the Uyghurs. But what could she do at that time? It was a matter of life and death for the country. So she had to do this. Now, it was really hard to get off the tiger. Why don't you write another secret letter to Urju? Nan Ma said earnestly, at a critical time. It is inevitable to use some means. As you said, it's a matter of life and death for the Nan man. Urju should understand. I don't understand a thing. Yu Jia threw the letter on the table in anger, which scared Go Sheng. What's wrong? Who made you so angry? Yu Jia had a lot of troubles. She didn't know how to tell Go Sheng about this. She didn't know how to tell Chang Hair about this either. She rubbed her head and wailed. Someone come save me. What's wrong? Hearing this voice, Yu Jia immediately sat up straight. She hurriedly flipped through the things on the wooden table and found that there was nothing else on the table except the secret letter. Come on. Come on. No need to act anymore. Chang Hair rolled his eyes in annoyance. Don't you know that your most embarrassing time is when you are busy doing nothing? Yu Jia stopped what she was doing and smiled. Did you see it? Chang Hair walked up and glanced at Go Sheng. Go Sheng, please go out and close the door. Go Sheng paused for a moment, then nodded and went out. After Go Sheng closed the door, Changhair sat down at Yu Jia's table. What you are worried about must be related to me. Come on. I'm listening. Yu Jia licked her lips. Changhair, I don't know how to tell you about this. I don't want to open your scars. Changhair raised his eyelids, paused for a moment, and blurted out. Is this related to Mu Shurha? The two hadn't mentioned this person for a long time. Is it related to the recent victory of Nan Man? You know? Yu Jia asked cautiously. You must have reached some kind of agreement with Mu Yinjin? Chang Hair said calmly. How did you know again? Yu Jia was flustered again. Chang Hair sighed with a bad temper. You keep talking about it all day long. And you keep peeking at me with your guilty eyes from time to time. How could I not know? Hair, you are really a god who has come down to earth. I can't hide anything from you. Chang Hair stood up. I don't have much patience. Tell me what you want me to do now. Hey, the young master's momentum is coming out again. Yu Jia also stood up. Well, someone wants to see you. She spoke more and more quietly. That person wants to see you. Yu Jia grinned at Chang Hair's thin back, not knowing how to express it with the vast sea of words. When you need to read, you will regret not having read enough. Yu Jia looked regretful. If I had known this, I would have listened to the bad boy and read more. Chang Hair turned around and saw Yu Jia clenching his fist with regret. What? Do you regret betraying me now? Yu Jia saw Chang Hair's mocking face and laughed twice. Basically, Mu Yinjin and Mu Shurha reached an agreement. If Mu Shurha agrees to fight against the Uyghurs, you will be allowed to meet Mu Shurha after the victory. I absolutely reject this idea, Yu Jia said righteously. And seeing Chang Hair staring at her leisurely, Yu Jia became uncomfortable again. Well, that's the thing. Hair, please don't be angry with me. I know. Chang Hair wanted to walk out after saying that. Yu Jia grabbed him. What do you mean? Do you agree? She asked anxiously. But Chang Hire was not in a hurry. Don't you just want me to fulfill Mu Yinjin's promise? I promise you. Oh, Mr. Chang Hire is so righteous. Yu Jia bowed to Chang Hire. Thank you on behalf of the Nanman people. Chang Hire quickly helped Yu Jia up. No way. Just let Mu Yinjin compensate me with some gold. Yu Jia's jaw dropped. Do you still care about the gold? Hey, you're right. Jinjin has to pay, she said as she walked to the table. We have to rip her off. Chang Hire felt mixed emotions, not knowing how to describe his mood at the moment. Yu Jia was writing happily, and the corners of her lips were raised so high that even AK couldn't suppress it. Seeing her like this, Chang Hire laughed along. Brother Erju, I have something to tell you. Yu Jia was writing with great enthusiasm, and blurted out. Tell me what? I'm going back to Guangdong. Then go back. It's no big deal. Suddenly, Yu Jia stopped writing and looked up at Chang Hire. What? You just said you were going back to Guangdong? She put the pen on the pen holder. Why are you going back to Guangdong? Chang Hire swallowed his saliva. A few days ago, I received news from Guangdong. My father died. I have to go back to inherit the family business. Yu Jia stood up as if she had been electrocuted. What did you say? The cheerful smile of Father Wang appeared in her mind. It stands to reason that Father Wang was in his prime. How could he suddenly die? What happened? Yu Jia walked around the table and came to Chang Hire. Nothing. Didn't that woman give birth to a little brother for me? Chang Hire looked calm, but his slightly red eyes betrayed him. She wanted my little brother to succeed her. My father naturally refused, saying she could have as many children as she wanted. I will inherit the position in the future, so she can forget about it. This woman is also a tiger. She took advantage of my father's unpreparedness and killed him. Chang Hire sniffed and continued. She didn't even think about how my father got to this position. After my father passed away, my mother quickly took charge and took control of the situation in an instant. Isn't there no air in Guangdong now? I have to go back to take charge of the situation. Yu Jia hugged the young man in front of him, and then he realized that his body was shaking violently. I'm sorry, Chang Hire. I've neglected you lately. She was such a close friend of his. But she didn't notice that Chang Hire was acting abnormally these days. Hey, what's the big deal? Chang Hire said it lightly, not knowing whether he was comforting Yu Jia or himself. That's the thing. He imitated Yu Jia's tone. I'm just telling you this. Chang Hire entered the military camp earlier than Yu Jia, and had already completed 5 years. If it were according to the military law of the Great Zhou, he could leave the military camp. You have to learn to take care of yourself after you leave me. Your right-hand man. You must listen to Go Sheng. Understand? Yu Jia held back her sadness. What are you talking about? I'm a great general. A god of war. Do I need Go Sheng to care about me? Great general. Great god of war. Take the medicine. Go Sheng walked in with the medicine expressionlessly. Chapter 448. Get it back together. Yu Jia pushed Chang Hire away with tears and snot, and looked at Go Sheng expressionlessly. Go Sheng ignored her sharp eyes and spoke again. Come on, General. Please. Yu Jia took the medicine bowl and stared at the dark medicine juice. I owe you this life. After drinking the medicine, Yu Jia asked Chang Hire. When are you going back to Guangdong? After meeting Mushirha. I won't come back. Chang Hire fixed her hair and didn't look at Yu Jia. That is to say, after going to Nanman, she will go back to Guangdong directly. The feeling of parting spread among the three. In this situation, I don't know when they can get together again. There are only 3 of us left now. Thinking back to the time when we went from Jizhou to the Yunnan military camp, there were Jiayan, Haizi, Wu Kuei, and other dead cannon fodder. After many twists and turns, there are only a few people left. Go Sheng knew about Chang Hire early on. Chang Hire, when can we meet again after this farewell? What are you talking about? Chang Hire patted Go Sheng on the shoulder. I am gone. Not dead. When the world is peaceful, and you leave the military camp, my Guangdong gate will always be open to you. Or maybe when the control is loosened, I can still come here to see you. Pooh. Fuh. Fuh. Yu Jia slapped Chang Hire on the head. Don't keep this word on your lips. We always say this word in the barracks. How unlucky is that? Chang Hire touched his head and smacked his lips. After I leave you, no one will dare to hit me on the head. He still felt a little unsatisfied. Yu Jia glared at him unhappily. Masochist. Go Sheng didn't know what to say. Changhair. Take care on the way. The next day, Changhair started to move. Yu Jia watched Changhair leave in a carriage and bit her lip. Because of the soldiers around her, she couldn't show any emotion. Why did he leave so suddenly? Yu Jia turned her head to look at Go Sheng beside her, wondering when he would leave too. All good things must come to an end. No matter how lively it is, it will eventually come to this. Changhair left, and Yu Jia was not used to it at first. She still called Changhair the same. After hearing this, Go Sheng came to her side silently. After repeating it several times, Yu Jia changed her words. Life must go on, and things that should be done must be done without missing a beat. The most important thing right now is not these little things, but fighting. General, the soldiers are ready. Just waiting for your order. Yu Jia stood up and rubbed his hands. Okay. This time, let these Tartars taste the power of our great show. Go Sheng, go and notify Li Chang. Let him and Xiao Shiming attack the Tartars together. Go Sheng received the order and went out. Zheng Chuanqi, prepare all the explosives. Zheng Chuanqi received the order. General, which battalion will use these explosives? Yu Jia glanced at him. You prepare and wait for my follow-up orders. I received the order. Li Chang and Xiao Shiming started the first battle in the history of the Zhou Chuanqi. They cut the Gordian knot and went straight to the Tartar camp, catching Bai Mo off guard. The Tartars fled one after another, and all the tents left behind fell into the hands of the Zhou. The Zhou did not take advantage of the victory. Some people were puzzled, and some questioned. General, this Tartar is no good. It can't even withstand this level. The new infantry battalion Wu Boyong stood up and saluted. General, I am willing to follow your orders to pursue the Tartars, and will not let them escape back to their hometown. Escape back to their hometown, which means they may come back again. Yu Jia waved her hand to signal him to sit down. Don't worry. Let's see if the Tartars have any tricks. If this level can hit Elisio, she will never believe it. Xian Jihao, you lead the cavalry battalion and attack the Tartars from behind. Xian Jihao was about to take the order, but Yu Jia stopped him. Remember? No actual combat. Xian Jihao was a little surprised, but he didn't say anything. He was familiar with this routine. Isn't it just guerrilla warfare? His cavalry battalion is best at this. After giving the order, Yu Jia asked the officers of each battalion to prepare. What's wrong with this general? Lu Ziyue really didn't understand. Has the general changed his style? He used to be like a tiger when talking about fighting. But why is he so timid now? Zheng Chuanqi waved his hand, and emotions flashed across his eyes. Don't talk about the general. Not only did others not understand Yu Jia's approach, even Go Sheng didn't understand. General, why don't we pursue the victory? In his opinion, according to the news brought by Li Chan Xian Jihao, the Tartars were clearly defeated. Yu Jia shook her head and continued to copy the calligraphy. Don't be impatient. After saying that, she continued her handwork. Go Sheng saw her confident look, and he was really itching. He was not as outspoken as Chang Haier, and just stood behind Yu Jia and watched her write. Why? Are you really curious about why I didn't take the next step? Go Sheng nodded, and found that he was standing behind Yu Jia, who couldn't see his movements. So he responded. Yu Jia sighed and stopped writing. I am warlike, but I also choose the right time. Go Sheng, in your opinion, who was Elisio before he became famous? Go Sheng tilted his head and thought for a while. He was just a nobody. Not bad. Yu Jia was very pleased with Go Sheng's idea. I still say that he can climb from a nobody to this step. So he has some ability. If you are defeated so easily by us, what qualifications do you have to fight me? In other words, those who come to the battlefield are not ordinary people. I understand. This Elisio must be holding back a big move. Yu Jia nodded. Not only a big move, but there may be other complications. The complications she mentioned may come from the Uyghurs. Yu Jia was right. Musling had given the formula of explosives to Elisio. At present, they have accelerated the production. General, are we just going to be turtles? The adjutant next to Elisio kept shouting. This is too aggrieved. Since following Elisio, it's either patience or patience. There is no bloodiness of the people of Baimo at all. This unknown person does not look like a Baimo person at all. What do you know? This is called keeping a low profile. The adjutant curled his lips. He had never seen keeping a low profile after his property was confiscated. How can we numb them if we don't give to Joe some sweet things? How can we make them arrogant if they are not arrogant? How can we be conceited? Lin Erju is the most ambitious. If we don't make her happy for a while, how can we accomplish anything? He Laishio looked at the secret letter and was proud of himself. Just wait. This general will blame Lin Erju for everything now. One day, this general will get back everything with interest. Chapter 449 Muzzling arrived in Beima. Yu Jia ordered the entire Jizhou military camp and even Jizhou city to be on high alert. She took the time to let Gosheng take Ian to Xinjiang. Gosheng was reluctant to leave, because when he left, Yu Jia would have no one to use. Gosheng, you can go without worry. I'm here. Li Chong patted his chest and said confidently. Gosheng was a little suspicious. He didn't believe Li Chong could take good care of Yu Jia. Not to mention his daily life. Yu Jia's identity alone was not reassuring. In the end, it was Yu Jia who came forward and persuaded Gosheng and the others to leave. As soon as they left, the scout sent a reply. At first, Yu Jia didn't think anything important had happened. General, something bad has happened. The Tartars have attacked the new recruits' camp. What? Yu Jia jumped up. She thought she had heard wrong. After confirming again and again, she seemed to have lost her soul. The whole Jizhou was fighting a decisive battle with the Tartars at the border. But they didn't expect that the enemy had already attacked the new recruits' camp when they were not prepared. The new recruits' camp was the place they ignored the most. Most of the new recruits here have never been on the battlefield. What combat capabilities do they have? Where is Lao Do? Let Lao Do come to question him. The scout knelt on the ground and trembled. General, the entire new recruits' camp was wiped out. A surge of tides hit Yu Jia's chest. The scene of Lao Do and Shao Qi fighting whizzed past her. The roar after the whistle filled Yu Jia's ears. With a puff, blood spurted out, and Yu Jia was a little breathless. She couldn't hear any sound or see any scene. It was pitch black in front of her, and she only knew that someone was pinching her philtrum. After finally easing up a little, Yu Jia opened her heavy eyelids. What came into view was the anxious faces of Lu Kuifeng and Li Chong. Lao Do, Shao Qi, are they all? She no longer had the courage to ask, because she had seen the two of them turn their faces away. Have you found the bodies? Help me up. Help me up. I want to see them. General, please sit down and take it easy. Lu Kuifeng burst into tears. We have found them. But they look a little scary. You'd better not go. Yu Jia shook his head. I have been fighting on the battlefield for many years. What kind of scenes have I not seen? If my stomach is brown and my intestines are all over the ground, I will not be surnamed Lin if my face changes. Li Chong pressed Yu Jia down. They can no longer be put together. They don't want you to see them like this. So just give them some respect. Puff. With a sound, Yu Jia's mouth and nose were covered with blood. Just like that, she fainted completely. In a coma, Yu Jia came to a chaotic place. It was different from the previous place, with spring breeze blowing and flowers in clusters. It was so beautiful that it seemed fake. Yu Jia stood here motionless. Where could there be such a beautiful place? General, we are behind you. Suddenly, Yu Jia got goosebumps all over her body. She turned around and saw Lao Do and Shao Qi looking at her with a smile. Her body softened, and she almost fell to the ground. Hey, General, you have to be careful with your body. Shao Qi stepped forward to support Yu Jia, and she sat on the ground. In this way, the three of them sat down. I don't know what to say. It was Yu Jia who broke the silence. Are you here to say goodbye to me? The two did not deny it. General, I was very brave this time. Shao Qi touched his head and showed a row of neat white teeth. The Tartar sword cut off my arm, and I didn't even blink. I always remember what the general said, that we can't give up until the last moment. This is the mission of our soldiers. You haven't even blinked yet, but your mouth can be grinning to the sky. Lao Do stared at him with contempt, full of mockery. You are still talking about me. You were blown into a hornet's nest by the Tartars, and your head was chopped off without even a moment to react. Not as good as me. Yu Jia closed her eyes, her face full of pain. Stop talking. Stop talking. It's all her fault. If she had been alert earlier, there wouldn't be such a catastrophe. General, please don't put all the blame on you. Shao Qi interrupted her thoughts happily. General Lin said that you always think too much. We just can't let you go and come to see you. Who can predict what hasn't happened? Wouldn't that be a god? We are already dying. It's enough to live for such a long time. General, if you care about us, live well for us. Live to be 100 or 80 years old. With that, the two stood up and walked slowly forward. Yu Jia wanted to stand up, but found that her legs could not exert any strength at all. Old Do, Xiaoqi, where are you going? Old Do waved his hand with some reluctance. General, we are leaving. You live well. Let's go. General, let's say goodbye. Tears welled up in Xiaoqi's eyes, and Old Do slapped him. The two walked forward like this, and slowly disappeared in front of Yu Jia. Wake up! Wake up! General. When she woke up, Li Chang was wiping her tears with a towel. After seeing her wake up, he said nothing, but just worked silently. This is what Go Sheng told him. To keep silent when Yu Jia was sad. Two more left, except for those who could not go to the battlefield. Almost all of Yu Jia's camp was wiped out. How could they sacrifice in vain? If the front line sacrificed soldiers, and the rear could not supply them in time, it would be equivalent to cutting off their retreat. Then don't blame Yu Jia for being too ruthless. Li Chang, notify Xian Jihao to attack the Tartars. Remember, don't fight to the death. Just burn their food and grass. Now they are injured and need to slow down. Report this to the court and mobilize reinforcements. After all, 50,000 soldiers were sacrificed in just one new recruit camp. The burning of grain and grass did not go smoothly. Grain and grass are the guarantee of the military camp, and must be guarded by heavy troops. How can the Great Zhou burn them whenever it wants? As soon as this happened, Beimo quickly raised its vigilance and urgently sent more troops. Listening to Xian Jihao's report, Yu Jia's face became darker and darker. She could only be beaten by the enemy. How could she swallow this breath? General, shall we launch an attack? Zheng Chuanqi continued. All the explosives are ready. Yu Jia looked at him and said nothing. Don't be impatient. Everyone didn't understand. The enemy took over the rear, and the sneak attack was not successful. So why didn't they launch an attack? Do you really want to be a grandson and swallow this anger? I don't know what the general is waiting for. That's right. How can we be so cowardly? Sure enough, the little white face is still too timid. If it were me, I would either fight to the Tartars' grandmother's house or tear off their heads. Only Yu Jia knew that muzzling might have already reached the northern desert. Chapter 450 Fight. Only he could do something so unexpected. Lin Gongxuan and Nan Man both won the battle, and the Uyghurs were too weak to support Muzzling's counterattack. What else could he do, apart from forming an alliance with Beimo? There was probably no other choice. She shuddered at the thought that Muzzling might use some insidious tricks on the soldiers of Dazhou. That's why she had to be more cautious. Muzzling did this just to throw her off balance and launch an attack. She couldn't do that. Everything had to be done step by step to win. Li Chang, you and Xian Jihao go to find out the real situation of the Beimo military camp, and see if Elisho is colluding with Muzzling. Yes, sir. If the two of them collude, the previously planned battle plan will have to be completely overturned. Kuifeng, come and see. Yu Jia pointed to the map on the table. The Beimo military camp is 10 miles away from the Dazhou military camp. If it is confirmed that Muzzling is in Beimo, where should we set up the battlefield? In the ravine? In the field? Or in the city? As her voice fell, her movements did not slow down at all. Lu Kuifeng grabbed her fingers, his eyes full of worry. General, your heart is already in turmoil. He let go of Yu Jia. Calm down and let nature take its course. Yu Jia breathed rapidly, trying to calm down and not think about the miserable situation in the recruit camp. Well, you're right. I have to stay calm. I'm the general. I'm the general of the Great Zhou. I have to stay calm. In your opinion, how should we fight this battle? You can't really let it go. Yu Jia paced back and forth anxiously. If that's the case, it's too passive. Lu Kuifeng stroked his beard. What I mean by let it go is to switch from offense to defense. It's really a passive response. This is not Yu Jia's style. She definitely doesn't agree. Seeing her like this, Lu Kuifeng didn't worry and analyzed calmly. The Beimo is a nomadic people who make a living by animal husbandry. Seeing that the extremely cold weather has arrived, the herders have moved to places where they can spend the winter. In this way, the food and grass of the soldiers in Beimo could not be supplied stably. Even if a large amount of food and grass was stored, it would definitely not last for a winter. And what about the Great Zhou? Liang crops had just been harvested, and food and grass were abundant, and food and grass from other regions were continuously transported to Jizhou City. This also shows that the power of the two armies is fundamentally unequal. That's why they attacked the new recruits' camp. Yu Jia's thoughts were clear, and he found the key at once. They cut off my retreat on one hand, and the most important thing is to make me launch an attack without calming down. A quick battle is the best solution for them. No matter what agreement Mushling and Halexia reached, they had to feed the soldiers. Let the soldiers eat and drink. In this way, the initiative fell into the hands of the Zhou. This time, Lin Erju, will be a coward and drag them down. When the news of the attack on the Jizhou military camp reached the court, Li Yansheng was furious. What he didn't expect was that so many soldiers would die. Fortunately, the emperor is now bedridden. Otherwise, how could he save his face? He picked up the whip and whipped the wooden frame hard. The man tied to the wooden frame made a painful groan. Seeing this, Li Yansheng became even more angry and increased the strength of his hands. Call me out, you dog who can't bark. The man on the wooden frame was ragged, with messy hair and scars all over his body. Only his eyes were bright, full of mockery. Your Highness, go ahead and beat me. It depends on whether I can succumb to your tyranny. The man on the wooden frame was Li Yanqing. Ever since he was tied up by Li Yansheng, he has been tortured countless times every day. He always gritted his teeth and refused to beg for mercy. Not to mention confessing something that was unfavorable to Li Yanxiao. After beating for a while, Li Yansheng sat on the chair panting and guzzling tea. Good Lao, you are a man, worthy of being a bastard born by a palace girl. Li Yanqing's eyes flashed coldly, and he paused for a moment, without refutation. Seeing this, Li Yansheng spoke to himself. I should understand your feelings. You've lived a life worse than pigs and dogs since childhood. You finally got together with the third brother, so you must be reluctant to let go. What a pity. I'm the one who laughs last. You made a wrong calculation. Already used to talking to himself, Li Yanqing didn't say anything, and Li Yansheng didn't care. I still underestimated you. I didn't expect you to live to this day. Now, I have dealt with all your people, and the rest will be a warning to the third brother. At night, a sack was thrown at the door of the Qi Wang mansion. The sack was slowly squirming. The sound of the heavy object falling to the ground woke up the guards of the palace. In an instant, the Qi Wang mansion was brightly lit, and the servants ran around to tell each other, Your Majesty, the wise prince has been found. The next day, Liang Qifan threw Qian Shun to the Ministry of Justice on the grounds that he sold out the secrets of the Ministry of War. Jia Xian, the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice, was promoted from the Yunnan military camp. Since he took charge of the Ministry of Justice, he has been ruthless and impartial, and even dared to challenge the emperor. Li Guoli really liked his ruthless attitude, so he used him. Now that Qian Shun has arrived at the Ministry of Justice, even if he doesn't die, he will be skinned alive. Master Jia, we have been colleagues for many years. You should know my character. How could I have any contact with the Ministry of War? Even if I had contact with the people of the Ministry of War, how could I sell out the secrets of the Ministry of War? I am the disciple of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Can you spare me for His Royal Highness' sake? At this time, Qian Shun was extremely docile. He was totally different from the bossy look he had in the court. These words did not move Jia Xian. He picked up the fire tongs and walked towards Qian Shun with an expressionless face. Master Jia, save some energy. You will have to scream later. Before Qian Shun could speak again, he screamed with a piercing pain in his abdomen. Jia Xian, I hack your ancestors. The jailers in the Ministry of Justice were used to this. The topic they discussed every day was who screamed louder. They even set bets for this. Some people made a lot of money, while others lost their pants. How can this be absurd? Why did Jia Xian arrest people like this? Li Yanqing's face turned black with anger. Even if he arrested people, why did he use lynching without going through 3 trials and 6 trials? Come here. Raid Liang Qifan's house for the crime of treason. When the guards arrived at Liang Qifan's house, the minister's mansion was on high alert. Seeing this, the guards immediately drew their swords and pointed at him. Liang Qifan has his own troops and has rebelled. The two sides were on the verge of a fight and fought in a mess. In the end, Liang Qifan actually got the upper hand. Rebellion? Rebellion? I will report to my father and dismiss Liang Qifan. When he entered the palace, he found that all the eunuchs in the palace had been replaced. Chapter 451 Scolding. Eunuch Hong. What's going on? Li Yansheng was very cautious, and did not enter Li Guoli's bedroom. Hong Deshun looked extremely tired, and a little exhausted. His Royal Highness the Prince of Qi said that there was an assassin in our palace, and he was about to search. It's a rebellion. It's all a rebellion. Li Yansheng yelled in frustration. The third brother is so bold. I am the crown prince. And he actually acted beyond my authority. Li Yansheng rolled up his sleeves, and was about to rush into the palace. Hong Deshun quickly grabbed his clothes. Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Calm down. Now is not the right time. Li Yansheng, who was furious, did not listen to his advice. Now is not the right time. Then when do you think it is? After the third son succeeds to the throne? Hong Deshun trembled with fear, and knelt on the ground with a thump. Your Highness. Calm down. Your Highness. Be careful with your words. What do you mean by be careful with your words? If he was more careful, his house would be robbed, and he would still be happy alone. Li Yansheng was about to break into the emperor's bedroom regardless of anything. The guards at the door stopped him, seeing that they were doing their job. Li Yansheng was even more angry. He was about to curse at the guards. Let the prince in. A vicissitudes of life voice came from the palace, making Li Yansheng dazed for a moment. When did the emperor become so old? The guard made way and opened the door, but was turned down by Li Yansheng. When Li Yansheng entered the door, he saw Li Guoli sitting at the top. He was wearing an outer robe, holding a memorial in his hand, and Li Fei was standing beside him. Seeing this scene, he was afraid. I don't know how much of what he said just now Li Guoli heard. There were light and urgent footsteps behind him, and Hong Deshun quickly stood beside Li Guoli to grind ink for him. Xiao Shunzi, you are not needed here. Go down. Hong Deshun was a little embarrassed for a while. Seeing Li Guoli angry, he retreated. Seeing this, Li Fei also retreated tactfully. In the huge bedroom, only the father and son were left. What did you shout at the door just now? The pressure instantly swept over his body, and Li Yansheng could no longer stand up straight. Father, please calm down. I spoke without thinking. Please forgive me. Humph. Li Guoli snorted coldly, and slammed the memorial in his hand heavily on the table. I asked the King of Qi to search for the assassin. Don't think I don't know what you two have done. You have been making the capital uneasy recently, and many officials have doubted your ability to be the crown prince. Seeing Li Yansheng in a panic, Li Guoli continued. You are stubborn, suspicious, and cruel. How many troubles have you caused? Father. Li Yansheng's head was on the ground, and it was cold. This coldness spread to the soles of his feet. Are you scared? You're still scared. Li Guoli pulled the cloak on his body with his hands, stood up, and slowly walked to Li Yansheng. Sheng, you have been deposed once. Why don't you learn your lesson? Do you want me to depose you again? If that happens, I don't have the ability to reinstate you at the risk of the world's disapproval. Li Yansheng's head hit the ground again and again. I know I was wrong. At this time, any words here seemed pale and powerless. He certainly understood this truth, since Li Guoli knew what he had done and could tell him these things. There was room for maneuver. Forget it. Let's see what you do in the future. Li Guoli gently helped Li Yansheng up, his face full of wrinkles and frost. Only his eyes were sharp, which made people shudder. I will reflect on my mistakes in the future, set an example, and no longer cause trouble for my father. Li Yansheng was as well behaved as a child at this time, which made Li Guoli very satisfied. He patted Li Yansheng on the shoulder. The saint said, it is great to improve after knowing your mistakes. Since your father can give you a chance to correct it, it means that you can still be saved. As expected, Li Yansheng was extremely lucky that his bet was right. By the way, your disciple is called Qianshun, right? He is now in the Ministry of Justice. It is said that he leaked the secrets of the Ministry of War. Is this true? Father, although Qianshun is vicious and sharp, he is even more timid than that mouse. Li Yansheng knelt down again. It is simply a fantasy to let him leak secrets. Oh, I heard that he has a distant relative serving in the Jizhou military camp. Is this true? Li Yansheng fell silent. How could he know about Qianshun's distant relative? No, it's not true. Seeing that Li Yansheng denied it, Li Guoli did not pursue it anymore, and asked him to take him back from the Ministry of Justice and give him a good lesson. thinking of being scolded by Li Guoli today. Li Yansheng felt both fear and unwillingness. I didn't expect that a person who was half buried in the ground would recover his body without knowing it. He can attend the morning court tomorrow. This means that his power as regent ends here. Thinking of the power and position that are within his reach, Li Yansheng feels unsatisfied. When I saw the emperor today, he was old and frail, with gray hair. Walking on the street, people would think he was an ordinary old man. At this age, if he were in the countryside, he would have been a person who would enjoy his old age and not care about worldly affairs. Unlike him, he has to worry all day long and refuses to give up his power. Since he had gotten it, Li Yansheng was naturally unwilling. Originally, he was the crown prince and was to inherit the throne in the future. But he had to wait until the emperor passed away before he could succeed to the throne. When could he succeed to the throne? Li Yansheng had a devil in his heart, and he kept asking him, when could he succeed to the throne? When could he ascend to the throne? When could he do whatever he wanted? The answer was no. Or, these were all in his hands. Since they were in his hands, don't blame him for being ruthless. Li Ren, tell me the truth. When can I get what I want? Serving the emperor is like serving a tiger. If you say something wrong, you will lose your head. Since he asked this question, Li Ren understood a little. Your Highness, no matter what you want to do, Li Ren will be the first one to charge for you. Ha ha ha. Good. Good. What a good charge. Very good. Li Yansheng grabbed Li Ren's arm. You should know what happened in the palace today. My father has replaced everyone in the palace, which means he knows my intention and still wants to persuade me to turn back. This time, I don't want to turn back. So let's start with him. Concubine Li checked the medicine bag in the pillow and pulled the corner of her lips. It should be in these few days. She has waited long enough for this day. Chapter 452. It's too late to understand. Seeing that Li Guoli's body had recovered, he summoned half of the imperial doctors in the imperial hospital in the second half of the night. The crown prince and the princes were also called one by one to attend to the sick. A large number of people knelt down in the bedroom, and Li Guoli knew that he had reached the end of his life. The crown prince and the king of Qi stay, and the rest of you go out. When the hall was quiet again, Li Guoli coughed a few times and said, Is the princess here? The two shook their heads. The sigh sounded again. Your aunt still hates me. The two did not know what happened between the elders, so they did not respond. I and your aunt have been dependent on each other since childhood. We have eaten the same stale steamed buns and drank the same bowl of vegetable soup. Li Guoli's eyes were full of nostalgia. We have been beaten by the same person and hugged the same person. Unfortunately, she still resents me. Father, let me ask the eldest princess to come to the emperor to serve the sick. Li Yansheng was about to get up and call people to come. Forget it. It will only add to the resentment. The bedroom was naturally quiet, but outside the palace was like boiling water. Lin Gongxuan had already rushed back, and he was stationed outside the big tent 3 miles away from the imperial city. Commander, everyone is in place. Su Jingyang nodded, his eyes fixed in the direction of the bedroom. Tell the brothers, if the person coming out is not right, we will act. Some people are nervous. Some are worried. Some are happy. And some are worried. Is there still no news from the prince? Wang Xiaobo and Wang Long led people to wait outside the palace. They could not enter the palace, and the virtuous king was in bed. Fortunately, they often get along with the virtuous king's subordinates on weekdays and can discuss. Brothers are waiting outside. If something is wrong, send a signal and they can immediately enter the capital. Both forces are preparing hard, depending on Li Guoli's situation. But Li Guoli was still talking to the prince and the king of Qi, and Hong Deshun was waiting outside the palace. Eunuch Hong, what do you think the emperor means? Hong Deshun chuckled. Is there any suspense? We have established a crown prince in our great Zhou. The ministers understood it after hearing this. No changes are the best result. Some are happy and some are worried. After I leave, you brothers must get along well. Li Guoli held their hands together. You must not repeat the mistakes of me and the eldest princess. Although they didn't know what the gap between the emperor and the eldest princess was, they nodded at the same time, seeing such a scene of brotherly love and respect. Li Guoli was relieved. He slowly put his hand down, and a generation of emperors fell. Father! Father! Li Yanzhao was about to pull Li Guoli's hand, but was thrown away by Li Yansheng. Take your dirty hands away. Don't think I don't know what you think. Don't think I don't know your deployment outside. Hong Deshun heard the noise and walked into the house. At this time, he found that the emperor had stopped moving. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. With a thump, Hong Deshun knelt down in front of Li Guli's bed. Prince? What are you talking about? I don't understand. Li Yinxiao was still stalling for time. He wanted to pass on the message. You don't understand? Li Yinsheng pulled up Hong Deshun, who was kneeling on the ground. Go and pass on the decree. I want to ascend the throne. Li Yinxiao's face was turned, and he tried to stop them. Wait! How dare you? Are you planning a rebellion? Hong Deshun shouted. In an instant, the palace was in chaos, and the three had already started fighting. The ministers outside the palace heard the noise and hurried to go in. The guards tried to stop them. Don't move. What's going on? What happened? The ministers were at a loss. They had heard that the emperor had passed away, and the next thing to do was to let the prince ascend the throne. What did the guards outside the palace mean by stopping people? The fight in the palace was in full swing. How could the old Hong Deshun and the poor Li Yansheng be Li Yinzhao's opponents? After a few rounds, Hong De was knocked away by Li Yinzhao's palm and fell heavily on the wooden beam and died instantly. Seeing that his helper had been defeated, Li Yinsheng's men panicked and were kicked to the ground by Li Yinxiao at the right time. Su Jingyang outside the palace gate didn't know the situation at this time, and he was a little anxious. Commander, the emperor has passed away, and the prince and the king of Qi are fighting in the palace. What? Su Jingyang raised his hand. Come on. Protect the emperor. The imperial guards were dispatched in an instant and poured into the palace gate. The guards outside the palace gate saw Su Jingyang coming and immediately drew their knives. Su Jingyang, do you want to rebel? Su Jingyang was surprised. He had seen the people of the Jinui, and these people were obviously unfamiliar faces. It's still unclear who wants to rebel. Who are you? These people did not answer him, and immediately started a melee with the imperial guards. Hearing the noise outside, Li Yansheng felt much more at ease. Old third, stop struggling. Li Yinxiao ignored him and sat down opposite him. Do you know? I have envied you since I was a child. Envy me? Envy that I am stared at all day long? Li Yansheng said with sarcasm. Envy that I am lectured by those old guys all day long? Li Yinxiao shook his head. You have been taught by your father since you were a child. We are all your slaves. Speaking of this, his chest rose and fell violently, as if he had returned to his oppressive childhood. Li Yansheng, do you know? Everything you hate is out of my reach. You are out of my reach? Father favors you so much, letting you do so many good things and win people over for you. Do you dare to say that this is not true? Thinking of this, Li Yansheng's teeth itched with hatred. Ha ha! Li Yinzhao raised his head and laughed. Li Yansheng, Li Yansheng, I say you have a pig brain, but you are not smart at all. Why does father let me do so many things? Isn't it because he wants to pave the way for you? Since you were a child, I have been strict with you because you are the crown prince. I have expectations for you, so I will be strict. The sad voice was mixed with pain. Take the collection of officials' debts as an example. I have offended everyone, and you are the one who has benefited. If we collect this money, we can fill the treasury and let you sit firmly on the throne. Don't you understand yet? Li Yansheng was a little suspicious, and turned his head to look at Li Guli on the couch. Then, he burst into tears. Father, I know I was wrong. He thought that his father was partial and wanted to use Li Yanxiao. Little did he know that every step was for him. If he hadn't been anxious and disturbed the whole court, Li Yanxiao would not have had a chance. All he had to do was wait. But what about now? Li Yansheng's eyes gradually became fierce. There is still a chance now. Right? Li Yanxiao knew what he was thinking. Unfortunately, you understand too late. Chapter 453 all covered. Unfortunately, you understand too late. Li Yanxiao stood up and quickly pulled up Li Yansheng's collar. With a click, Li Yansheng's eyes suddenly widened, and he slowly fell down again. Li Yanxiao waved his hands, his eyes full of pain. I'm sorry. I want to live too. If Li Yansheng takes the position, not only he will not live, but Li Yansheng will not live either. Even the imperial teacher lineage behind Li Yanxiao will not live. With a crash, Li Yanxiao quickly turned his head. Who's there? He swept over and pulled out a figure and threw it to the ground. He looked closely, and it was Li Lingyun. Lingyun? What are you doing here? Li Lingyun's lively eyes were filled with mist. And under the mist was panic and horror. Uncle San. I want to see the Emperor. Li Yinjia's scalp was numb. He didn't know how much of the scene Li Lingyun had seen just now. When did you come? He approached Li Lingyun calmly. Time seemed to stop flowing. And the hall was full of incredible tension. Or fear. I just came. Uncle San. Is the Emperor dead? Li Lingyun dragged his trembling body to Li Yinjiao and hugged him. Uncle San. Do you think the Emperor is dead? Is my father dead too? Why are they all dead? From now on, you are the only relative left to me. These words gathered into a poisonous arrow, which opened up the nerves of the whole body and reached the heart. Zhao, remember? You live for the prince in this life. When he is in power, you must assist him. And don't have other thoughts. The teachings of Li Guoli, when he was a child, came into his mind again. Li Yinjiao turned his head and looked at Li Yinsheng, who was limp on the ground. Look! What did he do? Don't worry. You will still have your third uncle in the future. Li Yinjiao picked up Li Lingyun and walked out. The moment the door was opened, everyone stopped moving. They couldn't understand what the two people in front of them meant. Father passed away. The prince was too worried and fell ill. And he followed his father. The throne will be inherited by Lingyun. A bolt from the blue. Prince! Prince? No! When Yu Jia received the news, everything in the capital was settled. We are safe if the Prince of Qi doesn't succeed to the throne. Li Chong rubbed his hands. It will be a new life from now on. This is just the beginning. Yu Jia put the secret letter in the brazier and rubbed his hands to keep warm. There is no guarantee that Li Yinxiao is not Zhu Di. After all, if he succeeds to the throne now, it will not be legitimate. But what if he can supervise the country? He is now the regent, second only to one person and about 10,000 people. He also holds a large number of troops, and his followers are all over the court and the country. When the time is right, how can Li Lingyun survive? Yu Jia is too familiar with this routine. This Li Yinxiao plays a good hand. It also echoes his usual style. He doesn't want the people to criticize him. After Li Lingyun succeeds to the throne, if the people of Dezhou are living in poverty, he can come forward to rescue them in time. When the time is right, and he ascends the throne, he will be the savior of Dezhou. He is the hero in the eyes of the people. What a vicious person. Cough cough. Yu Jia coughed up blood again without noticing. Oh! I told you not to think so much. You just don't listen. Li Chong quickly took the towel and patted his back. Still talking. If he is in power, we can go back home soon. Right? Yu Jia shook her head again. Not necessarily. The situation is unstable now. Li Yinxiao needs manpower. Forget it. Forget it. Don't think about it. It's so tiring. Li Chong stuffed the hot tea into Yu Jia's hand. I won't ask. And you don't think about it either. If he comes to kill us, we won't surrender. If he lets us go back home, we will go back home. What is this called? Ahem. Let it be. Yu Jia took over the conversation. Is there any news from Nanman these days? Is Mu Yin really about to give birth? In fact, Mu Yinjin had already given birth to a baby boy. But the news had not yet reached her. Now that Li Yinxiao was in control of the government, the first thing he did was to withdraw the soldiers attacking the Uyghurs. He sent an imperial envoy to the Uyghurs to bring Li Yuanyuan back. The journey was long, and Li Yuanyuan gave birth to a daughter prematurely on the way. Teacher, what should I do? Li Lingyun hugged Lu Zhonghuan and sobbed. He did not dare to cry loudly. I was so scared that I trembled all over when I saw my third uncle. When he saw Li Yinjiao, he remembered what happened in the bedroom that day. Lu Zhonghuan patted his back, full of heartache. Lingyun, you have done very well. You always remember what I said to you. But in the future, don't mention the family relationship between you. Why? Li Lingyun raised his head. It was because I mentioned my grandfather and father that he let me go. Lingyun? Lu Zhonghuan squatted down and looked at him, speaking earnestly. Sweet water tastes good, but drinking too much will only choke your throat. Family relationship is a double-edged sword. If you do it well, it will be good for you. If you mention it too much, he will remember what your father did. Remember? Don't mention it again in the future. Li Lingyun nodded. Teacher, I understand. For now, we can only endure it. This is the only way. Lin Gongxuan made great contributions in the battle against the Uyghurs, because the emperor was seriously ill. He did not reward him. After Li Lingyun came to power, he transferred him to the capital. However, he was not promoted but demoted, and he just remained idle. After being given a mansion, he stopped asking about it. Everyone knew that this was a cold bench given to him by Li Yanxiao. Lin Gongxuan did not care. Every day he either visited Lu Zhongwan or went to Yujia's general's mansion. Oh, it's really shabby. I don't know how this general is. The housekeeper twitched the corners of his lips, not knowing how to refute. This was the 12th time that Lin Gongxuan disliked the simplicity of the general's mansion. But if you think it's too shabby, don't come, he grumbled to himself. But he still went to the mansion 3 times a day. He acted as if someone owed him something. Those who didn't know would think that it was a general's mansion given to him by the emperor. People in Yujia's mansion were used to it. Finally, what was even worse was that Lin Gongxuan actually packed up his bedding and moved in directly. Not only did he move in himself, but he also asked his followers to move in. What a boast! He really didn't take himself as an outsider. The housekeeper had been pacing back and forth in the courtyard several times. Originally, after Yu Jia was given the mansion, the late emperor no longer cared about her. All expenses were paid by Lu Zhonghuan. Before, Lu Zhonghuan was the taifu, and his salary was meager. Now he is the emperor's teacher, and his salary is naturally incomparable. But this Lin Gongxuan is not Yu Jia, and it is not appropriate for him to live here. The housekeeper looked for Lu Zhonghuan nervously, and after hesitatingly told him about this matter. Lu Zhonghuan waved his hand. He took care of it all. Chapter 454. As long as you are happy. The housekeeper and the servants of the general's mansion really couldn't understand why Lu Zhonghuan was so generous and selfless. You know, he lived a very frugal life on weekdays. He wanted to break a steamed bun into 2 halves to eat. Just remember that General Lin is here, and you can just think of him as that General Lin. The housekeeper touched his nose and muttered, "Did he save your life?" Lu Zhonghuan chuckled. More than just saving his life? Literati are so arrogant. And his spine had been bent by others at that time. It was these 2 people who made him stand up openly. They didn't save his life, Lu Zhonghuan, but his soul. Cough, cough, cough. As the weather got colder, Yu Jia's cough gradually worsened. "Urju, how about we ask for permission to return to Bashu?" Li Chang's face was full of worry. "Jizhou's city is too cold. Not suitable for you to recuperate." Yu Jia shook his head. Now is not a good time to recuperate. According to the previous decision, the scouts reported that the Baimao camp has become restless. After all, these people have to eat, drink, defecate and urinate together. At this time, it would be great if we could give them a fatal blow. Unfortunately, this would be what those Tartars wanted. It's really difficult. Look at you. Look at you. Why are you sighing again? Can't let people sigh? Yu Jia was angry. Cheng, I just took a breath. You don't have to panic. If you don't panic, will you vomit blood again next? Li Chang bit the apple unhappily. Cheng Hair told me a lot when he left. You must let me take good care of you. How can I break my promise? Suddenly mentioning Cheng Hair. I don't know how he went to Namman. Has he returned to Guangdong now? The territory of the Uyghurs was divided into 2. All divided by the Great Zhou and the southern barbarians. The 2 countries reached an agreement to live in peace for 30 years, and not to initiate any war. This undoubtedly gave the Great Zhou a chance to breathe. Now Mu Shurha is stationed in the original Uyghur palace. When Cheng Hair left, the weather in Uyghur had just started to get cold. It was like when the 2 fell off a cliff. You're here. There was a curtain in the hall, and the scene on the opposite side was clearly visible. Didn't you ask me to come? Cheng Hair was full of sarcasm. And after many twists and turns, the 2 finally met. Mushy felt as if there was a hammer in his heart, hitting him hard. Again and again. Cheng Hair, how are you these days? Seeing the figure he had been thinking about day and night through the curtain, his long silent heart began to boil again. Even the dull pain just now disappeared. Very good. Everything I eat is delicious. Cheng Hair picked a chair 2 steps away from the curtain and sat down, crossing his legs. How can I not live well following Brother Urju? But you? I heard you betrayed Musling? If you ask me, you southern barbarians are unreliable. How could you bear to do this to Mushy after Musling treated you like that? These words merged into one sentence, and pierced Mushy's heart again. Since he parted with Cheng Hair, his heart had not been so excited for a long time. Sorrow, Heartache, but mixed with joy. If it were someone else who said this, they would have been killed long ago. But the person who said this now was not someone else. It was Changhair, the most important person to him in this life. Changhair, I won't be angry if you say this to me. On the contrary, I'm very happy. Changhair had no expression. He certainly knew Mushirha. The two used to get along like this. It's never been quiet. It's been a long time since someone talked to me like this. Changhair, why don't you stay? Swish. Changhair stood up. Mushirha, watch out. Your Naman leader invited me here today. If you want to do something stupid again, you have to think about it. The humiliation of the past came to his mind again. And Changhair's chest rose and fell violently with anger. I am the leader of Guangdong now. If you dare to bully me, you want to go to war with the great Zhou. If you don't believe me, just come and try. Let's see if our great Zhou's cavalry will crush you southern barbarians. The high-pitched voice reached outside the palace. Adjutant. Should we go in and stop them? Oven waved his hand. Do what you need to do. There was another purpose for driving people away. If others heard Mushirha being so humble, where would his face be? Also, why are you pretending to be a ghost here with a curtain? Shwa. With a sound, Changhair drew his sword and chopped at the curtain. The curtain split with a sound. The two finally faced each other. Changhair. Mushirha stared at the person in front of him and murmured, Pooh! Changhair impatiently put away his sword. Why did you make such a curtain? It turns out you want to hide your shame. Mushirha, when did you become paralyzed? Touching his unconscious legs, Mushirha looked calm, but his slightly trembling hands betrayed his state of mind. The fig leaf was torn off, and the only one who could protect him was himself. It's early. Changhair, are you concerned about me? Pooh, I'm concerned about your legs. Changhair put his hands on his waist and cursed at Mushirha. Mushirha, Mushirha, do you still have some shame? You are a grown man. Why don't you spend your thoughts on girls? Why do you have these dirty thoughts? After meeting today, we will say goodbye forever. After saying that, Changhair turned around and walked out the door, looking at his departing figure. Even if Mushirha wanted to keep him, he finally sighed. After paying off the dog meat debt, Changhair returned to Guangdong. After meeting him, Wang Lanong howled like a wolf and a ghost again. She was thinner and suffered again. Changhair was speechless. Mom, don't pretend. Forget it. I have to slowly get familiar with the situation in the village after I come back. You can't just walk away. Get lost. Having her thoughts exposed, Wang Lanong no longer concealed them. She wiped her nose and gave Changhair a glare with an angry voice. Just like your dead father. They are all here to collect debts. When Wang Ladi was mentioned, Changhair felt a trace of pain. Mom, my father is gone. Aren't you sad? Sad? Wang Ladi laughed for a long time as if she heard a joke. Your father has already exhausted our friendship. Not only did he betray our vows, but he also flirted with other women everywhere. I didn't kill him. But for your sake, now that he is dead, I am free. I have money and free time. Can't I enjoy life to my heart's content? This incredible idea did not surprise Changhair. Ha! As long as you are happy. Mom. Chapter 455 I don't know him. Looking at the big package in front of her, Yujia was speechless. Ginseng and deer antlers. Is he complaining that she didn't go fast enough? Even Li Chang complained about Changhair. General. What does Changhair think? She didn't know what he was thinking, but she knew that the child still knew how to be close to her. This is all Changhair's intention. Put it away. She couldn't take so much. She had to ask Lao Xia anyway. Otherwise she would die. These things can be put away for emergency use. If she doesn't have gold in her hands, she can sell these things for money. General. I'm back. As he said this, a sturdy man walked in from outside. Yu Jia looked carefully and saw that it was Go Sheng. Now her heart was at ease. Go Sheng, you're back? Why did you take so long this time? Did something else delay you? Go Sheng sat on the stool carelessly and put his hand on the brazier. There were some minor accidents. He took a yin all the way to the new town carefully. The journey was long and difficult in winter. There was a little snow on the way, so they stayed overnight in a small village. Who knew that this village was not an ordinary village? Maybe they were all a little sick in the head. They actually wanted to force Ian to stay. Gosheng and Ian pretended to be a couple to make it easier to travel to the new town. Seeing that Ian was pregnant, they didn't care and just wanted to kill Gosheng and keep Ian as the wife of their village chief. Ah! This made Yujia's CPU burn. Are you saying that they want the village chief's son to become a father? Who said it wasn't? Gosheng smiled and shook his head, and continued to tell the subsequent events. The two people resisted fiercely, but they were unmoved. They even threatened that the child in Ian's belly could be born, and must take the village chief's surname. At first, they would also argue with the villagers. Later, I heard the gossip in their village and understood their behavior. After all, a rabbit eats grass near its nest, so how can it care about a passerby? The two of them finally escaped after much effort. It took some time, but there are some strange things. Gosheng thought of what he saw in the village and shook his head again. Maybe I think too much. What's the matter? Tell me. Gosheng thought about it and continued to talk. They seem to be obsessed with having children. And they are all young children. Adults are rare. Yujia now looked serious. Is it the same as the village we saw before? Could it be that the young and strong men in this village were taken out to do hard labor? Gosheng shook his head. He was busy on the road at that time, so he didn't investigate so clearly. The moral decline of the world is simply shocking. Although this kind of situation is very common in this era, Yujia knows that he can't just ignore it. I'll write a letter to Nadener. Anyway, he's free, so let him go to that village to have a look. This trip is not a big deal, but it has also led to a shocking secret. It snowed again in Jizhou at night, and Yujia sniffed the cold air outside the room. This is the second snow this year. Looking at the situation, it will be heavier than the last one. Heavy snow is always not peaceful, because few people go out on such a cold night. Besides, heavy snow will cover all traces of crime. When Lin Gongqiu had arrived at the village, it was already a mess. Everything in the village had been burned to ashes. The heavy snow covered it, which looked very desolate. Is this the village that Gosheng said? If it wasn't for Yujia's provision, could it be that they remembered it wrong? Fang Dashan checked it out and didn't find anything unusual. No! Lin Gongqiu shook his head. There must be something wrong with the abnormal situation. He decided to investigate it thoroughly. Soon, his men brought a few dogs. Led by people, they walked into the ruins. Soon, there was a discovery. The dog barked at a crooked wall. There was nothing on the wall. Lin Gongqiu stepped on the ground, picked up a handful of soil, and put it to his nose to smell it. Suddenly, the murderous aura on him was revealed, and the guards behind him quickly drew their knives. Put away the knife. Lin Gongqiu stood up and looked around. I'm afraid this place has experienced a human catastrophe. Although no body was found, there were bloodstains everywhere. Investigate. No clues can be missed. What? Lin Gongqiu went to Wangjia village? What did he do there? Li Yinzhao stood up in shock after listening to Huang Long's report. Did you find anything? Don't worry, Regent. He didn't find anything. Just... Huang Long hesitated. Just what? Li Yinzhao's face darkened, and he was already impatient. Just he didn't leave Wangjia village, and he set up camp there. Don't worry about him. Let him do it himself. Afterwards, Huang Long and Wang Xiaobo walked out of the regent's mansion. Xiaobo, have you noticed that our prince has changed? Wang Xiaobo sighed repeatedly. Not only has he changed, he's like a different person. At first, Li Yinzhao was a young man with a sincere heart. What about now? He actually believed in the evil way and wanted some kind of immortality. Lin Gongqiu stayed in Wangjia village for 5 consecutive days, but still got nothing. This is really strange. Who has such a great ability to make a village disappear from the Zhou quietly? This person must be of noble status or powerful. Isn't there only one person who meets these two conditions? It's hard not to think so. But even if he did it, what is his purpose? Now the clues are broken in the village in front of him, that is only ashes left. General, do we still want to investigate? Fang Dashan was very discouraged. These days have been really hard for them. The hard part is not finding clues in this icy and snowy place. But it is too difficult. It was really nothing. Send the order. Set up camp. This time, they did not return to the capital, but went to Jizhou. General, is it appropriate for us to leave the capital and go to Jizhou like this? Fang Dashan was very terrified. If the regent blamed them, they would be in trouble. Why? Are you scared? Lin Gongxuan smiled jokingly. Don't worry. Even if he doesn't like me, he can't get rid of me. After all, he is being watched by many people now. And he is so face-conscious. How can he touch me? My current position is just a Beijing official. Just report to the emperor. Although Lin Gongxuan said it lightly, Fang Dashan still couldn't let it go. In his opinion, Li Yinxiao has changed now. He has become unrecognizable. Chapter 456. Don't go the wrong way again. The palace is now in chaos because of Li Yinxiao and his sister. But there is nothing they can do. Even the emperor can't compete with him, let alone others. Li Yuanyuan is domineering in the palace, and she talks about her abuse in the Uyghurs all day long. With that, Li Yinxiao will definitely be soft-hearted. On the way back to the Zhou, her daughter died. This is not a big deal for her. Anyway, she has no feelings for the child. The huge princess mansion is full of music and dance every night, and she lives a happy life. But this makes Li Wanchen, who lives next door to her, suffer. Although they are both princesses, the scenes in the two princesses' mansions are very different. Princess, the girl next door has started to order a male concubine again. Ordering a male concubine was first invented by Li Yuanyuan. She wrote the code name of the male concubine on the name card. She learned to order a male concubine to sleep with the emperor like the emperor flipped the card. Not just one at a time. Fortunately, she still had some reason. This method was called ordering a male concubine, not sleeping with the emperor. If so, it would probably attract more memorials from the ministers of remonstration. After Li Yinxiao became the regent, he also set up the military affairs office. But the duties of this military affairs office were different from those of other officials. They were set up specifically for the behavior of the royal family. The ministers of remonstration here were all famous and upright ministers. In order to perform their duties normally, this at least dispelled the impression of Li Yinxiao in the hearts of the people. They thought he was a regent who worked hard for the great Zhou. Humph! It's simply insulting. Li Wanchen didn't know how to express it. It was simply unheard of. A princess of the dynasty actually learned the business of the brothel. Li Wanchen had criticized Li Yuanyuan more than once. However, Li Yuanyuan was unmoved. And there were even people who recommended a few beauties to her. How could Li Wanchen bear this? She immediately went to find Li Yinxiao. Fortunately, Li Yinxiao listened to her, the eldest princess, and turned around and scolded Li Yuanyuan. After a few days, it started again. Mammy, pack up and let's go to the other palace. Out of sight, out of mind. I heard that the princess went to the other palace. Your Majesty, did the princess do something out of line again? Liang Qifan glanced at Li Yinxiao and continued. Your Majesty, you don't care? How can I care? Li Yinxiao was also very troubled when he talked about this. She suffered so much in the Uyghurs. I thought she should relax when she returned home. Who knew she was so relaxed? The imperial aunt scolded me several times, and I was too ashamed to see her. Li Wanchen's cold face appeared in Liang Qifan's mind. By the way, he really has some connection with Li Wanchen. Although these connections come from Qiu Qinze. All his martial arts were taught by Qiu Qinze. Qiu Qinze also fell in love with Li Wanchen. Before Qiu Qinze committed suicide, he only saw Liang Qifan. He asked Liang Qifan to take care of the eldest princess. At that time, he smiled bitterly. How could the eldest princess need him to take care of her? Thinking about the bad fate between his teacher and the eldest princess, he was also very troubled. Hey, Regent, please worry about it. On this issue. Only he dared to talk to Li Yinxiao like this. Li Yinxiao remained silent. In the evening, all the lovers in Li Yuanyuan's house were taken away. Stop. All of you stop. This is really outrageous. Do you know who I am? The Jinui leader said respectfully. Of course we know Your Highness the Princess. But Your Highness the Princess. This time the order was issued by the regent. Please forgive me. Hearing that it was Li Yinxiao who issued the order, she quickly ran to the regent's palace to cry. Li Yinxiao was annoyed. I was careless and let you enter the palace. I told you a long time ago to restrain yourself. How could you do this? Wow. Brother. You know I'm in the Uyghurs. Shut up. Don't say it anymore. He was tired of hearing this excuse. Prepare for the next few days. I'm going to hold a banquet to invite young people with aspirations in the court to attend. I'll find you a consort so you can live a good life. I won't. My brother. I won't. Li Yuanyuan knelt on the ground and cried uncontrollably. My brother. I've missed Lin Gongxuan in this life. And I don't want to find anyone else. Missed? How can you miss him when you haven't even started? Li Yanzhao's eyes were full of brilliance. If Li Yuanyuan hadn't mentioned it, he wouldn't have thought of such a person. The ministers in the court had already criticized him for giving up his power. If he was allowed to marry a princess, the military power would naturally have to be handed over. In this way, he became a gigolo and posed no threat to himself. And he could stop the gossips of the people. Wouldn't it be the best of both worlds? Suddenly, he looked at Li Yuanyuan on the ground and felt pleasing to the eye. Get up. I'll do it for you. What to do? Li Yuanyuan's eyes were confused. What to do? Of course. Do what you've been thinking about. Why is your brain so dull? No wonder you lost to that woman Lin Erju. Can I still dream of merit? Li Yuanyuan felt incredible. She looked at her dress, jewelry and nobleness. But she is no longer the princess who is ignorant of the world. In the past, Lin Gongxuan was a banished immortal in her eyes. Now it is even more out of reach. How can she be with him after all she has experienced? Royal brother. Seeing her so cowardly, Li Yanzhao was furious. You are a royal relative. You are a royal branch in Jade Leaf. No matter what happened, your status will not change. Why are you so useless now? Where did the arrogant Li Yuanyuan go? Arrogant? Who are you talking about? Li Yuanyuan pointed her index finger at herself. I am arrogant. Li Yanzhao rolled his eyes. Everything was self-explanatory. What else? You go back and prepare. Everything is up to the emperor. Coming out of the regent's palace, Li Yuanyuan felt that everything was so unreal. As if she was dreaming. Back in the capital, she had thought about looking for Lin Gongxuan. But now she has given birth to a child, and has been with so many people. How can she still be worthy of him? Love is always inferiority. She felt that she was the mud on the ground. And Lin Gongxuan was the beautiful flower. How could she be worthy of his splendor? The world seemed to be upside down. It has become a world that Li Yuanyuan did not recognize. But she had some expectations in her heart. What if Lin Gongxuan changed his mind about her? No. Lin Gongxuan did not resist her at the beginning. It was all Lin Erju. It was the appearance of this woman that broke everything. If it weren't for her, Lin Gongxuan would be the prince consort now. She would not have to marry into the Uyghurs. And there would be no later events. So, the culprit was Lin Erju. Fortunately, there is still a chance to save it. Come on. Please ask the commander of the Jinui to come to discuss the matter. This time, she can't go the wrong way. Chapter 457, Counterattack. When Yu Jia first met Lin Gongxuan, her reaction was the same as Fang Dashan's. Why are you here? Does the emperor have a decree? What if Li Yanzhao catches you if you come here like this? She was like an ant on a hot pot, anxious and spitting around. Lin Gongxuan was unmoved. What am I doing in the capital? The power has been taken away, and all that's missing is an imperial decree. With just this imperial decree, people can control you. Yu Jia tapped Lin Gongxuan's head in frustration. You're so impulsive. Suddenly, her fingers were held. Are you unhappy that I'm here? Following the finger, I looked at Lin Gongxuan's smiling eyes, which were full of a shadow. Never mind. Let him be. He is not an impulsive person anyway. Next, you are not really going to live here. Are you? Lin Gongxuan was silent when he met this topic. I think there is something strange about that village. Yu Jia frowned when she mentioned the village. Yes, there is something strange. What is the result of your going there? Lin Gongxuan shook his head, holding Yu Jia's hand tightly, rubbing it back and forth. No. But this is also the problem. The village was suddenly wiped out. Where did the bodies go? Someone went to check. But there was no news. Such a big village disappeared overnight, which is not something that ordinary people can do. Through the last incident, they traced Li Yanqing. Could this matter be related to him? If Li Yanqing did it, Li Yanzhao must be involved. Have you seen Li Yuanyuan? When mentioning this woman, Yu Jia was so angry that his teeth itched. If I had known this, I would have dealt with her as soon as possible. I didn't expect this woman to live peacefully until now. Don't worry. It will be soon. What is soon? Yu Jia was a little suspicious. In fact, some of Li Yuanyuan's lovers were young prostitutes in the brothels, and some were ordinary people. Whenever the people who were looking for lovers for Li Yuanyuan saw that the man had delicate features or was a little handsome, they would force him into the princess's mansion. Among these people, There are many close confidants of the ministers. A few days ago, Li Yanxiao ordered the execution of these concubines, which had angered those ministers. And before Lin Gongxuan came, he added fuel to the fire. It is estimated that the memorial has been passed to the imperial study. However, he did not expect that Li Yanxiao also submitted a memorial requesting the emperor to grant him and Li Yuanyuan a marriage. Uncle, do you want to marry your aunt to Lin Gongxuan? Yes. I hope the emperor will grant your approval. The 6th day of the 12th lunar month is a good day. Just right for marriage. This. Li Lingyun looked embarrassed. He took out another memorial. You should take a look at this first. Li Yanxiao took the memorial, and his face became uglier the more he looked at it. What nonsense! You could always find a pretext to accuse someone. He threw the memorial on the ground. And Li Lingyun and the eunuch in charge were so scared that they dared not even breathe. These officials are too busy to serve the people, but are making up stories about the princess. None of them can be spared. All of them will be sent to the Ministry of Justice for trial. The Military Affairs Office was naturally unwilling to see that the memorial they submitted was handled so hastily. They joined forces with the ministers in the court to put pressure on the emperor in the morning. Everyone knew that Li Yanxiao was in power now. Their actions were undoubtedly a declaration of war against Li Yanxiao. Oh! Are you sure you want to do this? Li Yanxiao's eyes were full of murderous intent. Regent, such an absurd thing happened in the Great Zhou dynasty, and it should be severely punished. If the emperor cannot make up his mind, and is unwilling to come up with a rule, I will hit my head against this pillar and die. This is outrageous. Li Yanxiao was furious. Who are you threatening? If you want to hit it, just hit it. After saying this, the minister took off his official hat and hit the pillar with a swift and unhurried momentum. In an instant, blood was splattered in the hall, which was horrible to see. This was not the end. Another minister of the Military Affairs Office followed and hit the pillar. Li Lingyun was so scared that he screamed, "Stop them!" Su Jingyang ordered people to stop the people who hit the pillar later, and the scene was in chaos. After hastily retiring, Li Lingyun returned to the palace and could not calm down for a long time. I didn't expect Li Yanxiao to be so unreasonable. Your Majesty, please have some porridge. Li Lingyun came back to his senses. Su Liandi. No. Now she should be called Empress Dowager. After Li Lingyun succeeded to the throne, she had the highest rank among the women in the prince's eastern palace, and her family background was the most prominent. So she was pushed to the position of Empress Dowager. According to her own words, she never thought she would be able to pick up a bargain in her life. Your Majesty, please don't be anxious. Su Jingyang later bowed his hands and saluted. The ministers of the Military Affairs Office have already handled the aftermath. This was the first time the two competed, and Li Lingyun lost miserably. Not only did he lose manpower, but he also announced to the world that the country belonged to Li Yanxiao. Where is the teacher? The imperial master has returned to his hometown. He said that some things need to be decided by the emperor. Su Jingyang thought about Lu Zhonghuan's instructions. When the time is right, he will come back. Li Lingyun shook his head. In this situation, he couldn't make a decision at all. What does Commander Su think I should do? Su Jingyang knelt down hurriedly. Your Majesty, I dare not make irresponsible comments on the affairs of the court. In other words, Li Yanxiao was not someone he could make irresponsible comments on. Don't make irresponsible comments. Fill your stomach first. Other things, put it aside. Empress Dowager Su handed the porridge to Li Lingyun carelessly. At this time, Li Lingyun suddenly had a flash of inspiration and suddenly had a solution. Let Lin Gongxuan solve this matter, although it is a bit unfair to do so. This is the key to solving the problem. When people are in Jizhou City, troubles come from the capital. When Lin Gongxuan received the news, he gritted his teeth and threw the secret letter to Yu Jia. See, what should we do? Oh, let General Lin marry the princess. Yu Jia read the contents of the letter exaggeratedly. Oh, and rewarded 100 taels of gold and 1,000 acres of fertile land. Stop being so sarcastic. There is no good person in the Li family. My uncle cheated me, and my nephew cheated me. Yu Jia was not affected by this. You just do whatever the emperor asks you to do. Li Yuanyuan is a love-brained person. She will do whatever you tell her to do. Lin Gongxuan had to be serious about this. Are you serious? Yu Jia nodded. Of course. Maybe we can even persuade her to become one of our own. While the two of them were discussing Li Yuanyuan's affairs, The Jinui had quietly arrived. General, someone is coming. In the evening, Go Sheng told Yu Jia the news. Li Yuan's people? Go Sheng didn't know. Jinui. Yu Jia was terrified. When did Li Yuan mobilize Jinui? If so, it must be related to her marriage with Lin Gongxuan. Since that was the case, she would not be polite. Notify the scouts. Anyone who approaches the military camp will be killed without mercy. No matter what the cost. She would fight back. Chapter 458 Testing. Soon, the imperial edict of marriage was passed down. There was only 1 month left before the wedding, and the groom was still in the military camp, flirting with the general dressed as a man. You should leave tomorrow. Your beautiful bride is waiting for you to get married. Oh, why do I smell a hint of jealousy? Yu Jia rolled her eyes. What? Do you want to disobey the imperial edict? Lin Gongxuan didn't care. Since Li Yuan could attack Yu Jia, she naturally knew that Lin Gongxuan was in Jizhou City. It seems that he had expected it right. No one in the court cared where he went. Now, the Li Yanxiao faction and the Li Lingyun faction in the court are in a mess. Who would have the heart to come to him? A man who has resigned his military power? Then he is not happy and at ease. Yu Jia turned her head and looked at Lin Gongxuan. Why is it different from what she expected? Generally speaking, the male protagonist in the novel is given a princess to marry, and he has to find ways to refuse by all means. This is good. Looking at this look, he is a little impatient. She chuckled. Maybe the two of them thought of the same thing. Auntie, please slow down. Lingyun will support you. Li Lingyun carefully supported Li Wanchen. Oh, how can I be so weak that I need you to support me? Li Wanchen and the others walked in this villa, enjoying the warm winter sun. How come you have time to come and see an old woman like me? Li Wanchen pulled Li Lingyun to sit down in the pavilion. The pavilion was filled with charcoal basins, surrounded by cloth curtains, and steaming. The teacher has returned to the countryside, and I was a little bored, so I wanted to get close to you. It's not that I'm bored and want to get close to someone. It's clearly that I'm unsure. Lingyun, tell me, what are you afraid of? Li Wanchen took Li Lingyun's hand and looked at him lovingly. Li Lingyun didn't hide it from her. The teacher said that Li Wanchen could be trusted completely. Uncle San has become more and more cruel recently. Not only did he force the ministers of the Military Affairs Office to death in the palace, but he also executed the family of my aunt's lover in private. I want to stop him, but I'm afraid he won't listen to me. Auntie, you know I have no real power. I'm just a puppet emperor. The more he talked, the more aggrieved Li Lingyun felt. He even cried. You don't know how miserable they were at that time. I'm afraid the Li family's kingdom will be destroyed in my hands. How could that happen? Li Wanchen pinched Li Lingyun's face. When you grow up, your uncle will return the power to you. Now, just learn more from him. Learn to kill? Uncle San has been getting more and more crazy recently. Li Wanchen had indeed heard about these. Lingyun, just remember that as an emperor, everything is based on the people. Although Li Guoli had wronged her, she still approved of his way of handling state affairs. Li Lingyun lowered his head and put the people first. So he had to hold real power. Right? Auntie. Lingyun will remember your words in her heart. In the days that followed, Li Lingyun often went to the other courtyard, and Li Wanchen got used to having this child by her side. Beimo finally couldn't stand it anymore, and they started to move again. According to the scouts, a small group of Beimo forces were testing back and forth at the border. Suddenly, Yu Jia felt a little toothache. This back and forth testing was invented by her, but it can't be used by any enemy army. Right? If it is used on her, it will be annoying. Notify them. As long as they don't cross the border, ignore them. They are so idle that they can't even eat enough. And they are still acting like this. Tatar hesitated when he saw the cold attitude of the great Zhou. General, this may be because Lin Erju is sure that we don't have enough food and grass, so he dare not send troops easily. Muzzling paused and continued. If we launch a surprise attack at this time, we will definitely catch them off guard. He Laishio was naturally a little hesitant. Food and grass are a problem now. How can we take risks? But what Muzzling said in front of him is not unreasonable. He has been dealing with Lin Erju for many years, so he naturally knows her battle plan. If a surprise attack is launched at this time, not only will Lin Erju be caught off guard, but he can also take the opportunity to gain some benefits. Come on. Prepare for battle. Amidst the white snow, Densely packed soldiers swept towards the Jizhou military camp. Yu Jia's move was a little sudden, but it was also instantaneous. Good. The Tartars are brave enough. No. Mu Xiaoling is very brave. This time, let's teach them a lesson. The Jizhou military camp launched a full-scale attack and fought the enemy with all their strength. Even Mu Xiaoling did not expect that Yu Jia would have such a big hand. For a moment, he was a little amazed. Are you sure that the soldiers of the Jizhou military camp will attack in full force? He Laishio was a little dumbfounded. He came here to take advantage of the sneak attack, not to destroy the family. Quickly withdraw the soldiers. Temporary withdrawal. This was not worth mentioning to him at all. However, muzzling was different. He was an orthodox military officer, and withdrawing troops at this time would undoubtedly make the soldiers gossip behind his back. No, there is no turning back once you start. Since you have to fight, you must carry it through to the end. Muzzling. I have the final say here. He Laishio was a little furious. He didn't care about any battle plan. As long as the war can be won, who cares whether he can be respected by others? It was with these unconventional battle ideas that he could stand out. However, it was too late at this time. The soldiers of the Great Zhou came fiercely, and quickly wiped out the Tatars who attacked. They were still a little reluctant. Just like that, they won a victory and solved the Jinhui. Of course, these were all done by Lin Gongxuan. Li Yuanyuan never thought that her people would be killed by her husband. Here it comes again. Although Lin Gongxuan was helpless, he had to accept it. Oh, you're right. If I had known earlier, I would not have accepted this husband. The husband's matter not only did not cause a gap between the two, but made them closer. This made Li Chong puzzled. Gosheng, what do you think is going on? General Lin is about to marry the princess, and the two are not panicking. Gosheng shook his head. Who knows what bad things the two are planning? The Jinhui sent to Jizhou disappeared without a trace, as if they had evaporated from the face of the earth. Li Yuanyuan could no longer sit still. After the marriage was granted, Lin Gongxuan still did not make any movement. This clearly showed that he did not take her seriously. Lin Gongxuan, what should I do with you? She thought of what Li Yanzhao said, and instantly lost her temper. How dare she act like a princess in front of Lin Gongxuan? As long as she could marry him, she would be satisfied. As for other gossips, she did not care. Since the marriage was granted, Li Yuanyuan has been much quieter. This made Li Yanzhao feel deeply relieved. Ahem. Li Nyang gathered the tattered quilt tightly around her body, but it was still useless. This cold palace was her best fate. Concubines who had given birth to children were given the title of imperial concubines, while those without children were driven to the cold palace to fend for themselves. Not being buried with the emperor was already a great favor from the emperor. She didn't ask for so much. Madam, you can rest in peace. She could also stop. At least Li Guoli died in her own hands. In the midst of chaos, she returned to the governor's mansion, just like the little girl in her 20s. Chapter 459 Reasons for Leaving the Capital. In the court, the two forces are getting more and more intense, even to the stage of being exposed in the open. Either you report me today, or I report you tomorrow. With the neutral officials, there are endless good shows to watch every day. When the fiercest moment comes, Li Yanzhao will have to personally take part. The village's affairs finally have some clues. Lin Gongxuan's people found a secret passage in the ruined village. It is filled with various alchemy furnaces and the remains of children. Thinking of the situation of Go Sheng and a Yin that day, it is chilling. The children in this village are all used to make alchemy. No wonder there are no young and middle-aged people. And the children will not live beyond that time. Do you know who did this? Yu Jiafen was furious. She didn't expect there was such a crazy person. Lin Gongxuan looked at her and hesitated. There are people in the court who eat elixirs. Your Majesty? Li Lingyun was only 10 years old. How could he eat such things? She shook her head. Li Yanzhao. After Lin Gongxuan finished speaking, the two fell into silence. After a while, Yu Jia spoke slowly. How long will Li Lingyun wait? No one knows when to wait. It took a lot of effort for Emperor Kangxi to catch Oboy. Now that Lu Shenghuan has left the capital, Li Lingyun is left alone. Why did Lu Shenghuan leave the emperor? The emperor is in need of people now. Lin Gongxuan was silent. Now was not the time to discuss this issue. After returning to Yuqing, Mingyang also asked this question. At first, Lu Shenghuan did not say it. It was only after Mingyang asked it many times that he slowly spoke. Li Lingyun was different from other emperors. Besides, he was not a one-sided weakling to Li Yanxiao. He had Su Jingyang, Lin Gongxuan, and him by his side. Li Lingyun would win in the end. If he was by Li Lingyun's side to give advice, Li Lingyun would definitely win in the end. But the nature was completely different. Li Lingyun's throne was given to him by Li Yanxiao, which has already made him feel resentful. If Lu Zhonghuan can't figure out his position, he may be regarded as the next Li Yanxiao. By that time, it will be too late for him to get out. This may also be the reason why Lin Gongxuan left the capital. How could it be? You are the emperor's teacher. Mingyang was incredulous about this statement. Lu Zhonghuan shook his head. You don't understand the Li family's fickleness. Besides, I have taught him everything I should teach. The rest depends on his own luck. Although he said so, Lu Zhonghuan still had confidence in Li Lingyun. It snowed heavily in the capital, and this snow was probably the heaviest since the founding of the Great Zhou. The number of houses collapsed in the capital was gradually increasing, and memorials came to the imperial study like flying. What should be done according to Uncle San's opinion? Li Yanxiao was very satisfied with Li Lingyun's question. Your Majesty, I think that each government office should send officers and soldiers. First, it is to show the court's attention to them. Second, it can restore the majesty of the court. In the later period of Li Guoli's reign, he gradually indulged in men and women and ignored the government affairs. His prestige in the hearts of the people has been greatly reduced. If during Li Lingyun's reign, he can make the people regain their trust in the court, it will also be a great achievement. Uncle San is right. I'll have someone pass on the decree right away. Li Yanxiao lifted his robe and stood up. Smiling, Lingyun is really getting more and more promising. It seems that you will be able to rule the country soon. Lingyun dare not. I still know nothing about government affairs. If it weren't for Uncle San's assistance, I'm afraid I would have been driven off the throne by those remonstrators. Li Yanxiao was very satisfied with his statement, so he casually bowed and left. Your Majesty, do you really want to do what the regent wants? Li Lingyun snorted coldly. They have said it. How can I not do it? But I can't let him get his way. Regent's mansion. Is the virtuous king still not getting better? The doctor shook his head. The virtuous king is already weak. He has been tortured in the Ministry of Justice. And it will be even worse. The dangerous atmosphere rose, and the doctor was breathless. Regent, calm down. We will use the best 100-year-old ginseng to keep him alive. And he will definitely get better. How can he get better if he is being kept alive with ginseng? The assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice has been confiscated by him. But this is not enough. These people are not the culprits. But he doesn't know who to seek revenge on. Li Yanxing is already dead. And it seems unreasonable to blame Li Lingyun. Regent, it's bad. Our things have been discovered. What? Who found it? Lin Gongxuan and Lin Erzhu. Crash. The teacup broke in response. The messenger and the imperial physician were so frightened that they knelt on the ground, shouting at the regent to calm down. Calm down? How could he calm down? These two people are always making trouble. They are really everywhere. Do they know that it was done by the king? The messenger shook his head. I don't know. They just found something, and don't know who did it. Although he said so, Li Yanxiao already knew it in his heart. The Great Zhou banned the power of witchcraft. Who else could be so unscrupulous to use the whole village to harm others except for people of status? And it was no secret that he took the elixir. Those two were so cunning that they might have found out about him. However, he could do nothing about them. Even if he was confused, he knew the importance of Lin Erzhu to the border defense. Moreover, this was a time of trouble, and Beimo was watching closely. If Lin Erzhu was dealt with, it might bring disaster to the Great Zhou. There was no one available in the court, and this was Li Yanjia's sorrow. He waved his hand and asked the two to leave. He shouted, Huan Long. Huan Long came in. Regent, do you see if there is anyone capable in the Ministry of War? If there is, promote him. We can't let Lin Erzhu and Lin Gongxuan dominate. Now, with his status, if he leads the expedition in person, it will undoubtedly declare the incompetence of the Great Zhou. He can't do such a losing business. Your Majesty, there seems to be resistance in the court, and we can't do anything smoothly. After thinking again and again, Huan Long still said it. If it were Li Yanjia's current status, Who would dare to be his enemy except for a few old stubborn people in the military affairs office? Do you mean that the little emperor has other thoughts? Huang Long didn't speak. He didn't speak, and Li Yanzhao naturally knew what he meant. This is interesting. Forget it. After all, it's someone else's throne. So we should give him some face. Now that the Uyghurs have been divided, the territory of the Great Zhou has increased. Then these cities must be taken care of by someone. These things were forgotten when the new emperor ascended the throne. Now that the situation in the court is considered stable, these things have to be put on the agenda. Chapter 460, A Peaceful Place. Since the little emperor is so free, let's find him some work to do. Li Yanzhao personally submitted a memorial to Li Lingyun, asking him to send some officials to these cities. If they were sent from the officials in Beijing, it would be a demotion. Besides, these cities are inhabited by native Uyghurs. It's a hot potato to anyone. Who should I send? According to my uncle, Li Yanzhao chuckled. With a loving face. Lingyun, you have already succeeded to the throne. At your age, the former crown prince, that is, your father, has already followed the late emperor in handling government affairs. You should also learn to grow up. Li Lingyun was choked and speechless. This is the truth, and he can't refute it. If he sends people from Li Yanzhao's faction, Li Yanzhao will definitely not be willing. If he sends his own people, it will undoubtedly weaken his own strength. He is very troubled. If Lu Zhongwan is here at this time, it will be good. He will definitely know how to solve it. In this trance, he lost the initiative. Just as he expected, he was unwilling to send people from Li Yanzhao's faction. Moreover, he was afraid that people would be out of his control if they went there. Helplessly, he couldn't tear his face with Li Yanzhao. Now is not the time. Li Lingyun could only demote people from his faction. In this round, Li Lingyun lost completely. He felt very aggrieved. He had no words to express his grievances, and no way to vent his anger. He went to the other courtyard to find Li Wanchen again. Li Lingyun lay on Li Wanchen's push. Auntie, I lost again. There are not many people available in the court now. If Li Yanzhao suddenly attacked him, he would be in danger. Silly child. He is your third uncle. How could he make things difficult for you? Li Lingyun was still crying. Why not? What if one day my third uncle thinks that I am not working hard enough and has lost the face of the emperor and does not let me be the emperor? Don't worry. It won't happen. I promise you here. Li Lingyun sat up with a whoosh. Really? Auntie, are you telling the truth? Li Wanchen touched his head. Of course it's true. When has Auntie ever lied to you? In this way, Li Lingyun felt relieved. The bias of the power in the court caused Lin Gongxuan to be targeted by Li Lingyun immediately. A special imperial decree was issued, asking him to return to Beijing as soon as possible. See, I said the emperor couldn't leave you. Yu Jia rolled her eyes in annoyance. It's freezing cold. The snow on the road hasn't melted yet. You have trouble walking on the road. How great. I can use this excuse to stay here for 2 more days. Lin Gongxuan grabbed Yu Jia's hand, put it to his lips, and pecked it twice. Yu Jia looked around and quickly pulled her hand back. The blush on her face was flying, which was very beautiful. For a moment, Lin Gongxuan was stunned. Jia, has anyone told you that you are very beautiful? No. Then now it has. Yu Jia raised her eyelids and sneered with the corners of her lips. I only know that someone said I was an uncivilized monkey before. Lin Gongxuan, who is so bold and dares to say that about Jia. I will be the first to get angry with him. Seeing Lin Gongxuan pretending to be stupid, Yu Jia did not expose him. Oh, thank you. Jia, when do you think I can marry you home? Yu Jia also wanted to know about this. However, she thought it was just wishful thinking. If the dust settled, she would probably not have much time left. For the rest of her life, she just wanted to choose a quiet place to live out the rest of her life. Who wants to marry you? You are the prince consort who is engaged. If I marry you, wouldn't I become a mistress? I can't destroy other people's families. This is a principle. Even if I am as beautiful as a flower, and you are fascinated by me. Lin Gongxuan just looked at Yu Jia bragging. Who said that? I only have you in my heart. If that's the case, you are the first person I have an engagement with. We are childhood sweethearts. And no one can separate us. It was originally a joke. But Lin Gongxuan took it seriously. Yu Jia's face turned even redder. Oh, I see. Lin Gongxuan put his arms around her. You don't know? How could she know how tormented Lin Gongxuan was when he didn't know her identity? He even thought about taking Lun Yang and Yu Jia into his pocket. After confirming his feelings, he felt extremely tormented. He felt sorry for Lun Yang and treated Yu Jia badly. Luckily, Yu Jia's identity was confirmed later. God knows what kind of brilliant fireworks ignited in his heart at that moment. He just felt that God was really kind to him in this life. He has always been grateful. Jia Jia. When the dust settles, let's go to Xinjiang. There are the Lin family, and Yu Jia's dreams there. Okay. Yu Jia finally understands the shyness of the female protagonist after the male and female protagonists in the TV show decide to spend their lives together. It feels like she can see the light of day. Bad boy. If that day really comes, we will live with our parents. Big brother and second brother. And we will not be separated. A family together, in harmony and happiness, is better than anything else. When the time comes, let's have a few more children. Just as smart and clever as Huan Gur and Jin Jie. How many? Do you think I'm an old sow? Yu Jia clenched her fist and hit Lin Gongxuan on the shoulder. Lin Gongxuan was almost discouraged by her punch. Ahem. Then you tell me, how many children do you want to have? It doesn't matter if you don't want to have children. Anyway, Brother Huan will take care of us in our old age. You can't even count on your own children. How can you count on other people's children? Yu Jia especially likes to discuss these family matters with Lin Gongxuan. Some children beat and kill their parents when they grow up. How can you count on them to take care of you in your old age? Is there such a thing? Lin Gongxuan was shocked and felt it was incredible. In his impression, the children of the Lin family are very filial to their parents. If he told him now that his parents might be beaten by them in the future, he would not believe it. Of course. Yu Jia rolled her eyes at him. You look ignorant. If we have children in the future, we will let nature take its course. It doesn't matter whether he is filial or not. If we don't have children, we will let nature take its course. After we die, we will no longer be able to take care of our affairs. Even if someone wrapped them in a broken straw mat and threw them into the back mountain to feed the wolves, they would not know. That would be too miserable. Yu Jia turned his head and looked at the heavy snow outside. Life is miserable. You can't plan a route in advance. Just take it one step at a time. The charcoal fire in the brazier crackled from time to time, and the two people in the room whispered. The entire Jizhou military camp fell into silence, and there was no sign that a battle had just taken place not long ago. Chapter 461 Return to the capital. Lin Gongxuan received the order to return to the capital, but Yu Jia did not see him off. She hated parting the most. When Li Chong and Go Sheng left the hospital, Lin Gongxuan did not see Yu Jia, so he knew what she meant. Go Sheng, remember to take good care of her. Go Sheng nodded and bowed silently. Go! There is always a farewell after 1,000 miles. No matter how much time is wasted, it cannot change the established facts. After a long journey through the wind and snow, they finally arrived in the capital. Just by looking at it, he realized something was wrong. The person who greeted him at the gate of the capital was Su Jingyang, and the welcoming ceremony was the standard for a prince. Lin Gongxuan stood still and did not move. General Lin, the emperor ordered us to come and greet you. Su Jingyang and Su Jingyang were the same rank, so they just raised their hands and clasped their fists. General Lin is in a good mood. Is the snow in Jizhou beautiful? Lin Gongxuan was familiar with the sarcastic remarks. Thanks to General Su. Oh no! Commander Su for caring about me. The snow in Jizhou is really beautiful. Seeing Su Jingyang's face change obviously, Lin Gongxuan was very satisfied. But this is not Lin Gongxuan's style. Not only is the snow beautiful, but the people are even more beautiful. It's a different feeling to ride a horse and walk in the heavy snow. Suddenly, he changed the subject. Oh! By the way, Commander Su has been in Jizhou for so long. Have you ever enjoyed such a beautiful scenery with General Lin Erju? If not, it's such a pity. After saying that, he shook his head at Fang Dashan. Dashan, how regrettable is this? Fang Dashan shook his head seriously. Regret? It's really a pity. Su Jingyang's face was livid, and his fists were clenched, as if he was going to attack Lin Gongxuan in the next second. The adjutant beside him coughed, and Su Jingyang sneered. No matter how beautiful the snow scenery and people in Jizhou City are, General Lin may not have the chance to see them again. Oh no! Su Jingyang imitated Lin Gongxuan's tone and shook his head. Now he should call him Prince Consort. No wonder he used the prince's ceremonial guard. It turned out to be waiting here. Your Majesty, please come in. Our emperor wants to see you. The guards in front made way, and Lin Gongxuan walked slowly with a square step. Bah! Let's see how long you can be proud. After arriving at the imperial study, Lin Gongxuan knelt down to pay his respects to Li Lingyun. However, Li Lingyun seemed not to have heard and continued to write. Lin Gongxuan was not in a hurry, so he knelt steadily on the ground. After an unknown amount of time, Su Jingyang glanced at Lin Gongxuan on the ground, his face showing worry. Your Majesty, General Lin is here to see you. Li Lingyun stopped writing. Oh! Please invite him in. General Lin has already knelt down in front of the palace. Oh! Why didn't you say so earlier? Li Lingyun stood up suddenly, as if he had just seen Lin Gongxuan. He hurried towards him. General Lin, no need to be polite. Stand up quickly. The emperor personally came to help him. And Lin Gongxuan naturally gave him this face. Commander Su, why didn't you say it earlier? Su Jingyang knelt down to apologize. Lin Gongxuan watched the two people acting coldly and stopped talking. Come here. Quickly give General Lin a seat. After Lin Gongxuan slowly sat down, Li Lingyun said, General Lin, how is the situation in Jizhou this time? Your Majesty, with General Lin Erju in charge, Jizhou will naturally have no problem. Seeing the proud look that Lin Gongxuan accidentally revealed, Su Jingyang twitched the corners of his lips speechlessly. Forget it. If you are not from the same family, you will not enter the same door. The two of them are birds of a feather, and they don't know what it means to be low-key. That's good. I'm relieved. Then came the exciting sound of pacing. General Lin, you have also received the imperial edict. The princess wants you to be her husband. If you marry the princess, you will have to hand over all your military power. Do you understand what I mean? Even if he understood what Li Lingyun meant, Lin Gongxuan didn't take up the topic. Your Majesty, I am a minister of the Great Zhou. Whatever the Great Zhou asks me to do, I will do. If your Majesty asks me to marry the princess, I will marry the princess. Similarly, if the emperor asks me to lead the troops, I will naturally not refuse. Not good. Su Jingyang quietly observed Li Lingyun, who had a calm face. This shows that he was angry. Su Jingyang glanced at Lin Gongxuan, and saw that he was also calm. Humph. Old fox. All old foxes. General Yilin means that you do whatever I ask you to do? Not really. Lin Gongxuan was the first person who dared to say no to the emperor. He stood up, full of righteousness. Your Majesty, I am a minister of the Great Zhou. Now that you are the emperor, I am your minister. If your descendants succeed to the throne, I will be their minister. After Lin Gongxuan finished speaking, thunder roared outside. The winter thunder was deafening, and the three people in the hall had their own thoughts. So whoever succeeds to the throne, you will listen to him? Li Lingyun looked up and stared at Lin Gongxuan, not backing down at all. Yes or no? Yes. Lin Gongxuan's eyes did not change, which was also his original intention. Okay. Very good. Li Lingyun turned and walked towards the documents. Your Majesty, General Lin did not mean that. Su Jingyang glanced at Lin Gongxuan and continued. He is loyal to your Majesty. Lin Gongxuan. He raised his elbow and poked Lin Gongxuan. How can you talk like that? You are causing your Majesty to misunderstand. Okay. Li Lingyun sat down. I understand what General Lin meant. That means I am the emperor now. And you will obey me. Right? That's right. Lin Gongxuan was very respectful. Okay. That's good. Your words are enough for me. In the next few days, you should prepare for your wedding. The oppressive atmosphere in the palace disappeared in an instant. The monarch and his ministers exchanged greetings for a while before they dispersed. After leaving the imperial study, Su Jingyang stopped at the palace gate. He turned around and saw that Lin Gongxuan was still calm. And he was so angry that he cursed. Lin Gongxuan, are you going to die? How can you say such treasonous words to the emperor? What if the emperor gets angry? He can take your head immediately. Why are you in such a hurry? Lin Gongxuan's expression finally changed. Cynical and teasing. Could it be that you are in love with me and don't want me to die? What? Su Jingyong took a step back and looked at the imperial guards around him. Are you crazy? Lin Gongxuan laughed. What? You can't get that person. So you transfer it to me? If you keep talking nonsense, I will fight you. Suddenly, Su Jingyong rushed forward, but was easily resolved by Lin Gongxuan. Stop it. I'm kidding. Su Jingyong was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. Lin Gongxuan, if you don't put away your hateful tone, I will raise your general's mansion. Chapter 462 completely belongs to her. After entering the palace and making such a fuss, Lin Gongxuan understood Li Lingyun's intention. That is, he was afraid that Lin Gongxuan would suddenly turn against him. No wonder Lu Zhonghuan avoided him. He must have known this person thoroughly. After Li Lingyun found him, how far would Li Yanzhao be? As expected, Wang Xiaobo came as soon as Lin Gongxuan returned to Yujia's mansion. Gongxuan, our prince wants to see you. Lin Gongxuan looked around the snow in the courtyard and sighed softly. Xiaobo, how many years have we known each other? The voice was distant, as if he had returned to the day when he was bullied by Dongda. That day, Li Chong and Wang Xiaobo beat Dongda together. They were like gods descending from heaven. Lin Gongxuan didn't expect that there would be gods after gods. It's been many years. Gongxuan, we have known each other for many years. Well, 7 years. Lin Gongxuan counted on his fingers. Do you think our prince has changed? Wang Xiaobo lowered his head and didn't answer. Seeing his guilty look, Lin Gongxuan knew that he knew a lot of things. It seems that Li Gongxuan really loves Li Chong. He didn't let Li Chong know some dirty things. Let me ask you. When you shot arrows at Ian in Xiangqing some time ago, did you think about what Li Chong would think? That's his real sister? Gongxuan, stop talking. Wang Xiaobo was so ashamed that he had no place to hide. Okay, I won't make it difficult for you. Let's go now. As soon as he arrived at the regent's palace, Lin Gongxuan looked back and forth like Lu Lao Lao. The pavilions and terraces, turning around 1,000 times. Oh, this bird is good. And it's colorful. This little thing eats well. And there is charcoal to keep warm. He kept looking and eating all the way. After finally reaching the main hall, he kept groping. Gongxuan. Lin Gongxuan turned his head and looked at the person who came. I greet the regent. Li Yanzhao walked slowly. No need to be polite. It seems like we haven't seen each other alone for a long time since we parted that day. He pulled Lin Gongxuan towards the side hall. Let's eat some hot pot today. Bashu is a damp and cold place. Although there is no strong wind and snow in winter, the cold air can still freeze bones. When the two of them have nothing to do, they will eat some hot pot. The current environment is thousands of times better than Bashu, but it is not as good as the original artistic conception. After sitting down, Lin Gongxuan stared at the pot in front of him. The exquisite iron stove was bubbling, and the mushrooms inside were floating up and down with the bubbles. Gongxuan, we are relatives from now on. What kind of relatives? I hope the regent will give me some advice. Li Yanzhao paused while picking up the food, and put the chopsticks on the plate. Gongxuan, there is no need for us to be so unfamiliar with each other. Just as if we are back to the time when we were in the military camp in Yunnan. Your Majesty, time is gone forever, and those happy days are finally gone. Lin Gongxuan said faintly. You also know that those days can't go back. Of course, I know that I can't go back. So I betrothed the princess to you. When mentioning this, Lin Gongxuan laughed. This made Li Yanzhao look puzzled. What are you laughing at? I'm laughing at your Majesty pretending to be confused when you know the truth. Lin Gongxuan turned his head and looked at Li Yanzhao. Your Majesty, you know that I like Lin Erju. Why do you want me to marry the princess? Do you want us to be enemies? The princess is a golden branch and jade leaf. Extremely noble. Lin Erju is a weed. And he is also vulgar. But I just like Lin Erju. Your Majesty, you don't just want the princess to have a home, right? Just like that. The window paper was poked. But I won't play dumb with you. Ling Yun is dishonest and wants to take power. If one day, the two of us have a conflict, who will you help? Li Yanzhao was furious when he mentioned this. This kid is not only dishonest, but also mean. I will help the emperor. Seeing Lin Gongxuan speak, Li Yanzhao's teeth itched. What did you say? Don't be impatient. Your Majesty. As he said this, Lin Gongxuan poured wine for Li Yanzhao. Let's not talk about whether I can still control the military power of the Pingyuan military camp in the future. I have only one principle. That is, to be loyal to the great Zhou. Your Majesty should understand what I mean. Li Yanxiao naturally understood the meaning of Lin Gongxuan's words. That is to say, no matter who is in power, he will listen to the emperor's orders. If it were someone else, he would definitely not be loyal. This is also Lin Erju's original intention. Good. 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 Li Yanxiao said 3 good words in a row. This is the pillar of the country that he cultivated. Everyone was watching the movements of this former general under the king of Qi. He was so good that he directly rejected the olive branch thrown by Li Yanxiao. This also made Li Yanxiao glad to make this decision. As long as Lin Gongxuan's military power was taken away, he would have great confidence. Then let's not talk about state affairs today and concentrate on eating. This was exactly what he wanted. In addition to those radishes and cabbages, there was not even a little meat in Yujia's house. If he ate again, he would become a radish and cabbage. Here, it was just right to have a feast. Lin Gongxuan ate voraciously. And Li Yanxiao had no reason to mention Li Yuanyuan to him even if he wanted to. After leaving the regent's palace, he touched his round belly and burped. The regent's palace is really a good place. I'll come again next time. Hearing that Lin Gongxuan went to the regent's palace, Li Yuanyuan couldn't sit still. She wanted to see Lin Gongxuan, but was afraid of gossip from others. Even so, she was still accidentally meeting Lin Gongxuan on the streets of the capital. Gongxuan, where are you going? Lin Gongxuan felt disgusted. Princess, I have nothing to do, so I'm just wandering around. Li Yuanyuan's face was a little embarrassed. She knew that Lin Gongxuan was an ambitious person. He must be very uncomfortable in his heart to be deprived of military power just like this. When we get married, I'll let my brother give you some power. Princess, please be careful with your words. It's not appropriate to talk about these things in public. In a hurry, Li Yuanyuan actually forgot that they were in the noisy streets. Then, how about we meet in a secluded place? Originally, she had no hope of asking Lin Gongxuan out. Sure enough, the next second Lin Gongxuan refused. Princess, showing up in public has already broken the rules of the great Zhou. I hope the princess will be careful with her words and deeds. I listen to you. Li Yuanyuan suddenly felt very sweet. As long as he is willing to care about her, it means he cares about her. Gongxuan, I'm in the princess's mansion. If you want to find me, just send someone to report it. Lin Gongxuan saluted loosely, then turned around and disappeared into the bustling crowd. Li Yuanyuan looked at the tall figure, looking forward to that day coming soon. As long as that day passes, the man in front of her will belong to her completely. Chapter 463 Getting Married. The 6th day of the 12th lunar month is a good day for getting married. The princess's mansion started to play music and even scatter money in the morning, which was very lively. On the other hand, the general's mansion was deserted, and the servants dared not breathe. Dashin, go and ask what the lunch is today. Back to your own mansion. You don't have to eat those radishes and cabbages. General, you forgot that you are getting married today. Fang Dashin was a little embarrassed. Our mansion does not prepare banquets in the morning and evening. Your Highness Princess will prepare them. Lin Gongxuan was not interested, waved his hand, and said he knew. Also, Your Highness Princess found out that our mansion did not set up a wedding hall, so she sent someone to set it up. Only then did Lin Gongxuan raise his eyes. You go and keep an eye on it. Don't let them touch the things in the mansion. If there is any damage, double compensation. Fang Dashin took the order and went out, and Lin Gongxuan continued to lie dead. When the Nani and the others came in, Lin Gongxuan was still lying on the couch. This made the people in the princess's mansion very angry. General Lin, why are you still lying on the bed? The princess's wedding sedan will arrive soon. Why don't you just go to the princess's mansion to pick her up? And why don't you go to meet her? Lin Gongxuan sat up and stretched his body. Oh, the princess asked me to pick her up? Didn't she say I could come however I wanted? Have you asked the princess? The Nani was choked and speechless. She was sent by the regent. Lin Gongxuan dared to treat her like this, which clearly showed that he did not take the regent seriously. How dare you treat our princess like this? Lin Gongxuan got up from the couch lazily and walked towards the few people. I am such a person. The regent knows it. Your Highness the princess also knows it. They have no opinions yet. But you have some? If you have any opinions, you have to keep them to this general. Seeing that a conflict was about to break out, the people behind the nanny grabbed her clothes. "Nani, we have to move faster. Otherwise it will be delayed." Suppressing her anger, the nanny bowed. "Please change your clothes." "My lord." Lin Gongxuan stopped making trouble and obediently let them change their clothes and put on their makeup. The room was full of distinguished guests, and there was an endless stream of people coming to congratulate him. Of course, most people were just laughing at Lin Gongxuan. The officials had basically experienced his venomous tongue in the court. So when they first saw Lin Gongxuan, they all greeted him. "Oh, my lord, you have accumulated virtues from your ancestors, and you are very lucky. Lord Lu is right. It is a blessing to marry a princess in several lifetimes. It's just, Lord Zhang, just say what you want to say. My lord has worked with us for so long. If he says something unsatisfactory, we will not blame you on this happy day." Lin Gongxuan was always smiling as he watched the performance. "Just don't change the color of the prince consort's hat." As soon as he said this, several people burst into laughter. Lin Gongxuan also laughed, even louder than them. Seeing that the others were looking at them, they felt uncomfortable. "What are you laughing at? Prince consort? What are you laughing at?" Lin Gongxuan laughed so hard that tears came out. "I'm laughing at you for being jealous of me." After saying this, the others rolled up their sleeves. "What's there to be jealous of about marrying a notorious princess? Master Lu, your son has been visiting brothels all day long. He is 22 years old this year. Has he not married yet?" Lin Gongxuan put his fist to his lips and laughed. "I'm afraid no lady from aristocratic families is willing to marry into your family. You?" Lord Lu pointed at Lin Gongxuan and trembled all over. "And you, Lord Zhang? Hasn't your son been caught by you many times when he was visiting the King Wenla? He is your only son, and it seems that there is no one to succeed him." In a few words, the scandal of the two families was exposed. It seems that he is not satisfied yet. So he added another sentence. "Hey, if the sons of your two masters look like me, handsome and lovable, maybe they can marry the princess. What a pity. It's up to you too." After saying this, Lin Gongxuan turned away with satisfaction. A few people were left to yell at his back. However, they were thrown out of the general's mansion after a short while. It was because the princess's spies were all in the mansion. Who dared to offend her at this critical moment? They really didn't expect it to be like this. The wedding ceremony started soon. Regent Li Yanxiao personally served as the witness. And even the emperor came. This marriage was a sensation in the whole capital. It gave Lin Gongxuan enough face. Everyone thought this marriage was important. Only Lin Gongxuan didn't care. He didn't prepare anything and followed the arrangements of the nanny throughout the whole process. After Li Yuanyuan arrived at the bridal chamber, he returned to the front hall to toast the ministers. Although he was not drunk, he was having a great time. Everyone sympathized with him as the scapegoat, and it was considered to be giving him face. In the future, there might be greater suffering waiting for him. The front hall was noisy until midnight, and Li Yuanyuan's enthusiasm gradually cooled down. "Mammy, do you think he is still blaming me?" Mammy was afraid of saying the wrong thing. "The prince consort is busy. He will come naturally after he is done." At this time, Li Yuanyuan lifted her veil. "Forget it. Mammy, wait for me to rest." She knew he would not come tonight. "Princess, we have to rest in the princess's mansion. This is against the rules." Li Yuanyuan didn't care about the rules. Since she was going to marry Lin Gongxuan, she had not talked about any rules. There was no matchmaking or betrothal for him. Only she came with a huge dowry. Even so, she still felt satisfied. Finally married the man of her dreams. This was what she had dreamed of. How could she not be happy? Even if there was nothing, no ceremony, she was happy. "Mammy, let's not talk about these empty formalities." Just thinking that Lin Gongxuan was her husband was enough. In the evening, after the guests left, Lin Gongxuan came to the study. After a few strokes, he said Fang Dashan to send the letter out. To Jizhou? Lin Gongxuan didn't bother to answer him even though he knew the answer. "Hey, Erju is not someone who doesn't care about anything. You've married someone else. And you still expect her to forgive you?" "Fang Dashan, what are you talking about? Hurry up." Fang Dashan pouted and walked out with the letter. At this time, Jizhou was snowing heavily. Yujia held the hot water bottle tightly in her hand and stared at the snow outside the house in a daze. "General, Go to bed quickly. It's cold. Take care of yourself. Oh! Gosheng. Go to bed first. I'll come later. At this time, Lin Gongxuan should have married his beautiful woman on his wedding night. Chapter 464 The Butterfly Effect. Officials in the entire capital were waiting to see Lin Gongxuan's joke. Or perhaps they were waiting to see Li Yinzhao's joke. But the people at the wedding were all too normal. It was really too normal. After Lin Gongxuan and Li Yuanyuan got married, they still lived in their own houses. According to the rules of the Great Zhou dynasty, Lin Gongxuan should have lived in the princess's house. But he didn't even go in. He said he couldn't disturb the princess's interest. Not only did he not go to the princess's house, he even stopped Li Yuanyuan from going to the general's house. The reason he used was even more bizarre. He had been fighting outside for many years, and the general's house had long been dilapidated. The general's mansion must be renovated before the princess can move in. If she uses this as an excuse to blame him, he will be given a deadline. During the Chinese New Year, if the princess wants to live in the general's mansion, she can move in. Princess, this Lin Gongxuan is relying on your favor, and is bullying too much. Wait for this old servant to teach him a lesson. The whole capital is watching her actions. If she doesn't say anything, it will be difficult to stop the gossip. Li Yuanyuan thought again and again, and she had to give an explanation to her brother. Don't say anything harsh when you go. The nanny agreed well. But when she entered the general's mansion and saw Lin Gongxuan, she was bossy. My lord, I followed the imperial concubine. No. Now she is the Grand Empress Dowager. I have followed the Grand Empress Dowager for decades. When she was alive, I handled all the affairs in the palace. Today, I am here to talk to you, my lord, on the orders of the princess. After she finished speaking, she squinted at Lin Gongxuan, releasing all the anger that had been suppressed for these days. Helplessly, Lin Gongxuan did not buy it at all. Did the princess ask you to come and talk to me? Did she ask you to look at me with squinted eyes? Lin Gongxuan sipped his tea and slowly stood up. If she asked you to do this, I would go find her right now. You don't cherish it after you get it? It seems that the rumors in the capital that the princess has a lover are true. You? The nanny was speechless after Lin Gongxuan's words. She had a hard time saying it. Although everyone knew that the princess had a lover, it could not be said openly. She couldn't say it either. My lord. Her tone softened a little. It's not that the princess doesn't cherish you. It's just that it's not right for you two to live together. Isn't this embarrassing for the princess? Lin Gongxuan put down his teacup, his face full of questions. What's embarrassing? I won't go to the princess's mansion to cause trouble for her. Isn't this considerate? Besides, she can't come to the princess's house. And I have given you my reasons. Why do you think it's embarrassing for the princess? Oh! Lin Gongxuan stretched out his voice. Could it be that the nanny doesn't like me? So she took the opportunity to attack me with the princess as an excuse? Or does the nanny think that I, Lin Gongxuan, am easy to talk to? In an instant, a surging murderous aura rushed towards the nanny. Even the nanny, who was used to big scenes, couldn't stop it. Her calves trembled unconsciously. But in front of everyone, especially the servants of the princess's house, she couldn't show weakness. Your mama should listen to the princess. This is how she showed her strength. However, this strength was directed at the wrong person. Come on. Kick out this old rascal who is holding a feather as a token of authority. Lin Gongxuan shook his sleeves and shouted loudly. Let's see who dares. Are you all going to go against the princess? What a pity. If the nanny was in the princess's mansion, this sentence would still work. But she forgot that this was in Lin Gongxuan's general's mansion. Even though he is not a general now, these people are the ones who followed him through life and death. In an instant, several people carried the nanny out. Lin Juan, you dare to disobey the princess's order, they shouted as they walked. This completely angered Lin Gongxuan. You guys take it easy. Don't break Madame's old bones. The men understood and began their torture. They pulled Madame, but didn't pull her up completely. Her calves and below were stumbling on the cobblestone walkway. As a result, she would bleed profusely before she reached the gate of the mansion. However, the men overestimated Madame's physical fitness. Before she walked halfway, blood oozed from her legs and feet. The rest of the people in the princess's mansion didn't dare to say a word, for fear of getting into trouble. Don't be afraid. If you listen, this general won't punish you. The men felt a little awkward. but couldn't find an excuse to refute. What? The nanny died. Li Yuanyuan stood up. This was the only person left by her mother. What did she say today? The servants present told the princess what happened today in a vivid and emotional way. They were dissatisfied with Lin Gongxuan, but they could not say it clearly because of the princess. Are you saying that the nanny was the first to speak rudely? Servant. The princess is good at summarizing. No wonder. Gongxuan is not such a vicious person. It must be that the nanny said these words, which made him unhappy and punished her. Come here. Just give some money to the nanny's family. Princess. A maid hesitated. Madam, you have a son now. But he is idle and always makes trouble. If he spreads this, it may be bad for the princess's reputation. Oh, there is this? Li Yuanyuan sneered. Then send him to the underworld to accompany you. Wouldn't it be the best of both worlds? The maid shuddered and dared not speak again. Seeing her like this, Li Yuanyuan raised her hand. Come here. For Li Yuanyuan, this matter is a trivial matter. This trivial matter is like a butterfly, which flutters its wings and causes a butterfly effect. Outside the largest casino in the capital, someone died quietly. Damn it. Where has Wang Er been these days? Could it be that he owes me money and can't pay it back? So he ran away? A scarred man was full of resentment, and the scar that was more than 10 inches long was particularly conspicuous. How is it possible? Another short man took over the conversation. Wang Er's mother works in the princess's mansion, and she has some family assets. How could he run away? Yeah, that's true. The scarred man touched his chin and pondered for a moment. Could it be that he was taken into the princess's mansion? Ah, Wang Er is so ugly. It's all a lie. Does the princess have this habit? The scarred man laughed a few times. Why not? Our princess's lovers are not all fat and thin, but all kinds of them. He swallowed his saliva. If he is really taken into the princess's harem, then our chance to make a fortune has come. The short man was surprised. What kind of chance to make a fortune is this? Chapter 465 Revenge. The two discussed it, and gathered a dozen people to the door of the princess's mansion. Seeing so many people surrounding the princess's mansion, the housekeeper was alarmed. The princess has not robbed the good man recently. So why are there still people coming to make trouble? Based on past experience, he wanted to drive these people away immediately and make plans. But these people are obviously experienced. No matter how much the housekeeper said, he would find Wang Er. So the housekeeper had a plan in mind. Since the people were not in the princess's mansion, he straightened his back. Who are you? Go wherever you should go. How can you people come to our princess's mansion to make trouble? Seeing the housekeeper say this, the leader, Scarface, began to murmur in his heart. This shouldn't be the case. He had seen the housekeeper act in the past. Shouldn't he take them aside to discuss things? At this time, Scarface was still dreaming. He led the people and refused to leave, shouting for the princess's mansion to give an explanation. Seeing that they were so stubborn, the housekeeper raised his hand to signal the guards to lead them to the backyard. Scarface and the short man were overjoyed. They thought they had grasped the princess's life. But they didn't think about it. Since the princess could do this, she obviously had a way out. They only saw the housekeeper leading the others to the backyard in a good mood. I didn't see what happened to those people. When the long knife in the guard's hand fell, they understood. It turned out that these aftermaths were just killing people to silence them. No wonder the families of those good families didn't make trouble again. How could they make trouble when all the people were dead? If it happened before Li Yuanyuan and Lin Gongxuan got married, naturally no one would care. Now is an extraordinary period, and those who are staring at her are overjoyed. Your Majesty, as a royal heir, the princess is so arrogant and domineering, and she takes human life lightly. It is unheard of. Please discipline the princess strictly and reflect on herself at home. Before the official finished speaking, he heard a sneer. It turned out to be Li Yuanyuan. She walked into the hall and slowly walked towards Li Lingyun. Oh, I came at the wrong time. You can't say bad things about me. Li Yanzhao frowned when he saw her crazy look. Why are you here? How can you be so presumptuous in the court? Hearing you, Li Yanzhao's question, Li Yuanyuan's face changed instantly. Brother, how can they say this about me? And they said it so badly. You go back. The emperor will decide this matter. Li Lingyun laughed. And, don't worry. I will give you an explanation after I find out the reason. What can he say? I wish I could catch her tail. Li Yuanyuan was a little impatient. Don't bother the emperor. I will find out. Li Lingyun's face was ugly. And Li Yanxiao would give him some face in the palace. She was so domineering. The emperor's party started to discuss, trying to protect the emperor's face. The court argued about this matter for a long time. But no solution was found. General, the princess's matter has been spread by the people. Don't you have any ideas? Lin Gongxuan put his hands under his head and laughed. What ideas can I have? What ideas should I have? You can't ask me to go to the court and argue with others. Saying that Li Yuanyuan didn't keep a lover? She didn't kidnap a good boy? It's definitely not appropriate. These are all obvious facts. Wasn't he asking for trouble by doing this? Maybe the officials couldn't do anything about the princess. So they turned around and took their anger out on him. Dashan. Just watch. This matter will get moldy and rotten sooner or later. He was right. And a wave of attacking Li Yuanyuan was set off in the capital. One wave was higher than the other. Perhaps the officials had long been dissatisfied with the brother and sister. They just took advantage of the issue. It got more and more serious. And Li Yuanyuan finally couldn't bear it anymore. She killed these officials regardless of Li Yanxiao's dissuasion. Some people took advantage of the chaos to take revenge in the name of Li Yuanyuan. The capital was in turmoil and chaos. Seeing the chaotic situation, Li Lingyun knew it was time. Su Jingyan. Block the city gates. Only allow entry but not exit. Su Jingyan obeyed the order. Since they can't leave, Li Yanxiao's forces can't come in. Is the little emperor really so heartless? Li Yanxiao's eyes were like torches. Since he is heartless, don't blame me, his uncle, for not thinking about family affection. The Jinui was already under his control. Come here. Notify Liang Qifan to launch a general attack immediately. According to the previously designated plan, only success is allowed and failure is not allowed. If Liang Qifan can successfully attack the city gate, then Su Jingyan's forces will not be a threat. Shouts and cries of killing soon rang out outside the capital. Lin Gongxuan was still leisurely chewing a chicken leg. Li Yuanyuan finally came to the general's mansion. And seeing him like this, she could no longer hold back. Gongxuan, why are you still eating? Why aren't you in a hurry at all? In a hurry? Lin Gongxuan chewed the chicken leg in his mouth. And his speech was a little unclear. Why should I be in a hurry? I'm not happy with you and your brother. Why do you blame me? You? Li Yuanyuan was so angry that she shook her sleeves. Gongxuan, you are now the son-in-law. We are on the same boat. How can it not be blamed on you? You have to know that we are all in the same boat. Lin Gongxuan didn't think so. He drank a cup of hot wine and felt at ease. Who will be in the same boat with you? You should go find your lovers. It would be fine if he didn't mention this. When he mentioned this, Li Yuanyuan couldn't vent the anger in her chest. Why are you saying such hurtful things? She thought that she had made such a sacrifice for him. And he should be happy in his heart. Unexpectedly, these became a sharp sword stabbing her. Did I say something wrong? Lin Gongxuan slowly wiped his slender fingers and stood up. Your Highness, do you dare to say that you have never had a lover? Do you dare to say that you didn't kill their families? Countless people died in your hands. Do you dare to say that you didn't do these things? Li Yuanyuan trembled all over. She felt that Lin Gongxuan was different today. He used to ignore her and never said so many words. If it were in the past, she would be very happy. But now, she felt that it was the calm before the storm. Gongxuan, what's wrong with you? What's wrong? Lin Gongxuan raised his hands and clapped his hands 3 times. Several people walked slowly from the corner. These people were either young women or white-haired old people. What's worse, there were also weak children. Who are you? Why are you in the general's mansion? Of course I invited you. Lin Gongxuan sighed softly. Now the ice and snow have not melted. You can commemorate the dead. Poisonous woman. Give me back my husband. Give me back my father. Chapter 466 Conflict. Lin Gongxuan gradually retreated to the dark, watching Li Yuanyuan's panic without any reaction. When she came to the general's mansion, Li Yuanyuan did not bring so many people. The few people she brought were all sent away by Lin Gongxuan's people. Come on! Come on! Unfortunately, at this time, no one came to rescue her even if she shouted at the top of her throat. When the old woman's muddy hands inserted the rusty kitchen knife into her abdomen, she felt how painful it was to cut the flesh with a knife. Shwa! Was the sound of the silver hairpin piercing the throat. Li Yuanyuan's eyes widened, and a terrifying ho-ho sound came out of her throat. She thought that she would be buried in the imperial mausoleum after her death, and she would enjoy unlimited glory. She didn't expect that she would die so miserably. She died at the hands of her beloved. Blame her. Blame her for being soft-hearted. Li Yuanyuan's incomplete body appeared in the busy street, and the people cheered. Some people also questioned the authenticity of the headless female corpse in front of them. I'm afraid that the crimes committed by this princess are too numerous to list, and she used the strategy of replacing the prince with a cat. Some of them even went to the princess's mansion on their own initiative to check. Unfortunately, there was nothing to gain. Li Yanxiao didn't believe it either. A living person just disappeared like this. Besides, she was a princess of a country. Even if others were dissatisfied with her, they would not harm her life. Lin Gongxuan couldn't stop crying in the princess's mansion. This made Li Yanxiao suspicious again. Lin Gongxuan was a cautious person. His behavior clearly showed that he had determined that the body in front of him was Li Yuanyuan. Regent, please make the decision for me. What decision could he make? Now there was a mess outside the city. If the body was really Li Yuanyuan's, it must have been done by Li Lingyun. Immediately, he rushed to the palace. The imperial guards confronted him with knives. Li Yanxiao waved his hand. I didn't come here to fight today. I only want to ask the emperor, why are you so cruel? Naturally, no one answered him. Su Jingyang looked at him expressionlessly. Regent, please go back to your house. The emperor is too busy to see you now. Who do you think you are? Li Yanxiao kicked Su Jingyang to the ground. Since then, the two forces have completely torn their faces apart. Su Jingyang fell to the ground, spitting blood. Whatever the regent says I am. I am nothing in front of you. But, ahem. Su Jingyang paused and continued. But I can stop you outside the palace. Just you? Li Yanxiao raised his hand. Attack! The guards behind him were wearing armor, looking like they were going to the battlefield. They attacked the imperial guards. Although the imperial guards were all skilled, they could not stand up to the large number of people led by Li Yanxiao. Their tactics were unique, and they had already designated countermeasures. So they quickly attacked the city. Su Jingyang stood up and fought back. But everything was in vain in front of Li Yanxiao. He grabbed Su Jingyang's neck. I heard that you are the only one left in your Su family. Right? Su Jingyang's face flushed, and he gradually felt breathless. What a pity! Your father has been cautious for so many years, but he still stood on the wrong side. You all deserve to die. With a click, Su Jingyang slowly fell down. Li Yanxiao stepped over Su Jingyang's body and walked straight to the palace. He opened the palace door and walked in slowly. I saw Li Lingyun leisurely reading the memorial. It seemed that he had expected what would happen today. Uncle, you are here. He put down the memorial and smiled. Why do you have the leisure to come to the Yangxin Palace today? Leisure? Li Yanxiao paused. Didn't you want me to come? Your Majesty, you asked me to come. In an instant, the atmosphere became tense again. The noise outside the palace did not seem to affect the two. Oh, Uncle, why do you say that? Li Yanxiao lifted his robe and sat down on the chair. Lingyun, why did you attack your aunt? Li Lingyun looked suspicious. What? When did I kill the imperial aunt? Could it be? The imperial aunt? Li Yanxiao closed his eyes. She has passed away. He didn't believe that Li Lingyun didn't know about this. Lingyun, if you are dissatisfied with me, you can come to me. Do you know how much hardship your aunt went through before returning home? Why are you so cruel? Li Lingyun shook his head. Third uncle, I really didn't know about this. Even after hearing about this, he applauded. Don't you see what ridiculous things the imperial aunt did? Is this the reason why you killed her? Li Yanxiao stood up and said word by word. The guards behind Li Lingyun blocked him. Protect the emperor. You could always find excuses to accuse someone. I will not argue anymore. Li Lingyun pulled the guards away. Uncle, Lingyun has a clear conscience. Even if he said more, Li Yanxiao had already determined that he was the murderer. You should never, ever, touch her. If it weren't for this incident, I could have let you stay on the throne for a while longer. What a pity. What a pity. What a pity that you are not honest. Honest? Li Lingyun sat down fearlessly. If it weren't for this incident, would you let me go? Wasn't Liang Qifan outside the capital already impatient? Uncle San, do you think I'm right? The air was condensed, a few degrees colder than the cold air outside. It was unknown how long it had been. So long that there was no movement outside. Lingyun, since you ascended to the throne. Uncle Sen has not let you down. Right? He has not let me down. Li Lingyun chuckled. But what about before I ascended to the throne? Do you think you gave me this throne because you didn't want it? This was originally my throne. He became excited, his face grim. If you hadn't been so ambitious, you wouldn't have come to this point today. Ha ha ha. Li Yanxiao laughed. Finally admitted it. Are you not pretending anymore? Every day I see you frowning and calling me third uncle. I feel bad for you. This is how we should get along. The throne belongs to your grandfather. How can it be yours? It's mine. Li Lingyun pinched his sleeves. Grandfather will pass the throne to my father. And my father will pass the throne to me. It's all your fault. If you hadn't killed my father, how could such a change happen? Li Yinzhou's eyes were full of shock. He closed his eyes. And then these emotions disappeared. Sure enough, Li Lingyun still saw him kill Li Yanxing at that time. He didn't expect that a 10-year-old child would be so good at pretending. Lingyun, I didn't expect you to be so tolerant. I didn't expect I could be so tolerant. Li Lingyun slowly gestured to the guards behind him, and continued. Whenever I think of my father's miserable condition at that time, I want to kill you with a knife. Chapter 467 Breaking the Situation. There is no point in saying more. Li Yanxiao closed his eyes. It's just that you didn't do it at that time. And there will never be such an opportunity in the future. Bang. The door was opened. Li Yanxiao turned around, and saw Liang Qifan pushing the door in. Look, little emperor. The dust has settled. Humph. Who will win or lose is still uncertain. Li Lingyun turned his eyes and shouted. Liang Qifan. Why don't you take down the traitor Li Yanxiao? I obey your order. Li Yanxiao turned around. Yuzhou. Are you crazy? The situation reversed. And he suddenly became nervous. I'm not crazy. Regent. This world has always belonged to the Li family. Isn't it? Liang Qifan slowly approached Li Yanxiao. Don't forget. It was Li Yanxing who killed Liang Shuqi. Yes. If the former prince didn't kill Liang Shuqi, how could it be my turn to return to Beijing? Liang Qifan's face was a little crazy, but also a little calm. If it weren't for my teacher's secret manipulation, would you have thought of letting me return to Beijing? After all, it was still Qiu Qinze who was behind it. Yuzhou. You disappoint me so much. Disappointment is still one of the links. If he could have thought that Liang Qifan would rebel, he would have attacked him long ago. Liang Qifan shook his head. Prince, we grew up together. What I have done for you these days has repaid our childhood friendship. In an instant, the murderous aura on his body surged. And Li Yanxiao couldn't open his eyes. When masters fight, they never drag their feet. The two people who were once famous in the capital are now confronting each other. Your Majesty, do you want to do it at the critical moment? The eunuch next to him stretched out his hand to his neck and gestured. And Li Lingyun understood instantly. No hurry. Let them fight for a while. It's not too late to talk about it after the two are exhausted. He watched the two people fighting in the palace with cold eyes. He thought that the line of the eldest princess was really useful. Although Lu Zhonghuan returned to his hometown, his mind was still enough for Li Lingyun to learn. Thinking of Lu Zhonghuan, Li Lingyun's eyes were full of loneliness. Even if he betrayed the world, he would never betray Lu Zhonghuan. Now, he roughly understood Lu Zhonghuan's thoughts. However, he still firmly believed in his beliefs. If Li Yanxiao was not removed, his position would never be stable. With a puff, Liang Qifan was hit in the heart by Li Yanxiao and spit out a mouthful of blood. Li Yanxiao was not much better, and his shoulder was also pierced by Liang Qifan. Yuzhou, why are you doing this? Liang Qifan did not want to explain anymore. For the sake of the family, he had to believe the words of the eldest princess. Besides, the teacher had a will before his death, and he must take good care of the eldest princess. Only by relying on the emperor can the family continue to be glorious, and he can have a clear conscience. Thinking of this, he rushed forward again. Jinui and the imperial guards were fighting in other parts of the palace. The people brought by Liang Qifan only captured the Yangxin palace. Other places were still under the control of Li Yanxiao. Therefore, Liang Qifan must win. Only by taking down Li Yanxiao can Li Lingyun have a chance of winning. Unfortunately, Liang Qifan was a civil official who became a monk. Even if he was good at fighting, he could not match the battle-hardened Li Yanxiao. With a bang, Liang Qifan fell to the ground, blood oozing from his mouth and nose. He coughed violently, and was in great pain. Yuzhou, do you regret it now? Regret? Liang Qifan laughed hard. Killing people is not enough. This time, I didn't think about going back. It's just that the child is innocent. Speaking of this, Li Yanxiao thought of the white and tender girl back then. What a pity! He, Li Yanxiao, had already done one wrong thing. How could he do it again? Looking at Li Lingyun, who was sitting on the mountain of Tai, Li Yanxiao shook his head. Yuzhou, you should know the trouble caused by cutting the grass without removing the root. After saying this, he poured out his internal force and kicked Liang Qifan in the abdomen. Liang Qifan lost his life instantly. Your Majesty! The eunuch was horrified. Come here! Protect the emperor. Li Yanxiao slowly walked towards Li Lingyun, and the uncle and nephew looked at each other. Lingyun, you are too impatient. Li Lingyun sighed and leaned on the dragon chair. He touched the intricate patterns on the chair handle, reluctant to let go. Who can remain indifferent after tasting the sweetness? Lin Gongxuan, how long are you going to wait? Hearing this, Li Yanxiao quickly took a defensive posture and carefully observed the surroundings. I'm coming! Lin Gongxuan slowly floated down from the beam. His lazy look made people think he had just taken a long nap. Li Lingyun was a little embarrassed and angry when he saw him like this. This person likes to see others helpless. Why are you here? Well, the regent asked a good question. Of course I'm here to protect the emperor. Lin Gongxuan bowed after saying this. Your Majesty, I just got the news that the Lin family army has captured the palace. Your Majesty, don't worry. Lin Gongxuan, how can you still lead the army? Li Yanxiao pointed at Lin Gongxuan and had to be on guard against the surroundings. I didn't lead the army. But when I was relieved of my military power, the emperor allowed me to take the Lin family army away. The Lin family army became Lin Gongxuan's private army. It was a taboo for the royal family to have troops and be independent. Li Lingyun allowed Lin Gongxuan to have his own private army, which seemed to be a huge investment. You will do anything to win. Sooner or later, the Li family's kingdom will be ruined in your hands. Li Yanxiao was furious. He really didn't expect that there would be Lin Gongxuan. Whether you will be defeated or not is one thing, but the regent should worry about yourself. Lin Gongxuan drew his sword lazily and looked at him lightly. You want to attack me? Have you forgotten who rescued you from the Jizhou army? Li Yanxiao suddenly felt the pain of the wound on his shoulder. If it weren't for me, you would have been humiliated by that messy person. How can you still have the opportunity to stand in front of me and talk? Lin Gongxuan's hand shook violently, and all this fell into Li Lingyun's eyes. He winked at the eunuch beside him, and the eunuch understood and turned behind Lin Gongxuan without a sound. What? Are you feeling guilty? Ha ha! Lin Gongxuan laughed. Prince, don't forget. It was you who drove me out of the Yunnan military camp. If it weren't for our friendship, I would have attacked you long ago. How could you have killed so many babies? Sure enough, he knew. Since that's the case, there's nothing to say between us. Li Yanxiao endured the pain from his wound. Go! Lin Gongxuan was not vague, and attacked Li Yanxiao. The noise outside the Yongxin Palace finally calmed down at this time. Fang Dashan led the Lin family army to clean up the mess. Sir, what should we do with this man? Fang Dashan followed his subordinate's gaze and saw Su Jingyang, who had lost his life. This man is loyal and brave. You should be careful and place his body at the door of the palace. Chapter 468. Arriving at the border. The dust settled outside the Yongxin Palace, but the palace was in full swing. The two fought fiercely. Seeing that Li Yanxiao was careless, Lin Gongxuan took advantage of the opportunity. His sword attacked Li Yanxiao's abdomen. At this moment, Lin Gongxuan heard Li Lingyun shouting, Don't hurt Uncle San. So, Lin Gongxuan turned the sword around and pierced Li Yanxiao's right arm. Lin Gongxuan stopped and turned to look at Li Lingyun. Li Lingyun's expression was a little complicated, but soon returned to normal. Lin Gongxuan, don't hurt him. Come, take him to the sky prison. Li Yanxiao's failure was a foregone conclusion, and Lin Gongxuan's mission was over. After recovering from his shock, Lin Gongxuan knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, I am late in coming to your rescue today. Please forgive me. Seeing Li Yanxiao's back getting farther and farther away, Li Lingyun came to Lin Gongxuan and helped him up. What nonsense are you talking about? My dear minister, I am grateful to you today, and I want to reward you. How can you blame me? Lin Gongxuan stood still and shook his head. I don't want a reward. If the emperor really wants to reward me with some grace, I really have an unwelcome request. Oh! Li Lingyun stretched out his voice. Tell me about it. Lin Gongxuan remembered Yujia's grinning look and chuckled. I want to go to the border, to Jizhou City to find Lin Erju. After what happened in the capital, it seemed that no one remembered it anymore. What the people were concerned about was whether the price of grain had risen and whether the taxes had been reduced. Who still remembered that thrilling scene? It was nothing more than hearing that the regent failed to seize power and was placed under house arrest by the emperor. It was heard that the son-in-law was expelled from the capital by the emperor and sent to the border to fend for himself. This son-in-law is quite pitiful. It's really pitiful that he married such an unreliable princess and was implicated. At this time, the poor son-in-law had already arrived at the Jizhou military camp in the wind and snow. He also saw the expected scene of Yujia grinning. Bad boy. I heard about what happened in the capital. Are you okay? After turning around, he found that Lin Gongxuan was intact. So he patted his chest. Thank God. Ahmed Ba. Lin Gongxuan was a little amused, and hugged her regardless of the fact that there were people in front of him. I will rely on you to support me in the future. Seeing that the two were so affectionate, several people said goodbye. Lin Gongxuan hugged Yujia and smelled her fragrance. Well? His body was suddenly pushed away by Yujia. Tell me what happened. Yujia was eager to know what happened that day. Su Jing'an. Lin Gongxuan nodded. Ah! Yujia sighed. The high-spirited young man was finally hurt by his family. What? Can't bear to let him go? Lin Gongxuan took Yujia's hand and sat down. I heard that he was injured on the battlefield before. Did he finally save his life? Yes. It's true. He was seriously injured by He Laishio. It was obvious that Yujia didn't want to discuss this matter anymore. The pent-up anger in her heart was about to be suppressed. She felt her throat was fishy and a little itchy. In order not to worry Lin Gongxuan, she had to endure it. Lin Gongxuan didn't notice the abnormality of the person in front of him, and continued to speak while pinching her slightly calloused hand. I also heard that he seems to be interested in you. Yujia was so frightened that she could hardly suppress the sweet taste in her throat. This matter has been over. Why is it brought up again? It seems that it is not a man's privilege to bring up the past. Besides, the other party is the Marquis of Zhenbei who died for his country. Yes, after Su Jing'an died, he was named Marquis of Zhenbei, and the title was passed down from generation to generation. This is the first heterosexual king in the history of the Great Zhou dynasty to be granted a title. It's a pity that Su Jing'an has no direct descendants. So Queen Mother Su decided to adopt a child from a side branch to inherit the title of Marquis. Well, he has already sacrificed himself. So don't be jealous of him. Yujia felt quite aggrieved when she said this. When Su Jing'an expressed his feelings, she politely rejected him. However, due to her feelings, she did not reject him so thoroughly. Lin Gongxuan would remember it for the rest of his life. I am jealous of him? Are you kidding? How could I be jealous of him? Lin Gongxuan put down Yujia's hand, feeling uncomfortable. Although he is braver than me, I am more heroic than him. He shook his long black hair and posed in a pose that he thought was very charming. You like heroic men the most, don't you? He had a headache. Never mind. Yujia rolled her eyes. Just let him be. At least he can still know that he is brave. This is already progress. After recounting what happened recently, the two fell silent. Jia. There is a wave of fresh blood in the court. All the ministers who had second thoughts in the past have been replaced. It can be said that the court has stabilized. Do you think that Li Lingyun will reorganize the military power next? When Lin Gongxuan mentioned this, he would think of Lu Zhonghuan. He didn't expect that Yujia would also think of him. How is the imperial teacher? Not very good. After Li Lingyun overthrew Li Yanzhao, he asked Lu Zhonghuan to come out of retirement. He wanted to refuse this difficult task on the pretext that his wife was in poor health and his daughter was young. But Li Lingyun refused. His proposal was to let Lu Zhonghuan stay in the palace for another 10 years. And it would not be too late to leave after all the new policies and national regulations were implemented. Lu Zhonghuan refused at first. He could not stand Li Lingyun asking him to come out every few days. Later, seeing that Lu Zhonghuan was really determined, Li Lingyun tearfully told him about the difficulties he had encountered during this period. There were rumors among the people that Li Lingyun could not tolerate his uncle and aunt, and drove away the imperial teacher because of the concentration of power. He really could not stand the pressure. and wanted Lu Zhonghuan to stay in the capital anyway. Due to the friendship between the two men, Lu Zhonghuan thought of a compromise. He could help Li Lingyun to sit firmly on the throne. And if he wanted to leave, Li Lingyun could no longer stop him. Li Lingyun readily agreed, and held another thank you banquet for his teacher, inviting all of Lu Zhonghuan's family to the capital. Hey! All? Yu Jia tilted her head, somewhat incredulous. It seems that the emperor is sincere. But why do I feel that he is taking Zhonghuan's family as hostages? Snap! Lin Gongxuan's head collapsed on Yu Jia's forehead. Not too stupid. Lu Zhonghuan knew what Li Lingyun meant, but he was helpless. Lin Gongxuan once asked him such a question before parting with him. Do you regret assisting Li Lingyun? Lu Zhonghuan smiled and shook his head at that time. How could he regret it? Although Li Lingyun was a little suspicious for a minister, but the new policies he implemented benefited the people of Dezhou a lot. Since ancient times, which emperor has not been scolded? Compared with those incompetent emperors, Li Lingyun has done a good job. Chapter 469, What happened later was unexpected. You said that she was only 10 years old. How could she have so many tricks? Yu Jia held her chin with her left hand, thinking seriously. What was she doing when she was 10 years old? Chasing after her mother to ask for lollipops. Right? People can't be compared with each other. Comparing with each other. She is set off to be useless. Alas, a dragon gives birth to a dragon. A phoenix gives birth to a phoenix. And a mouse's son can dig holes. We are not from the same world as them. This is said by people who are not from the same world. Since Li Lingyun came to power, the national strength of the Great Zhou has reached its peak. The Great Zhou diary says, for more than 100 years of the Great Zhou dynasty, Zhou Qingzu was the first among the diligent and governing emperors. During his reign, the country's strength increased, especially in the army. In the army, he strengthened the power of generals and gave them the right to have the final say. The generals could decide the combat strategy with one sentence, without calling the battalion officers for discussion. Of course, this resolution also had its drawbacks. There were also cases of generals rebelling later, but they were strangled in the cradle. From then on, whenever a battalion officer in the army was promoted to a general, Li Lingyun had to personally inquire about it. Not only in this matter, he did many things himself. This was also the reason why he became ill from overwork. After Li Lingyun came to power, Yu Jia's biggest feeling was that no matter what supplies were sufficient. When Li Yansheng was alive, there was nothing like this. General, our equipment battalion has invented a kind of thunder, which is extremely powerful. Do you want to go and have a look? Old Zheng, why are you researching these things again? Yu Jia stared at Zheng Chuanqi, feeling helpless. She didn't know how to describe to Zheng Chuanqi what explosives could bring to the army. Didn't I say that we should stop experimenting with explosives? The emotion in Zheng Chuanqi's eyes gradually deepened. General, if we don't research, the enemy will do it. Then we will be the ones who fall behind and get beaten. How could Yu Jia not know this truth? However, she had to try her best to avoid this cruel fact. It depends on the situation. If the enemy didn't use the explosives brought by muzzling, you shouldn't experiment anymore. After Zheng Chuanqi left, Lu Kuifeng walked into the house. General, I'm afraid this matter is not easy to handle. Yu Jia also knew that it was not easy to handle. From her understanding of Zheng Chuanqi, he was a stubborn person, and would not give up easily once he made up his mind. They also knew that Zheng Chuanqi was right. Headache. Hey, I don't know how to persuade old Zheng. Then leave it to me. With Lu Kuifeng's initiative, Yu Jia naturally agreed. The heavy snow blocked the door, and the entire Jizhou military camp, Jizhou City, and even the border area were covered with snow. Fortunately, Goshing returned to the military camp before the heavy snow. Otherwise, he would have been blocked outside the border. Is everything okay at home? Are my parents and brother and sister-in-law okay? Yu Jia and Lin Gongxuan asked at the same time, and Goshing nodded repeatedly. All is well. All is well. I told him that you are all at the border, and everything is fine. Goshing smiled honestly, since he knew that Li Yuanyuan had died. His soul had returned. After comforting his sister's spirit in heaven, he lived with Yu Jia for the rest of his life. Since Li Yanshao was imprisoned, Xinjin no longer had to worry. According to Yu Jia's idea, they set up a private school. Not only the children in Xinjin could go to school, but also the children outside the town could go. Another point is that the private school is special and that girls can also go there to study. This is the first private school in the Great Zhou that can accept female students. At the beginning, it was naturally attacked by most of the literati. Even those lack of integrity and shame were brought up. If it weren't for the strong-willed Luing and others, and the fierce guards at the door might have been splashed with feces and urine. Fortunately, they solved the problem under pressure. At the beginning, some people were still hesitant about it. Hearing the girls were exempted from tuition fees in private schools. Girls within a radius of 10 miles were sent to private schools. The sensation caused by this incident spread to the Zhou kingdom. Even Mu Yanjun heard about it. She looked at the baby in the swaddling clothes. Her heart softened. Sister, you still consider women as always. Immediately, she decided to spend a lot of money to support Yu Jia. Yu Jia was flattered to be favored by Mu Yanjun like a big boss again. She looked at the secret letter in her hand. Her whole body was trembling. Bastard. Come and see. How much money is written on the letter? Her exaggerated expression made Lin Gongxuan laugh. Let me see. Lin Gongxuan took the secret letter and read it out loud in an exaggerated way. Donate 10,000 taels of gold for private schools. My God. Another 10,000 taels of gold. Yu Jia thought that since she saw the golden gold last time, she would never have the opportunity to see so much gold again. Unexpectedly, Mu Yanjun made her feel excited again. No. When I leave the military camp, I will wear a whole gold bracelet. Thinking so happily, Yu Jia felt full of energy. Even in the evening, she ate half a bowl more. Oh! Money really makes the devil work. Lin Gongxuan laughed at her. I asked you to eat half a piece of steamed bread on weekdays. But you refused. I feel good now. And my appetite has improved. Of course. Yu Jia touched her belly. If you have the ability, you can make me so happy every day. Yes. I will in the future. Yu Jia pouted. Men of every generation like to make big promises. Fang Dashan and Gosheng looked at each other. Dog food was everywhere. Where's a Chang? Why didn't he come to eat? Yu Jia looked around but didn't see Li Chang. So she was a little puzzled. Usually, he was the first person to sit at the table and prepare to eat at mealtime. He's probably staying in the house. Yu Jia asked Gosheng. Gosheng, didn't you tell him about Ian's situation? Yes. Gosheng hurriedly explained. Then Li Chang's heart not is not Ian. Suddenly, Yu Jia suddenly understood. No wonder she could always feel that Li Chang had a different temperament recently. She didn't know how to describe it. I thought it was a characteristic of this age. Lin Gongxuan naturally understood. And he stood up after he was full. I should know the reason. I'll go see him now. When he arrived at Li Chang's door, he heard some noise. Ah Chang. I'm coming in. He walked in without saying anything. Li Chang hadn't had time to wipe away the tears from his eyes. And his face was full of surprise. Brother Nerd. Why are you here? It was still the same name they used when they first met. Nothing. I came to see you. Are you getting stuck in a dead end again? Lin Gongxuan sat down in front of Li Chang. Are you worried about Li Yanxiao? Seeing the boy in front of him fall silent, he knew he guessed right. In fact, I had the same feeling at the beginning. He saved us, and his original intention was at least to keep us alive. As for what happened later, he probably didn't expect it himself. Chapter 470. The strong are strong in everything. Li Chang's eyes were red, and the boy's stubborn eyebrows were full of confusion. The prince has been guarding the border for so many years, thinking about the people. Why did he become a different person after arriving in the capital? It's all the fault of the former prince. Shh. Be careful with your words. Lin Gongxuan raised his index finger to his lips and patted Li Chang's shoulder. Ah Chang. You can't say that. It's easy to change a country, but it's hard to change one's nature. If there is no idea in your mind, can you change your mind by changing to another place? It's just that this idea has not been stimulated in his subconscious. The prince has this ambition. His grandfather was the imperial master, who taught the previous emperor. How could such a person allow his grandson to be an idle prince? The imperial master did not play a role in this palace coup. What the imperial master could think of, Lu Zhonghuan could naturally think of. Therefore, after preparations were in place, Li Lingyun was the first to attack the imperial master. However, the matter was quite secretive, and Li Yanxiao thought that the imperial master's people would respond to his call. So he did not take it to heart at all. He was defeated by his arrogance. He thought that the world was under his control. But who knew that something unexpected would happen? A Chang. Everyone has their own destiny. He has chosen this path, and he must pay the price for it. The young man in front of him finally cried out. I understand. I understand the truth. But I am just very sad. The high-spirited Li Yanxiao was getting farther and farther away from them. Yu Jia rolled her eyes outside the door. What's there to cry about? Li Yanxiao gave him life. But didn't he want his life in the end? He even wanted his sister's life. This man is arrogant and thinks that if he saves them, they will be 100% submissive to him. They are people. Living people. They have their own ideas. How can they always be controlled by him? Maybe the idea at the beginning was right. Wanting to save a life. But in the end, didn't he regard them as his property? The two sides are even. The 12th lunar month is cold and long. And it has only been 10 days since the coup. This day is the 18th day of the 12th lunar month. Yu Jia wanted to drink another bowl of lava porridge on this day. However, the two quarreled over the japonica rice in the lava porridge. I don't want to drink japonica rice. It makes my throat sore. Yu Jia put her hands on her hips and shouted loudly to Lin Gongxuan. Go Sheng stood between the two with a spoon, looking embarrassed. In his other hand, he was holding a basin with washed japonica rice. What's the matter with my throat? It will become sticky when cooked. Lava lava. If you don't put enough 8 kinds of beans and rice in lava porridge, can it still be called lava porridge? Just change the name to lava porridge. It's the 7th day of the 12th lunar month. Who wouldn't want to change it? Yu Jia saw that Go Sheng was still hesitating. So she pushed him. Hurry up. Take it aside. I want to drink the 7th day of the 12th lunar month porridge later. After saying that, he left the kitchen angrily. Since Yu Jia had given the order, Go Sheng naturally followed her idea. Seeing Lin Gongxuan shaking his head and smiling bitterly, Go Sheng stepped forward to comfort him. General Lin, let's not be so hard on the general. Let her do whatever she wants. I have to be able to stop her. Lin Gongxuan murmured. Okay. Let's do it this way. Who made her an unreasonable woman? Besides, this is her territory. Let her do whatever she wants. After comforting himself, Lin Gongxuan walked towards Yu Jia. All he saw was white, and his feet made a crunching sound on the ground. After walking behind Yu Jia, Lin Gongxuan stood firm. Jia, do you still remember the snowball fight we had when we were kids? We rolled back and forth in the yard, and our mother was so angry that she almost hit us with a broom. How could Yu Jia remember such a long time ago? I don't remember. Do you want to have a snowball fight with me? Lin Gongxuan waved his hands quickly, and then blew air into his hands. How can I be your opponent now? I don't think you are my opponent. Before she could finish 2 sentences, Yu Jia became proud again. Like a peacock. This made Lin Gongxuan tsk. You woman. You are really arrogant and conceited was about to come out. But seeing Yu Jia's bad face, she changed her words urgently. Ahem. You are really charming. Now it was Yu Jia's turn to blush. What nonsense are you talking about? Lin Gongxuan was stunned to find that the brave General Wugan on the battlefield had such a charming little girl's appearance at this time. Jia. Has anyone told you that you are beautiful? Here it comes again. Yu Jia rolled her eyes. Yes. Didn't you just say that not long ago? Ah? Ha ha. Is there? I actually forgot about it. Lin Gongxuan laughed, not feeling embarrassed at all. In his opinion, being able to joke around with Yu Jia like this is the happiest thing. He doesn't want to think about the future. It's too far away. And too heavy. He just wants to live well in the present. Lin Gongxuan gently took Yu Jia's hand and kneaded it carefully. Jia. Do you think there is an afterlife? Yu Jia nodded, although she didn't really believe it. If there is an afterlife, I still want to be with you. At that time, I don't want you to be so hard. You just need to be a little girl. Be a carefree little girl. Don't worry about anything. Don't ask anything. Just dress yourself up nicely. Yu Jia laughed out loud. She looked at Lin Gongxuan as if he were an idiot. I've only seen what you said in our world. In this chaotic era, she would never dare to think of lying down. In the next life, let her be born in China. She would be the happiest person in the world. Are the people in your world so happy? Of course. Yu Jia recalled every detail of her past life. Our world is a great country. Not only is it populous, but its strength cannot be underestimated. How to say it? Yu Jia scratched her head, not knowing how to express it. Well, when we stand there, we will have our own style, And other countries are basically our younger brothers. Don't even dare to fart. You will regret not having enough words when you need them. At this time, she remembered that she hadn't read books or practiced calligraphy for a long time. That's it. That's the feeling. Do you understand? She grabbed Lin Gongxuan's sleeve in a hurry, her eyes sparkling. I understand. I understand. The doting eyes and gentle voice made Yu Jia indulge in it. Your hometown is great, and you live a happy life. As long as you understand it. It's fine. Yu Jia smiled and nestled in Lin Gongxuan's arms. His nose was full of his smell. I also hope that the people of Dezhou live a happy life like the people in my hometown. The strong are strong in everything. Only when they fall behind will they be beaten. Now Dezhou's status in Zhou State is already considered strong. Chapter 471 The Lonely King. Your Majesty, this year's snowstorm has come, and most of the crops have been frozen to death. Next year's harvest will definitely be a problem. The Minister of Revenue was terrified. He was afraid that the Emperor would be unhappy and would punish him. Although the Great Zhou had an alliance with the southern barbarians, the Uyghurs in the east were also destroyed. Persia in the west was originally a vassal state of the Great Zhou, so there was no need to worry. But there was also a northern desert in the north that was eyeing the Great Zhou covetously. The situation was not too good. The military pay was a large amount in a month. There might be famine next year. How much money is there in the treasury now? Li Lingyun glanced at Lu Zhonghuan and asked the Minister of Revenue. Your Majesty, after deducting half a year's military pay for the Jizhou military camp, there is less than 5 million taels. Li Lingyun said that everything is based on the Jizhou military camp. So every time the number reported to the National Treasury, half a year's military pay must be deducted. The National Treasury is so empty. Have the officials paid back the money they owed to the court? Li Lingyun was furious. Why is he so embarrassed? Most of them have been paid back. And there is still a small part that has not been paid back. Which officials have not paid back? This. The Minister of the Ministry of Revenue looked up and glanced at Li Lingyun. A little hesitant. Now, Li Lingyun understood. Well, there are only 3 of us here. Me, the Imperial Master. And there is no need to hesitate. Your humble servant obeys. It was freezing cold. But the Minister of Revenue actually had sweat on his forehead. It was Prime Minister Lu. And all his followers. After pondering for a long time, Li Lingyun finally spoke. Teacher, what do you think? This Prime Minister Lu was the elder brother of the Empress Dowager, and Li Lingyun's uncle. If we attack him, wouldn't that be a slap in the face of the Empress Dowager? But since Li Lingyun asked, Lu Zhonghuan knew that he had already made a plan. Master Zhang, how much money do Prime Minister Lu and his followers owe the court? About 2 million taels of silver. With a clatter, Li Lingyun's sleeves overturned the teacup on the table. The eunuchs on the side quickly put away the teacups. The atmosphere was very dull, making people think that the world had changed again. There were only 5 million taels of silver in the treasury now. Lu Xiang and his followers actually owed so much money. Moreover, Li Yanjia's thunderous means at that time did not even recover it. Your Majesty, this matter is a bit complicated. Lu Zhonghuan threw the question back. Complicated? Why didn't they think of complexity when they spent money? Li Lingyun's chest rose and fell. And anyone with a discerning eye could see that he was very angry. Teacher, who do you think is more suitable to ask to collect the debt? Lu Zhonghuan's eyes were on the teacup that the eunuch had just handed to Li Lingyun. Now that the treasury is in deficit, you have to set an example. Or the royal family from top to bottom has to set an example. Suddenly, Li Lingyun looked at Lu Zhonghuan with a puzzled look. Teacher, what do you mean? Lu Zhonghuan just smiled and said nothing. And Li Lingyun understood what he meant. It is said that the emperor's face was ashen when he came out of the Empress Dowager's palace in the evening. He walked a long way, but he could still hear the shouting and cursing coming from the Empress Dowager's bedroom. What a wolf's heart. No conscience. These are no longer important. The next morning, the imperial guards and even the Jinui all came to the Prime Minister's mansion. They surrounded the Prime Minister's mansion. In the words of the people, not even a fly could fly out. Soon, heart-wrenching cries were heard from the mansion. I am the Prime Minister of the current dynasty. I am the uncle of the Emperor. Who dares to touch me? Su Yanqing, you are just a dog of the Su family. What qualifications do you have to do something to me? Unfortunately, what he said was in vain, since Li Lingyun asked the Su family to confiscate the house. They were the lineage of the current Empress Dowager. So he was determined to confiscate the house. I don't know how many boxes of rare treasures, antiques, calligraphy and paintings, and silk and satin were carried out of the Lu mansion. The people described the scene that day as if they had entered the national treasury. Even though he knew it was an exaggeration, Li Lingyun still talked about it. For a moment, the Lu family trembled. When the emperor talked about this, they dared not breathe. 3 million taels of silver were seized from a prime minister's mansion. This is unheard of. Li Lingyun was in the voice change period, and his duck voice kept circling in the palace. If it was in the usual time, someone would definitely laugh secretly. But at this time, laughing secretly was equivalent to putting your head under Li Lingyun's sword. Now the Jinui is raiding the homes of Lu's disciples. I wonder how much more silver they can seize. For me, this kind of thing can only happen once. If this happens again, the whole clan will be executed. The raid was massive and did not stop until the New Year's Eve. Finally, we have a strategy to deal with the disaster brought by the heavy snow. Teacher, do you think I am doing the right thing? At the last step, I will be the only one left. Li Lingyun's eyes were filled with sorrow. His parents were gone, and his grandmother had a grudge against him. The further he went, the harder the road would be. Your Majesty, do you know why you are also called the Lonely King? That's because when you ascend the throne, you are alone. Lu Zhonghuan suppressed the pain in his eyes and continued. Since your Majesty has chosen this path, you can only go on alone. For the country and people of the Great Zhou. Li Lingyun's eyes were dull, as if he understood, but also as if he didn't understand. Is this the path the emperor wants to take? He thought of the old man who was in his twilight years, looking at him with a loving face. At that time, he didn't understand the emotions in the emperor's eyes. But now he understands. He knows why he doesn't think highly of Li Yansheng, but still wants Li Yansheng to succeed to the throne. In his heart, he may have already determined that Li Lingyun is the future emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty. If Li Yansheng succeeds to the throne, then Li Lingyun will definitely be trained as the crown prince. However, he didn't expect Li Lingyun to succeed to the throne so soon. So soon, he embarked on the path of a lonely king. The emperor still loves him. In the emperor's family, the few loves are given to Li Lingyun. Teacher, I understand. Li Lingyun suddenly became enlightened. I will go on my own in the future. Lu Zhonghuan nodded, and finally reached this step. He finally became an emperor. Your Majesty, since you have understood this truth, you don't need me anymore. Teacher, are you afraid that I will treat you like this? Li Lingyun was like a child at this time. Teacher, I promise you that I will never do anything to you. He pulled Lu Zhonghuan's clothes and begged him. Please, teacher, don't leave. Lu Zhonghuan sighed lightly and pulled Li Lingyun's hand. Child, you have grown up. When you grow up, you don't need a teacher. You must always remember that you are a lonely king. You can only walk the road ahead by yourself. This is the price of becoming an emperor. The imperial teacher Lu Zhonghuan left the capital with his wife and daughter. They returned to the academy, and Lu Zhonghuan continued to be a teacher. Chapter 472 Looking for Trouble. Miss, someone is here to cause trouble. The gatekeeper came to report the situation. Making trouble? Lu Ying sneered. Just send him away as usual. Why do you have to tell me? The gatekeeper hesitated for a moment, and Lu Ying knew something was fishy. She sat up from the warm couch. Tell me the details. The gatekeeper told the truth. It turned out that the private school had accepted a female student named Lu Zhaodi, who was 14 years old. When she first came, Lu Ying intended to refuse. Nothing else. It was because Lu Zhaodi's family situation was a little special. She had 5 sisters, and finally got a younger brother, named Yuzu. Such families are very common, but sending them to private schools is not common. These girls will be married off when they reach the marriageable age. Even before the age, they will be married off. It is very strange for such a family to send girls to study at this age. Although Yu Jia said that as long as it is a girl, no matter how old she is, she will be accepted by the private school. Lu Ying is used to the dangers of the world, so she is wary of her. She was indeed very honest just now. So Lu Ying thought that she might have overestimated it. So she relaxed her vigilance. Who knew that not long after, Lu Zhaodi was actually involved with the teacher of the private school. How unreasonable. Lu Ying was so angry that she cursed. She cursed the words she learned in the brothel one after another. The gatekeeper scratched his ears. He followed Yu Jia in the military camp in Yunnan, and had seen all kinds of scenes. Although Yu Jia sometimes swore, he never said these words. Miss, Lu Xiaoti's family is still making a fuss at the door. What should we do? Lu Ying put on her shoes and took her cloak. I'll go and see. She had carefully selected the private school teacher, and even investigated his ancestors. If she was asked to believe that a male teacher bullied a female student, she would definitely not believe it. Yu Jia had given her so many warnings because he was afraid that such a dirty thing would happen. Who knew that it would happen right under her nose? Her solemn promises to Yu Jia seemed to have turned into sharp blades, slicing her face. How could she not be angry? Lu Ying walked forward aggressively, and the gatekeeper slowly moved behind her. There was a strange harmony. The snow was not heavy today. The gate was already full of people. When Lu Ying arrived at the gate, both sides were ready. She glanced at the other gatekeeper, whose face was covered with bruises, and it seemed that he had already started fighting. This made her even more furious. Playing such a trick in her territory was simply a show of skill before an expert. Who are Lu Xiaoti's parents? Lu Ying tied her cloak and scanned the people in front of her with sharp eyes. These people were dressed like ordinary people. That's right. Lu Ying was mocking. People with status would not bother to play such tricks. I am Lu Xiaoti's father. A man in a fur-lined rabbit fur jacket stood up. This man had a square face and a simple and honest look. And he looked like a countryman. His eyes were a little timid. And he looked like a timid person. He looked timid. But he was very bold. Uncle Lu, why are you doing this? As soon as Lu Ying said this, a thin woman with drooping eyes jumped up. The sallow and thin face was bloodless, and she looked like she had a bad influence. At first glance, it was obvious that she was Lu Xiaoti's mother. What are you talking about? Your teacher is not doing anything and bullied my daughter. You have to give us an explanation. Someone immediately echoed. Yes, give us an explanation. Let that man marry Xiaoti, or pay him money. TSK. Lu Ying gently brushed the thin snow falling on her cloak with her hand. Is that all you ask? Just pay money and it's over. Xiaoti's mother was overjoyed when she saw that her attitude was promising. Pay more. In this way, she can save money for Yaozu to build a house and marry a wife. Aunt Lu, not only do you have to pay more, but you also have to give Xiaoti a generous betrothal gift. What do you think? Xiaoti's mother was naturally happy. She didn't expect that this woman who looked difficult to deal with was so easy to talk to. She nodded immediately like a chick pecking at rice. But Lu Ying changed the subject. You also have to produce evidence to prove that my teacher bullied Xiaoti. If not, wouldn't it ruin the reputation of our private school? We were originally doing a good thing, but now it's a thankless task. Of course, if you can't produce evidence, we will also report it to the police. Hearing the word report it to the police, Xiaoti's father's face drooped even more. He quietly pulled Xiaoti's clothes from behind. Lu Ying saw all of this. Xiaoti's mother yelled at the top of her voice. Report it. Just see if my girl is a virgin. Lu Ying ignored her and turned to tell the gatekeeper to bring out the teacher involved. Girl. The gatekeeper hesitated. If the teacher came out, these people would eat him. Lu Ying shook her head. Go quickly. Where's Xiaoti? Xiaoti's mother pulled out a thin girl from behind. She was not tall, and like her father, her face was full of fear. Xiaoti, tell me what happened. I promise to give you justice. Lu Xiaoti glanced at her mother and narrated what happened in a low voice. She left the school late yesterday, so the teacher called her to the room on the pretext of checking homework. Who knew that after entering the room, the teacher touched her all over and did things that shouldn't be done while correcting homework. You are slandering me. The teacher was over 40 years old, a widower, and an old scholar. I returned home after my shift yesterday. How could I have time to come and check homework? He was so excited that he could hardly speak, and he was shaking with anger. God can see. I am a scholar. If I did this, I will ask God to strike me down. If people want to find out about you, they will not listen to your oaths. Don't be impatient. Teacher, justice is in the hearts of the people. Lu Ying signaled him not to be nervous. God will give us justice. Xiaoti, tell me, what evidence do you have that the master bullied you? Here Lu Xiaoti took out a jade pendant from her bosom. This is what the master gave me afterwards. The master looked carefully. Isn't this the jade pendant that he had lost for several days? This jade pendant is my heirloom. How could it be here with you? The master was about to reach out to take it, but was slapped by Xiaoti's mother. You are such a lecher. You admitted it before I asked you. Miss Lu Ying, what do you think we should do? Lu Ying looked at this farce coldly. The Lu family was clearly prepared. They had found out the situation in the master's family, and it seemed that they couldn't just let it go. If they didn't show everyone what would happen to them, I'm afraid this kind of thing would happen again. Chapter 473. The daylily is cold. Aunt Lu, you keep saying that your daughter was bullied by the master. Do you have any other evidence? This evidence is not enough? Zhao Di's mother put her hands on her hips. Zhao Di has taken the master's jade pendant. Can it prove that my daughter was bullied? It's obvious that you are biased. Lu Ying's face was full of kindness. Like a girl next door. Only the gatekeeper knew that this was a sign of the person she wanted to kill. Oh! In addition to this piece of evidence, is there any other evidence? After all, anyone can get the master's jade pendant. Did Zhao Di see the conspicuous features of the master? After all, Lu Ying had done such business before, and she was not shy when talking about it. Zhao Di's mother was a little flustered for a moment. In that situation, how could she still have the mind to look at any characteristics? She poked Lu Zhaodi. Don't you think so? Lu Zhaodi immediately understood. It was too dark. I didn't see it clearly. Didn't you turn on the lights when it was dark? Wouldn't you see it clearly if you turned on the lights? Lu Ying asked again and again. And Lu Zhaodi blurted out. Without turning on the lights. The room was pitch black, and I couldn't see anything. Huh? Lu Ying tilted her head, and didn't quite understand. Just now. Didn't you say that the teacher took action when checking Zhao Di's homework? How could he check the homework without turning on the lights? How come the lights are not lit in the end? After hearing this, Lu Zhaodi's relatives, and even the people who were watching the fun were talking about it. Also, you should remember which subject you were checking. Right? Tell me which subject the teacher touched you when checking. This. Lu Zhaodi hesitated, biting her lips, and looking at Zhao Di's mother. Why are you looking at me? There's homework on my face? Zhao Di's mother twisted the soft flesh on her waist without saying anything. Seeing that Lu Zhaodi couldn't say it, the teacher continued. Spring banquet. Lu Zhaodi was like seeing a savior. Yes, it's the spring banquet. But the spring banquet is today's homework. When the teacher said this, the scene fell into a strange silence again. There are so many loopholes. It sounds very stiff. Lu Ying shook her head. With such a big scene, she thought it was a powerful character. The result was that the Lu family fled with a group of relatives. Miss, do you want to cut the grass and root it out? The gatekeeper felt that something was fishy. They dared to come here to cause trouble with this method. It was clear that they had other purposes. He could understand this truth. And Lu Ying naturally guessed it. Send someone to keep an eye on this family. Sure enough, she still found the clue. The Lu family has contacts with people in the court. Of course, this middleman cannot be the big fish behind the scenes. Just some small shrimps. Even if they were small shrimps, Lu Ying would not let them go. Who are you? The man on the ground had his hands and feet tied, a rag stuffed in his mouth, and his face was flushed. The rag in his mouth was suddenly torn off, and the man immediately started to curse. The faces of several people were calm, and they just greeted their parents and ancestors. After the man vented, Lu Ying continued to ask, what is your relationship with the Lu family? The man still refused to say, looking at her with resentment. However, there was some fearlessness in this resentment, which clearly showed that he had a backer. Lu Ying was not anxious if he refused to say. Here, there were many ways to make him speak. Before midnight, news came. This man was a kitchen helper in the mansion of Yang Yinshu, a doctor in the imperial court. He was Lu Zhaodi's cousin. The reason why Lu Zhaodi's family was causing trouble was to get Xinjun into the emperor's sight. His young lady. I don't understand. Why do you want to get into the emperor's sight? Lu Ying was also a little suspicious. She was just a business person, and few people knew that Yu Jia was behind her. Why did she want to get into the emperor's sight? Jizhou City was closed at this time, and her secret letter could not be delivered at all, no matter what the reason is. Since we know what these people are thinking, we have to do the opposite. She just wanted to live a peaceful life and didn't want to cause any trouble. Miss, how can we keep a low profile? I'm afraid it's difficult. Now that the business of Xinjun is getting better and better, its reputation is getting louder and louder. Sooner or later, it will reach the ears of the emperor. They are not afraid of other things, but they are afraid that Yu Jia will be implicated. If that's the case, then I will go to the capital to find out. Lu Ying decided to go to the capital alone and must find out Yang Yunchu's purpose. Her method is also very simple. It's nothing more than doing her old business. Others scolded her for doing a dirty business. She used to think so. But the girl said that people should not belittle themselves. Besides, she has escaped from the quagmire now. Doing so is nothing more than convenience. She thought it would take some time to enter the Yang mansion. But who knew it would be so smooth? The little emperor was busy raising money. While they were singing and dancing here and talking, Lu Ying understood Yang Yunchu's intention in an instant. His goal might not be Yu Jia behind him, but the profits brought by the business in Xinjiang. If he is targeted by the little emperor, he will be skinned alive. Looking at the drunkard in front of him, Lu Ying cursed secretly. Next, Yang Yunchu's conversation with his colleagues also confirmed her thoughts. Brother Yang, we have beautiful ladies here to drink with us, while the little emperor is worried about money. If he knew, would he be so angry that he couldn't speak? Several people laughed. Wouldn't that make him a sissy? Just like that ruthless Lin Erju. Yang Yunshu picked up the wine glass and drank it. Didn't I think of a way for him? The others understood. Oh, you mean Xinjiang? When Lu Ying heard this word, her heart clicked. Yes, it's Xinjiang. This Xinjiang has a wide range of industries and makes a lot of money. Do you know what the most important thing is? He kept it a secret. And several people shook their heads to indicate that they didn't know. The person behind this Xinjiang is Lin Gongxuan. Swish. Lu Ying's hand trembled as she poured the wine. And the wine spilled on the table. This caused Yang Yunchu's dissatisfaction. And he slapped her in the face. You are such a rude person. Lu Ying immediately put down her wine glass and knelt on the ground. Yang Yunchu ignored her and continued. If we hand this handle to Lin Gongxuan, do you think the little emperor will let him go? With his own troops and money in hand, how can he allow others to sleep soundly beside his bed? So that's what he meant. The other people clapped their hands and made friends. Needless to say, they were all people who had a grudge against Lin Gongxuan. It was not as simple as coming in when escaping. Lu Ying went through a lot of trouble before returning to Xinjiang. Gather people immediately and kill this hidden danger in the cradle. Lu Ying's face was fierce. And the gatekeeper and a group of brothers saw her with such an expression for the first time. Miss, this is an official appointed by the court. Should we ask that girl for instructions? What else do you want to ask? Lu Ying stood up with a swoosh. Now Jizhou City is blocked by heavy snow. If we wait for the girl's letter, the daylily will be cold. Chapter 474, Little New Year's Eve. Considering that it was difficult to leave the capital last time, Lu Ying had to use her previous connections. She wanted to prevent this trouble. Miss Lu Ying, have you ever thought about what the consequences would be if you fail? Consequences? The light reflected by the ice crystals hit Lu Ying's beautiful face, and she was calm. Of course, it's my personal business. Whether she succeeded or not, it had nothing to do with anyone. Since she had decided this, she would not regret it. The 23rd day of the 12th lunar month was Little New Year's Eve. The capital was brightly lit, sweeping away the depressing and dull atmosphere brought by the palace coup. Everyone was in high spirits, as if after this little new year, all troubles would no longer exist. Especially the poor. They look forward to the new year. As long as the couplets are posted, the creditors will not come to collect debts. The most relaxing time is between the new year and the 15th day of the first lunar month. The capital is bustling with people, and there are more people than usual. So no one noticed anything wrong when Lu Ying and others entered the capital. We have to eat dumplings on the little new year. Who is a good person to eat tangyuan? There was another argument in the yard of the Jizhou military camp. Eat tangyuan. Our custom is to eat tangyuan. The slightly calm voice was a bit comfortable, as if he enjoyed the process. Humph! Yu Jia put his hands on his waist again. Pingyuan. If it were us, that would be the north. And the north would eat dumplings. Lin Gongxuan didn't understand what the south and north meant. He didn't understand that the dinner on the night of the little new year could be divided into the north and the south. He only knew that they had to eat glutinous rice balls and candies for offering sacrifices to the kitchen god. Seeing Yu Jia's inflated temper, like an inflated toad, Lin Gongxuan couldn't hold it anymore. Okay. I'll eat whatever you say. There was still work to do. According to Yu Jia's meaning, they had to make rice cakes, make dumplings, and steam buns. Wow! This filled up the schedule. The entire Jizhou military camp gradually became lively. Soldiers came from all over the world, and their New Year customs were different. So the New Year's Eve dinners they prepared were also different. Yu Jia ordered early in the morning that the soldiers should have a comfortable New Year. Anyway, in this weather, the Tatars would not choose to attack the city. Scouts 10 miles away took turns to stand guard, always paying attention to the news of the Tatars. Hey, do you think the Tatars will eat dumplings during the New Year? A soldier rubbed his hands and stamped his feet in one breath, and looked ahead vigilantly. Eat shit! Another soldier pouted, and found that he was covered with his face, and the other party could not see his movements. So he frowned. They are so hungry that they are almost eating grass. And they still have the leisure to make dumplings? This is not an exaggeration. Before the heavy snow, the Tatars would rob the border of food from time to time. After the heavy snow, many people will starve to death. That's good. We can't let those Tatars have a good New Year. He turned his head and looked ahead again. The snow in the distance seemed to move. Hey, Lao He, do you think the snow moved? He pointed at the protruding rocks. Not sure. Lao He looked carefully and said, What nonsense are you talking about? Could it be that he has the snow blindness that the general mentioned? And his eyes are blurry? The soldier rubbed his eyes. It's true. In the evening, the hot dumplings came out of the pot, and the soldiers gathered together. Yu Jia couldn't stand the noise, so she hid in the yard to eat dumplings. The moon came out today, and the bright moonlight sprinkled in the yard, adding some atmosphere. It's true that every festival makes people miss their families more. Lin Gongxuan went to the front to greet the soldiers, so she could relax a little. General, eat them while they're hot. The dumplings will get cold soon. Looking at the dumplings in front of her, she had no appetite. I don't know if it was her illusion, but she felt uneasy and unpredictable. Goshing, did the scouts send any news? Yes. Everything is normal. The more times like this, the more we can't be careless. The Tatars are like mad dogs now. They have no food and grass, and they will die. If they have this idea, they will die with someone else. It shouldn't be like this. When did Musling become so honest? He must have been scared by us. Li Chong held the dumplings and stuffed them into his mouth one by one. General, think about it. When he was in Nanman, he was beaten by the Nantung military camp and lost his way. When he was in Huaihu, he was beaten by General Lin and lost his way. He must have been a little scared. Yu Jia shook his head. If Mu Jialing was scared, he would not have colluded with Elisio. It is better to be careful. Let the scouts be alert and watch their movements carefully. After saying that, Yu Jia picked up the chopsticks and picked up a dumpling. Bang! Shwa! With a sound, the three stood up. This is the sound of an explosion. Is there an accident in the equipment camp? As soon as Li Chang's voice fell, a noise came from outside. No. It's the Tatars attacking the city. Immediately, Yu Jia pulled up his cloak and ran out. General, you need to wear something thicker. Who can take care of putting on clothes? The first to react was Lin Gongxuan. He immediately summoned soldiers to fight back. Helpless, the Tatars were already at the gate of the city. They were climbing up the city wall with ladders. Some of the Tatars were banging on the door. Yu Jia's footsteps did not slow down, and he even fell several times. General Lin, the Tatars are attacking the city. The city guard staggered and rushed towards Yu Jia. Seeing her was like seeing his own father. What should we do? It was indeed tricky. Most of the soldiers of the Great Zhou dynasty had not yet entered the state. What Yu Jia was concerned about was when did the Tatars become so clever? Even if they had small explosives, how could they blow up the city? Don't worry, sir. They are just having a last gasp. The city keeper choked, not knowing how to understand this last gasp. Yu Jia didn't care how he understood it. City keeper, let the people in the city move immediately. The city keeper hurriedly asked his men to inform the people. Go Sheng, go get my long knife. Today is the New Year's Eve. The soldiers are eating and drinking well. I have to let my knife see blood. Li Chong, notify the equipment battalion to move out the explosives. The vanguard battalion and the cavalry battalion had already been under the leadership of Lin Gongxuan, and they were on high alert. Now it's up to the equipment camp. Zheng Chuanqi was unambiguous and emptied the goods in the warehouse. Although the Tatars came fiercely, they could only resist for a short time. Or maybe this was their vanguard, coming to test the enemy's strength. No matter how they attacked, Yu Jia would hit them hard. If they were allowed to go back, there would be big trouble. When Yu Jia climbed up Jizhou City, the Tatars had not yet attacked the city. seeing that she was wearing thin clothes. Lin Gongxuan immediately put his cloak on her without saying anything. The wind is strong on the wall. You hurry down. Yu Jia shook his head. These mad dogs. I'm going to teach them a lesson. General. We are all ready. Chapter 475. Too far from victory. Lin Gongxuan turned around and saw Li Chong and a group of soldiers eager to try. What are they holding? Tornado. Yu Jia was very proud. Unlike torpedoes, which need to trigger a mechanism, she incorporated the wisdom of the martyrs into it and made a simple torpedo. As long as it is hit by gravity, it will explode. Tornado? How to use it? Lin Gongxuan wanted to take one to see, but Yu Jia refused directly. General Lin. Just watch. Li Chong also laughed. General Lin. Today I will show you how this torpedo can blow the Tartars into mud. He was the first to go out and threw a thunder bomb at the Tartars, who were busy attacking the city below the tower. With a bang, the thunder bomb exploded on the ground and immediately hit 2 Tartars. Then the rest of the soldiers rushed to throw thunder bombs, and bright flowers bloomed on the ground. In fact, the power of this thunder bomb is not very great. It can only hit 2 people at most at a time. In this regard, Yu Jia naturally has concerns. In this way, seeing the power of thunder bombs, the Tartars fled in all directions. Everyone was immersed in joy, and Go Sheng ran over in a panic. General. It's bad. The Tartars blew up our military camp. What? Yu Jia coughed repeatedly. What's going on? Let's not talk about how clever the Tartars are to invent such powerful explosives. How did they get so many explosives? The northern desert is full of grasslands. How did they get the materials? The materials needed for these explosives are only available in the Great Zhou and the Uyghurs. Could it be that Mu Shura has hooked up with Mu Zhaoling again? She had no time to think about it, so she could only withdraw troops to guard the Jizhou military camp. After the Great Zhou soldiers drove away the Tartars around the military camp, Yu Jia sat in the simple tent in silence. Let's build a yard next spring. Lin Gongxuan comforted her. Build it bigger than this. Even Go Sheng and Li Chong thought she was sad about the yard. Yu Jia shook his head. How many soldiers were lost this time? Although the Tartars were driven away, their explosives caused countless casualties to the soldiers of the Great Zhou. Go Sheng did not dare to speak. Yu Jia knew the seriousness of the matter. She closed her eyes, and when she opened them, she was already full of murderous intent. Go Sheng. You call Zheng Chuanqi. Go Sheng took the order and left the tent, and Lin Gongxuan sat down next to Yu Jia. He knew the seriousness of the matter. Li Chong was affected by the atmosphere, and was also full of murderous intent. Damn Tartars. General. You called me? Zheng Chuanqi came to the tent and saluted. Yu Jia stared at him intently, thinking of the information she had seen before. Old Zheng. What is your relationship with Liang Shuqi? The panic in Zheng Chuanqi's eyes flashed, and then he returned to normal in an instant. General. Are you asking about the former Minister of War? What can we care about him? He is a third-rank official. Yu Jia laughed. So I was wrong? Old Zheng. Old Zheng. You said before that your family died at the hands of the Tartars. Is it true or did you make it up? Zheng Chuanqi was furious in an instant. General. How can you not believe me? It's not that I don't want to believe you. It's what you did that betrayed you. Yu Jia supported Lin Gongxuan's shoulders and stood up. I thought you were talented but not appreciated, so I gave you a chance. In the end, you turned out to be the one the emperor was spying on me. Oh, I should say the former prince's man. Yu Jia showed an aggressive momentum and walked towards Zheng Chuanqi. You and Liang Shuqi were both the former prince's men. After the former prince died, you naturally followed the emperor to serve. No wonder everyone else was suspected by the emperor. But I wasn't. I originally thought that the emperor trusted me. But who knew he actually had spies in the Jizhou military camp? I'm asking you, is that right? After these words, Zheng Chuanqi was speechless. The general is right. I am the emperor's man. Also pass some news to the emperor. He bowed his head and looked at Yu Jia seriously. But I didn't say anything bad about the general. Oh, you didn't say anything bad about me. Yu Jia signaled Li Chong to get ready. But you provided the secret recipe and raw materials of explosives to Yi Laishio. Boom. With a sound, Zheng Chuanqi's head seemed to be blown up. General. You? What he wanted to say was, how did you know? But he couldn't say it. He looked at his boss, who was determined to promote him. feeling a little guilty and a little annoyed. In an instant, this man actually shed tears. He knelt on the ground and cried bitterly. General, it's my fault. I was greedy for money. I did something wrong. Yu Jia felt a little tired, and her body gradually softened. Suddenly, she fell into a warm embrace. This embrace gave her strength, and she straightened up with a breath. He Laishio bribed you with money? Zheng Chuanqi did not deny it. He told the truth. It turned out that he was a branch of Liang Shuqi, and this branch was very distant. It was so distant that it could not even be named Liang. He grew up in the border since he was a child, and his parents were also killed by the Tartars. Before their family was killed, they all worked for Liang Shuqi, or it could be said that they worked for Li Yinsheng. Even so, their lives were very difficult. He could only live on the meager rewards from his superiors. Recently, Zheng Chuanqi met a girl outside and wanted to have a child. The worst of the 3 unfilial acts is not having a son. He couldn't let the incense be cut off here. But having a son requires money. How can you do it without money? At this time, He Laishio appeared. He promised to give Zheng Chuanqi a large sum of money, which Zheng Chuanqi had never seen in his life. Zheng Chuanqi had been hesitating until he was rejected by Yu Jia countless times to experiment with large explosives weapons. He finally made up his mind. He wanted to finish the work he had not completed in the Jizhou military camp. In this way, he agreed to He Laishio's deal, and gave He Laishio the formula and raw materials of large explosives. This large explosive is an enlarged version of the mine. Right? It was because of this that Yu Jia believed that Zheng Chuanqi was a traitor. Zheng Chuanqi nodded. Yu Jia sighed, and Renlin Gongxuan helped him sit on the chair. Zheng Chuanqi, you are confused. We will have a war with the Tatars after all. After the war, it will be a peaceful and prosperous era. You can apply to leave the Jizhou military camp at that time. There will be some subsidies at that time. You are too impatient. Zheng Chuanqi raised his head suddenly, his eyes shining. General, I am a person. An ordinary person. People have desires. I also want to start a family and live an ordinary life. I know we have a war with the Tatars, but I don't have the confidence to defeat the Tatars. You are a general, so you naturally think about victory. But this victory is too far away from us soldiers. Chapter 476, Meeting an Old Friend. General, you don't understand how hard it is for us little people to live. How dare you? Lin Gongxuan saw that Yu Jia's face was getting worse and worse, so he scolded her. Li Chang immediately kicked Zheng Chuanqi. Lin Gongxuan shook his sleeves and continued. You said you are a little person, and it is hard for you. Little do you know that the general has a harder life than you. The lives of the soldiers in the Jizhou military camp depend on her, and the lives of the people in Jizhou also depend on her. Have you ever thought about what would happen to her if the Tatars succeeded today? Even if she didn't die in the hands of the Tatars, she would be sentenced to death by the court. Then she will die for you. Not satisfied with what he said, Lin Gongxuan went up and kicked Zheng Chuanqi. The latter immediately spat out blood and fell to the ground. You are such a selfish person. You actually killed your benefactor just to marry a wife. What is your intention? Zheng Chuanqi coughed up blood foam. General, I know I was wrong. Yu Jia couldn't bear to see the scene, and spat out a mouthful of blood in anger. Lin Gongxuan's eyes were bloodshot when he saw this. Come here. Zheng Chuanqi colluded with foreign enemies, and caused the death of his compatriots. Take him out and beat him to death. Yu Jia didn't say anything to stop him, and Zheng Chuanqi didn't beg for mercy. Soon, a muffled voice of forbearance was heard outside the tent. Soon, there was no movement. Jia, are you okay? Lin Gongxuan hugged Yu Jia and wanted to call Lao Xia. Yu Jia shook his head. For now, we have to quickly develop more powerful explosives. Only in this way can we control the harm caused by large explosives. The Jizhou military camp has been damaged by explosives, and the soldiers of the Jizhou military camp can only build temporary military tents. You don't need to worry about this. Lin Gongxuan wiped the blood from the corner of Yu Jia's lips with his hand, feeling heartbroken. Since Zheng Chuanqi secretly provided materials to the Tartars, the quantity would not be large. After the siege today, I'm afraid their inventory is running low. Yu Jia thought about it, and felt that what Lin Gongxuan said made sense. She couldn't develop explosives anymore. The Jizhou military camp ended at a painful price. In fact, it was just a defeat. The number of casualties in Dezhou far exceeded that of Bayamo. Ha ha ha. Brother Mu. Today's battle has relieved my anger for many days. You are a great hero. I toast you a glass. He Lixiao held the glass with both hands and drank it down. Mu Xiaoling slowly picked up the wine glass. And there was some inexplicable emotion in his dark green pupils. Brother He Lai. There is no need to say more. As long as I can seriously injure Lin Erju, I will do anything. This time, thanks to the explosive shipped by Zheng Chuanqi. After this battle, are there not many explosives left? This is also a headache for the two. Explosives are powerful, and they can only seriously injure the Jizhou military camp. If this method can be continued, the capture of Jizhou city is just around the corner. I will contact Zheng Chuanqi again in the evening to see if he can provide more. He Lixiao mentioned Zheng Chuanqi with contempt. The people of Dezhou are short-sighted and only focus on the immediate interests. A little favor can win people's hearts. Such a country will perish sooner or later. Report. General. We found that the Tatars came to the border quietly. Yu Jia's eyes were stern. Are they going to attack the city again? You came just in time. This time, Grandpa will make sure they come and never come back. The scout was a little surprised. General. 2 of them came. This further ignited Yu Jia's anger. Immediately, anger rose from his chest. What do you mean? They won a victory in the daytime. And they look down on us? What are the 2 of them doing here? Fighting? After thinking about it, Yu Jia finally understood one thing. Are they here to find someone? The scout remembered the sneaky look of the 2 men. It seemed so. That makes sense. Yu Jia felt relieved. Go and call General Lin. And ask him to come with me. Jia. It's freezing cold. Where are you going to take me to talk about love? Yu Jia's head popped on Lin Gongxuan's head. I think you are dreaming. Come with me to do business. 2 Tatars were sneaking around the border. Do you think Zheng Chuanqi received our message? Another person looked forward tremblingly. He should have received it. Didn't he come in this way in the past? Here we go! 3 figures came in the snowy sky. The one in front was about the same size as Zheng Chuanqi. So he should be Zheng Chuanqi. The 2 behind were tall and strong, carrying something on their shoulders. Seeing the 3 people, the 2 Tatars were delighted. They were indeed spineless people of the Great Zhou. They were so eager to die. When the few people met, Zheng Chuanqi did not say anything, and asked the other 2 to put down the things on their shoulders, and stretched out his hand to the Tatars. One of the Tatars took out silver from his chest with contempt and put it in the hands of Zheng Chuanqi. You came a little late today. If Yu Jia hadn't covered her face and worn a thick felt hat, her eyes would have killed the 2 men. In order to be in line with Zheng Chuanqi, she led the 2 men away without saying a word. Erju, if it were normal times, I would tear the 2 men into pieces, Li Chong said as he pulled the felt hat on his head, pulling it tighter and tighter. Finally, he simply ignored it. Why are you panicking? We still have to rely on these 2 people to eliminate the Tatars. Erju is right. Lin Gongxuan took over the conversation, and he pulled off the cloth covering his face. Gasping for breath, they will soon feel the power of the explosives. After the 2 Tatars returned to the Beima camp, He Lixiao checked the explosives first. Unlike before, the color was a little darker, but it was still the same stuff. Go and ask the equipment battalion to use it on the trolley. This will inevitably consume explosives. General, should we save some explosives? These are all trump cards, and Musling doesn't want to reveal his trump card so soon. What to save? This time is a decisive battle. He wants to throw these explosives into Jizhou City. The only difference from the past is that these explosives are either exploded in the warehouse or exploded on the trolley during the experiment. Most of the people who knew how to make explosives were dead. He Lixiao checked the explosives again and found that they were all there. This could only be caused by improper operation. They worshipped the remaining explosives like ancestors. But they still couldn't stop the explosion. By the time of the next siege, they had lost more than 100 soldiers. There was not much explosives left. The army once again approached the city, and Yu Jia sat on the city wall, seeing the big flag with the word Lin fluttering in the wind. Mu Xiaoling was so angry that his teeth itched. This was the first time the 2 had met since the Yunnan military camp. Mu Xiaoling, I didn't expect us to meet here. Yu Jiayun used all his strength and shouted at the top of his voice. What's more, I didn't expect you to be so shameless and want to rely on others. Chapter 477 Disappearing out of thin air. Heroes are never asked where they came from. Even if I am in the abyss now, I will be able to soar into the sky one day. Muzzling waved his hand, signaling the Tatars to attack from the left. Yu Jia, who was on the city wall, saw Muzzling's movements clearly. However, she was helpless. She could only delay time as much as possible, allowing the people to evacuate and the soldiers in the city to prepare. Once the city was broken, they had to be ready for a desperate battle. She looked up at the dark sky. What was rare was that the snow stopped and a ray of light appeared in the sky. The heavy snow blocked the door. The news could not be spread, and the reinforcements from the court could not come in. They could only rely on the 40,000 soldiers in the Jizhou military camp and the 30,000 people in the city to resist. Jizhou is close to Guangdong, and she has sent a large force to seek support from Shanghai. However, all the efforts were in vain, and there was no news. I don't know if we can get through this difficult time. General Mu, why are you so anxious? Are you afraid that we are cheating? Hearing Yu Jia's teasing tone, Mu Xiaoling didn't buy it. Let the soldiers speed up. Lin urged you. Are you stalling for time? Yu Jia was not annoyed when her thoughts were exposed. She went down the tower and rode Xiaobai out of the city gate. Li Chong followed behind her. Mu Xiaoling, we are old acquaintances. How can we be worthy of knowing each other for so long if we don't exchange pleasantries? She was smiling, with red lips and white teeth, which made Muzzling dazzled for a moment. Or maybe he saw another person through Lin Erju. How is it possible? Muzzling shook his head. She was the ruler of a country now. How could she be here? Lin Erju, are you really not afraid that I will expose your identity here? Let your soldiers see that you are not a man, but a real woman. Yu Jia laughed. They already knew that I am not a man. Why are you provoking it here? After a winter of recuperation, Yu Jia's skin color became much whiter. Or maybe it was because of physical reasons. It was always pale. The soldiers may just think that she was injured at the root and had no characteristics. How could the people who dealt with her hide it? In fact, Yu Jia had never thought of hiding it until today. As long as he could lead Jizhou City to drive out the Tatars and win, who would care whether the general was a man or a woman? A great man once said that a cat that can catch mice is a good cat. Who would care whether it is a white cat or a black cat? These are just additional conditions on its metal seal. They are sufficient and unnecessary conditions. Yu Jia was very relieved that the knowledge she learned in the previous era had not been completely forgotten. Thinking of this, she looked at the Musa mausoleum in front of her and became displeased again. She said in a vicious voice, "It's you, Muzzling. You are a man. Why do you do such an unmanly thing? You can defect to another country today, and you can defect again tomorrow." How could He Laishio not understand this truth? Muzzling understood Yu Jia's implication. As she said, He Laishio was indeed wary of him. He usually determined the battle plan and then notified Muzzling. And his subordinates were very disrespectful to Muzzling, although he called him sir. In his heart, he was full of contempt. But what does it matter? He, Muzzling, has fallen from a favored son of heaven to a prisoner. What is more important than making him lose his reputation? Now, as long as he can make those who hurt him pay the price, he will do it. Don't stir up trouble here. If you were me, you might not do better than me. I'm afraid you would have been crying and looking for a man long ago. You old bastard. Li Chong was so angry that he cursed. Yu Jia laughed. You have done this before. Don't you have to rely on women to survive? Oh. She touched her head pretending to be distressed. But now, don't you also rely on men? Her expression was ambiguous. And she winked. Mu Xiaoling was so angry that he almost couldn't breathe. Lin Erju, who are you being sarcastic about? Who relies on men? I'm not the higher next to you. Yu Jia felt that the big knife in his hand was about to be suppressed. How can you think wrongly? I didn't say that you rely on men in any way. It's really a case of trying to cover up the truth. Mu Xiaoling felt his eyes were about to burst. He didn't want to argue with Yu Jia anymore, because he couldn't win anyway. The left army has begun to prepare. Yu Jia's eyes gradually became colder. It seems that Mu Xiaoling, this old guy, is not going to follow the moral code of the martial arts. Today, either you die or I live. Yu Jia clenched the long knife in his hand and prepared to swing it at Mu Xiaoling. Woo! The soldiers on the city wall suddenly sounded the drums. And Yu Jia suddenly stopped what he was doing and turned his horse to gallop towards the city gate. Mu Xiaoling looked at Yu Jia, who was ferocious just now, and now ran as fast as a rabbit, and was very puzzled. The snow and mud splashed by the horses of Yu Jia and Li Chong fell on the ground. which was very conspicuous. Attack the city. What is puzzling is that the two people in front did not close the city gate after entering the city. Lin Erju. You are playing the empty city plan in front of me? Mu Xiaoling sneered and raised his hand. Go and explore. A small group of totters cautiously went to the city gate. Half an incense stick later, these people came back at a gallop. My lord, there is no one in the city. Impossible, Muzzling shouted. It was now icy and snowy, and the gates were blocked by heavy snow. Not to mention the soldiers. Where could the people stay? Where could 40,000 soldiers and 30,000 people hide? Search for me. Dig 3 feet deep to find these people. Muzzling rode into the city and searched for people one by one. After a round like this, he did not find anyone. However, he found that the objects that the people usually use disappeared. Even the iron pot on the earthen stove was taken away, and the marks were still new. Muzzling touched the ash on the stove and immediately ordered the soldiers to search around. Even if they moved, they could not run far. His deputy general was Elishio's confidant, but he disagreed with this. Sir, where can we find people in this icy and snowy place? Cynical and contemptuous. The people driven away by the Zhou kingdom were actually giving him orders here. He didn't even look at his own weight. Muzzling naturally knew that these people looked down on him. Those who achieve great things don't care about trivial matters. He suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, We can't let go of any clues. And we can't let go of anyone. Thank you. The latter sentence was almost gnashing his teeth. Seeing Muzzling give in, the adjutant felt very proud. Since the Lord said so. Brothers, follow me. There was no trace on the snow around. And they turned around and came back. No trace was found. It's strange. These 70,000 people disappeared out of thin air. Chapter 478. Not too stupid. In fact, if they were more careful and explored the forest along the way, they would see smoke coming out of cooking here. But it was not on the ground, but underground. The soldiers and civilians did not go far. They were still in Jizhou City. The method changed from above ground to underground. Since Yu Jia took over the Jizhou military camp, this fortification has been going on. It was really a big blow to her when the city was destroyed. 100,000 civilians. A full 100,000 civilians died at the hands of the enemy. If there were tunnels at the beginning, let alone living in them, if they could be transferred from them, the civilians would not be so miserable. The tunnel is now very wide. You can walk, sleep, and cook in it. On weekdays, all the things of each household have been moved underground. So this time, they can hide in the tunnel for a while. However, hiding is not Yujia's ultimate goal. She has to defeat the enemy through the tunnel. So, the 40,000 soldiers also went down the tunnel. The tunnel is very wide, winding all the way into the mountains and forests. Now the people are in the tunnels in the mountains and forests. The soldiers are also in the tunnels of Jizhou City, and even the Jizhou military camp. Originally, Yu Jia was worried that it would be a very difficult thing for the people to give up their homes. However, she underestimated the determination of the soldiers and the people. Since the order to relocate was issued, the people have come to Yu Jia one after another, expressing their willingness to relocate and want to fight the enemy. Isn't this what a certain leader said about the unity of the army and the people? It seems that the shadow brought to the people by the destruction of the city before is indelible. She naturally agreed with pleasure, and formulated a battle strategy. It was still her original style, running away if she couldn't win. It was incredible that the people in the city disappeared out of thin air. Elishio ordered the soldiers to occupy Jizhou City. This victory without any soldiers made him a little flustered. Brother Mu, are you sure there is no one in the city? Elishio still couldn't believe it. Yes, we have searched everywhere. Unless they go to heaven and earth. There is no other way. Mu Xiaoling was a little annoyed. He still didn't trust him. The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener took it seriously. To the sky and the earth? Elishio pondered over this sentence carefully. And suddenly, his eyes lit up. They are underground. How is it possible? Mu Xiaoling couldn't believe it. How could so many people be moved underground? If they could go underground, wouldn't Jizhou City collapse? We can't miss any possibility. Brother Mu, take people to find it. Although Mu Xiaoling was very reluctant, he didn't refute it, and led people back to Jizhou City. After searching for a while, he really found something. Some clues were found at the entrance of a civilian cellar. There were many messy footprints here, and they disappeared when they reached the place full of radishes and cabbages. It was obvious that they were hiding here. Come on. Take all these radishes and cabbages away. He wanted to see if these rats had gone in. After all the vegetables on top were removed, the entrance was found. Muzzling was overjoyed and hurriedly asked the soldiers to go down. In a moment, the soldiers' screams were heard. Muzzling was delighted. So it was true that they were hiding underground. There were so many people in the city. It was impossible that there was only one hole. The fact was just as he thought. Entrances were also found in other places. But just like when they were first discovered, everyone who went down died. General, there is clearly someone holding a gun down there. The enemy is in the open, and we are in the dark. It's hard to start. The deputy general was miserable. He had already lost many men for this. It's hard to start. But we have to start. Elisha was furious. Since he had found the cave entrance, could he let go of this clue? They had many people, so it wouldn't be noticeable if they died. As long as there was a breakthrough, he didn't care. The Tatars went down the cave entrance one after another, and people died one after another. Now the Tatars were a little scared when they saw the cave entrance. The people in the cave were elusive, which made them miserable. They didn't even find the cave entrance today, but they found it at the head of the bed tomorrow. The Tatars no longer had the excitement they had when they first discovered the cave, and were left with only fear. The order was issued from above that if they found a cave entrance, they had to go down. Going down would kill them. Everyone would be afraid. Some cave entrances had people in them, and some were just traps. For a moment, there was nothing they could do. Explosives. Get explosives. Elisha wanted to use explosives to blow up the cave entrance. Anyway, the raw materials for explosives were all over the territory of Dezhou. This time, they really got some results. Finally, a place collapsed. Several Dezhou soldiers were pulled out from inside. Tell me, what is going on down there? Elisha personally interrogated them. The soldiers were covered with dirt and snow mud. They said nothing. You are indeed a man of integrity. This general likes such a man of integrity. Come here. Torture him. The soldiers looked calm, and finally reached this point. Yu Jia once said that if he was captured, he might be tortured. Even if he couldn't stand the punishment and opened his mouth, he still said die in the end. Since he would die sooner or later, he would die more meaningfully. If he committed suicide after being captured, the pension would be twice that of ordinary casualties. It's not that Yu Jia advocated suicide, but that she didn't believe in human nature. Before the torture instruments were put on, these soldiers bit their tongues and committed suicide. Elisha was confused. What's going on? What's going on? These people were too afraid of the massacre. And the scene at that time was simply horrible. If they could do something for this battle, they would be happy to do it. The collapsed place was sealed, and explosives were buried from other places. Since the Tatars can use explosives, Yu Jia can also. The first wave of active sneak attacks is over, and the next is a real battle. The soldiers of the Great Zhou will choose to fight at night. During the day, the Tatars searched with all their strength, and they were exhausted at night. They were tired. But the soldiers of the Great Zhou were not tired, because they were on a shift system. The soldiers who resisted during the day could go to sleep at night. This time, soldiers and civilians came out of the cave. After all, the people are familiar with the city, and they can leave the soldiers to fight. After coming up, it was a real fight. These are all the elite troops of the Great Zhou, composed of the Vanguard Battalion and the Cavalry Battalion. Li Chang was eager to go up, but was stopped by Yu Jia. It's just a small fight now. You can't get enough of it. Wait until the main force is attracted. Then it will be a bloody battle. The mixed soldiers achieved good results in the evening. They stole the formula of explosives. This is what Zheng Chuanqi gave to Tatar before, along with the explosives. Yu Jia took it and saw the difference. The front is normal. Only one item, which is also the most critical one, is heavier than the formula of the Great Zhou. This is also the reason why Tatar explosives frequently expose themselves. It seems that Zheng Chuanqi still has a backhand, which is exactly the same as the explosives given by Yu Jia. You are not too stupid. Chapter 479. Start fighting. Since the Tatars have already figured out their direction, there is no need to hide it. The most common information on the Tatar side every day is where the soldiers of the Great Zhou appear, where civilians appear, where casualties occur. After working non-stop for several days, they are suffering terribly, and have not gotten any benefits. The people of the Great Zhou are too cunning. How can they be cunning? The Tatars must be severely damaged. The Tatars' food and grass had already been used up, and they had originally planned to come to Jizhou City to grab as much as possible. Who knew that these civilians would leave them some rotten cabbage and rotten radishes? It's better than nothing. These rotten cabbages and radishes eventually went into their stomachs. But how can eating just this be enough? Marching and fighting are all physical work. Without eating dry rice, there is no strength at all. A small group of Tatars walked over. Boss, let's take a break. This is not something a human should do. A soldier threw down his scimitar and sat on the ground. No more. No more. No energy. Get up. A soldier who looked like a leader scolded. The soldier looked up, and he really couldn't bear it anymore. Boss, look at my face. It's green from hunger. Can we be quiet for a while? With a swish, the soldier's head fell to the ground and rolled on the ground, looking at the head covered with snow and with eyes wide open. The others were so scared that they quickly straightened their bodies. The leader slowly put away his long sword. Whoever disturbs the morale of the army here again will end up like him. The crowd dared not delay any longer and followed the leader forward. Going forward, there was the dense forest. The forest was nothing to them, but they were afraid of the snow that was over their waists. The forest was not as flat as the land, and any potholes could kill people. At this moment, the others hesitated. Well, leader, do we still want to move forward? The leader hesitated a little. He had been working non-stop for the past few days, and even a god would get tired sometimes. Besides, most of the time they returned empty-handed. If they rashly moved forward at this time, it would be even more uneconomical to risk their lives. He pursed his lips, looked at the endless snow, and decided to give up. Go back. If they walked 2 miles inside, they would see less and less snow. Going further inside, they could see a few children playing and fighting in the open space. They could also see ordinary people chatting together. The people lived normally in the mountains and forests, and the smoke from the stove melted the snow on the ground. The scout saw the team walking away, so he slid down from the tree. What a pity. We were just a little bit away from closing the door and beating the dog. The war in the city intensified, and the Baima soldiers even received seemingly absurd orders. They were going to dig 3 feet deep into the ground of Jizhou City. Isn't this a waste of manpower? A thin soldier muttered. Another man slapped him on the head. You don't want to live? You do whatever I tell you to do. So the Tatars assigned some more soldiers to dig the ground. General, they don't need explosives. It's time to dig the ground. Yu Jia rubbed his ears. Chang, you don't have to be so loud. I can hear you. Li Chang looked a little lonely, and suddenly grinned again. Hey, aren't you worried that you can't hear clearly underground? In fact, Yu Jia's hearing has gradually declined. She seldom vomited blood recently, but the functions of her 5 senses were gradually declining. The side effects of the 5 elements powder were becoming more and more serious. Yu Jia stood up while moving her stiff hands and feet. Since we have already dug the ground, the Tatars can do nothing to us. There was something wrong with the formula of the explosives in Baima. If they were used rashly again, not only would the soldiers of the Great Zhou be blown up, but their own people would be killed. He Laishio decisively decided not to use explosives. This relieved a lot of pressure for the Great Zhou. Yu Jia's pressure was also relieved a lot. Pass the order down. Let Xiao Shiming and Xian Jihao put the battlefield on the ground. The order was gradually passed down, and the two quickly received the order, breaking up the whole into small pieces and dispersing the forces of the 2 camps. This way, the Tatars can be attacked more accurately. Seeing that the main force of the army has received the order, Wu Buang, the newly appointed lieutenant of the infantry battalion, is eager to try. General, please give the order. What do you need us to do? Yu Jia stared at the man in front of her and remembered the arrogant figure. She shook her head and drove the figure out of her mind. Seeing her like this, Wu Buang was a little anxious. He shouted at the top of his voice. Why don't you let me go? Infantry is most suitable for naked fighting. Afraid that Yu Jia didn't believe in his own strength, he pulled the jacket on his body. Hey, please be quiet for a while. Li Chang hurriedly held his hand. Listen to what the general says. Wu Buang was panting and staring at Yu Jia. General, please say something. Yu Jia coughed twice. Please give me a chance. It's not that I don't allow you to take action. You should fight with the people's representatives on weekdays. Let's listen to their battle plan. What battle plan can they have? They are scared to death when they see the Tartars. The leader of the people on the side almost attacked him. Go Shun grabbed the leader, who was over 50 years old. Calm down. Calm down. The leader snorted coldly and calmed down. What the general said is unreasonable. If it weren't for us ordinary people a few days ago, I'm afraid the general would have died in the city. This is true. Everyone thought that the people were familiar with the situation in the city. With some fear of the Tartars. They had high hopes for them. Who knew that they were more comfortable in the tunnels than the soldiers? They saved the soldiers from danger several times. This is the family of soldiers and civilians. Better than gold everywhere. Yu Jiao laughed. Li Chang's forehead jumped a few times. What is going on? Wu Buang. Don't underestimate the power of the masses. Water can carry a boat, but it can also overturn it. With the support of the people, we will be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. The result of the discussion was that the soldiers of the Great Zhou attracted the attention of the enemy, and the people took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. The people's fighting power was weak, so if they couldn't win, they would run away. A new round of war began, and it was still carried out at night. The Tartars had been digging the ground for a day and were exhausted. As soon as I lay down on the bed, I heard noises. There was a low voice outside the door. Are the Tartars asleep? If they are, let's go eat chicken legs and big elbows. The people in the room were shocked when they heard this. Not to mention chicken legs and big elbows. They can also eat cornmeal dumplings. Several people got out of bed quickly and ran out. Only after seeing this did they realize that they had been fooled. One of them was very alert and shouted loudly. The Great Zhou is attacking. Several people started fighting. The soldiers of the Great Zhou fought and retreated. And the shouting and fighting sounds instantly spread like a fire. Chapter 480. Back to the original state after many twists and turns. Unlike the past, this time the fight and run strategy was cancelled. The two sides fought several battles. There were wins and losses. After returning, Yu Jia held a summary meeting. What do you think is the reason for the failure? The Tartars were obviously out of ammunition and food, and their strength was greatly reduced. But the Great Zhou still couldn't win. Wu Buang saw the others hesitating and hesitating. So he stood up. What are you afraid of? Isn't it just that the Tartars have more people than us? This is to the point. The number of Tartars is twice the number of soldiers and civilians of the Great Zhou. Otherwise, Yu Jia would not have initiated the final strategy. In the past, the Jizhou military camp was still fearless. Knowing that the Tartars were coming, she wanted to find reinforcements as soon as possible. Old Wu is right. There are too many Tartars. The number of Tartars killed unexpectedly underground is about 20,000. This strategy has never stopped. But apart from the 20,000, there are still 120,000 Beima soldiers. Silence circulated around everyone again. Seeing their decadent appearance, Yu Jia cleared his throat. What are you doing? We still have people. So why are you starting to get depressed? General Lin. What do you think? Lin Gongxuan, who was standing aside, looked serious. He looked at Yu Jia and then glanced at everyone. Our small number of people is a weakness, but also an advantage. Breaking up the whole into small pieces makes it easier to attack the enemy. I believe everyone has seen it. Next, you just need to give your life on the battlefield. General Lin and I will take care of the rest. Yu Jia tilted her head and looked at Lin Gongxuan, frowning. What nonsense is this? After the people left, Yu Jia pulled Lin Gongxuan with doubts. What are you up to? Do you really have a solution? Lin Gongxuan shook his head. No way. They have too many people. It has become a dead end. Is there really no other way? Yu Jia didn't believe it would come to this, and tears continued to well up in her eyes. In the end, they still can't escape the fate of massacre. No! Lin Gongxuan took Yu Jia's hand and held it tightly. We may die, but the people must live. Yu Jia looked up at Lin Gongxuan with tears in her eyes. We will die, but how can the people live if we die? Now that the war has moved to the ground, they have become lambs to be slaughtered. We are lambs, but we are also poisonous lambs. Lin Gongxuan raised his hand and kissed Yu Jia's hand. If they are hungry, let them eat. If they eat, they will vomit and have diarrhea and then go to hell. This is really a helpless solution. As a general, she cannot be so pessimistic. She must be able to sit still and keep calm. After Lin Gongxuan's words, The morale of the soldiers of the Great Zhou dynasty was high, and they took the initiative to attack again and again. The principle that everyone adheres to is that since they have come here, they must gain something. The gain is to take down some Tatar heads. A bet was set up in the camp for this. Bet on who can beat more Tatars. Yu Jia knew about this, but did not stop it. After each fight, Wu Boyong's voice was the loudest. Ha ha ha. Give me the cake. Hurry up. What are you doing? Do you want to default on your debt? Grandpa tells you. There is no way. Yu Jia got used to it every time. Wu Boyong's voice was loud enough for her to hear clearly. But one day, this loud voice suddenly disappeared. Yu Jia thought she had completely lost her hearing. So she went to Li Chang to try and found that she could still make do. Why didn't I hear Wu Boyong's boasting today? Li Chang's eyes quickly turned red, and he sobbed twice, holding back his sobs. General. Captain Wu died for his country. Yu Jia was stunned. Wu Boyong was stabbed through by a dozen Tatars with scimitars. When he was carried back, he fell countless times because the ground was slippery, and he was no longer human. There were many casualties on the battlefield, and Yu Jia thought she was used to it. Oh! He was buried with honor. Ask the military advisor to check his registered place and prepare some silver and money. Send it to his family in the spring. This time Li Chang couldn't hold it anymore, and he burst into tears. General, you forgot that the military advisor has. Yu Jia looked up blankly, and it seemed a little dim in front of her eyes. A little hazy. That's right. Lu Kuifeng had already died when the Tatars attacked the Jizhou military camp. He killed 2 Tatars with his weak body. Yu Jia raised her hand and lowered her head. Oh! Oh! Look at my memory. The toxicity of the 5 elements powder is really strong. It made her forget such a sad thing. Then, tell Neodaner to remember to give Wu Boyong's family a pension. She couldn't remember things, so she had to let someone reliable remember them. Li Chang took the order and left quietly. His vision became increasingly blurry, as if a warm liquid was sliding down his cheeks. It was as if he had fallen into a warm embrace. Do you want to eat something? They dug up a hibernating rabbit. Let's make you spicy rabbit meat. Do you want to eat something? Spicy? No thanks. It doesn't matter whether you eat or not. You can't taste anything. Yu Jia shook her head and tried to wipe her nose. No thanks. I'm not hungry. By the way, bastard, how many soldiers have we lost so far? After a moment of silence, Lin Gongxuan said, 5,000. Yu Jia's heart skipped a beat. It was not a small amount. She was still hesitating. Bad boy. Do you think I did something wrong? Lin Gongxuan naturally knew what she was talking about. No. You just don't want to be massacred again. Yu Jia nestled in his arms at ease. This bad boy Lin was good. He always knew what she was thinking. Then if I do it again, will people in the future scold me? How could that happen? Lin Gongxuan gently combed her hair. You are doing this for the people of Jizhou City. If it's not the Tatars who die this time, it has to be them. As long as you succeed, no one will scold you. Yu Jia sat up slowly, as if she had made an important decision. Pass the order. Everyone evacuates from the ground near Jizhou City. Retreat to the forest. She pursed her lips. Fire! These 2 simple words weighed heavily on Yu Jia's head. Using the forest as a base, Xiao Shiming led the vanguard battalion to attack first. It had been a long time since they had such a good fight. So He Laixiu and Mu Xiaoling were naturally very excited. The battle strategy of the Great Zhou made them miserable. There was a sense of frustration that heroes were useless. Turn to the ground. This is their home ground. However, they miscalculated one thing again. That is dynamite. They ran out of dynamite. And knowing that the secret recipe was fake, they naturally dared not use it again. When the Great Zhou soldiers took out this thing, the northern desert soldiers were shocked. After going around in circles, it seemed to have returned to the original appearance. Chapter 481. Join the game with your body. Can this war still be fought? He Laixiu was anxious. We have avoided the pit. And now we have artillery. All the rotten radishes and cabbages in the city have been eaten up. If this continues, won't we have to eat each other? Restraining the impulse in his heart, Muzzling just stared at He Laixiu. Some ideas cannot be said from his mouth even if he wants to. Otherwise, he will be thrown into the pot first by the Beima soldiers. Seeing Muzzling like this, He Laixiu's eyes were bloodshot. This is the death again. Suddenly, he set his sights on Aubin behind Muzzling. Seeing that his eyes were a little strange, Muzzling moved his body to block his sight. General. The bodies of the soldiers of the great Zhou dynasty. Elisha's eyes turned away from Aubin. You are right. Pass the order down. When Yu Jia heard the news, she squatted on the ground and retched. Most of the bodies of the lost 5,000 soldiers have been transported back. The remaining ones that cannot be moved will be buried on the spot. The Tatars must be crazy to tear up people's coffins and disturb people's peace. The snow began to fall again, covering the traces of the mountains and forests. Yu Jia didn't know what to do next. Jia. Withdraw the shelling order? Let the Tatars kill each other for a while. Lin Gongxuan touched her back with his hand. War is cruel. Don't feel guilty. The soldiers of the Great Zhou stopped shelling and all went underground. This gave Bayamo a chance to breathe. They stopped, but they continued to eat, drink, defecate and urinate as usual. Once a gap is opened, there is no way to stop it. At first, it was the dead soldiers of the Great Zhou. Then came the Tatars killed by the shelling. Later, it was the old, weak and sick Tatars. The scene in the city was horrible. There was blood everywhere, and big pots were set up everywhere. This won't work. If it drags on, our own people will die at our own hands. Elisha suppressed the nausea in his heart and pushed the bowl aside. We need to get some food. General, do you mean to attack the forest? Muzzling signaled Aubin to retreat. But the forest is rugged. Won't it increase casualties? That's better than sitting here and waiting to die. Elisha raised his hand. Come on. Go to the forest to find someone. The sky was snowing heavily, and the soldiers of the northern desert went out in waves. The soldiers in front had no news, and the soldiers behind could carry their bodies back. After experiencing such scenes many times, they finally got some results. They carried back a Dezhou person. The Dezhou people were not ordinary civilians. Soldiers. It was Lu Taiyong, the defender of Jizhou city. When he was put down by the Tatars, he was still cursing. You damn Tatars. Why don't you stay in your own place? Why do you come to my great Zhou to make trouble? Bah! You are just a bunch of chicken thieves. He was already bruised and swollen, but he was still shouting loudly. You are such a scumbag. I will not let you go even if I become a ghost. Elisha turned a deaf ear to him. Come here. Send a message to Lin Erju, asking her to bring food in exchange for people. No need. After Lu Taiyong finished speaking, blood flowed from his mouth. Stop him. Elisha was so angry that he jumped up and down. I thought that I could exchange some food for the governor of Jizhou by catching him. But who knew that he would bite his tongue and commit suicide? General, he is dead. In this case, his body cannot be wasted. What? Lu Taisho was captured by the Tatars? Yu Jia's goosebumps rose. Quick! Order someone to negotiate with the Tatars. General, Lord Lu left a letter for you. Li Chong handed the envelope to Yu Jia. Yu Jia opened the letter with trembling hands and read it carefully. General Lin, when you receive this letter, I will have already gone to hell. The prefect has worked diligently for 4 years. As a parent official, he lives for the people. Now that the city has been broken, my role as prefect has lost its meaning. Only by dying a good death can I live up to the people in the city. Don't worry. This is a relief for me. Yu Jia closed his eyes. His mind was confused. He did it on purpose. He joined the game with his body, and finally achieved great justice. After finally getting a great Zhou person, and a city to defend, the Tatars in the city wanted everyone to have a share. At the end, there was a big pot of meat soup left, and they also had to share it and drink a bowl of it. The meat and soup were shared at noon, and the problem was broken in the evening. The first to get into trouble were the generals who ate the thick soup, and they almost died of poison. The symptoms were milder in those who drank the soup. Foaming at the mouth, crooked mouth and squinting eyes. There was no way to save them. After this wave, the Tatars lost another group of people. Some people wanted to drag these dead Tatars to the pot, and Elisha was very angry. People who died of poisoning still have poison in their bodies. He ordered everyone to be buried, and he was still terrified when he returned to his couch. Fortunately, he gave all the meat to his subordinates out of consideration. Otherwise, he would have been the one who died. What a cruel heart. No wonder he suddenly committed suicide. Was he afraid that the poison would take effect, and he would notice something was wrong? Don't fall into my hands, you cunning people of the great Zhou. Some of the brave Tatars were really hungry, so they secretly dug out the buried bodies. The next day, a large number of soldiers died. This cycle repeated itself, and the Tatars in the city were in danger. They couldn't tell which ones were poisonous and which ones were not. What should we do if this goes on? The soldiers who set out for the forests still have no news. They are still carried back. If this goes on, the battle will not start and everyone will die. Come on. Follow me. This time Elisha will fight in person. Mu Xiaoling will not stay in the city alone. So he follows Elisha. At first, there were sporadic footsteps, but they became fewer and fewer. Later, there were large and messy footsteps. That means that there may be soldiers from the Great Zhou around. As expected, a strange sound appeared in the tree. Just as Elisha was about to warn, he saw the soldiers of the Great Zhou falling from the sky. Kill! Revenge our city defenders! The shouts of killing shook the sky. The snow on the pine needles fell down quickly, and you could be covered by the snow without noticing. Even if you are exhausted, you have to grit your teeth and persevere. But the soldiers of the Great Zhou are extremely brave. If this continues, the Tatars will be annihilated. Retreat. After Elisha gave the order, he fled. Even if Mu Xiaoling was unwilling, he could do nothing. He had to run away with him. In this way, Elisha had a direction. Even if they had no food, they had a lot of people. There are still 100,000 soldiers in the city now. If they attack by force, they can also crush them. After returning to the city, Elisha ordered all the soldiers to set off for the mountains and forests. This battle is their last battle with the Great Zhou. Everything will be settled on this snowy day. Chapter 482, Rely on Women. The sky cleared up. The sun shone on the snow, reflecting dots of light that made it hard to open your eyes. The soldiers in the forest gathered quietly. Have the people been settled? General. They have been settled. Yu Jia touched Xiao Bai under her body again and again. Xiao Bai seemed to have sensed it and exhaled from her nose. Looking at the soldiers ready to go, Yu Jia couldn't say 1,000 words in her heart. The stagnation in her chest made her nose sour. The soldiers were watching her every move. What? General Lin is scared. Turning around, she saw Lin Gongxuan looking at her with a smile in his eyes. Afraid? Yu Jia. No. Lin Erju. Don't know what fear is. Turning his head again, looking at the soldiers in front of him, Yu Jia said loudly, Brothers, today is our decisive battle with the Tatars in the city. I have never thought about winning. I only have one request here. That is not to let them have an easy life. The strength gap is huge. No matter how powerful the king is, there is no guarantee of winning the battle. General. No. This request is too low. The soldiers in the front row were full of tears. We have to avenge the city defenders and the dead brothers. Yes. Just like before. We can't lose money when we meet the Tatars. And we have to avenge Captain Wu. Dead brother? Captain Wu. Yu Jia looked up at the dazzling sun. Who is she going to avenge? Dead Lu Kuifeng, Lao Dou, Shao Qi, etc. Well, we can't lose money. Without saying much, he ordered to advance towards Jizhou City. General. They are coming. The scout came to report the situation. And Elisha slapped the bowl on the wooden table. Okay. Let's fight them to the death today. All the Beima soldiers left the city, and they saw the dense shadows from a distance. Jia Jia. It seems that we are in danger today. Lin Gongxuan adjusted his helmet, which was a little heavy after not wearing it for a long time. Is General Lin scared? Listening to Yu Jia's teasing, Lin Gongxuan laughed out loud. Will I? Lin Gongxuan. Be afraid? It's just a little regretful that I can't live 100 years with you in the future. Yu Jia's heart trembled. Even if she escaped today, how could she live 100 years according to her physical condition? Ha ha ha. Then let's make a promise. Live 100 years in the next life. Li Chang looked at the two people in front of him talking and laughing, and said twice. Go Sheng. How can these two people be so well matched? Go Sheng glanced at him, and said nothing. Fong Dashan in the back laughed twice. What do you know? Kid? This is called birds of a feather. If you are not from the same family, you will not enter the same door. As the two talked, they began to laugh. Go Sheng frowned and looked at the two people in front of him who were talking and laughing. That's true. In less than half a day, they arrived at the gate of Jizhou City. The gate was already full of northern desert soldiers. Unlike the past, they saw the soldiers of the Great Zhou with bright eyes. If compared with light bulbs, They can be compared. Oh! Look at their useless looks. They look at us as if we were chicken legs. Yu Jia curled his lips, looking like he had never seen the world. Two generals Lin. How are you? He Lishio in front was calm and composed. The battle was decided, and he would make the He Lai family famous today. TSK. Look at General He Lai. It's like we're giving you heads. Heads? He Lishio chewed on this sentence again and again. Isn't it? Lin Erju. What other tricks do you have? Yu Jia shook his head. No tricks. Only a loyal heart. He Lishio laughed. A broken heart is worth a few dollars. By the way, General Mu, I didn't expect us to fight from the beginning to the end. Hey, where's your little follower? Yu Jia looked behind Mu Xiaoling, but didn't see anyone. What's going on? Yu Jia didn't mention Amin on purpose. It was just that this person always stood behind Mu Xiaoling with a gloomy face, which was too conspicuous. Mu Xiaoling's chest was in turmoil, and the fire in his eyes could kill people. Amin was killed by He Lishio after all. And what annoyed him the most was that he actually drank the soup. But how could he survive without drinking the soup? Lin Erju. We fought from Yunnan to Baimol, and today is our last battlefield. Yu Jia's eyes were blank. She shook her head and smiled. Okay. Today we will see who is better. With the overwhelming strength in front of them, Yu Jia and others could not be careless. What are you waiting for? He Lishio raised the scimitar in his hand. Brothers and Baima, you can eat to your heart's content today. Then he attacked Yu Jia and others. Fighting naked requires real skills. Yu Jia was in a trance. And then she felt a pain in her chest. Lin Erju. What's wrong with you? This won't do. He Lishio laughed triumphantly after he succeeded. The legendary Lin Erju is nothing but that. Xiao's arrogance. Yu Jia covered her wound. Her head was dazed. The pain in her chest stimulated her to gradually clear her mind. Seeing the scene in front of her clearly, two figures started fighting. One of the familiar figures was naturally Li Chang, and the other more burly one was He Lishio. She rode her horse and rushed forward, raised her hand, and gave He Lishio a heavy blow. With a cry of pain, He Lishio cursed. God damn it. Doesn't the Great Zhou claim to be a country of etiquette? Why does it still bully the minority with its large numbers? Bah! You're still arguing. Li Chang clenched the long sword in his hand. If you have the guts, withdraw your troops and confront us with 30,000 people. Stop talking nonsense here. Watch out for the sword. He Lishio attacked again. It was almost time. Yu Jia opened her eyes wide and searched for Lin Gongxuan's figure. She didn't see him. In the chaos, she didn't know that Lin Gongxuan and Mu Xiaoling were fighting 5 meters away. Lin Gongxuan. Today I will avenge my previous shame. Mu Xiaoling vented all his anger on him. If it weren't for the man in front of him, he would still be the noble general of the southern barbarians. Why would he flee back and forth in Zhou? You are a shame all your life. What shame do you have? Lin Gongxuan picked up Mu Xiaoling's long sword and continued to fight. In the early stage, he relied on the family reputation. And in the middle stage, he wanted to rely on women to succeed. Fortunately, Mu Yanjun woke up in time. Otherwise Qing would have been waiting for his family to be destroyed. Clang. With a sound, the swords of the two collided, and a string of sparks burst out. I am the king now. I have a daughter. I am rich and I have time. You can cry secretly. What did you say? Mu Xiaoling became angry when he heard Mu Yanjun's name. His face flushed red, and he used a force to chop Lin Gongxuan's arm with his long sword. You said I rely on women? Don't you rely on women now? I am willing to do that. Chapter 483 Dead End. Lin Gongxuan laughed. Jia and I are in love. I would rather give up wealth and fame to be the man behind her. Unlike you. Calculating women. What kind of man are you? Bah. Shameless. The two of them went back and forth, stabbing each other's hearts with every word, and stabbed each other everywhere. In a short while, both of them were covered with scars. Mu Xiaoling wiped the blood off his face. You said so much, just to emphasize that you two, Lin Erju, are in love? Don't you think about it. There are men everywhere in the military camp. Can she, Lin Erju, be clean? Aren't you afraid that the hat on your head will change color? Lin Gongxuan endured the pain and breathed a sigh of relief. I can guarantee that the hat on my head is normal. Can you guarantee it? Mu Yan is really the ruler of a country, and he will have a harem in the future. When the time comes, she will sleep with your wife. No. Your child's mother. Spending your child's mother's money and coaxing your child. Aren't you much worse off than me? You are so tall. And you still have the nerve to talk to me here. You really don't mind being shabby. The two of them were fighting again, because they didn't agree on anything. General. Please watch the battle from the sidelines, and see how I severely injure the enemy generals. Li Chang exerted force. Lifted Elisha's scimitar. And stabbed him. Yu Jia looked into the distance again. Why hasn't it started yet? As soon as the voice fell, a rumble came from the foot of the city, at the foot of the mountain. It finally started. Yu Jia took out the whistle in her hand, took a deep breath, and blew the whistle. In an instant, Go Sheng came to her side. General. Follow me. Yu Jia pointed the sword at him. Take Li Chang back to Xinjiang. Go Sheng's eyes were full of tears. No. Be obedient. Yu Jia dodged and came in front of Li Chang. Elisha. You coward. Let's fight it out. After saying that, he rode Xiaobai in the opposite direction of the forest. Elisha saw Yu Jia's figure getting farther and farther away, and doubts filled his heart. Looking at the soldiers around, the soldiers of the Great Zhou actually ran into the city in a flash. They ran forward, and the soldiers of the northern desert chased behind them. What on earth is going on? Yu Jia ran and looked back. How long can I live? Elisha shouted. Lin Erju. Give me your life. Then he followed Yu Jia on horseback. Erju. Li Chang was about to chase Yu Jia while talking. Gosheng grabbed his arm. Gosheng. What are you doing? As Erju's personal soldier, how can you not be by her side? I want to complete the task she gave me. Gosheng signaled Li Chang to run to the city. What task? Li Chang was unmoved and wanted to chase Yu Jia. I want to protect you. Gosheng seemed to be standing still. Unmoved. Protect me for what? Do I need your protection? Li Chang wanted to break away from Gosheng. Gosheng's eyes were red. Be obedient. Listen to Erju. Seeing Gosheng's expression, Li Chang suddenly realized. Today's dead end is her dead end? Gosheng stopped talking, and Li Chang closed his eyes in pain. Well, he couldn't hold Yu Jia back. Lin Gongxuan also ran towards Yu Jia, followed by Mu Zhaoling, who was also running. The direction they came from was the direction of the roar just now. There was a cliff in that place, and the cliff was surrounded by the Great Zhou soldiers. They were surrounded by explosives, and were firing one after another. Now, Elisha and Mu Zhaoling knew what they were up to. They also knew why the Great Zhou soldiers wanted to return to Jizhou City. Lin Erju. Do you really want to do this? If you do this, no one can escape. Elisha said, and was about to retreat. Yu Jia stabbed him with a long sword in his hand. Is General Eli afraid? Compared with his life, the provocation at this time was not important at all. And Elisha still wanted to retreat. What a pity. Yu Jia's purpose was to lure him here. How could he let him go? Lin Gongxuan and Mu Zhaoling were fighting, and none of the four of them gave in. The soldiers who placed the explosives saw this, and rushed forward to help the two. Don't forget your mission, Yu Jia shouted. Everyone retreated, and the alert person secretly shot arrows at Elisha and Mu Zhaoling. Kacha. A huge sound hovered in the air. Soon, there was movement on the top of the mountain. At this time, Yu Jia seemed to smell the smell of snow. It's finally here. Looking at the white mist in front of him, Elisha endured the wounds on his body, and wanted to go back to the city. How could Yu Jia let him go? Even if he returned to the city, the chance of survival was still very slim. She just wanted to be more confident. Lin Erju. You lunatic. The slower Beima soldiers saw the movement here, and were frightened and ran to the city. Avalanche. Avalanche. It was too late. Yu Jia quickly hugged Elisha. If you want to run, it's not that easy. She couldn't care about Lin Gongxuan anymore. Lin Gongxuan's situation was still good. He had seriously injured Mu Zhaoling. Boom. A huge snow fog rushed towards Jizhou City. The people on the ground were as small as ants, gradually swallowed by the white. The rumbling sound did not quiet down until a long time later. At this time, where is the trace of the city? I don't know what's going on with Lin Erju. Li Lingyun was a little panicked. She is such a smart person. She will not suffer any loss. His father. I am a little panicked. Is there something wrong with Kudner and Lun Yang? Lin's mother was about to slide to the ground. Old woman. Old woman. What's wrong with you? Father Lin supported Lin's mother. A little panicked? De Lang. Lang. Come quickly. Your mother fainted. Fortunately, there was no danger, and Lin's mother was still uneasy. Did something happen to the two of them? Ian quietly held her hands and comforted them softly. How is it possible? The mountains are blocked by heavy snow now, so the Totters can't get in. Let's wait until the beginning of next spring to send the letter. In fact, she was as nervous as the two of them, but she couldn't show it. The two elders of the Lin family didn't know the situation at the border, but she knew it. She couldn't get rid of the jealousy in her heart. At night, Ian's stomach was in trouble. She was born prematurely. She was in a very dangerous situation. It was 3 days later when Ian woke up again. Girl, you're awake. What I saw was the face of Lin's mother crying with joy. Oh, girl, you are so lucky. She was born so prematurely and survived for such a long time. It can be considered God's blessing. Ian was a little weak. Aunt Lin, where is the child? Lin's mother wiped her face with a warm towel. Don't worry. She's fine. It's a little girl. She just finished feeding, and the wet nurse took her away. Daughter. That's good. At least her identity is not embarrassing. Chapter 484 Legend. Lord, there is no news about Jizhou City now. Listening to his subordinate's report, Chang Haier had no expression on his face. Go again. I want to see him alive or dead. In fact, he knew that the hope was very slim. After receiving the news from Yujia, he led the soldiers to rush, but still failed to catch up. Looking at the whiteness in front of him, how could there be any hope? He was unwilling. Soldiers were transferred from Guangdong to dig the snow bit by bit. He wanted to see Lin Erju, even if it was a corpse. Brother Erju, you must be alive. He had already delivered the message to Li Lingyun from Guangdong. Soon, the imperial court will be able to take a detour from the Kanto direction. Today is the Lunar New Year's Eve, and the soldiers in the front are still busy. Chang Haier took the rice wine in his hand and poured a line on the ground. Brother Erju, General Lin, Goshing, Li Chang, Dashan. It's New Year's Day today. Is it lively there? Are you still eating snow to fill your stomach? Don't eat snow. Come out. Come out. Brother. There is meat. The cold wind blew on his face and in his heart. All cold. No one responded to him. The spring breeze was gentle and the thunder was rolling. It's the beginning of spring. But there was still no movement in the snow-capped mountains in front of him. Chang Haier was numb. And the news every day was the same. We dug it. We dug it. An excited shout came from a distance. And Chang Haier suddenly stood up and went in that direction. Get started. Hurry up. The soldiers hurriedly dragged the bodies out of the snow. They were soldiers from the northern desert. Dig more. So the soldiers took turns digging into the snow pile. There were already countless bodies on the ground, including soldiers from the Great Zhou and soldiers from the northern desert. After some time, some grass roots were gradually mixed in the dug soil. The snow also melted gradually. Gradually, the scene of ruins after the war appeared. My lord, there is movement here. Chang Haier almost fell down when he heard this. God bless. I finally saw a living person. He looked like a soldier of the Great Zhou dynasty, with pale skin, and he couldn't adapt to the light on the ground for a while. Come here. Tear the black clothes into strips, and tie the eyes of those who came out. More and more people came up. All soldiers of the Great Zhou dynasty. He was getting more and more anxious. Where is your general? The soldier was very confused and shook his head. The general led the enemy general to the foot of the mountain, and then lost the news. The foot of the mountain? Which foot of the mountain? The soldier's hand trembled and pointed to the back. Chang Haier's heart trembled and turned to look back. There was a cliff there, and he had already searched it. But there was no trace. Get off the cliff and look. Soon, the noise here attracted Chang Haier's attention. What's going on? Chang Haier. Chang Haier ran towards the familiar voice. He saw Goshing and Li Chang. Goshing. Where is Erju? Goshing had a cloth covering his eyes and remained silent. What's going on? Why don't you talk? Oh my God. You are such a taciturn person. Why are you still playing dumb with me? Chang Haier. Erju might be. The cloth covering Li Chang's eyes was wet. Chang Haier lost his balance and sat on the snow. How could it be possible? Erju is a lucky man. The sound became smaller and smaller, and finally turned into a loud cry. He knew that Yujia's chance of survival was very slim. According to Gosheng and Li Chang, the situation was critical at the time. After the two arrived in the city, They went down the tunnel. The tunnel had been blown up by explosives before, and many roads were no longer accessible. They wandered back and forth on the ground. From time to time, they could still run into a few soldiers who had gone down the tunnel. When everyone gathered together, there were quite a few people. The road to the forest was cut off, and they found some supplies left by the people underground to survive, which is why they have survived until now. There should be other people underground. The strategy at the time was to hear Yujia's whistle and the roar in the distance, and the soldiers could go into the tunnel in the city. Those who couldn't enter dragged the totters and waited for the avalanche. When Changhai's men gathered all the soldiers in the city, there were only 100 or so. These 100 soldiers still used the original numbers. As an adjutant and concurrently a lieutenant of the infantry battalion, Li Chang became the biggest general. Changhai, we have to go to the mountain tunnel as soon as possible. Although the supplies are fully prepared, I'm afraid there will be other problems. When they reached the entrance, the people inside seemed to have been poked in a hornet's nest, and they swarmed out to fight. It's us! It's us! They recognized the people around Lin Erju. General, you are here. They had been underground for such a long time, and they had already run out of ammunition and food. Fortunately, the people of Jizhou City were saved. There is still no news about Yu Jia and Lin Gongxuan. Half a year has passed, and Changhai still has nothing. Now the Jizhou military camp has been expanded, and Li Chang has now been promoted to general. General, I want to leave the military camp. Gosheng sighed, closed his eyes, and looked painful. I have been with Erju for so long. I have long been accustomed to her side. Now that she is missing, I really don't want to stay here. Okay. Li Chang was silent for a while, and finally spoke. Where are you going? To Shenzhen. Erju said he wanted me to go there. Li Chang couldn't leave anymore. He still had unfinished business. That's good. You can stay with Uncle Lin and Aunt Lin so that they can take care of you. Give my regards to my sister for me. When the military camp is not busy for a while, I will go to find you. Gosheng packed his bags and left the military camp that night. Due to the disappearance of Yu Jia and Lin Gongxuan, the court's commendation came. Lin Erju and Lin Gongxuan made outstanding contributions to the people of Jizhou City, and were posthumously named the General of the Protectorate and the General of the Sima. The reconstruction of Jizhou City was scheduled after the spring plowing. When the new governor took office, the first thing he wanted to do was to build a stone temple for Yu Jia, right in the middle of the busiest street in the city. Vehicles passing by had to get off and salute the stone statue in the stone temple. If they did not follow the rules, they would be beaten out of Jizhou City by the people. With Changhai's unremitting search, their bodies were finally found under the cliff. There was still snow here, so they were buried under the snow. The bodies were so fresh that they looked like they were asleep. Changhai saw the appearance of the two and burst into tears again, and took the bodies of He Laishio and Mu Xiaoling to the gate of Jizhou City, and whipped them every day. For a time, the gate of the city was surrounded by people every noon. In order to facilitate the people to vent their anger, some people carved the two into stone statues and knelt at the gate of the city. The legend of General Wugen ended here, and became a myth in the hearts of the people of Jizhou. At that critical moment, it was General Wugen who stepped forward and blocked the swords and guns of the Tartars, which saved the life of the old man. Chapter 485 Wrong Guess. At that time, General Wugen grew wings behind him and took me across the snowy mountains, so I could reunite with my family. No way. General Wugen flew on auspicious clouds. How could he have wings? The two children actually argued about how General Wugen flew. Changhai sat in the carriage and lowered the curtain. He used ice coffins to transport the bodies of Yu Jia and Lin Gongxuan back to Guangdong. Didn't you say you liked the coolness here? Then stay here. After sending the news to Shenzhen, Lin's father and mother never came once. In their words, when people die, they will be reborn, and they must be living well in the other world. The bodies of Yu Jia and Lin Gongxuan are like heirlooms, passed down from generation to generation in Guangdong. Ah Yen teased the little one in her arms, her eyes full of love. Hey, playing with the toothless girl again? Ah Yen narrowed her eyes at the person who came. Are you not busy in front? Luing sat down on a stool beside her. How can I not be busy? There are many things that need to be properly arranged. Otherwise, I will let the girl down. When Yu Jia was mentioned, the two fell silent. The fair and tender little girl saw that the adults were silent, so she started to talk. This little girl is so smart. You know that your uncle has a letter? Ah Yan's eyes lit up. A letter from the uncle? Lu Ying handed the envelope to her, and picked up the girl in her arms. Look, I'll take my daughter out to play for a while. Ayan nodded, and opened the envelope impatiently. Li Chong said in her heart that Li Lingyun had sent people to investigate the massacre of the family. There will be a reply soon. Ayan slowly put down the letter, feeling a little sad. Even if they find out, what's the point? Isn't it still looking for a scapegoat? She picked up the letter and continued to read it. The two siblings were in tune with each other. Li Chong knew what she was thinking and told her the benefits. As long as the matter of the year was investigated, their father's grievances could be cleared. The identities of the two people could be announced to the world. Li Chong is no longer an orphan taken in by Li Yanxiao. And Ayan is no longer an orphan. The two can live uprightly in this world. Putting down the letter, Ayan looked at the disappearing firefly. Then her daughter will live uprightly in this world. The business in the new town is continuing. Gradually, Lin Daolong and Lin Erlang also participated in it. Here they started a new life. Lin's father and mother wanted to return to Lingjia village. That is where we will return to the earth in the future. And there are traces of Neodaner and Lun Yang there. Mentioning the two, Lin's mother cried again. She thought she could forget. But she couldn't forget at all. Old woman, why don't we go to Guangdong to see them? Father Lin was very worried. He stroked Mother Lin's back with his hand. Mother Lin shook her head. No. I know they are doing well there. So I will treat them as alive. She would not want to bring them back. They are much more decent there than buried underground. Lun Yang likes beauty the most. How could she bear to let her be bitten by snakes and rats underground? Old man, we are a family of two heroes. Who can compare with us? The emperor's commendation has come down. They have been named a family of generals and enjoy the state salary. Let's go to Lingjia village and see who dares to bully them. After packing their bags, they set off for home. As for Lin Daolong and Lin Erlang staying in the new town and participating in management, it was Yu Jia's idea. These two people are honest. She has to leave a way out for them. She has made plans for everything. Except for herself. A weak voice sounded, and Yu's mother stood up and walked towards the bed. Jia Jia? Jia Jia? She called carefully. The electrocardiogram had recovered a few days ago, and the doctor said that she had overcome the difficulties. In the past few days, Yu's mother had hardly closed her eyes, and had been watching by the bed. Seeing the girl on the bed wake up, Yu's mother shouted to her excitedly. Jia Jia. You finally woke up. Scared your mother to death. Yu Jia looked at Yu's mother's face full of tears, and was a little unable to react. Mom? Am I dreaming? Can I see clearly? Hey, can I smell the disinfectant? She was so excited that she wanted to get up, but was held down by Yu Ma. What's wrong? You're acting like a demon right after you woke up. Whose good guy crashed into the stage, and was unconscious for so many days. Please be quiet. Yu Jia finally understood at this time that she had returned to the modern era. There is no battlefield here. No Lin Gongxuan. She felt a little disappointed. And she no longer had those friends who fought side by side with her. Why? You're still crying. Don't you want to wake up? Faced with Yu Ma's nagging, Yu Jia missed her and felt a little sad. She hugged Yu Ma. Mom, I miss you so much. Yu's mother was stunned. She hadn't talked to her child for a long time. The twists and turns in the past few days made Yu's mother unable to hold back any longer. Silly child. What nonsense are you talking about? She still hugged Yu Jia while saying this. Get well soon. And I'll make you braised pork when you get home. After Yu Jia was discharged from the hospital, he returned to the boxing gym to work. Oh, Yu Jia. You are really awesome. You were beaten by a student and had to be hospitalized. The gym director would ridicule her from time to time. And Yu Jia couldn't help rolling her eyes. Hey, gym director. Please stop joking with me. This trip was really thrilling. The gym director only thought she was talking about what happened in the hospital. Several times, she was about to wake up. But then, there was no sign. Even the doctor gave her a critical illness certificate. She managed to hold on. Yu Jia then realized that she had fainted several times in the later period. And it turned out that the doctor was trying to save her. In addition to going to work, she also looked up information about the Great Zhou. There are only a few records of this in history. The Great Zhou lasted from 1 to 46 years, and only existed for 46 years. She counted on her fingers, and found that Li Lingyun was overthrown after only 27 years in power. But who overthrew him in these 27 years? Li Yinzha's wings were clipped, and it was impossible for him to rise. Oh! And there is Ayan's child. When she died, Ayan hadn't given birth to a child. If it was a boy, it would be considered royal blood. Calculating the time, she was 27 years old, already in her 30s. After that, the name of the great Zhou was changed to Lin Dynasty. It was said to be in memory of someone. In memory of whom? It can't be me? Although she was not sure in her heart, she was still happy. She was embarrassed when she saw the description of General Wugen. Originally, the description of the great Zhou was only a few words. And in these few words, her own space occupied more than half. It seems that this person who wrote history has a deep connection with her. If he is really Ayan's son, then her identity would be great if she were alive. She is a good sister to the emperor's mother, and a good brother to the emperor's uncle. She is a general with a heavy fist, and the boss behind the new town. If you want money, you have money. And you have background. You have background. So you can walk sideways? Here, she guessed wrong about the emperor. Chapter 486, Rebellion. It was not Ayan's son who became the emperor, but Li Chong. The murder of the governor of Liangjiang was investigated, and Chao Jinyu was murdered by a traitor. And this traitor was irrelevant. The important thing was that the identities of Li Chong and Ayan were made public. The two thought that things would be peaceful in the future. But who knew that a group of people found them? They said that they were the children of the princess of the previous dynasty, and they wanted them to restore the Tang dynasty, which was hollowed out by the Tang dynasty before the Great Zhou dynasty. This caught the two of them off guard. They didn't expect that their unreliable mother was actually a princess of the previous dynasty. If Li Lingyun knew about it, it would be terrible. Li Chong was about to resign from his post as general. There was a lot of work to be done, but the people of Jizhou City were unwilling to do so. They knew that Li Chong was Lin Erju's man. If Li Chong left, they would become abandoned children. Jizhou City Guard, do you think I am a decoration? In short, for various reasons, Li Chong did not succeed in resigning. During this period, he had been guarding the border. After this war, Beima was severely injured and no longer had the strength to compete with the Zhou. After all, they had 3 times more people than the Zhou. And not only did they annihilate the whole army, but they did not touch the people at all. It would be a joke if it spread out. They had internal strife and were divided into several tribes. Among them, He Laishio's lineage gradually grew stronger because of his sacrifice for the country. It even became the largest force in Beima for a time. The Halai family name also became the most noble family name in Beima. Of course, this is all later. The country seemed to be thriving. There is an old saying, dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes give birth to phoenixes, and mice's sons can dig holes. What Li Yinsheng did at the beginning, Li Lingyun in the later period was the same. He recruited many beauties in the harem. And there were 3,000 beauties at one time. It was literally 3,000. He changed the selection every 3 years to every 6 months. At first, all adult women had to participate in this election. Later, underage women also had to participate. But they would not enter the palace immediately. They had to go to the palace for training. He said that he learned it from General Wugen, which was called preparing for a rainy day. If Yu Jia knew that Li Lingyun learned this from her, she would be so angry that she would vomit blood. Lu Zhonghuan might have known his character from a long time ago, so he stayed away from the court. However, in the end, he still couldn't escape the fate of being summoned by the emperor. At this time, Li Lingyun's eyes were empty, and it was obvious that he indulged himself too much. Teacher, so many years have passed. Why don't you come to the capital to see me? Lu Zhonghuan sighed deeply. You live so recklessly. Why do you still need your teacher to see you? This made Li Lingyun angry. Immediately, his face was ferocious. Teacher, do you look down on me? Lu Zhonghuan remained silent. Li Lingyun continued. You said to employ virtuous people. But I didn't do it. I employed the people left by my father. But they won't leave me or betray me. They let me enjoy myself. And I live happily every day. If there is anyone who disobeys, he will be killed with a knife. Isn't this happy? Lingyun, you are on the wrong path. Who else in the world dares to talk to the emperor like this? Li Lingyun laughed. The strong will never go wrong. As long as he is strong enough, he will not go wrong. Lu Zhonghuan was imprisoned in the capital by Li Lingyun. He sent people to look for Mingyang, Ingjier and Deng, the son of Lu Zhonghuan and Mingyang. But they were nowhere to be found. Li Lingyun was so angry that he killed many eunuchs and palace maids. His bloodthirstiness became more and more serious. In order to satisfy his own desires, he went to Jiangnan several times to look for beauties in person. The cost here was huge, and local officials had to increase taxes to make up for the deficit. In this way, officials from other places saw the benefits. They all submitted memorials to invite Li Lingyun to go. Li Lingyun naturally enjoyed the flattery of officials, and lived a life of luxury and debauchery. All these happened to the people. Gradually, they became dissatisfied with Li Lingyun. Wherever he went, he would cause small-scale riots. At this time, someone found Li Chang again. Young master, the emperor is licentious, and the people are living in misery. You are the savior of the world and cannot stand idly by. The former dynasty has come again. Li Chang was annoyed. He didn't know what to do. So he sent a letter to Changhai in Guangdong. Changhai knew the situation in the country. He was a small country. If the leader had problems, the people would suffer. Now the whole country is in turmoil from time to time. Except for Li Lingyun. Who doesn't know? Only he is still whitewashing the peace. If you start a rebellion, I will support you. This undoubtedly made Li Chang determined. He asked Yu Jia at the beginning whether it was better for Li Yanxiao to ascend the throne or Li Yansheng to ascend the throne. This is what Yu Jia told him at the time. It doesn't matter who is the emperor. What's important is who is good to the people. Who can treat the people as human beings. Now, this scene can be brought into the present. Li Yanxiao is old. And after years of imprisonment, he no longer has any thoughts. And what about him? He doesn't know if he can be good to the people. Or always be good to the people. Are you worried about this again? Ian really couldn't bear to let him suffer. Li Chang sighed, not knowing what to say. In fact, it's enough to have a clear conscience. Never forget your original intention. This sentence is exactly the same as what Yu Jia said at the time. These words made Li Chang have some ideas in his mind. But he has not made up his mind yet. After so many years of continuous efforts, the Jizhou military camp has continued to grow. At the beginning, the Jizhou military camp was completely wiped out. Some of the surviving soldiers left the camp due to frostbite, and the rest followed Li Chang. This time, they vowed to take down the capital. General, not only for you, but also for General Lin. Look at the country she saved with her life. What has been done to it by the descendants of the Li family? How can we swallow this breath? When they said this, they did not think that Li Chang also had the surname Li. General, you can rest assured to leave the army to us. A pale and beautiful face appeared in front of Li Chang. Chang, do it with confidence. Remember to keep your original aspirations in mind and the people in mind. Li Chang finally made a decision. Keep going. That day, it was dark and windy, and the Jizhou military camp started an uprising. A spark can start a prairie fire. Li Chang's call for 100 responses in Jizhou was answered by Guangdong and Liangjiang first. They took the lead in joining Li Chang and occupied most of the cities in Guangdong and Liangjiang. When Li Lingyun learned the news, he was still in the gentle land. What's going on? Li Chang rebelled? What a big courage. Quickly gather the army to suppress it. There was no one in the court who was used anymore. Some of them were Lin Gongxuan's disciples, and some were Lu Zhonghuan's disciples. Who would be sincere to Li Lingyun? Li Chang's rebel army was unstoppable and attacked the capital in one go. Some places even opened their gates to welcome the rebels when they heard that they were coming. This was also unprecedented in history. Chapter 487 Postscript. When Li Chang ascended the throne, he was already 42 years old, the oldest emperor in the history of the Great Zhou. He did not change the name of the country, but continued to use the word Great Zhou. After ascending the throne, he worked hard to govern and revitalize all industries. At this time, Xinjiang once again entered the eyes of the people. Previously, it had been suppressed by Li Lingyun, and many industries could no longer be carried out. Since Lu Ying passed away, the manager at this time has been replaced by Ian. She brought the girls' private school to the table again and renamed it the Academy. It even entered the laws of the Great Zhou. All girls over the age of 5 in the Great Zhou must go to the Academy to study. During Li Chang's reign, the Academy reached its heyday. Gosheng, what do you want in this life? Li Chang tun. After a few sips of wine, he continued, you are so old and still don't find a wife. If you don't have children, who will take care of you in your old age? Who will carry your coffin? Goshing hunched his back, touched his aching legs, and smiled calmly. There are ways to live when you are old. Besides, even if I marry and have children, they may not take care of me in my old age. As for my afterlife, I really can't control it. I'm dead. Who cares who buries me? Where do you care? People should be free and easy in this life. Li Chong thought about it, and it made sense. Don't mention it. Your idea is really similar to Mu Yan's. After she abdicated, she no longer asked about the political affairs of the Nanman. Her son is also very hardworking and managed the government in an orderly manner. Look, a few days ago, she brought her daughter to the great Zhou. Alas, if a person's heart is free and easy, he can naturally live a free and easy life. The two drank silently, thinking about the days in the Jizhou military camp, as if it was just yesterday. Nianju, son, your father is already 45 years old. Can you pity me? Chang Haier followed his old son and kept muttering. After your grandfather left, he put me in this position. How hard have I been in these 20 years? As he said this, he wiped his tears. He glanced at Nianju while wiping his tears. Unexpectedly, he was caught by Nianju. He calmly watched Chang Haier making a fool of himself, and said with his arms folded across his chest, Dad, it's not that I don't listen to you. It's just that your position is too hard. How nice it would be for me to be an idle young man. Besides, I'm not your only son. Why don't you find a second or third son? When mentioning this, Chang Haier was so angry that his teeth itched. Those two little bastards had already sneaked out of Guangdong and went to Xinjiang. Can you count on them? Other people's positions are fought to death. But it's good for him. Hey, the other way around. Everyone knows that being an idle rich young man is comfortable. And he wants it too. Nianju, you are the eldest, so you have to take the lead. Otherwise, who will come to see the aunt and uncle in the back mountain in the future? Nianju was speechless now. Since he was a child, he was taught that the two people in the back mountain were the benefactors of the Wang family. And the Wang family was there. Chang Haier saw that his attitude had loosened, so he continued to work hard. Those two little bastards are not as calm as you. I am worried about leaving your aunt to them. Old son, we will depend on you in Guangdong in the future. Nianju spread his palms, looking helpless. What can he do when he encounters such an unreliable father and two brothers who can't be relied on? He had to bite the bullet and do it. Who told him to be so unlucky? No. From now on he had to work hard to have a son. Just having a girl was not enough. He was reluctant to let the girl suffer. After having a son, he would let him take over after he came of age, so that he could be free and easy. Comforting himself like this, he felt full of strength. It was just a matter of more than 10 years. After Nianju tacitly agreed to succeed the throne, Chang Haier ran away the next day. Needless to say, he went to Xinjiang. When he arrived in Xinjiang, he grabbed his two sons' ears and scolded them for a long time. Fearing that Nianju was too busy, he kicked them back to Guangdong. No one could be lazy when there was something going on at home. The two returned to Guangdong dejectedly. The happiest person was Nianju. He gave them guards, under the pretext of protecting their personal safety. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that they were being monitored. The two complained bitterly, but there was no one to complain to, so they could only work hard. Hey, Goshing, we brothers can be companions from now on. Chang Haier slept on the same kong with Goshing at night. Oh, it seems like I'm back in the Jizhou military camp. At that time, we shared a bed, and you always snatched my quilt. Goshing pouted, realizing that it was night and Chang Haier couldn't see his expression. So he coughed twice. How dare you say that? It was you who stole my blanket. And you're blaming me for it. The two of them had a heated discussion about who stole the blanket. During the heated conversation, Goshing got out of bed in anger. I don't have any special fetishes. How could I have any thoughts about you? After he finished speaking, he regretted it. Chang Haier, that's not what I meant. Goshing was at a loss, and in a panic. His old injuries started to hurt again. Cough, 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 hiss, ouch. Chang Haier got out of bed without even wearing shoes. He helped Goshing back to bed. Look at you. You're easily excited even at your age. How could I blame you? Goshing doesn't talk often, but when he does, he can choke people to death. He knows this. Besides, It's been so long since this happened. He has long forgotten it. It's just a grudge from the early years. I don't take it to heart at all. Look, I have given birth to 3 sons. How can it have an impact? His words were free and easy, and Gosheng would have almost believed him if he hadn't heard him talking in his sleep. Mashia. Just 3 short words, with a gentle tone and some anger. Gosheng turned his head and looked at Changhair, who was sleeping soundly, and sighed. After all, they are enemies. Not only Gosheng thought so. Even Li Chong knew what he meant. Why are you here again? Li Chong looked at Mu Yinjin in front of him. Very impatient. Although they are now friendly countries, there are still some grudges in their hearts. What's wrong with me coming? Yu Dezhou is so hospitable. Others can come. Why can't I come? Mu Yinjin sat down on the stool. Besides, I came with news. As she spoke, she became arrogant, like the arrogant little princess back then. What news? Seeing that Li Chong took it seriously, Mu Yinjin didn't keep it a secret. Mu Shirha is dead. Li Chong suddenly thought of Chong Haier. Oh, if he died? He died? I thought something big happened. Hey! Mu Yinjin was very dissatisfied with Li Chang's attitude. After all, he was still grateful to Dezhou before. Why do you have this attitude? Mu Yinjin lowered her head and sighed. When he died, he was still shouting Chong Haier's name. Chapter 488. Yu Jia followed the routine every day. When she was happy, she would scold the students. When she was unhappy, she would scold the students again. Her fame gradually grew. She was also nicknamed Killer. When Yu Jia heard about it, she didn't understand what killer meant. The owner of the boxing gym was proud of it. Killer means you can kill. That is to say, Yu Jia taught all the moves to kill people. Yu Jia was terrified. This was not okay. She unconsciously used the move she used on the battlefield. Now it is a peaceful time. What if something goes wrong without paying attention? However, the words of the boxing gym owner dispelled her concerns. I say, Yu Jia, why do you always think about these things? How many people come to the boxing gym to learn boxing just to cause trouble? It's just exercise when you have nothing to do. When you are in danger, what's the use of killing moves? That's all legitimate defense. Yu Jia thought about it, and it made sense. Who would cause trouble for no reason? So he put his mind at ease and devoted himself to studying the moves suitable for ordinary people. In this way, his reputation grew, and a TV station came to interview him. The boss was so happy that he served tea and water to the TV station reporter and massaged his shoulders and back. If it weren't for Yu Jia's face, the reporter would have sued him for harassment. Coach Yu, please tell me about your experience when studying these boxing techniques. Experience? What experience? It's just a habit. When I was making a move, I thought of it naturally. Seeing Yu Jia in a daze, the boss was anxious. Oh, our coach Yu was deeply inspired by my skills. In fact, I am also a senior coach. The reporter rolled his eyes at him and continued to ask Yu Jia. Coach Yu, what experience are you talking about? If I want to talk about experience, it's either you die or I die. This is what Lin Gongxuan taught her. She thought Lin Gongxuan was just a passerby to her. Unexpectedly, she still felt a little pain in her heart when he mentioned her. It was like ants gnawing at my heart. And then some salt was sprinkled on it. Numb and painful. Ouch. Yu Jia. Why are you crying? Seeing Yu Jia crying, the people present were at a loss. This person has a story. This is what she looked like when asked. Yu Jia saw herself like this on TV and rolled her eyes in anger. I didn't expect that TV reporters would make up any story for ratings. She was abandoned by her ex-boyfriend. She was a 200-pound fat girl. She learned boxing to get revenge on her ex-boyfriend and developed her own style. She made a name for herself. Don't worry about whether it looks good or not. At least the owner of the boxing gym treated Yu Jia like a father. People who came to the gym to learn wanted to break the door. There was even no place to sit. Is it really that exaggerated? Yu Jia saw the scene as soon as she entered the gym. It was like entering a tourist area. Seeing Yu Jia coming, everyone surrounded her. Coach Yu, we want to sign up for your class. Coach Yu, your boxing skills are so cool. Yu Jia retreated repeatedly and waved her hands to show that she couldn't win. Her social phobia recurred. In the end, the gym owner had to come forward to coordinate. He even promoted Yu Jia to a partner and asked her to train employees. This was extremely easy for Jia. The salary doubled. And even her status changed. Finally she had some free time. And she thought of Lin Gongxuan again. They were buried in the snow that day. So there should be no body left. Right? It was good that way. That ending was good for that broken body. It was just a little sorry for Lun Yang. She was a girl who loved beauty. And it was really sorry for her to die in that way. According to the information collected about the Great Zhou dynasty, she had no way to verify it. It was a luxury to want to go to Jizhou City to take a look. The geographical location at that time had already changed dramatically. Hey, bastard. Do you blame me? We promised to grow old together. And we did it. Died together. The bad thing is that she was holding Musling at the time. If she had known that he couldn't run away, she wouldn't have held him. Looking at her hands, goosebumps appeared all over her body. It was quite creepy. I heard that Yu Jia was collecting the history of the Great Zhou dynasty recently. And the owner of the boxing gym rushed to her as soon as he had news. Some of them were far off the mark. And some were simply fabricated unofficial history. Yu Jia was fed up with it. She sifted through the information in front of her and pulled her hair. It was really too difficult. It felt like there was a monkey in her heart, scratching her heart constantly. She wanted to know if those people were doing well. Would Lin's father and mother be too sad to know about them? What will happen to the business in Xinjiang? Was the later emperor a tyrant? How was he to the people? These questions have been lingering in her mind. It was not until she met a student of a historian in the boxing gym that she felt at ease. The historian was a man in his 50s, with a spectacled manner. But his moves in the boxing ring were clean and neat. He told Yu Jia that there were only a few records about the history of the Great Zhou dynasty. But some clues were found in other dynasties. For example, the disappeared Luan kingdom, and the Persian kingdom, all of which had a connection with the Great Zhou dynasty at that time. At that time, a monarch bought Persian blankets and funded the army of the Great Zhou dynasty. How could Yu Jia not know that the monarch was talking about Jin Feng? After Zhou Yongwang succeeded to the throne, he had been trading with Persia. It seemed that he wanted to thank Persia for its great help at that time. Yu Jia pursed her lips and smiled. This emperor must not know the inside story. If he knew, he would not thank Persia. Zhou Yongwang worked hard to govern the country and was a diligent monarch. By the way, her sister later became the first female businessman in the Great Zhou. Her name is Chao Yin. Boom. With a sound, Yu Jia's head exploded. Chao Yin? Zhou Yongwang is called Li Chang? The historian nodded, his eyes full of praise. It seems that you know a lot about the history of the Great Zhou. Yu Jia's heart finally settled down. As long as Li Chang succeeded to the throne, the fate of the rest would not be too bad. Anything else? The historian shook his head. I only know that this dynasty started out very rich and existed for more than 200 years. That's good. At least during these 200 years, the people did not suffer. When she returned home, Yu's mother told her to stay at home honestly recently. Some time ago, she saw Yu Jia looking up news about the Northeast, and she started to talk about it. There was an earthquake in the Northeast yesterday. It was very severe. I heard that the mountain was bent. I heard that 2 ice coffins were dug out from inside, and the people inside looked like real people. Yu Jia was fed up with Yu Ma's nagging. I know. What's your attitude? Yu Ma pulled Yu Jia and continued. I heard that the man inside is alive, and he wants to take the woman to find a doctor. Yu Jia's heart stomped. Alive? Now Yu Jia was excited. And Yu Ma had the capital to show off. You have been focusing on the boxing gym these 2 days. Why do you care about these things? The authorities have mobilized so many people, but they haven't found the 2 people. Yu Jia couldn't hear what Yu Ma said anymore. Could these 2 people be the bodies of Lin Gongxuan and Lun Yang? At this time, a long-haired man in sportswear was watching the big TV in the square. He was nearly 1.9 meters tall, and his sportswear didn't seem to fit him well. His face showed a calm demeanor that said, "Don't disturb me." He couldn't bear to move his eyes away from the TV. Today we invite Coach Yu from the Tiger and Tiger Boxing Gym to show us his style. Coach Yu, tell us what you think. The strange woman on TV looked as calm as water, as if she could see thousands of years ago through the air in front of her. My opinion is that if you die, I die.